Chapter 1. Transcendence. Tick, tick. As Xiao Tian slumbered peacefully, he dreamed of the launch of his new book, envisioning a million reads. Is there a leak? Upon opening his eyes, he beheld 3 branches intertwined above him, with droplets occasionally falling through the gaps in the leaves, revealing a dim sky. What the hell is going on? Xiao Tian abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings. Lush green grass stretched endlessly, devoid of cattle or horses, with only a few trees and scattered stones interrupting the landscape. He lay beneath a haphazard arrangement of 3 timber-long branches, offering no shelter from the wind or rain. His clothes were already half-soaked. Had he been kidnapped? But he had no money. His entire family was destitute. A prank? Unlikely this desolate place reeked of isolation. Who possessed such audacity? Approximately a kilometer behind him, an expansive forest loomed. As Xiao Tian racked his brain without arriving at any conclusions, a dispassionate voice resonated within his mind. Ding-dong, greetings, inhabitants of Blue Star. Welcome to the land of slaughter. I am the avatar of the heavenly path. The edge of the universe is under siege by demonic forces. Fissures have appeared, and the power of the heavenly path is resisting with all its might. All intelligent races will be cast into the land of slaughter. You have but 1 year, and the strongest among you will be granted titles to lead your kin to survival. All children under the age of 15 will be randomly assigned to one of their parents. Please heed the following points as they pertain to your very existence. First, you shall enjoy a 7-day novice protection period. The protective shield will center around your shelter with a radius of 100 meters, rendering it invincible during this period. Second, strive to elevate the level of your shelter. This is your sole reliance. Third, the nights are exceedingly perilous. Venture forth only if you fear not death. Fourth, following the novice protection period, a calamity will befall you every 7 days, with the first disaster being extreme cold weather. Only the first occurrence will be announced. Fifth, each region will accommodate 100,000 individuals, and a regional slaughter competition will take place on the 1st of next month. The top 10,000 will survive. Sixth, the bracelet on your left wrist will furnish you with storage, communication, and trading capabilities. Please consult it at your leisure. The storage space contains basic supplies and talent stones, limited to 1 per individual. Awaken your potential swiftly. As Xiao Tian absorbed the information flooding his mind, his immediate reaction was one of despair. It's over. My novel will remain unfinished. My loyal readers will never again witness my writing. Xiao Tian was a graduate of a third-rate university, battered by the harsh realities of life for several years, ultimately retreating home to rely on his parents while toiling in a profession so lowly regarded that even dogs would disdain it, barely earning enough for subsistence. His parents, witnessing their once promising son at 24 reduced to such a state, whimsically decided to bring forth a younger sister, Xiao Lin, into the world. Recently, they had taken their 4-year-old daughter on a trip, leaving Xiao Tian to fend for himself at home. The previous night, he had been diligently typing away, finally managing to produce 2 chapters after exhausting his mental faculties, and had fallen asleep on his bed, utterly fatigued. Little did he know that upon awakening, he had transcended to another realm. The previous day, while descending the stairs to buy breakfast, he had inadvertently misstepped and fallen, resulting in a fractured left foot, which was still encased in a cast. Survival. How does one even begin? You might as well send me my crutch. Xiao Tian struggled to rise on one leg, scanning his surroundings in search of the elusive support. After a brief moment, he found nothing and shook his head, dismissing the thought. Rather than squander precious time in complaint, it would be wiser to confront the situation with resolve and seek a means to endure. Recalling the shelter mentioned by the heavenly path, Xiao Tian dedicated himself to a meticulous search. After an extensive search, all he found were a few trees and a pile of stones that bore no resemblance to a sanctuary. Had the heavenly path forgotten to provide one for me? Suddenly, he glanced at the 3 branches precariously propped together. Disbelief etched across his face. Is this what you call a shelter? It wouldn't withstand a gust of wind. It could very well lead to my demise. Yet here I am, confronted with a mere arrangement of branches. Alas, the world has already crumbled. How much worse could it possibly become? He recalled the heavenly path mentioning a stone of awakening within his wristband. Raising his hand, He gazed at the wristband where a translucent virtual window materialized before him. Oh, how technologically advanced. The window displayed information reminiscent of a video game interface. Weather time, shelter, personal information, storage space, chat, channel, trading, channel, friends. Xiao Tian scrutinized the options and first clicked on personal information. To his dismay, his finger passed through without any reaction. Finally, he attempted to control it mentally, successfully opening it. ID 009527 Xiao Tian level. 0 experience. 0-100 combat power. 28 average level 50 stamina. 60,100 stamina below 50 results in gradual decline. Below 10 leads to unconsciousness. Talent. Unawakened aptitude. Ordinary status. Injured evaluation. A wounded human from Blue Star, in poor physical condition, weak, the most inept among the inept. Gazing at the personal information panel, Xiao Tian's expression darkened, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. He then opened the storage space, revealing a gleaming golden stone, a stone axe, a 500 milliliter bottle of water, and a piece of bread. With a silent incantation, the stone appeared in his hand. Talent stone can randomly awaken a talent. Would you like to awaken? Awaken. Awakening successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level unique talent. Enhancement of all. Enhancement of all. Activate talent to enhance the quality of any item. At least 1 level with a 50 chance to enhance by 2 levels and a 10 chance for 3 levels, reaching a maximum of mythic quality. Cannot be reused on the same item. No limit on uses. Item human animal quality. Ordinary, fine, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, mythic. Here it comes. I'm standing up. I'm taking flight. Xiao Tian's heart raced. I was wrong. This is not merely a crumbling beginning. It is something far greater. Just as he reveled in his elation, the cold, unyielding voice of the heavenly path echoed in his mind. Impudence. Remnant spirit of Blue Star failed to obediently integrate into the land of slaughter and dare to interfere with the rules. A thunderous sound resonated in Xiao Tian's mind as he envisioned a blue light being shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Unbeknownst to the heavenly path, a minuscule, nearly invisible speck of blue light clung to Xiao Tian's chest. At that moment, a ray of light enveloped Xiao Tian, accompanied by an echoing voice. Within the confines of the talent seal, the sealing has been completed, reducing the talent to grade. Xiao Tian was taken aback and hurriedly opened his personal information. ID 009527 Xiao Tian level. 0 experience. 0-100 combat power. 28 average level 50 stamina. 60,100 stamina below 50 leads to gradual decline. Below 10 results in coma talent. Crate enhance all things upgradable. Enhancement 0-100 times or related treasures to upgrade must enhance at least 1 level. 0.1 probability of enhancing to level 2. 0.001 probability of enhancing to level 3. Can be enhanced up to mythical level. Cannot be reused on the same item. Can be used 5 times per day. Qualification. Ordinary status. Injured evaluation. A human from Blue Star who is injured, in poor physical condition, weak, the dregs of the dregs. Xiao Tian was bewildered. He had bared himself only to be presented with this? Suddenly plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair, he angrily pointed to the sky and cursed. Heavenly Tao you! Boom! Several bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking down a few nearby large trees. Heavenly Tao, you are far too benevolent, so kind-hearted, knowing I am injured and even knocking down a few trees for me. Thank you ever so much. Before Xiao Tian could finish his sentence, he glanced at the trees felled by the lightning and quickly changed his expression. With a cheeky smile, he addressed the heavens. Feeling utterly helpless, Xiao Tian could only drag his injured leg, attempting to hop a short distance to see if he could collect the fallen trees. To his dismay, after a few hops, he tripped over something on the ground. Who on earth had a box here? Chapter 2. Powerful Subordinates 1/. Cursing, Xiao Tian sat up, clutching his injured leg, his face contorted in pain. Oh no, will my bones be dislocated? Raising his gaze, he discovered that the object that had tripped him was an iron chest, half buried in the earth, with a sharp corner protruding. Discover black iron treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Treasure chest levels. Wooden, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, mythical, open. Wait, don't open. Just as he was excitedly about to open the chest, he suddenly remembered his talent and quickly called for a halt. Activating the talent skill. Activating talent skill, enhance all things. Enhancement successful. Obtained silver treasure chest. A burst of brilliant light flashed, transforming the black iron chest into a silver treasure chest. Yes, fortunately, I am clever. It seems I am indeed blessed, encountering even a 1 in 1,000 probability. Xiao Tian was elated, trembling with excitement. He had not anticipated starting off with a silver treasure chest. He had read in the introduction within his wristband that a silver treasure chest guaranteed at least one item of exceptional quality. Open it. Eagerly, Xiao Tian hurriedly opened chest. As the silver treasure chest opened, a silvery radiance emanated from within, and Xiao Tian fixated his gaze on the chest, fearing that the coveted treasure might vanish. As the light faded, Xiao Tian quickly leaned forward to inspect, finding 5 items quietly resting within the chest. Would you like to collect? Collect. Curiously confirming, the items appeared in his storage space. How convenient indeed, Xiao Tian murmured to himself before retrieving the first item. Farmer Spring Water, 500 milliliters, 12 bottles, not too shabby. Let's see what the second item is. The blueprint for crafting paper serves as a reminder that one must upgrade the small wooden cabin to produce via the crafting table. It's passable. I shall proceed. The rare summoning token can call forth beings of exceptional quality, whether they be farmers, warriors, or even catgirls. Huh. A successful draw, a rare quality item, clearly extraordinary. A catgirl? Is it the one I envision? Onward. The iron axe of commendable quality boasts a combat power of 12, enhancing tree felling efficiency by 10, with a durability of 100,100. This tool is capable of both lumberjack duties and combat, yet one must be mindful of its durability, for once it reaches 0, it is rendered useless. This grip, this weight, it feels splendid. However, I can only move one leg, rendering it impractical. It seems I must trade it away. Now, for the final item, let us see what treasures await. The Xianjin Divine Crossbow, an exquisite weapon with a combat power of 120, automatically generates quarrels every second, boasts a range of 1,000 meters, and possesses a skill called Arrow Rain, which covers a 10-meter radius with 100 arrows on a 30-minute cooldown. Its durability regenerates at a rate of 1 per minute, maintaining a total of 100,100. Xiao Tian gazed at the crossbow in his hands, crafted entirely from rare Xianjin. Its color deep and enigmatic, with a subtle golden sheen flowing across its surface, while intricate patterns adorn the grip. Truly impressive. It seems the heavens have favored me with a superb long-range weapon. Scanning the vicinity with his crossbow, he lamented the absence of any nearby creatures. Sheathing his weapon, he initially intended to gather wood, but reconsidered, recalling his earlier fall. Opening the interface to check the weather and time. Killing continent, year 1, January 1st, 10:25 a.m. Remaining daylight, 7 hours and 35 minutes. Temperature, 1524 C. Weather, light rain. With a persistent rainfall and limited daylight, Xiao Tian hopped along until he reached the shelter. The shelter, a dilapidated thatched cottage, bore the warning. A mere gust could topple it if not repaired. It shall be lost. Upgrade requirements, wood 10, thatch 20, grass rope 10. Observing the dried grass on the ground, he bent down with great difficulty to gather a handful. Thatch 2. This is manageable, but how do I create the grass rope? I lack the skill. Retrieving thatch from his storage space, a notification popped up. Thatch, common material. 2 units can be combined to create 1 grass rope. How simple. It appears the restoration of the thatched cottage will pose no significant challenge today. However, as he bent to gather more dried grass, he stumbled and fell, nearly injuring his foot once again, only to realize that what is simple for an average person is exceedingly difficult for him, especially considering the need for wood. At that moment, he recalled the summoning token he had acquired and hastily took it out. Do you wish to use the rare summoning token? Recalling his innate skill, he swiftly activated it. This item cannot be reinforced again. Note, items within chests that have been enhanced cannot be further reinforced. Equipment carried by summoned individuals may be enhanced. I had hoped to encounter a bug that would allow for infinite nesting. The heavens truly are cunning. Use. Xiao Tian chuckled ruefully, knowing that it was not so simple to exploit the system. Successfully used the rare summoning token, obtaining a warrior rare one. A beam of white light appeared, revealing a figure whose left hand stroked a beard while the right brandished a formidable broadsword. As the radiant light dissipated, an old soldier emerged, appearing to be in his 40s. He wielded a rusted sword and donned tattered leather armor, his hair unkempt and his visage marked by the rigors of time. "I am Guan Yidao, your humble servant, and I pay my respects to you, my lord." Guan Yidao knelt on one knee, his voice resonating powerfully. Xiao Tian regarded Guan Yidao and opened his interface. Guan Yidao rare affiliation, Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 0 100 loyalty, 80 reach 100 for unwavering loyalty, below 60 indicates indifference, below 40 may lead to rebellion. Combat power, 300, 2982 skills, 1 sword, charge burst, increasing attack power by 100 cooldown, 30 minutes equipment. Rusted sword common combat power 1 durability, 80100 tattered leather armor common combat power 1 durability, 55100 evaluation. An unyielding veteran with extensive combat experience, capable of leading 100 soldiers into battle. Xiao Tian silently compared his personal interface and found the evaluation to be quite accurate. He indeed felt inadequate. Guan Yidao's attributes dazzled Xiao Tian's eyes truly. He was a rare talent, instilling a profound sense of security. Swiftly, he extended his hand to assist Guan Yidao in rising. However, Guan Yidao, who was balancing on one leg, wobbled, prompting Xiao Tian to help him up. "Uncle Guan, forgive my clumsiness, my foot is still injured, and I may need to rely on you for a while," Xiao Tian said apologetically. "Your subordinate is unworthy of such honor. My lord, simply call me Yidao." Guan Yidao insisted, attempting to kneel again, but was halted by Xiao Tian's grasp. "There is no need for such formalities. We are now each other's support. As an elder, the title of uncle suits you well." Guan Yidao's loyalty 5. Guan Yidao was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Uncle Guan, please drag the logs over from that side. I shall gather the thatch." "Yes, my lord." Guan Yidao promptly rushed to collect the wood, while Xiao Tian settled down, gradually pulling at the nearby dried grass. "Thatch 1, thatch 1. My lord, I have brought everything back. Would you like to decompose?" "Decompose." Thunderstrike wood rare 5. Wood 8. Xiao Tian reviewed his storage space. Thatch 18, wood 8. He still needed a bit more wood, so he handed a steel axe to Guan Yidao. "Uncle Guan, please chop down a few more trees. We're almost ready to repair the thatch hut. Be cautious outside the protective barrier. Return immediately if you encounter any danger." The protective barrier was easily identifiable, enveloped in a layer of translucent blue light, surrounding the shelter within a 100-meter radius. "Understood." Guan Yidao, displaying a somewhat rigid demeanor, perhaps a habit formed through years of military service, immediately set to work upon receiving Xiao Tian's instructions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian continued to collect thatch, as he had been caught in the rain for several hours. If he did not take refuge in the shelter soon, his current physique would leave him vulnerable to a cold or fever at any moment. Chapter 3. Repairing the shelter. As Xiao Tian gathered 40 units of thatch, Guan Yidao returned, wielding an iron axe and dragging 4 substantial trees behind him. He had even thoughtfully broken off a suitably sized branch for Xiao Tian to use as a walking stick. After disassembling the materials, Xiao Tian acquired 18 units of timber. He promptly crafted 10 units of grass rope and clicked to repair the shelter. Repair completed, ranked 8th in this area for shelter repairs, rewarded with a wooden treasure chest. He chuckled to himself. It seems that with Uncle Guan's assistance, I am not lagging behind. Shelter, thatched cottage area. 4 square meters next upgrade. Small wooden house upgrade requirements. Small wooden house blueprint, 100 timber, 100 thatch, 20 grass rope evaluation. Well ventilated, good air quality. And cool. Though modest, it provided shelter from the rain. Guan Yidao supported Xiao Tian as they entered the cottage, where the wooden floor was pleasantly dry. Xiao Tian removed his damp clothing and sat on the floor. "Ashu," he sneezed, feeling a bit chilly. Observing this, Guan Yidao expressed his concern, saying, "My lord, I just discovered a wooden chest. Allow me to retrieve it and gather more timber. With my skills, no ordinary creature can approach me, and I shall swiftly collect materials for upgrading the shelter." Xiao Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. You have my gratitude, Uncle Guan. Guan Yidao shook his head and stepped outside, returning shortly with a wooden chest in his arms. This time, Xiao Tian remembered his own talent and took out the awarded small wooden chest as well. Enhancement successful. Obtained 2 black iron treasure chests. Indeed, a level 1 enhancement was the norm. Opening the 2 black iron treasure chests revealed 5 items. Obtained: small wooden house blueprint X1, bread X3, raincoat X2, leather armor, excellent, X1, furnace X1. What a timely boon. How fortunate to acquire the small wooden house blueprint so easily. I had yet to determine where to obtain it. He then retrieved the bread and water, offering them to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, please eat something first before we head out. Thank you, my lord. Guan Yidao accepted the provisions, and the two sat together to eat. After finishing their meal and resting for a moment, Guan Yidao prepared to go chop wood. But Xiao Tian called out to him. Uncle Guan, wear this leather armor and the raincoat. Don't fall ill. Guan Yidao's loyalty won. Xiao Tian once more opened the weather and time menu. Killer's Content Year 1, January 1st. 12:35 daytime remaining. 5 hours 25 minutes temperature. 15:24 sea weather. Light rain. With over 5 hours left, he hoped to reach the next level today. He had yet to check the chat channel. He clicked on Chat Channel, and the interface transitioned, displaying a population of 99,995,100,000 in the area. He understood that the missing 5 indicated something noteworthy. As he scrolled down, a flurry of messages appeared, overwhelming his senses. He quickly slowed the scrolling speed to comprehend the messages. 002345. Dad, where are you? It's me, Wang Yi. 013456. Son, it's your father. Call out to me. 002345. Get lost. In a bustling chat room, various voices clamored for attention. One user offered a staggering sum of cash for food, while another dismissed the notion as frivolous. A self-proclaimed leader emerged, promising to distribute resources judiciously among those in need. Amidst the chatter, a warning about a fraudulent application surfaced, urging caution. As the conversation unfolded, a user recounted a peculiar incident involving a technician, which drew the ire of another who claimed to be that very technician, lamenting their unfortunate state of undress. Observing the chaotic exchange, Xiao Tian felt a sense of exasperation. Even in dire circumstances, some found time for jest. He noted the plethora of messages seeking lost relatives, adding his own in vain hope amidst the digital cacophony. With a determination to make the most of his time, he donned a raincoat and ventured out, armed with a branch, to gather thatch. As he diligently collected materials, experience points steadily increased. Realizing he was outside the protective barrier, he hurried towards the forest's edge, where he spotted Guan Yidao returning with a heavy load. To his relief, it was a pack of wolves he had slain to protect himself. Are you all right, Uncle Guan? Xiao Tian inquired, concern etched on his face. Fear not, my lord. A few wild wolves attempted to ambush me, but I dispatched them all. Wait here. I shall drag them back. Xiao Tian examined the remains and proceeded to dismantle them, acquiring valuable resources. As Guan Yidao returned with additional carcasses and timber, their collective efforts bore fruit. We must continue for a couple more hours. Darkness approaches. Xiao Tian urged, returning to the nearby thatched shelter to gather more dry grass. Time flew by as they worked industriously, and before long, Guan Yidao returned just as the sun dipped below the horizon, bearing more timber while Xiao Tian had amassed a considerable amount of dried grass. Upon returning to the shelter, Xiao Tian assessed his inventory. A modest collection of resources lay before him. He calculated the materials needed to craft rope and realized he was still short of the required thatch to upgrade their refuge. Thus, he opened the trading channel, noting the constraints on listings and the chaotic market prices. After considerable thought, he decided to offer some of his fresh meat in exchange for the materials he desperately needed. Then he began to browse the trading channel. He exchanged 2 raw meats for 100 grams of refined salt. He spent another 2 raw meats and 1 bottle of mineral water to acquire a lighter. Suddenly, Xiao Tian discovered a healing potion, excellent, and the other party demanded a trade for a weapon of similar quality. This reminded him of the weapon and leather armor he had obtained from Guan Yidao, so he fetched them and activated his talent skill. Enhancement complete. Acquired broadsword, excellent, combat power 15. Enhancement complete. Acquired leather armor. Excellent. Combat power 10. Just as he was about to trade the broadsword, Guan Yidao spoke up. My lord, the iron axe is nearly out of durability, and I am more adept at wielding a broadsword. Upon examining the iron axe, Xiao Tian noticed that after a day of chopping wood, it had only 100 durability left. Thus, he abandoned the idea of trading weapons and handed the broadsword to Guan Yidao. He added the seller as a friend, and to his surprise, the request was accepted immediately. Xiao Tian, friend's display name hello. I would like to exchange for a healing potion, but I only have excellent leather armor. Would that be acceptable? After sending the attributes of the leather armor, he waited for quite a while for a response. Li Weiwei, apologies, I was inundated with private messages earlier. I agree. The leather armor is worth more than the weapon, so I 1 TB at a loss. Xiao Tian, thank you. Let us proceed with the trade. He opened the trading interface, placed the leather armor on the table, and after the other party listed their item, they confirmed the details, and the trade was completed. Li Weiwei, pleasure doing business. Let us trade again next time if you have good items. Xiao Tian, sure. He welcomed the opportunity to forge friendships and exchange resources. Taking out the healing potion, Xiao Tian utilized his final enhancement opportunity for the day. Enhancement complete. Acquired strengthening pill, extraordinary. Chapter 4. Recovery from a broken leg. Could it be that I am truly favored by fortune? Achieving a success rate of 1 in 1,000 twice in a single day, I must first ascertain the effects of this elixir. Xiao Tian promptly retrieved the medicinal pill. Strengthening bone elixir, exceptional. Increases physical fitness while possessing healing properties, with a significant chance of directly enhancing one's constitution. The message read, consuming it will improve kidney function, benefiting both you and her. Is this notification serious? Moreover, I, the invincible little cannon, have no need for such effects. Xiao Tian, upon reading the message, could not help but scoff as he swallowed the pill. Instantly, a warm flow surged from his stomach to his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, more delightful than the skilled hands of the beautiful ladies from the Red Romance. Just as the soothing sensation lasted for a mere 3 seconds, the warmth encountered an obstruction at his left leg. Unyielding, it sought reinforcements, causing a rush of warmth from all over his body to converge upon his left leg. It itches. The itch became unbearable, prompting Xiao Tian to clench his fists and pound on the plaster cast. Seeing this, Guan Yidao rushed forward, yet was at a loss for how to assist. His hands flailing. Uncle Guan, please quickly smash this cast. Upon hearing this, Guan Yidao tightened his fists and began to strike at the cast, bit by bit. Soon, the plaster was completely shattered, and the bandages within were removed. Xiao Tian was eager to scratch, but was promptly stopped by Guan Yidao, who brought a damp cloth to clean Xiao Tian's left foot. As he began to massage it, a significant relief washed over him. After a while, the dual sensations of pain and itchiness gradually dissipated. Xiao Tian spoke up, Uncle Guan, that's enough. I feel fine now. I believe I can move my left foot. With utmost care, Guan Yidao helped Xiao Tian to his feet. Xiao Tian cautiously placed his left foot on the ground and pressed down gently. No pain. Increasing the pressure, he found it entirely normal. Gesturing for Guan Yidao to release him, he took a step forward, not only moving normally but with newfound vigor, and leaped a few times. Were it not for the rain outside, he would have wished to run a few laps. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, look at me. I'm completely fine. Guan Yidao shared in Xiao Tian's joy, smiling as he said, Congratulations, my lord. With your recovery, you shall surely slay all adversaries. He then opened his personal panel. Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 8 100 combat power, 208, 88 120 stamina, 100 talent, C grade universal augmentation, upgradable. 5 100 times or related treasures can upgrade to B grade. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exceptional, combat power 120. Aptitude, ordinary status, normal evaluation, a human from the Blue Star, with physical capabilities far exceeding those of an ordinary person, on the verge of reaching the limits of humanity. Congratulations on shedding the title of waste. It appears my combat power will increase by 12 points once my aptitude reaches the fine grade. Alas, Had it not been for my left foot injury, all the energy would have been utilized for repair, and I could have enhanced my combat power even further. Ding ding. The wristband rang several times, and Xiao Tian quickly checked it, discovering that all the meat he had listed for trade had been sold. Upon obtaining 100 bundles of thatch and 50 pieces of wood, I examined my resources. The inventory revealed 178 bundles of thatch, 144 pieces of wood, 8 wolf pelts, 16 wolf fangs, 18 raw meats, 2 loaves of bread, 10 bottles of mineral water, 1 lighter, 1 blueprint for a small wooden house, and 1 stove. Recognizing that my materials were sufficient, I promptly combined 40 bundles of thatch to create 20 strands of rope. Stepping out of the thatch cottage, I proceeded to initiate an upgrade. The shelter has been successfully upgraded. The notification read, "Congratulations on being the first to upgrade your small wooden house in this area. You have received a bronze treasure chest and an additional 10 prestige points, which will be announced throughout the region." Immediately, a radiant light emanated from my wristband, and the chat interface opened automatically. "Congratulations to 009527 for being the first to upgrade their shelter to a small wooden house. You have received a bronze treasure chest and 10 prestige points." This announcement echoed thrice, dazzling all present, and the chat room erupted with fervor. "Hello, 009527. I am your exclusive technician, 998. I have an appealing figure and deft skills, easily knocked down. I've added you as a friend, video included. Hey, you shameless one upstairs. Back off. I'm only 18, standing at 160 centimeters, sweet and obedient, never dated, still factory fresh. I've added you as a friend. I want to be your girlfriend. Hey, uncle upstairs, your identification is complete. Dad, where are you? It's me, Wongy. 009527. I am number 1. Please send me your resources, and I will distribute them to those in need." Ding ding. Instantly, my friend requests surged by over 99. Xiao Tian casually clicked through the barrage of messages, dismissing those seeking handouts or issuing threats by blocking them all. Upon opening the profile of 998, he noted with appreciation the fair complexion and long legs presented in the picture. However, the abundant thatch around her was too enticing, and he quickly tore his gaze away, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Sensing his increasingly peculiar look, he hastily saved the video and rejected the friend request, muttering to himself, "Monks chant, but I shall not listen." Oof. Wretched man. Miss 998, witnessing the video saved and the friend request denied, was infuriated to the brink of apoplexy. Xiao Tian chose to ignore the chat entirely and instead opened the shelter panel. Shelter, small wooden house, low level, occupying 16 square meters. Next level upgrade, small wooden house, intermediate. Upgrade requirements, 300 pieces of wood, 300 bundles of thatch, 50 strands of rope. Evaluation, provides wind and rain protection but lacks warmth and cannot withstand animal attacks. Upon entering, I found the space considerably more spacious, with sturdy wooden floors and walls, and a few layers of thatch adorning the ceiling. A small wooden door and 2 tiny windows flanked the room, which was otherwise empty save for a small wooden table in the corner. It was remarkably dry, with not a drop of rain seeping in, though the temperature was rather low. I retrieved the stove and placed it in the center of the wooden house. A copper pipe extended automatically from the window, and a structure resembling a frying pan hovered above the stove, suggesting the possibility of preparing cooked meals. I quickly took out 2 pieces of wood and 1 bundle of thatch, placing them into the stove before igniting the fire with a lighter. The house became considerably warmer all at once. I retrieved a portion of raw meat, exactly 1 pound, fearing it might not suffice for 2 people, so I took another. Along with the freshly acquired salt, I handed it to Uncle Guan. "Uncle Guan, please roast it over the fire. We shall feast on meat tonight." I continued to explore other functionalities. "Understood, my lord." Without further ado, Guan took the raw meat and began to slice it, proceeding to fry it. Xiao Tian approached the small wooden table, and a window popped up. Crafting Station Level 1 Experience 0-100 currently capable of producing ordinary and refined items. Can craft stone axes, stone knives, stone picks. I placed a scroll paper blueprint on it, receiving the prompt. Scroll paper crafting blueprint permanent. Would you like to add it? Upon reopening the crafting station, The option to create scroll paper appeared. Clicking on it revealed scroll paper crafting materials. Wood 1. Straw 2. Crafting time 10 seconds. Xiao Tian retrieved the materials and clicked to craft. A radiant light emerged as 10 unwrapped scrolls appeared at the crafting station. Chapter 5. Prosperity through paper rolls. Xiao Tian picked up a roll of paper, appreciating its fine texture, reminiscent of modern production. He pondered the potential market for such an item. With one batch yielding 10 rolls, it seemed quite profitable. Upon accessing the trading channel, he scoured the listings, only to find scattered paper towels priced exorbitantly. Consequently, he decided to list 9 rolls, setting the trade at 1 unit of wood or 2 units of straw. Promising a 5-fold profit, it appeared to be a sound venture. After completing his listings, Guan Yidao had finished frying the meat. Just as Xiao Tian settled down to enjoy a piece of wolf meat, a series of notifications interrupted him. Upon checking, he discovered that his paper rolls had sold out completely. The chat channel was abuzz with conversations. 002345. Who is this, so swift in purchasing? I just finished my transaction, was about to buy, and now I'm in a bind. Urgently waiting for paper rolls. 000998. Does anyone have spare clothing? I'm still bare. 006767. I too am without clothes. Can someone spare me a garment? It's freezing. 100000. Technician sister, let S video chat. I'll send you a shirt. 011111. You're disgusting. Sister, I'll add you as a friend. I have extras and will send you a piece of clothing. 006767. Thank you. The chat was a chaotic mix of personalities, and Xiao Tian had little interest in participating. Ding! A notification flashed from his only friend. Li Weiwei. Xiao Tian. Do you have any paper rolls left? I'd like to purchase 10. Xiao Tian. I do, but why do you need so many? Li Weiwei. Well, the situation arose, and I have no sanitary supplies. You're the only one selling paper rolls in bulk. Xiao Tian. All right, just a moment. I'll initiate the trade. Opening his inventory, he noted that alongside the recent transaction, he had a total of 47 units of wood and 46 units of straw. Deciding to utilize all his resources, he crafted 23 additional rolls of paper. In a mere 3 minutes and 50 seconds, the rolls began to accumulate on his table, and he prepared 10 for the trade with Li Weiwei. The remaining 220 rolls were promptly listed, again at 1 unit of wood or 2 units of straw. No sooner had he listed them than he heard the incessant notification from his wristband while still finishing his piece of meat. Once he completed the meal and checked, he found all the paper rolls had been sold. At this moment, his resources had surged to 320 units of straw and 94 units of wood. Observing the remarkable increase in resources in just a few short minutes, Xiao Tian neglected his meal, fervently continuing to produce paper rolls. He immediately transformed the materials received from trades into rolls, filling the table with stacks of paper in a flurry of activity for half an hour. Having converted all his resources into paper rolls, he surpassed the 1,000 mark in listings, depleting his straw while retaining just 10 units of wood. Ding! Crafting station upgraded successfully. Level 2, experience 26-1000. Capable of producing rare-grade items. Production speed increased by 10. Amidst Guan Yidao's puzzled gaze, Xiao Tian gasped for breath as he settled down. Notifications continued to flood his wristband. This was exhilarating. It seemed destined that he would become the wealthiest of all. Tonight, we shall surely elevate our shelter to the next level. Although fatigued, Xiao Tian brimmed with excitement. Observing Guan Yidao's perplexed expression, he elucidated, Uncle Guan, I have just utilized the acquired schematics to produce a substantial quantity of rolled paper for sale, yielding a 5-fold profit. I have already manufactured 1000 rolls, which are now available for sale. Once they are sold out, we shall be able to upgrade our shelter. Though Guan Yidao did not fully comprehend the intricacies, he grasped the notion of 5-fold profit and offered an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, Our leader is formidable. Regrettably, the favorable circumstance was fleeting. After a short while, the wristband ceased its notifications. Believing the items had sold out, Xiao Tian checked only to discover that fewer than 300 rolls had been sold, netting him 424 units of thatch and 80 units of wood. With 624 rolls still available for sale, trading only sporadically. Confounded, he reopened the chat channel. Chat channel. Area population. 99,973,100,000. The preceding figure had diminished by over 10 individuals. 058846. Alas, my stomach aches. Ipain fallu per facide orol. Only to have half a roll left. Who wants it? Just one unit of thatch will suffice. 015899. Perhaps not. My thatch hut remains unrepaired. I'd rather use my hands. It's raining anyway. A wash will suffice. 015784. EW how disgusting upstairs. 045859. 1088778. 100860055151. Woe is me, my period has arrived, and after gathering thatch all afternoon. My hands are raw. I have exchanged everything for roll paper. 100000. This girl appears healthy, no gynecological issues, and a significant flow. 005151. Get lost. 077007. Have you all not noticed that 27 individuals have perished? Wasn't there a 7-day grace period? 000998. What is so strange? I stood naked in the rain all day, feeling terribly cold, as if I might catch a chill. If the thatch hut isn't repaired soon, we'll be in dire straits. As Xiao Tian observed the continuous chatter, he realized that rolled paper was not an immediate necessity. Currently, thatch and wood were the most pressing resources required. If the thatch hut remained unrepaired, many more lives could be lost tonight. After pondering for a moment, he checked weather time, killing continent year 1, January 1st, 1955, 12 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 15 to 24 C, weather, light rain. The night was long, and he needed to contemplate how to best utilize the resources at hand. Presently, he possessed 428 units of thatch, 92 units of wood, and he decided to keep the meat and water for personal use. Xiao Tian then sent a message in the chat channel. 009527. Offering high prices for schematics. Interested parties, please DM 005151. Brother 058846. Brother, lend me 10 units of thatch. I shall repay you double tomorrow. 000001. I am number 1. 9527. You mustn't be selfish. Transfer resources to me, and I will allocate them to those in need. 088778. The person above is a fool. Xiao Tian chose to disregard the notifications, as his friend interface displayed a staggering 99 messages. Upon inspection, he found that many were from individuals seeking to obtain items without offering anything in return. After filtering through the messages, he discovered only 6 who genuinely intended to engage in fair trade. The first was Wang Chu. Hello. I possess a blueprint for a wooden bed permanent and hope to exchange it for 50 units of thatch, 10 units of wood, and 1 unit of food. While the blueprint may not have seemed particularly valuable, the permanence associated with it piqued Xiao Tian's interest, especially since his previous acquisition had yielded substantial profits. Thus, he consented to the trade. Acquired wooden bed blueprint permanent, Xiao Tian replied, "Pleasure doing business, brother." Wang Chu, clad in a special operations uniform and standing at 172 centimeters, possessed striking features and an impressive physique. Renowned as a captivating military flower within a certain special forces unit, he raised an eyebrow at Xiao Tian's address of brother, but chose not to contest it. Before examining the blueprint, another message arrived from a friend. Li Wei, big brother, please take a look at this blueprint. I would like to exchange it for 60 thatch and 20 wood. 4-piece bedding set blueprint one-time use. It was reasonably priced and exactly what Xiao Tian needed. After checking his inventory, he responded, I will trade you 100 units of thatch instead, as my wood supply is limited. Li Wei, that works. The transaction was completed, and Xiao Tian proceeded to the next friend. Ning Yuan, big brother Xiao, what do you think this is worth? Summoning order excellentness. Chapter 6. Unsold. Xiao Tian was acutely aware of the rarity and value of the item in question. It was seldom available in the trading channel, and when it was, it commanded exorbitant prices. From Ning Yuangu's words, he sensed a simplicity that stirred his heart, prompting Xiao Tian to wish to shield him from loss. Xiao Tian, brother, Have you repaired the thatched cottage? Ning Yuangu. Yes, I have. Xiao Tian. How many resources do you still need to upgrade to a small wooden house? Ning Yuangu. I still require 80 units of thatch, 50 units of wood, and 15 units of grass rope. I already possess the blueprint for the wooden house. Xiao Tian. All right, let us trade for those resources, shall we? You can exchange the grass rope for 30 units of thatch, and you can synthesize it yourself. Ning Yuangu. All right. Thank you, big brother. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Tian procured fence blueprint permanent, table and chair blueprint permanent, fish pond, and set of 4 utensils from other individuals. He had nearly exhausted his resources, even parting with 3 pieces of wolf meat and 4 bottles of water. He still had 624 rolls of parchment on the shelf. Xiao Tian first retrieved the wooden bed blueprint permanent, which required 10 units of wood to craft. He swiftly created 2 beds, and as the white light flashed, 2 wooden beds, each measuring 2 meters wide and 2 meters long, were completed. Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao positioned them in the corners of the house. Just perfect. Next, he took out the bedding set, which required 6 units of wolf skin and 2 units of thatch to create. The bedspread was a single layer, while the comforter was double layered, with 2 pillows wrapped in wolf skin encompassing thatch. The fabric felt soft and comfortable, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Xiao Tian divided 1 pillow and the bedspread with Guan Yidao. Given their limited conditions, they had to use the bedspread as a blanket. After attending to these tasks, the 2 weary companions retired to bed. Whether it was due to fatigue or the comfort of the wolf-skin blanket, they soon drifted off into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Guan Yidao was no longer in the house. Glancing out the window, Xiao Tian noted that dawn had yet to break. He opened the weather time interface, killing continent, year 1, January 2nd, 7:30, 30 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 1422, weather, overcast. Uncertain of Guan Yidao's whereabouts, Xiao Tian quickly got out of bed and ventured outside, in the direction of the forest, near the edge of the protective barrier, illuminated by its faint blue glow. He spotted Guan Yidao dragging the carcass of a creature. As he approached, he realized it was the remains of 4 wild wolves. Guan uncle, what has transpired here? Guan Yidao grinned and replied, I rose early, stepped out to relieve myself, and decided to take a stroll and patrol the surroundings. I stumbled upon a pack of wild wolves lurking nearby, so I lured them all over to the protective barrier and dispatched them. Please wait a moment. I will bring them back. Hold on. Let us go together. There is no need for you to carry them all alone. Decomposition successful. Obtained 4 units of wolf skin, 8 wolf teeth, and 16 units of raw meat. After the decomposition, Xiao Tian retrieved his Xianjin crossbow and followed Guan Yidao outside. They soon reached the edge, where numerous wolf carcasses lay scattered on the ground. Xiao Tian initiated decomposition again, garnering an additional 52 units of raw meat, along with a considerable amount of wolf skin and wolf teeth. It was indeed a delightful surprise. After a restful sleep, he not only gained 17 experience points, but also amassed such an abundance of resources. After completing these tasks, dawn had already broken. My foot had not healed well yesterday, preventing me from exploring the surroundings. Thus, I decided to accompany Guan Yidao to thoroughly examine the vicinity of the shelter. The first discovery was a small stream flowing out from the edge of the forest. It was narrow, less than 2 meters wide, and quite shallow. I measured it with a stick, revealing a depth of less than 60 centimeters. The water was remarkably clear, teeming with small fish and shrimp. When I dipped my hand into the water, it was icy cold, estimated to be around 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. I activated the hand bracelet for assessment. Mountain spring water. The water quality is excellent. It can be consumed after boiling, and it is safe to drink without fear of stomach issues. Uncle Guan, this is fantastic. The water is pristine and can be boiled for drinking. I shared this delightful news with Guan Yidao, feeling quite elated. Subsequently, we strolled around the shelter. To my astonishment, there was nearly a 10-meter drop from the forest edge to the grassland. The area where our shelter stood resembled a raised plateau, level with the forest, while the other 3 sides dropped steeply, creating a gradient of about 70 degrees. The flat ground encompassed an approximate area of 40,000 square meters. roughly equivalent to 6 football fields, providing ample space for defense and development. After surveying the surroundings and formulating a rough plan in my mind, Guan Dao and I returned indoors. It was then that I found the time to check the information on my bracelet while Guan Dao resumed preparing our meal. Before going to bed last night, I had set the volume to silent, unaware of how the paper rolls had fared in sales. I received the following notifications. Reedgrass 552, wood 180. It seemed the demand was not particularly high, despite being on sale all night. There were still 168 rolls left, with most exchanged for reedgrass. I took stock of the supplies within our space. Reedgrass 625, wood 215, wolf pelt 17. Wolf fangs 50, wolf meat 82, mineral water 6, bronze treasure chest 1, summoning scroll quality 1, fence blueprint permanent, table and chair blueprint permanent, fish pond. Utensil set of 4. It appeared that relying solely on the paper rolls for wealth was not feasible. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Thus, I produced an additional 80 rolls of paper, bringing the total to 800 available for sale. I also utilized all blueprints except for that of the fish pond. Next, I opened the chat channel, regional population 93, 255 100, 000. No way. Over the course of a single night, more than 6,000 people had perished. The initial figure startled me, and I then turned my attention to the chat messages. 077007. Last night, many were lamenting the cold in the channel. I never expected that so many would die by morning. It seems many have yet to repair their thatched huts. 100000. They deserve no sympathy. All they do is wait for others to offer charity while refusing to gather materials. They got what they deserved. I spent a few hours repairing mine. 017878. Exactly. 005151. As an 18-year-old girl, I spent an entire day successfully repairing mine. I truly don't understand why they would rather perish than gather materials. 000998. It's not necessarily that they Haven Tea repaired. I fixed mine last night, but was left exposed in the rain all day and froze overnight. If any kind soul could spare me a medicine, I would be grateful. 002345. I'm so hungry. Could someone show me some pity and provide me with some food? Upon opening a black iron treasure chest, he discovered a roasted chicken and a family bucket, both delightfully enticing. Son, call your father. I have a treat for you. He jested, offering a chicken's rear. Observing the chat channel veering off course, Xiao Tian lost interest. In this vast world, his existence was paramount. Survival was the ultimate priority. He closed the chat and began perusing the trading channel instead. Before long, he exchanged his resources for a cast iron pot, a 10-liter water reservoir, and several ordinary blueprints. One particular blueprint caught his eye. Arrow Tower, Superior. With a combat power of 100, an attack range of 200 meters, firing once per second, arrows produced automatically, and a durability of 100. The seller had not specified the item for trade, merely indicating private messaging, prompting him to add the individual as a friend. He then resumed his exploration. Chapter 7. Bodyguard Shield Mountain. Is this ordinary summoning order worth purchasing? Xiao Tian gazed at the summoning order on sale before him, with the seller marking it at 100 units of thatch and 10 units of wood, firm on the price. To be candid, it was exorbitant, far too steep, especially when basic materials were in such dire demand. However, he possessed talent, at the very least, of elite caliber. Food was not a concern at present, and acquiring an additional aid would undoubtedly expedite his progress. The Great One once stated that population was a significant matter in the Grand Renaissance. Development necessitated talent. No longer hesitating, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Just then, the seller of the Arrow Tower sent him a friend request. Xiao Tian, big shot. It's you. What can I do for you? Xiao Tian, I wouldn't dare to claim such a title. I wish to negotiate the trade of an Arrow Tower. After a considerable while, no response came, clearly indicating that the other party was calculating something. Xiao Tian, I require 200 units of thatch, 50 units of wood, and 20 units of raw meat. Is that acceptable? After all, this is of excellent quality. Frankly speaking, it was not exorbitant. However, this price exceeded Xiao Tian's financial capacity. After much deliberation, he struggled to reach a decision. Fortunately, while meat held significant value, it was also the resource Xiao Tian had in abundance. Just as he was about to respond, the other party sent another message. Xiao Tian, to be honest, I possess 2 blueprints for the Arrow Tower, both of excellent quality. If you are willing, I can offer you the second one at half price. Clearly, the other party was concerned that Xiao Tian might decline, for such a price was nearly unattainable for most, and he was eager for resources. Xiao Tian deal? 2 Arrow Towers would greatly enhance his capabilities, making the purchase worthwhile. Thus, he immediately initiated the trade, exchanged a few pleasantries, and concluded the conversation. Acquired. Arrow Tower, excellent. 2 though his resources had dwindled significantly, the rewards were substantial. At that moment, a voice from Guan Yidao echoed. My lord, it's time to eat. Grasping the roasted meat, he found its taste lacking. Nonetheless, recalling that many others longed for such sustenance yet could not attain it, Xiao Tian indulged heartily. After finishing breakfast, the 2 stepped outside. Guan Yidao brandished his large blade, eager to begin work, but Xiao Tian halted him. Uncle Guan, do not rush. Allow me to summon some aides first. He first retrieved a bronze treasure chest and utilized his talent to enhance it. The enhancement was successful, yielding silver treasure chest 1. It had only leveled up once, a routine outcome, yet he felt no disappointment. Casually, he opened the treasure chest, resulting in 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, field, rare, 1, and blood-sucking thorn seed, exquisite, 1. Xiao Tian curiously examined the items. Field, rare, an area of 64 square meters, suitable for cultivation. The soil is fertile, with a plant growth rate of 100. Blood-sucking thorn seed, exquisite when planted. It requires blood and flesh for nourishment. It can cling to structures, automatically identifying friend or foe. Its thorns actively attack enemies, possessing a paralyzing blood-sucking effect. Any enemy below rare quality struck will surely perish. Tip: an essential for home defense. With it, none shall instill fear. This is remarkable. It pairs perfectly with the enclosure. He then produced the summoning order, excellent, for enhancement, successfully upgrading it to rare quality, transforming the ordinary summoning order into an excellent one, and used them together. Summoning successful. A farmer, excellent. 1 and a shield warrior, rare. 1 appeared before him as 2 beams of white light flashed. The farmer, a man in his 30s with dark skin and an ordinary appearance, was clad in coarse linen, while the warrior, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a robust physique, wielded a simple sword in his right hand and an iron shield in his left. Your Excellency, upon seeing Xiao Tian, both men knelt on one knee, prompting Xiao Tian to hastily assist them, instructing them not to bow in the future. The sight of the shield warrior ignited a spark of excitement within Xiao Tian. He had always revered the philosophy of survival, and acquiring a shield warrior was indeed fortuitous. He resolved that this warrior would become his personal bodyguard, ensuring that he remained by his side at all times, except when sleeping or using the restroom. The farmer was equally promising, as he could provide a continuous supply of food. Upon examining the panel, he discovered, unnamed, excellent, owner, Xiao Tian occupation, farmer level, 0 experience, 0 100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 105 skills, agriculture, gathering, lumbering, mining, breeding. Excellent trait. Work efficiency, 10 stamina, 100 note, not skilled in combat but can fight with a weapon. Unnamed, rare, occupation, warrior owner, Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 0 100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 253 stamina, 100 skill. Guardian. Increases defense by 50 for 1 minute. Cooldown time, 60 minutes equipment. Simple sword common. Combat power 1. Durability 100. Worn iron armor common. Combat power 2. Durability 100 evaluation. Elite shield soldier. Sacrifices offensive power for supreme defense. Gazing at the attributes of the shield warrior, Xiao Tian felt his mouth water. Although the offensive power might be lacking, it was the extraordinary defensive capability that he most admired. He also noted that neither of them had names, which piqued his curiosity about the peculiarities of the unremarkable warrior. wondering if it was due to their different qualities. Especially since the shield warrior had a profession while the other did not, yet the evaluation indicated that he could command 100 soldiers. From now on, you shall be called Farmer E in Shield Mountain, as he had no seeds to plant or trees to fell at the moment. He instructed Farmer E to collect thatch within the protective barrier, while Shield Mountain would accompany him outside to ensure his safety. Yes, Farmer E immediately set to work upon receiving his orders, and Shield Mountain took his position behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian quickly organized the two before intending to set up fields, fish ponds, and fences. However, realizing that daylight was precious, he led Farmer E and Shield Mountain towards the forest. Naturally, he could not take the lead himself. That would be inconceivable. He assigned Farmer E to lead the way while he stood beside Shield Mountain, holding a divine crossbow, contemplating how perfect it would be if another warrior were to join them on the left. As they entered the forest, the light began to dim, with dense tree canopies occasionally allowing slivers of sunlight to penetrate, barely illuminating a range of 50 meters. The underbrush was thick and progress was not smooth, requiring Farmer E to clear the way through the shrubs. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared to their left front, and Xiao Tian called out, "Uncle Guan, there is something 20 meters ahead on the left." With a swift motion, he turned and proceeded forward, preparing to inspect the situation when his gaze shifted, and he suddenly swung his formidable blade with ferocity. A dark figure emerged, colliding with the blade and sparking a shower of flames before it swiftly retreated. Xiao Tian promptly activated his wristband for identification. Black Sheath Serpent, rare, level 5 combat power, 485 skills, venomous bite, which releases toxins upon biting a target, inducing a weakened state with persistent adverse reactions. Status: severely injured, combat power halved. Evaluation: attack infused with venom, exceptionally swift, lacking in defense. Goodness, such extraordinary speed coupled with venom. A mere bite would prove fatal within a single round. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with peril. Just stepping outside, he encountered a rare creature. Instinctively, Xiao Tian gravitated towards the Shield Mountain for safety. Observing the serpent's head nearly cleaved in two, its health depleting rapidly, he comprehended the reason for the severe injury status. He had struck a critical hit. It appears that damage is not fixed. This is a tangible world, and combat power serves merely as a reference. Chapter 8. The Brother of the Shield Mountain. Step in front of me, gazing at the over 3-meter-long, thick-bodied black snake. Xiao Tian felt a twinge of insecurity, retreating behind Shield Mountain as he readied his crossbow to launch an attack. Fortunately, at a distance of merely a dozen meters, his aim did not falter. Armed with the Xianjin divine crossbow, his striking power surpassed even that of Guan Yi Dao. Upon being struck, the black snake lunged toward Xiao Tian. Regrettably, it could not withstand the prowess of Guan Yi Dao and was swiftly repelled by a single strike. With the duo unleashing their assaults, the creature was soon vanquished, erupting into two bursts of light. Experienced 20 Xiao Tian recognized the fortune that had come his way and approached to collect the spoils. Mysterious fruit, excellent. 1. Increases battle power by 5 upon use. Seed package, excellent. 1. Opens to reveal a random selection of 100 vegetable seeds. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. Both items were treasures indeed. Such attribute-enhancing items were rarely seen in the trading channels, and the excellent seeds promised a significant workload for the farm. Decomposition successful. Acquired snake skin, rare, 1. Snake fangs, rare 2. Snake gallbladder, rare, 1. Raw meat, rare 4. Planning to examine these later. He instructed Shield Mountain to lead the way as they returned to the spot where the light had erupted. To his surprise, it was a black iron treasure chest. Considering the limited chances for enhancement, he decided to take it with him for future contemplation. As Guan Yi Dao continued onward, they traveled less than 50 meters. The underbrush gradually receding, and the forest floor becoming more open, alleviating their arduous trek. Yet, Guan Yi Dao's stamina began to wane significantly. Wait! Xiao Tian observed a familiar plant at the edge of the underbrush and halted Guan Yi Dao. Signaling Shield Mountain to move ahead, he approached the plant for a closer look. The leaves were lanceolate or linear lanceolate, devoid of hairs or petioles, standing at a height of 1 meter. Ginger, a plant he had encountered at his grandfather's house. He uprooted one, obtaining ginger one. Good find. Uncle Guan, Shield Mountain, let us gather these. The trio bent down, uprooting all the ginger they could find. Ginger, 22 ginger. Excellent. One an unexpected gain. With so many people suffering from colds these days, I could concoct ginger soup and perhaps make a profit. While others struggled for basic sustenance, Xiao Tian, accompanied by 2 formidable allies, could freely gather resources, making it imperative not to squander time. Let's proceed. We shall continue our search. As they journeyed onward, stopping intermittently, they encountered delightful surprises. Mushrooms, 5 mushrooms, 6 in this undeveloped land. Resources were plentiful. Just then, Xiao Tian discovered a wooden chest. As they collected their finds, he became oblivious to the increasing distance from Shield Mountain's protective range. Suddenly, a wild beast burst forth from the thicket, charging straight at Xiao Tian's backside, propelling him over a meter before he tumbled to the ground in an undignified manner. Watch out, my lord. Shield Mountain swiftly sensed the danger, raising his shield to confront the beast. With a resounding crash, the impact was equal, with neither side yielding an inch. Realizing the situation, Guan Yidao hastily retreated. Spitting out the remnants of grass and dirt lodged in his mouth, Xiao Tian quickly stood up, rubbing his backside, and assessed the beast before him. Honey Badger, excellent. Level 6 combat power, 318 skill. Iron Head, increases head defense by 20 and strength by 20 with a cooldown of 1 minute. It turned out to be the renowned Honey Badger, easily recognizable by its distinctive flat head, thick skin, and sharp claws. This was indeed a creature of tenacity, one that even lions would think twice before confronting. Shield Mountain, block Guan Shu's attacks. Xiao Tian positioned himself behind, occasionally loosing an arrow. With Shield Mountain taking the brunt of the assault, the Honey Badger could scarcely penetrate the defense, no matter how tough its head. It was no match for Shield Mountain's resilience. The Honey Badger, single-minded in its aggression, focused solely on attacking Shield Mountain, ignoring Guan Yidao's fierce strikes from the rear. In no time, it succumbed, and a shimmering orb of light appeared nearby. Experience 10 obtained. Toilet, shelter component, 1. Notification, generating toilet, excrement will automatically convert to fertilizer. Decomposed to yield. Honey Badger hide, excellent. 1 raw meat, excellent. 4. The rewards were quite satisfactory. Not only did they resolve the issue of sanitation, but they also produced fertilizer, achieving 2 objectives at once. Opening the personal panel revealed an experience count of 55,100 for Xiao Tian, and similarly for Guan Yidao, while Shield Mountain's experience stood at only 15. It appeared that experience was allocated based on contribution. Shield Mountain had merely defended and not participated in the offense, resulting in a significantly lesser share. My lord, there is something here. Guan Yidao examined the area where the Honey Badger had appeared, and Xiao Tian approached for a closer look. No wonder the Honey Badger had attacked him. It had ventured into his territory to scavenge. After parting the tall grass, they discovered a patch of enticing red berries, prompting the 3 to immediately gather them. Obtain berries 108, obtain nuts 55. They also stumbled upon a heap of nuts in the Honey Badger's den. Both berries and nuts were only thumb-sized, sufficient to sustain them for a day or 2. This time, Xiao Tian had learned his lesson. Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain guarded him closely, preferring a slower pace to avoid ambush. After a considerable while without discovering anything new, they did collect 28 units of stone, a serendipitous find. Suddenly, Guan Yidao halted ahead and whispered back, my lord. There are numerous footprints up ahead. They belong to wolves. You 2 stay hidden here while I go check it out. Xiao Tian swiftly pulled Shield Mountain behind a large tree, peering through the gap between Shield Mountain's arms to observe the surroundings. Minutes felt like an eternity, and just as he contemplated searching for Guan Yidao, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Experience 1, experience 5. Did Shield Mountain see something? Realizing that Guan Yidao had encountered foes, Xiao Tian leaned forward to catch a glimpse, but found no trace of Guan Yidao. My lord, I see him. Approximately 100 meters ahead, Guan Shu is engaged in battle with a pack of over 30 wolves, and he seems to be retreating toward us. Xiao Tian felt a surge of urgency and was torn between rushing forward or hesitating. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a sturdy branch 3 meters high on the tree behind him, and a thought sparked in his mind. Shield Mountain, look above and elevate me. I shall unleash my crossbow from this height. Assist me in driving Uncle Guan back. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Shield Mountain crouched down and effortlessly elevated Xiao Tian. Subsequently, he sprinted towards Guan Yidao, who had already retreated over 50 meters, soon to regroup. Xiao Tian, wielding the mystic golden crossbow, hesitated to release a bolt, grappling with the vast distance and the swift movements of the wolf pack, fearful of inadvertently harming Guan Yidao. Experience 2. As moments slipped by, wild wolves continued to perish, and soon, Shield Mountain successfully reinforced the position. With Shield Mountain present, the dynamics shifted. He stood firm, gradually retreating as a horde of ordinary and elite wolves proved utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Before long, they withdrew to within 20 meters of Xiao Tian, and the wristband finally received pertinent information. Forest Wolf, Ordinary, Level 2 Combat Power, 56 Evaluation, Average Attack Power, Cunning and Ferocious by Nature. Excels in Teamwork. Forest Wolf, Elite, Level 3 Combat Power, 148 Evaluation, Fierce in Attack, Inherently Cunning and Brutal. Serves as the primary force within the pack. Chapter 9. A Bountiful Harvest Goodness. A pack of over 20 ordinary forest wolves, accompanied by 7 of a superior grade, predominantly at levels 2 and 3, yet the alpha wolf remains elusive. In such a considerable assembly of wolves, it is inconceivable that there is no wolf king among them. At this moment, Xiao Tian could attack with confidence. From a distance of 20 meters, even with eyes closed, he could strike the 2-meter-tall wolves with precision. With Shield Mountain serving as the front line and Xiao Tian providing support from the rear, Guan Yidao could finally focus on his offensive maneuvers. Experience points accumulated 3, 6. Another one down, delightful. Xiao Tian stood above, raining arrows upon the wolves, each ordinary one succumbing to a single shot, while occasionally a superior one fell victim to a well-aimed strike. Guan Yidao, wielding his great sword with a flourish, dispatched each foe with relentless efficiency, never pausing for breath. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the heads of Guan Yidao and Xiao Tian. They had leveled up. Guan Yidao, Rare, Affiliation, Xiao Tian Level, 1 Experience, 2 300 Loyalty, 87 Combat Power, 423, 298, 100, 25, Stamina, 78 Skills, 1 Slash, Charge Up, which doubles attack power. Cooldown, 30 minutes Equipment, Great Sword, Superior, Combat Power 15, Durability 75 100, Leather Armor, Superior, Combat Power 10, Durability 55 100 Evaluation, a seasoned veteran, rich in combat experience, capable of commanding 100 soldiers in battle. ID 009527 Xiao Tian Level, 1 Experience, 2 100 Combat Power, 218, 88 10 120 Stamina, 9100 Talent, C Grade. Reinforce All can be upgraded 8 100 times or relevant treasures upgraded to B grade. Qualification, Ordinary Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, Exquisite, Combat Power 120. Evaluation, a human from Blue Star, nearing the limits of an ordinary person. The disparity was quite stark, while I gained merely 10 combat power per level. Uncle Guan accrued a staggering 100. Comparing their panels, Xiao Tian felt rather inadequate. Though Xiao Tian's attacks remained largely unchanged, Guan Yidao's prowess had surged. He became swifter and more ferocious, rapidly decimating the ordinary forest wolves until only 5 superior grade wolves remained. A howl echoed from a distance, and a colossal wolf, towering over 2 meters, charged forth. In an instant, it was within 50 meters. Rain of arrows. Xiao Tian activated his skill just in time. A single bolt from his crossbow soared toward the giant wolf, splitting into 100 arrows. The beast, unable to evade in time, was struck by dozens yet remained on its feet, continuing its relentless advance. Guardian, Shield Mountain, rushing to meet the giant wolf, activated his skill, thrusting his iron shield into the ground, conjuring a nearly 2-meter-high shield illusion. With a resounding crash, Shield Mountain slid back over a meter but remained unscathed, thanks to his robust stature. It was then that Xiao Tian beheld the panel of the giant wolf. Forest Wolf Wolf King, Rare, Level 2. 1/. The panel had yet to be fully examined when Guan Yidao let out a fierce shout, unleashing his skill. The great sword emitted a brilliant light as it struck the Wolf King with tremendous force, cleaving him in two, his head rolling to the ground. Alas, this transpired too swiftly. Xiao Tian had scarcely had the chance to finish observing when the Wolf King fell. With the demise of their leader, the remaining dire wolves lost all morale and scattered in disarray. Xiao Tian managed to slay one, while Guan Yidao dispatched two, leaving the last two to flee without hope of being pursued by Shield Mountain, whose speed was likely inferior even to that of a common dire wolf. With the battle concluded, it was naturally time to reap the rewards. Xiao Tian leaped down from the tree trunk, and the three of them gathered all the corpses and dropped items into a pile, collecting everything and clicking to decompose their spoils. They harvested 6 portions of rare-grade raw meat, 24 portions of fine-grade meat, 104 portions of ordinary raw meat, alongside a significant number of various grades of wolf pelts and fangs. Additionally, there were 8 luminous orbs among the drops. Xiao Tian's smile nearly split his face. His storage space was almost overflowing with bounty. At this moment, Guan Yidao's stamina had dwindled to 40, his body marked with numerous minor wounds, and his leather armor's durability was reduced to 15. Shield Mountain, however, had sustained no injuries and retained 50 stamina, though his shield was nearly in tatters. Xiao Tian had scarcely exerted himself, still boasting 77 stamina. He opened the Weather Time tab. Murderous Continent, Year 1, January 2nd, 12:45. With 5 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 14 to 22 C. Weather, overcast turning to light rain. Unbeknownst to them, it was already midday, and the weather seemed poised for rain. Xiao Tian then led the two back to their shelter. Indeed, after a 40-minute run, they had just returned home when the rain began to fall lightly. Xiao Tian quickly beckoned Nong Yi to come inside and escape the downpour. Upon entry, they discovered a substantial pile of thatch. It appeared Nong Yi had not been idle. They received 118 bundles of thatch. By this time, they were all ravenous. And Xiao Tian retrieved 4 pieces of rare-grade meat to hand to Guan Yidao, instructing him to roast it. Today we shall indulge in rare meat to change things up and see if there's anything special about it. Guan Yidao. Loyalty 5. As soon as Xiao Tian's words left his lips, the loyalty of the three increased by 5 points. Their eyes wide with disbelief at their lord's generosity in sharing rare meat with them. What are you staring at? It's merely a few pieces of meat. In the future, we shall feast on rare-grade fare every meal. Thank you, my lord. They chorused in unison. Guan Yidao then elaborated, my lord may not be aware, but fine-grade meat can swiftly restore stamina, while meat of rare grade or higher can enhance physical condition and bolster combat prowess, making it exceedingly precious. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Tian replied, no matter how precious, you all are worth more. Talent is of utmost importance. In time, rare-grade meat will become abundant, and you will feast until you are sated. Now go and prepare it. Everyone is famished. My lord, allow me to take charge. I am more adept at cooking. Let Brother Guan rest. Nong Yi offered. With someone eager to prepare the meal, there were no objections. It was then that Xiao Tian remembered the empty water bucket and sent Shield Mountain to fetch water. At this moment, Xiao Tian finally had the opportunity to assess the day's gains. He set the black iron treasure chest aside, as he had only 2 enhancement chances remaining. It was prudent to inventory everything before making further considerations. He possessed a total of 164 ordinary raw meats, along with a considerable amount of superior-grade raw meat. Additionally, there was 1 bathroom component, 1 seed package, and 1 mysterious fruit, alongside a plethora of ginger, berries, fungi, and nuts. The remainder consisted of an astonishing quantity of leather, teeth, and other materials. Xiao Tian intended to exchange the ordinary meat for supplies, which were in high demand, while reserving the superior and rare meat for his own consumption. Next came the main event. He had acquired 8 dropped items, 3 of which were contributed by the Wolf King. Chapter 10. Caring for Women's Health Storage Cabinet. 100 compartments for storage, each capable of stacking up to 999, with time frozen within, preserving items indefinitely. Components required: 10 units of wood, 20 units of iron, a permanent blueprint for a set of clothing, and 3 repair stones, each capable of restoring 50 durability points to equipment. A permanent crafting blueprint for a Tang Dao, ordinary, and a shield, excellent, with a combat power increase of 20. Additionally, 1 exquisite mysterious fruit, which grants 5 combat power. Unexpectedly, another mysterious fruit was acquired. The storage cabinet, being a precious asset, was hurriedly placed in a corner by Xiao Tian, who promptly stored all unnecessary animal materials and items not in immediate use, thus freeing up a significant portion of space in his wristband. Next, he checked the trading channel, discovering he had acquired 158 bundles of thatch and 26 units of wood. The sale of parchment was slow, with only 105 rolls sold throughout the morning, leaving 894 rolls still for sale. At that moment, he had 602 bundles of thatch and 291 units of wood. He was just a fraction short of upgrading the wooden house. The cramped quarters were uncomfortable for the group, especially since they needed rest for the night. Xiao Tian planned to have lunch and exchange a few pieces of wood for the upgrade. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, distracting him from everything else. Just then, Dunshan returned with water. Xiao Tian took out the last 6 bottles and distributed them among the group, ensuring they could boil water for their meal, alleviating their future water scarcity. Upon seeing the water, Xiao Tian mused. If only he could boil it and sell it, perhaps that would yield some profit. He resolved to test that idea later. Whether it was the culinary skill of Nong Yi or the rare meat's fragrance, the 4 of them savored their meal, feeling warmth spread through their bodies as their stamina gradually replenished. Guan Yi Dao and Dunshan each gained 1 point in combat power. Nong Yi increased by 2 points. And Xiao Tian, the most fortunate of all, gained 5 points. After their meal, they rested for a moment, and Xiao Tian retrieved the seed package, deciding to use it for enhancement. The enhancement was successful, yielding a rare seed package. Unsurprised by the absence of an exceptional outcome, he opened the package to discover 20 rare wheat seeds, 5 rare potato seeds, 25 rare cabbage seeds, 10 rare chili seeds, 10 rare tomato seeds, and 30 rare rice seeds. Xiao Tian was quite pleased, having secured staple foods and various vegetables. He handed the seeds and a piece of excellent ginger to Nong Yi, donned his raincoat, and led Nong Yi to the rear of the house. He took out the farmland, rare, and placed it 50 meters away from the small wooden cabin. A flash of white light revealed a plot of cultivated land complete with a fence. Nong Yi, oversee the arrangement and plant a bit of everything. I believe this ginger holds great potential, so let's try to plant as much as we can. Clad in his raincoat, Nong Yi quickly immersed himself in the task. Xiao Tian initially intended to set up the fence, but discovered that each meter of fencing required 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of grass rope, which was too demanding. Thus, he decided to return indoors to sell some items that were not needed. Lord, the water is boiled. How shall we proceed? As Xiao Tian stepped inside, Dunshan immediately inquired about the lack of water in the containers, which hindered sales. He suggested that Xiao Tian first pour the water into the storage tank, boil another pot, and search for options in the trading channel. He decided to check the chat channel to assess the situation. Chat channel, regional population, 93, 125, 100, 000. Over 100 individuals had perished that morning alone, and this was merely one region. He pondered the well-being of his parents and younger sister. 000998. Does anyone have cold medicine? Please sell me a dose. I'm freezing and feel like I'm nearing death. 098557. I need one too. I'm so cold. It feels like I have a fever. Who can sell me one? I'll pay 100 000 cash. 045878. Although the person above is foolish, I too wish to ask. Does anyone have cold medicine? I'm feeling quite unwell. 000001. I'm number 1. Who has cold medicine? Please send it quickly. I'll distribute it to those in need. 045878. Get lost. Why are you still alive? 000001. Am I wrong? As number 1, I must bear the responsibility Everyone should listen to me. 077007. Alas. So many have perished again. Today, many are suffering from colds and fevers. It's only the second day. What will happen in 5 days with the extreme cold? Upon seeing the message from Ning Yuan, Xiao Tian suddenly realized that he had ample leather materials to craft clothing, and making ginger soup was also a splendid idea. Thus, he opened the trading channel to search. He found a seller offering bamboo cups and added them as a friend. Xiao Tian, hello. I would like to purchase 100 cups. How shall we trade? After a while, the seller replied, Lucy, 50 units of wood or 10 units of meat. Xiao Tian chuckled at the name. It was quite auspicious but audacious. Xiao Tian, are you sure you're aware of what you're proposing? How about 10 units of wood or 2 units of meat? Will you sell? Lucy, brother, that price is far too low. I made each one by hand, and my hands are sore from the labor. Xiao Tian, spare me the excuses. If this wasn't tea produced from a crafting table, I'd do a handstand while washing my hair. It would take much bamboo to make 100 cups. Will you sell, or should I seek another seller? Lucy, fine, I'll sell. Let us complete the transaction. Transaction successful. Acquired bamboo cups 100. Xiao Tian. I'll need more later. Please continue your production. He took out the cups and handed all the ginger to Guan Dao. Uncle Guan, you two are responsible for boiling the ginger soup. This piece of ginger weighs about a pound. Use half for the pot and pour the finished soup into the cups. I'll list them for sale shortly. And remember to send a cup to Naomi. We mustn't let him catch a chill. He then continued his search in the trading channel. Stove, ordinary, disposable. This looks excellent. Cooking on a fire stove is quite inconvenient. I'll buy it. Just as Xiao Tian intended to place the stove, he realized he had no space available. Reluctantly, he traded some wood first. At that moment, he noticed Guan Dao and his companion had already filled about 50 cups with ginger soup and were preparing to boil a second batch. He took a cup of ginger soup to examine it. Ginger soup, regular, 200 milliliters, a remedy to dispel the chill, warm the body, combat bacteria and inflammation, and alleviate menstrual discomfort. Ah, how remarkable it is to ease menstrual pain. As a young man of purpose, I must advocate for women's health and nurture their well-being. In such weather, I cannot bear to see women suffer. It compels me to earn more, not for the sake of wealth, but to alleviate their burdens. Xiao Tian perused the trading channel, finding no sellers. After a moment of contemplation, he established a price. He listed 50 cups of ginger soup, regular, at 200 milliliters each, offering 1 cup in exchange for 10 units of straw or 5 units of wood. Subsequently, Xiao Tian rushed to the trading channel to promote his offering. Chapter 11. The success of ginger soup. After successfully listing the ginger soup, Xiao Tian made a series of announcements in the chat channel. 009527. Xiao Tian. A large quantity of ginger soup has been released, known for its efficacy in dispelling cold, warming the body, combating bacteria, alleviating inflammation, and soothing menstrual pains. Those in need should seize this opportunity. 000123. You fraud. Where is it for sale? 000998. Thank you, brother. I finally feel alive again. It's so warm and comfortable. 005151. Woe is me. After a day of pain, I finally feel relief. My 5 portions of wood are heart-wrenching. 098557. Brother, please bring some more. My hands are too slow to grab any. If another batch doesn't come soon, I might as well meet my ancestors. In the chat channel, sentiments varied widely. Some expressed gratitude, while others hurled accusations of opportunism, and a few altruistic souls called for free giveaways, revealing a cacophony of emotions. With friend requests exceeding 99, Xiao Tian promptly blacklisted all the freeloaders. 009527. Everyone, please be patient. The ginger soup is still brewing and will be listed shortly. Receiving 260 units of thatch and 120 units of wood, Xiao Tian, seeing the ginger soup's soaring popularity, immediately reached out to Lucy. Xiao Tian, Lucy, how many bamboo cups do you have? Let us make a trade swiftly. Lucy, I have 200. I'd like to exchange for wood. Can I swap for 2 portions of ginger soup? Xiao Tian, that's fine, but why do you need 2? One should suffice if you're feeling unwell. Lucy, I'm courting a girl. She caught a cold. and I must deliver a portion to her. Xiao Tian was at a loss for words, pondering the absurdity of seeking romance without securing one's own survival first. Yet, it was none of his concern. He merely required the cups and instructed Lu Si to continue producing them. After trading 10 units of wood for 2 portions of ginger soup, he received 202 bamboo cups. Quite the consideration, even including the cups used for the ginger soup. Just as Xiao Tian finished speaking, a notification chimed in his wristband. Ding! Upon opening it, he found a message from Li Weiwei. Xiao Tian, please sell me a portion of ginger soup. I couldn't grab any. I've been drenched in rain all day and my stomach hurts terribly. Xiao Tian did not sell it, but instead sent her a portion directly. Xiao Tian, it's a gift for you. If you come across anything valuable, remember to trade with me. Not in a hurry to list more ginger soup. Xiao Tian first combined 100 units of thatch into 50 units of rope, and then clicked to upgrade the shelter. Shelter upgrade successful. Intermediate cabin, 36 square meters. Next upgrade, advanced cabin. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood, 1,000 thatch, 100 ropes. Rating, wind and rain resistant. 1 room and 1 hall, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary animals. Gazing at the newly upgraded cabin, Xiao Tian felt immense satisfaction. It had expanded to 36 square meters, now featuring a small partitioned room of 10 square meters, along with a significantly more spacious living area. The 4 windows were also shielded, propped up by 2 small wooden sticks. However, the upgrade requirements had more than doubled. Was there truly a marked difference in a higher tier? At least he no longer had to worry about having insufficient space to sleep at night. He then made his way to the corner of the living room and activated the stove. Wooden cabin component. Stove, would you like to use it? He had anticipated needing to set it up himself, but was pleasantly surprised by the intuitive design, which seamlessly integrated it into the wooden cabin's components. Use. A flash of white light illuminated a cooking stove nestled in the corner of the rear wall, crafted from stone and clay. Its surface smooth with 2 openings to accommodate 2 pots simultaneously. Beside it stood a clay chimney leading outside, a testament to the craftsmanship of nature. Both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Xiao Tian invested 35 units of thatch and 5 units of wood to procure pots and pans from the trading channel, completing his setup. Subsequently, he placed the remaining 47 cups of ginger soup on the market, opting solely for wood this time. A shout in the chat channel facilitated their swift sale. Acquiring 235 units of wood, a player remarked, "Brother, is it true? I strained myself to gather 10 units of thatch, only to find out they are now only accepting wood." Another chimed in, "Don't fret, wait a moment, more will be listed shortly." Many, like him, had only prepared thatch and found themselves unable to trade, voicing their complaints. "Shunzhan, I shall brew another pot of ginger soup here shortly. We have 200 bamboo cups. You 2 start preparing and call for me when ready." "Understood, my lord." Stepping outside, he observed Farmer E busily working in the rain, having already tended to most of the field, nearing completion. First, he established a fish pond, though modest at only 20 square meters and less than a meter deep. It bore the label, "Fish Pond Common," capable of nurturing no more than 100 units of aquatic creatures, automatically generating water, which is not for consumption. He deemed its utility limited, contemplating diverting stream water into the pond for easier access, realizing he would need to dig a channel and a reservoir for convenience. Initially intending to build a fence along the protective barrier, he calculated that it would require a minimum of 600 units of wood and 600 units of grass rope, an expense he could not afford. Furthermore, Xiao Tian wished to avoid a circular design. Reluctantly, he constructed a 200-meter-long fence stretching eastward toward the forest, precisely 100 meters from the wooden cottage, effectively demarcating the flat land of the cottage from the woods. A 3-meter-wide opening was left in the middle. This endeavor consumed 200 units of grass rope and 200 units of wood, resulting in a fence merely 5 meters high, insufficient for protection, as even an ordinary forest wolf could leap over it. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed a treasure, a blood-sucking thorn seed, exquisite one. He casually dug a hole near the gap in the fence, tossing the seed inside without watering it, instead offering a piece of raw meat. Instantly, the seed sprouted tender shoots, burrowing into the meat, which visibly vanished, while the blood-sucking thorn continued to grow, sending out tendrils in all directions. As the wolf meat disappeared, the vine had developed one main branch and two side branches, each nearly a meter long. The blood-sucking thorn exhibited considerable intelligence, recognizing its master. Gently entwining its main branch around Xiao Tian's leg and rubbing against him, seemingly seeking affection. "You little glutton, consuming a piece of meat only yields 1 meter of growth. I initially intended to trade that meat, but now that resources are plentiful, you may have it all. Just remember to seal that gap. Open it only for our own when they venture out, understood?" The blood-sucking thorn appeared to comprehend, its main branch nodding before Xiao Tian's eyes. Excited by the prospect of more meat, its leaves quivered with anticipation. Chapter 12. Let no one escape. Xiao Tian continuously cast out wolf meat, and, as the blood-sucking thorns grew longer, their feeding speed accelerated. The main branch delved deeply into the pile of meat, with all the spines voraciously consuming. Soon, 2 lateral branches sprouted, rapidly climbing along the sides of the fence. The main branch oscillated to the center opening, forming an archway and yielding more slender offshoots that dangled down like drapes. Xiao Tian refrained from extracting all the ordinary raw meat, offering only 140 units while reserving 22 units for potential valuable exchanges. The blood-sucking thorns had already climbed nearly 150 meters. As they were still within the protection period, it sufficed to extend the fence entirely before the deadline. Vigilance was paramount. If ordinary creatures were to feast, they could simply leave their fur behind, but anything of superior quality must be retained. Gently touching the main branch, Xiao Tian felt the thorns coil around his arm like a serpent, as if reluctant to let him depart. Subsequently, he retrieved a tower for arrows, intending to utilize his final enhancement opportunity on it. Enhancement successful. Acquired arrow tower, rare, 1 combat power 200, attack range 250 meters, fires once per second, arrows produced automatically. Durability 100. Skill, rapid fire, instantaneously launches 10 arrows, attack power 20, cooldown 10 minutes. He was quite pleased. Not only had his combat power increased, but the attack range had also expanded, accompanied by skill. With another enhancement available for tomorrow, he wisely opted not to cluster them together. He walked 50 meters to the left of the opening and positioned the arrow tower. With a flash of white light, a stone arrow tower, standing 10 meters tall and over 2 meters in diameter, rose before him, complete with a wooden staircase for ascent, at an elevation of 8 meters. A walkway approximately 90 centimeters wide, bordered by wooden railings, revealed that the arrow tower served not merely as a defensive weapon, but also as a lookout post, capable of accommodating several soldiers on duty. From his vantage point, the view was expansive, allowing sight of distant locales. Once the second arrow tower was established tomorrow, the vicinity of the small wooden house would receive comprehensive protection. A stream lay less than 30 meters ahead. Considering digging a trench in front of the fence would enhance the sanctuary's safety. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter, coinciding with Farmer E, who had just finished planting. "My lord, the soil here is exceptionally fertile, yet space is limited. Tomatoes and peppers, which can be harvested multiple times, occupy considerable room. 5 plants have already taken up a third of the area. I divided the excellent grade ginger into 10 portions and planted some cabbage and potatoes, but space for wheat and rice is insufficient, so they remain unplanted for now." Well done. Tender sprouts had already emerged from the ground. Xiao Tian glanced at the panel, revealing that rare plants required 3 days to mature, while excellent grade ginger needed only 24 hours. Splendid. When the extreme cold arrives, we shall have a continuous supply of ginger soup to sell. However, considering the challenges of planting in such harsh conditions, we must devise a strategy. Let us return. We are drenched and quite uncomfortable. Xiao Tian beckoned Farmer E to accompany him back to the shelter. Upon returning indoors, Guan Yi Dao and the others were busily engaged, having already prepared over 100 cups, with 2 large cauldrons boiling simultaneously. Unable to remain idle, Nong Ili stepped forward to assist. Xiao Tian recalled that he still possessed a blueprint for a toilet and decided to utilize it. Wooden house component, toilet, Do you wish to use it? Yes. He had expected that it would need to be placed externally, but to his surprise, it seamlessly integrated into the shelter. After a flash of light, a door appeared on the left side of the living room. Upon opening it, a 2-square-meter bathroom revealed itself, complete with a wooden toilet and a drainage outlet. The space was ample enough to also serve as a shower area. Thankfully, the door was not positioned on the right side, otherwise, it would have been adjacent to the bedroom, leading to unpleasant odors during the night. Master, we have exhausted all the cups. Should we continue boiling? Guani Dao inquired. Yes. Boil as many as you can. We won't be going out this afternoon. This is our sole task for the day. He then placed 200 cups of ginger soup on the market, setting the trade to allow for both thatch and wood. He subsequently traded for 200 bamboo cups with Lu Si. Without needing to announce it, many were already watching the trading channel. Within a minute, the cups had sold out. He received 1,400 thatch and 300 wood. How delightful! One batch of ginger yields 100 cups, and he could still produce another 1,300 cups. It would be difficult not to prosper. Lu Si, be quicker in your actions. I require a substantial supply of cups. Lao Gu, the quantity is not an issue, but I've been trudging through the rain to cut bamboo, which is quite arduous. Could you possibly raise the price a bit? After considering Lu Si's words, Xiao Tian found them reasonable. To motivate the workers, one must ensure they are well fed. He himself was not overly concerned about the resources at hand. How about this? For every 100 cups, I will add 10 units of thatch. What do you think? At this moment, Lu Si, glancing at the chat messages, contemplated asking for more, but feared that Xiao Tian might seek other suppliers. He knew this resource was easily obtainable by others. After much deliberation, he sent a message to Xiao Tian. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Opening the chat channel, he saw 009527, in need of blueprints, summoning orders, and unique items. Please private message if interested. 000001 9527. You vampire, only exploiting your fellow beings. Why won't you distribute the resources? How many lives have you harmed? Seeing this absurd comment ignited a surge of indignation within him, and he was prepared to unleash a tirade, only to find that many had already responded. 006666. To the one above, you imbecile, with your head filled with nonsense. Why don't you share your resources instead of constantly seeking to benefit at others' expense? 044444. To the one above, you fool, I'm starving now. Share your food with me. 077007. I suspect he belongs to a group of the intellectually challenged. Let us not spare him. 008787. Woe is me. He deceived me out of several materials, claiming we would share, and not a single one was returned. Before Xiao Tian could voice his thoughts, several friends had already taken the initiative to retaliate, followed by an avalanche of curses from countless others, including several victims of deception, who were berating the instigator to the point of near despair. They are all ungrateful, preferring to defend this parasitic capitalist. I shall reveal his true nature to you all. Chapter 13. The family searching ring number 1 was on the verge of exasperation, having just produced a batch of toilet paper, initially hoping to profit, but now finding himself at odds with 9,527. He produced a staggering 100 rolls, depleting all his resources, and listed them for sale. 000001. Today, I shall unveil the true nature of capitalists. I have just listed 1,000 rolls of toilet paper at a price that is merely half of what 9527 is charging. Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, only to discover that his rolls had barely sold, with over 900 still remaining. He swiftly delisted and relisted them, now priced at 1 unit of straw for every 5 rolls. He had little desire to sell these resources. Rather, he sought to build a reputable name for himself. 009527. Massive clearance sale. 5 rolls of toilet paper for 1 unit of straw. 044444. What a grand vision. This is the caliber of a true magnate. Thanks for the generous offer. The toilet paper was rapidly snatched up, and the chat channel was filled with praises for Xiao Tian. In contrast, number 1, who had anticipated a lucrative venture, found himself selling not a single roll, and now faced the dire reality of lacking even firewood. After a while, Lu Si initiated a trade, delivering 400 bamboo cups to Guani Dao. It was then that Xiao Tian glanced at the plethora of friend requests, filtering out the freeloaders. Many individuals were eager to trade, and he added each as a friend, perusing their offerings one by one. The first was his old acquaintance, Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei, bedding set blueprint permanent 1, 5 repair stones, a vegetable greenhouse fine 1. Xiao, what do you think of these 3? You decide. Xiao Tian couldn't help but wonder if Li Weiwei was perhaps the illegitimate daughter of the heavens, consistently presenting an array of blueprints. The first 2 items were indeed essential, and thus easy to price, but the vegetable greenhouse was a rare commodity. Once the protection period expired, the harsh cold would set in, making it hard to part with. Xiao Tian, with the extreme cold approaching, this greenhouse holds significant value. Why don't you utilize it yourself? Li Weiwei, I have no interest in gardening. I prefer wandering about, occasionally stumbling upon treasure chests. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. Did she even realize the absurdity of her words? It had taken him 2 days to find 3 chests, yet she claimed to find them occasionally. Xiao Tian, how about 1,000 units of straw? He didn't wish to take advantage. These were items he desperately needed. The price was not insignificant, yet some things are not easily acquired. Li Weiwei, dealing with you is always straightforward. No problem at all. Unlike some scoundrels who constantly try to deceive me, I will only trade good items with you from now on. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Tian continued to peruse. Wang Chu, 1 basement ordinary and 1 farmland fine. Do you want them? Xiao Tian, brother, you've arrived. Yes, I want them all. What do you wish to exchange? Who is your brother? Wang Chu gritted his teeth, his anger evident, fists clenching audibly, with a tiger carcass lying behind him. After a moment, he replied, Wang Chu, 200. Xiao Tian stared at the message, bewildered. 200 wood? That is acceptable. Xiao Tian, so 200 wood, right? No problem. Let us proceed with the trade. Wang Chu looked at the trade window with confusion, mechanically placing the items up for exchange. Xiao Tian had already shelved 200 units of wood. After the transaction was complete, Wang Chu regained his senses, realizing that he seemed to desire 200 units of straw, not expecting Xiao Tian to be so generous. Given your remarkable generosity, I shall forgive you. Brothers will be brothers. Xiao Tian, who was radiating joy, remained blissfully unaware that a certain brother had just scolded him, only to then forgive him. There were plenty of good items, and, as the last piece of information remained, he spent all his straw and wood, acquiring 3 plots of ordinary farmland. 1 ordinary summoning order, 1 ordinary mysterious fruit, a permanent ordinary leather armor crafting blueprint, 20 units of iron blocks, a kerosene lamp, and an ordinary space expansion scroll. However, there was more to be had. Some individuals asked for exorbitant prices, and Xiao Tian, naturally, did not wish to be taken advantage of. Upon opening the final piece of information, he was stunned, not only by the existence of such an item, but also by the price quoted by the seller. Linming, family search ring rare, special one-time item. Do you want it? For 1,000 units of straw, 2,000 units of wood. Family search ring, rare, special one-time item. Can locate close relatives within the area. Upon successful discovery, you can add them as friends and trade 1 type of resource daily, with a maximum quantity of 99. Note, ordinary level detection range is 500 kilometers, refined level is 5,000 kilometers, rare level can detect the entire area. Distinguished level can detect within 100 subregions of the area, epic level can detect within 100 mid-regions of a large area, and legendary level can detect the entire slaughter continent. This is actually a tool specifically designed for locating family members, and it is a one-time use item. Xiao Tian was astonished. Even more shocking were the subsequent notes. It turned out that a large area contained 100 mid-regions, each mid-region housing 100 segments of approximately 100,000 people like him. Beyond that, there were likely several large areas. Considering Blue Star's nearly 10 billion population, there should be around 10 large areas. It would be impossible not to feel tempted, knowing his talent. He could at least enhance it to distinguished level, significantly increasing the probability of finding his parents. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a middle-aged woman held a small girl in her arms, helplessly sitting on the ground. The girl's face was flushed, and she had already lost her senses. The woman desperately tried to shield the girl from the rain. Her eyes reddened, her face indistinguishable from rainwater or tears. She murmured, "Lin Lin, please wake up. Don't scare Mommy. Xiao Tian, where are you?" Suddenly, Xiao Tian felt a wave of inexplicable anxiety wash over him. A deep longing for the family search ring. Yet, the price was clearly intended to swindle him. He was not foolish. Thus, he replied, "The item is good, but let us have the price. I'll take it." Xiao Tian thought that the price he was offering was already quite substantial. Even if he had no trouble selling ginger soup now, he felt a pang of regret. 2,000 units of straw and 1,000 units of wood could already upgrade to a high-level wooden house. Ding! Xiao Tian opened the information, eagerly contemplating how he would contact his parents the next day, only to be infuriated upon seeing the details. Chapter 14. A grudge. Lin Meng thought to himself. What naive notion. The price has risen. It now stands at 4,000 units of thatch and 3,000 units of wood. Whether you desire it or not, the price may escalate further. At that moment, Xiao Tian felt a surge of uncontainable rage, believing Lin Meng had him completely in his grasp. Lin Meng was standing in a thatched hut, wearing a cold, sinister smile, his visage marred by a scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to his jaw, rendering him quite terrifying. Lin Meng was a death row inmate, having committed multiple offenses including burglary, sexual assault, and murder. He had only recently been apprehended and was awaiting sentencing, with the death penalty all but assured. However, fate had dealt him an unexpected hand, allowing him to escape his grim fate through an otherworldly occurrence. With his fearless disposition, he found himself surprisingly at ease in this new environment. Not only had he slain a few wild wolves, but he also fortuitously discovered a silver treasure chest, which yielded a rare broadsword and this precious family-finding ring. He had no intention of using it to locate his wife, a woman whose face he had grown weary of. Otherwise, he would not have committed such heinous acts. Instead, he had set his sights on Xiao Tian, planning to extort a significant sum from him. Just you wait. I remain unconvinced that I cannot manipulate you. Once you respond, I shall raise the price. Hiv hiv. A low, mocking chuckle escaped his lips. Xiao Tian replied, "You overestimate yourself. I will offer you an additional 500. Either accept the trade or let it rot." Ding! Lin Meng heard the sound of his wristband and felt a surge of joy. It's here. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. A sudden realization struck him. This fellow must indeed desire the goods, for he possessed the most resources in the area. The ability to negotiate indicated he likely had relatives to find, almost causing Lin Meng to falter. It's impossible. The current price is 5,000 units of thatch and 4,000 units of wood. Whether you want it or not, I have already been contacted by others. I refuse to sell for less than this. He swallowed hard, anxiety creeping in as he feared that his exorbitant demands might scare the buyer away. Bang! A fist crashed down onto the crafting table, creating a thunderous noise. "Damn it!" Xiao Tian exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "My lord, what has transpired?" Guan Dao and the others hurriedly inquired. Xiao Tian recounted the events, and the others were instantly incensed, drawing their weapons and clamoring for revenge. "All right, we cannot locate him now. It falls upon you to endure this." "This item is of utmost importance to me," Xiao Tian said, his expression filled with remorse, genuinely not viewing them as mere subordinates. "There is no need for such sentiments, my lord. We understand and will endeavor to brew the ginger soup as swiftly as possible." The three replied, their loyalty increasing by a point. After calming himself, Xiao Tian sent another message. "Dream on. This is your final opportunity. 3,000 units of thatch and 2,000 units of wood. Aside from me, I doubt anyone else in this area can afford it." Upon reading Xiao Tian's message, Lin Meng's fury ignited. He kicked a nearby table aside, spewing forth a torrent of expletives. "Whether you want it or not, I will not sell for less than this price. I shall negotiate with others." Lin Meng felt a pang of panic. He understood that aside from Xiao Tian, no one else could afford his demands. Yet, the gambler within him compelled him to take one last risk. Xiao Tian felt a surge of anxiety as he perceived the information, his heart racing with an escalating sense of urgency, as if missing out on this ring would mean losing something of utmost significance. Both he and Lin Meng found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Beads of cold sweat trickling down, fists clenched tightly, wagering on the possibility of the other yielding. Although Xiao Tian had considered enlisting Li Weiwei's assistance, he recognized Lin Meng's cunning nature. Should anyone contact him suddenly, he would undoubtedly suspect Xiao Tian's intentions. Such awareness of Xiao Tian's desperation for the ring would likely place him at a disadvantage. Thus, the two remained silent for an entire hour, not uttering a word. Guan Yidao and his companions exchanged worried glances, their animosity towards Lin Meng simmering, contemplating the day they would finally confront him. Xiao Tian, on numerous occasions, felt the urge to send a message, but restrained himself, the overwhelming dread almost suffocating, leading his thoughts astray. Who could be in trouble? Was it his father, mother, or sister? Ultimately, the longing to find his family overwhelmed his rationality, compelling him to send a message. Xiao Tian, I am. Ding! A smile broke across Xiao Tian's face, realizing he had won the gamble. His opponent was also in a state of panic. Lin Meng, add 500 wooden planks, and I'll sell it. If you refuse, I won't sell it at all. At that moment, Lin Meng was in a sheer frenzy, terrified that Xiao Tian might abandon the deal, nervously rubbing his hands together, sweat soaking his clothes, clearly having struggled for quite some time. Xiao Tian, no. It's 3,000 straw and 2,000 wood. That is my final offer. Since Lin Meng had initiated contact, a smile had remained on Xiao Tian's face, confidence surging within him. Bang! Lin Meng's fist slammed against the wall, nearly dismantling the small wooden cabin. Gritting his teeth, he sent a message. Lin Meng, fine, I agree. Xiao Tian, you want tea back out, will you? Lin Meng, no, I'm a man of my word. This is the price, and at 1 tea change. Xiao Tian raised his fist weakly, yearning to strike Lin Meng right in the face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his heart, and he couldn't suppress a groan, pressing his palm firmly against his chest. Who could be in trouble? Fearing a change of heart, Xiao Tian hastily sent another message. Xiao Tian, wait for me. I'll gather the supplies, and then we'll trade. His heart ached, realizing that he had lost an entire 700 cups of ginger soup, leaving him only able to upgrade to a higher tier of the small wooden cabin. Clicking on Lucy's profile, Xiao Tian messaged, Lucy, I need a total of 1,300 bamboo cups, as quickly as possible. Lucy stared at the message for a moment, contemplating how many bamboo stalks he would need to chop. With only a stone axe, it would be a grueling task. Lucy, bro, you're my real brother. For 1,300 bamboo cups, I'll need about 100 bamboo stalks. With this stone axe, I'll be at it until the year of the monkey. Without a second thought, Xiao Tian sent over his nearly depleted iron axe, excellent quality. Xiao Tian, I'm gifting this to you. Just find a repair stone before its last bit of durability runs out, and trade the bamboo cups before nightfall. Lucy, in disbelief, gazed at the iron axe in his hands, saliva pooling in his mouth, astonished that Xiao Tian had casually gifted him such an exquisite weapon. Lucy, from now on, you are my true brother. I promise to complete the task. After Xiao Tian arranged over 100 cups of ginger soup he had just prepared, the two engaged in a lengthy confrontation. Feeling flustered and with his head buzzing, he stepped out of the small wooden cabin for a breath of fresh air. To his surprise, he found that a heavy rain had begun to fall outside. Weather time, Killing Continent Year 1, January 2nd, 1636. 1 hour and 24 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 1422. Weather, heavy rain transitioning to torrential downpour. The rain intensified, creating a mist that obscured visibility. He could barely discern the outlines of the surrounding fence. Shield Mountain, carrying a large pot, was about to fetch water when Xiao Tian stopped him, saying, "Let me collect some rainwater." Opening the interface, he saw rainwater, unpolluted rainwater, exceptionally clean, safe for direct consumption. Excellent. The quality of this water surpasses that of creek water. Collecting rainwater will suffice. Xiao Tian accessed the trading channel and searched for containers. He discovered a vendor selling wooden barrels, with a considerable stock available, indicating that many had likely acquired the blueprint. Fortune smiled upon those who were lucky. A single wooden barrel was priced at only 2 pieces of wood, quite affordable. Xiao Tian spent his remaining 16 units of wood to purchase 8 10-liter barrels, which he placed under the eaves to collect water. Thus, his supply of thatch and wood was nearly depleted, but food remained plentiful, and he still had numerous unused items. All that was left to do was patiently await the completion of the transaction. Chapter 15. The Heart Bleeds the Space Expansion Volume, Common, which adds 10 storage slots after use, is indeed a splendid item. However, its current application feels excessively wasteful. It would be prudent to reserve it for enhancement tomorrow. The Basement Common Shelter component, upon activation, generates a subterranean space measuring 2 meters in height and 9 square meters in area. Given its limited dimensions and the impending harsh winter, fortification is essential, for one can never predict when it may become a lifeline. The Vegetable Greenhouse, Fine, expands to cover 100 square meters of farmland, maintaining an indoor temperature 15 degrees higher than the outside. Unquestionably, this is an indispensable tool for frigid weather. Should it yield a bountiful harvest, one might even prosper during the extreme cold. Enhancement is a necessity. Having surveyed the items, Xiao Tian yearned to enhance everything, not to mention the black iron chest awaiting fortification. Thus, he decided to utilize some items that did not require enhancement. The kerosene lamp, Common, operates on either kerosene or grease, illuminating a radius of 25 meters, with 1 unit of fuel lasting 12 hours. It proves practical, eliminating the need to rely on the feeble glow of the stove at night. Regrettably, the fuel provided is only sufficient for a mere 12 hours. Next, he employed the blueprints for a 4-piece clothing set and a 3-piece bedding set at the crafting table. The clothing set, made from leather, fabric, or silk, consumes 1 unit of material per item. This felt a bit unfair. While he could tolerate the consumption for the shirt and pants, why should the undergarments also require a unit? Is it designed for 10 layers or 8? Surely, they wouldn't fear becoming odorous. Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian expended 4 units of wolf fur and clicked to create. Men S or Women S, prompted the system. Note, one size fits all, adjusting automatically upon wearing. This was not quite what he had anticipated. Men S it is. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of the 4-piece set at the crafting table. To his surprise, both the shirt and pants included a summer and a winter version, while the shoes were unexpectedly thick and soft, resembling layered cushions. The undergarments are not a single piece, but rather 3. However, the color remained unchanged. The finished product retained the hue of the fur used. In total, for units yielded 8 items, revealing his earlier misconceptions. He returned to his bedroom, changed out of his damp attire, and donned the summer outfit, which fit perfectly and felt comfortable and breathable. Such splendid items should not be hoarded. He had 22 units of wolf fur remaining, so he produced 3 additional sets, leaving him with 12 units of wolf fur. This was just enough to create 3 sets of bedding and pillows, though he lacked thatch for now, necessitating a later assembly alongside the bed. Uncle Guan, come over and change your clothes. Everyone is soaked. It's quite uncomfortable working like this. The 3 changed into fresh garments, their spirits noticeably lifted. After a brief respite, they resumed their industrious efforts. Xiao Tian continuously stocked ginger soup, while Lu Si occasionally traded for bamboo cups, and Guan Yidao's trio produced the ginger soup in abundance. Finally, as dusk approached at 6 in the evening, they sold out all the ginger soup just as a torrential downpour began outside. Many still resided in thatched huts, and the ginger soup was in high demand. With numerous inquiries for purchases, alas, they were out of ginger. Lu Si, brother, do you still need bamboo cups? Lu Si, having profited modestly from providing bamboo cups to Xiao Tian, was optimistic that with a bit more effort, he could soon reside in a charming wooden cabin. Xiao Tian, go ahead, let us make a deal tomorrow. Produce 1,000 of them first. Lu Si, absolutely, brother. The thought that Xiao Tian still required his bamboo cups filled him with joy. He understood that this business would not endure indefinitely, but earning a little more would suffice. 1,300 cups of ginger soup exchanged for 6,000 bundles of thatch and 3,000 pieces of wood. Alas, in the next moment, it would belong to another. Eagerly, He sought out Lin Meng and sent a message. Xiao Tian, transaction. Without awaiting a response, he listed 3,000 bundles of thatch and 2,000 pieces of wood. Lin Meng knew that the other party would surely despise him for this, yet he said nothing further. After confirming the details, he listed the family ring for sale. Once Xiao Tian assured that there were no mistakes, he clicked to confirm. He received one rare family ring, while losing 3,000 bundles of thatch and 2,000 pieces of wood. His heart ached. This could have been his ticket to ascendancy. Yet Xiao Tian felt no regret. This item was equally vital to him. Should it fall into the hands of another, there was no guarantee it would be available for purchase again. The thought of missing out was unbearable. He intended to use it immediately, but alas, his enhancement attempts had been exhausted. Rare items could only be searched for within the current region, and if his parents were not in this area, it would be lost. He would have to wait until after midnight for the attempts to refresh. This was the safest course of action. Xiao Tian pondered. Should he be fortunate enough to locate his parents, he would ensure they received life-saving supplies at once. If he upgraded the shelter without sufficient basic resources, other items would prove ineffective. A plan must be devised. "My lord, we have completed our tasks. What shall we do next?" asked the trio from Guan Yidao as they approached. Xiao Tian glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until dusk, and the rain had begun to lighten, improving visibility. "Uncle Guan, take these 2 repair stones and fix the weapons and leather armor. Then, make a round to survey the area and return before nightfall. Naomi, please check on the fields. After a day of heavy rain, I'm concerned about the crops. As for Shudian, there are only 2 raincoats left. You should keep them in the house while I craft the newly acquired shield." Xiao Tian approached the crafting table, retrieved the blueprint, and clicked to use it. "Shield, fine blueprint. One-time use. Would you like to proceed? Requires 2 pieces of wood and 5 iron blocks. Use." A flash of white light enveloped the table, and a luminous orb materialized before him. Xiao Tian picked it up to examine it. Iron-spiked shield, fine, combat power, 20 durability, 100 evaluation, standing at 1.5 meters high and 0.8 meters wide, weighing 30 pounds. Its surface is adorned with iron spikes, granting it extraordinary defensive capabilities. It disregards attacks from fine-level enemies, and the spikes lend an offensive quality during shield bashes. The crafting table was remarkably user-friendly. Fortunately, it did not manifest the item immediately, or Xiao Tian would have struggled to lift it. He turned to Shudian to see if it suited him. Xiao Tian handed over the luminous orb, and Shudian promptly activated it. A massive iron shield, bristling with iron spikes, materialized in Shudian's grasp. He swung it lightly, feeling exceedingly satisfied with its weight. "Thank you, my lord. This weight is just right. With this shield, I can better protect you. As long as it fits, let's set it aside for now. I will produce the bed and bedding while you tidy up." Seeing that there are no tools available for use, Xiao Tian has no choice but to sell a portion of the food. Otherwise, he won't be able to upgrade the shelter even after crafting a few wooden beds today. Chapter 16. White and large. Upon accessing the trading channel, Xiao Tian listed all 22 remaining units of ordinary raw meat for sale. He exchanged 5 units of wood for 1 transaction and immediately sent a message in the chat channel. 009527. Raw meat, excellent. Only for blueprints or items, limited quantity. The moment the message was sent, it sparked a frenzy. While others were still struggling for food, he was already selling exquisite meat. 006767. Big boss. I'll dance for you. I've sent the video. Please give me a piece. 005151. Step aside, the big boss is mine. Brother, I'll be your girlfriend. Please give me a piece. 098557. The big boss is truly remarkable. I'm still on the ground scavenging ants, yet he has rare meat to spare. 052095. Brother, may I trade a piece for some original black stockings? The picture has been sent. The notifications from friends rang incessantly, but Xiao Tian disregarded the chat channel, opting instead to filter out the freeloaders. The first message he opened was from 052095. It contained no words, only an image. Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian clicked to view it. These black stockings are both alluring and ample. He silently saved the image before clicking to decline the offer. Unexpectedly, the next message was a video sent by the technician's sister. Instinctively, he clicked to open it. This pole dance is incredibly seductive. No, I must not watch any longer. It disrupts my focus. Oof. This man, so contradictory, saved the video, yet offered nothing in return. The technician's sister was left fuming. Although selling her body was somewhat disreputable, it had garnered her many resources that helped her survive. Yet, she persistently faced setbacks with 95-27. Bystander, hey, fertilizer, rare 3. I wish to exchange for 10 units of excellent meat. Xiao Tian was left speechless. What nonsense is this? 3 units? Take it or leave it. Bystander, no way. This is rare fertilizer, procured from the dung of a rare tiger, and it should at least be worth 6 units. Xiao Tian, then you may savor it slowly. Bystander, big boss, could you add a bit more? 3 units is too little. Xiao Tian, I'll throw in 100 units of straw. Take it or leave it. After a round of haggling, the other party ultimately relented. Fertilizer, rare. Each unit can cover 1 square meter of farmland, accelerating growth by 12 hours. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a treasure. This meant the ginger would mature by the following morning, and Xiao Tian's mind began to formulate a plan to assist his parents. Li Weiwei, summoning order, excellent. Brother Xiao, do you need it? Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, secretly lamenting. How can she consistently acquire such fine items? What luck you have. The summoning order is quite precious. Do you not require it for yourself? Li Weiwei, I did use it. This afternoon, I opened 2 chests and consumed a rare one, summoning a stunning young lady. She was formidable, wielding a spear and effortlessly dispatching a horde of wild boars. He realized further communication was futile, otherwise he would succumb to despondency. After a day of toil, he felt less accomplished than those who merely strolled outside. Xiao Tian, how much do you wish to exchange? Li Weiwei, would 4 units suffice? My sister is quite accommodating, especially when it comes to food. I fear it may not be enough if it is less. Given that it falls below Xiao Tian's psychological price, the transaction proceeds smoothly. The next individual, however, takes Xiao Tian by surprise. Wu Ming, Black Iron Treasure Chest, my friend. What do you think? People are trading treasure chests, which seems to have opened a new realm for Xiao Tian, igniting fresh ideas that he plans to explore shortly. Xiao Tian, why don't you open it yourself, naked brother? Wu Ming, my name is Wu Ming, not naked brother. I don't wish to trade, but I find myself destitute, lacking even a change of clothes. After painstakingly upgrading to a small wooden house, if I do not exchange for food, I shall starve tonight. I do not wish to gamble. Should it prove worthless, I will not survive the night. Xiao Tian, 2 units? Wu Ming, that works. It is certainly adequate. At the very least, it ensures my meal for tomorrow. Subsequently, he traded 11 units of raw meat, superior, for farmland, superior, breeding ground, ordinary, vegetable greenhouse, ordinary, slaughterhouse, superior, and mill, ordinary. Xiao Tian felt somewhat perplexed. If both flora and fauna could be directly dismantled, why were there still slaughterhouses and mills? He speculated that perhaps he would need to undertake many tasks himself in the future. With the remaining 8 units of superior raw meat, Xiao Tian decided to experiment according to his own ideas, listing 2 units of raw meat, superior, for trade against the Black Iron Treasure Chest and 4 units of raw meat, superior, for the Bronze Treasure Chest. Should he succeed, the opportunity to acquire valuable items would significantly increase. As for wooden boxes, he held little regard for them. 009527. The trading channel has listed superior raw meat for exchange for treasure chests. Having made his declaration, Xiao Tian paid it no further mind. At that moment, the ordinary meat had also sold out, resulting in 110 units of wood acquired. He set aside the items he would not need for the time being into his storage box and utilized the crafting table to create 3 wooden beds and 3 sets of bedding. After instructing Shun Shan to arrange everything, he seized the last rays of sunlight to head towards the farmland. For the first field, he decided to use the 3 units of fertilizer on the ginger, ensuring to collect it upon waking the following day. Once completed, he would return to prepare a meal. After speaking, He made his way towards the enclosure, approaching the blood-sucking thorn. Upon sensing Xiao Tian's presence, the main branch slithered towards him like a serpent. Intimately entwining around him, Xiao Tian noticed that in the span of an afternoon, the secondary branches had grown several meters. Suddenly, one of the secondary branches surged towards him, seemingly entangling something within its grasp. Chapter 17. The treasure-seeking mouse. Upon approaching, it became evident that one creature was a rabbit and the other an unfamiliar animal. Big-eared rabbit. Quality, level 1 experience, 300 combat power, 115 gluttonous, timid, suitable for breeding status, unconscious, treasure-seeking mouse, rare, can be tamed. Level 2 experience, 500 combat power, 215 proficient in locating treasure chests, artifacts, and minerals. Character, timid, low combat power status, unconscious. Without examining the status panels, Xiao Tian found it difficult to associate the rabbit and mouse together. The big-eared rabbit weighed nearly 30 pounds, its long ears drooping down, measuring about 20 centimeters. In contrast, the treasure-seeking mouse had forelimbs considerably shorter than its hind limbs, resembling a human in its bipedal gait, with two prominent ears atop its head, approximately the size of Xiao Tian's palm. Unexpectedly, the blood-sucking thorn was quite clever, indeed only preying upon ordinary animals. Just as the breeding farm opened, Xiao Tian manifested it beside the fish pond. Breeding farm, common, capable of breeding ordinary animals and certain small quality animals. The breeding farm spanned 200 square meters, with half of it covered, making it the largest structure in the sanctuary. Whether the big-eared rabbit counted as one of the small quality animals remained uncertain. After tossing the big-eared rabbit into the enclosure, an iron fence suddenly appeared, partitioning off a 10 square meter space and securing the rabbit within. The rabbit promptly regained consciousness, lying obediently in its compartment. Big-eared rabbit. Quality, 1 pregnant, producing in 3 days. Tamed. How advanced this is, surpassing modern standards. It seems that merely providing food will suffice. At that moment, Nong Yi returned from the fields. Nong Yi, remember to feed this little rabbit daily. Let us start with some grass. My lord, I am back. As Xiao Tian finished speaking, Guan Yidao appeared outside the enclosure, shouldering the carcass of an animal. Bang! My lord, I have patrolled the area and found nothing unusual. On my way back, I stumbled upon a dead bear, likely shot by the arrow tower, about 200 meters away. I almost missed it, Guan Yidao recounted vividly. Since the deceased animal bore no visible information, Xiao Tian proceeded to dismantle it. He acquired bear skin, rare, 1 bear paw, rare, 2 raw meat, rare, 6 wow. The arrow tower is formidable, even taking down a rare creature. What a fortunate find. Ha! Uncle Guan, it's fortunate you spotted it. This is rare indeed. And we shall feast tonight. Both Guan Yidao and Nong Yi expressed their delight. Subsequently, Xiao Tian carried the treasure-seeking mouse along with the 2 men back to the sanctuary. At this moment, Dunshan had already arranged the wooden beds and bedding. 3 wooden beds were neatly positioned in the room, each separated by 30 centimeters. You 3 can choose your spots tonight. You shall have a good night's sleep. Nong Yi, here are the 4 pieces of rare meat for you, along with the mushrooms and fungus. I have placed them in the storage cabinet, so help yourself. After eating, we must retire early. Xiao Tian felt a movement in his hand and looked down to find that the treasure-seeking mouse had awakened, struggling and suddenly attempting to bite his hand. You little rascal, dare you? With a decisive shout, Guan Yi grasped the treasure-seeking mouse by its head. Wait, Xiao Tian interjected hastily. If you act too quickly, the mouse's head will be lost. Uncle Guan, this creature is a treasure. It can locate mines, treasures, and treasure chests. I wish to tame it, and I ask for your cooperation. Xiao Tian looked at the treasure-seeking mouse, which trembled in fear, terrified that its head would be crushed in the next moment. Little one, do you wish to submit? I promise you a life of luxury and abundance. Chirp, chirp, the treasure-seeking mouse submits to you. Do you wish to tame it? Taming successful. Treasure-seeking mouse, rare, ownership, Xiao Tian loyalty, 60 combat power, 215 skills, sound discrimination, capable of detecting sound within a 10-mile radius, aromatic sense, able to smell minerals, treasures, and treasure chests within a 10-mile radius. Evaluation: low combat power, yet invaluable auxiliary companion. Ah, truly a gem, Xiao Tian exclaimed, grinning widely as he set the mouse down and produced a handful of nuts, placing them before it. Chirp chirp, the treasure-seeking mouse sniffed and happily began to eat, its long tail wagging like that of a dog. Loyalty increased by 5. Xiao Tian combined 200 stalks of straw into 100 ropes and decided to upgrade the shelter, curious about the changes that a higher-level wooden house would bring. Do you wish to upgrade the shelter? Consuming straw 1,000, wood 1,000, grass rope 100 upgrade. As the ground trembled beneath him, it felt as if a spell of paralysis had been cast upon everyone present. The treasure-seeking mouse continued munching. While the living room stretched endlessly, the ceiling soared higher, a layer of wooden planks appeared overhead, and another door emerged on the right. A wooden staircase appeared between the two rooms, extending upwards. Boom! With a thunderous sound, upgrade complete. Shelter: advanced wooden house next level. Stone house, low level. Upgrade requirements: stone house blueprint, wood 500, stone 500, iron blocks 100. Area of 1 floor, 60 square meters, 2 rooms and 1 hall. Area of 2 floors, 40 square meters, 1 room and 1 hall. Evaluation: comfortable, spacious, equipped with a fence, capable of repelling beasts of rare grade and below. Xiao Tian couldn't help but be astonished by the transformation. He had not anticipated the emergence of a 2-story wooden house. The living room expanded to nearly 25 square meters, and each room boasted 15 square meters, capable of accommodating 2 inhabitants each. Curiously, he ascended the staircase to discover a small living room connected to a balcony, empty and awaiting the owner's personal touch. The master bedroom was expansive, measuring a generous 20 square meters, with 2 windows allowing for a refreshing cross breeze, and the wooden walls were nearly twice as thick, resulting in a slight increase in warmth. Master, the meal is ready. Please come down to dine. Xiao Tian heard Nongyi's call. The meal was bountiful, featuring not only wood ear mushrooms and fungi, but also a delightful dessert of berries. The group quickly finished their meal, leaving no remnants behind. Their plates nearly licked clean, not from hunger, but due to the irresistible allure of the rare-grade meat. Once again, Guan Yi saw only a slight increase in combat power. Shide Mountain gained 2 points, while Nong Yi and Xiao Tian each received an increase of 5 points. My lord, my combat power has ascended to the pinnacle of rarity. In the future, I shall only require ordinary sustenance to avoid waste, Guan Yi Dao remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian opened the panel to inspect. Chapter 18. Epic Special Item, Blade of the Closed One, Rare, Owner, Xiao Tian Level, 1 Experience, 42 300 Loyalty, 93 Combat Power, 425, 300, 100, 25. Hint, can break through stamina, 100 skills. Equipment. Unbeknownst to him, the loyalty of the Blade of the Closed One had reached 93. The combat power indicated a potential breakthrough. Yet there was no clue regarding the means to achieve it. Only a gradual exploration lay ahead. Xiao Tian opened the Weather Time tab. Kill Zone, Year 1, January 2nd. 1955, 12 hours and 05 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 12:18 weather. Torrential rain. The night was interminably long. Daylight was a mere 10 hours. And now a heavy downpour had commenced, causing a noticeable drop in temperature. It seemed imperative to procure a fireplace. Otherwise, residing on the 2nd floor would become increasingly frigid. As the others finished their meal, Xiao Tian spoke. Since everyone is satisfied, let us tidy up and take turns freshening up. Water is abundant, so make the most of it. Today, the downstairs rooms were allocated to Uncle Guan and Shun Shan, while Nong Yi would share a room with them. This arrangement was merely temporary, as more companions were expected soon. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Tian located his wooden bed and 4-piece bedding set, stowing them away before ascending to the 2nd floor to arrange them in his room. He then crafted several stools to place both upstairs and downstairs for everyone's convenience. Time passed swiftly, and by the time the 4 had completed their ablutions, it was already 9:30. After a long day of exertion, they began to rest. Xiao Tian had intentionally set an alarm for midnight on his wristband, his heart yearning to connect with his parents. Sleep eluded him, disturbed by the incessant drumming of the rain throughout the night. Ding! The alarm rang, prompting him to open his eyes instantly. Sitting up abruptly, his first action was to retrieve the family-seeking ring. Buddha, Taishan Lao Jun, Jesus, Satan, may you bless me and let the spirit of Blue Star guide me. He activated his talent for an upgrade. Unbeknownst to him, a faint blue light emanating from his chest suddenly intensified several-fold before dimming once more. Enhancement successful. Family-seeking ring. Epic. Special item upgradable. Upgrade conditions. Space Gem X 100 skills. Can teleport to the vicinity of relatives. Duration of 1 day. Cooldown time of 7 days. Can locate all relatives within a large area. Upon successful discovery, a group chat can be established. One type of resource can be traded daily, with a maximum quantity of 99. Hint: ordinary level detection range, 500 kilometers. Refined level detection range, 5,000 kilometers. Rare level detection range, entire area. Exceptional level detection range, 100 sub-areas within a medium area. Epic level detection range, 100 sub-areas within a large area. Legendary level detection range, entire kill zone. Ha ha ha, he could hardly believe it. He had advanced 2 levels and transformed it into a fixed item. This skill was astonishing, transcending distance, and the item could continue to upgrade. A large area conservatively estimated to house a population of 1 billion. He was certain he could reach his parents. As thoughts of his parents flooded his mind, Xiao Tian swiftly retrieved the family-seeking ring and slipped it onto his finger. Family-seeking ring, a unique artifact, requires binding. Once bound, it cannot be dropped, traded, or worn down. He had not anticipated the necessity of such a procedure. Binding. Binding successful. He opened the family-seeking ring interface, which displayed only one function for the time being: search. Upon activating it, the interface spun like a radar. After approximately half an hour, a notification finally appeared. No relatives found in this area. Initiating cross-region search. Estimated time, 8 hours. Faced with this message, Xiao Tian could only helplessly close the interface, surrendering to fatigue as he gradually succumbed to slumber. With the dawn of a new day, Xiao Tian awoke, humming a cheerful tune as he descended the staircase. With less than an hour remaining until the search concluded, the prospect of reconnecting with his parents lifted his spirits. "Master, what brings you such joy?" inquired Guan Yidao and his companions, who had already risen and were observing Xiao Tian's descent with smiles on their faces. Xiao Tian shared the details of the family-seeking ring with them. "Congratulations, Master. You shall undoubtedly succeed in finding your parents," they exclaimed. "You may resume your tasks. The rain has ceased. Guan Shu, please take Shield Mountain to patrol the territory. Nangi, check on the ginger harvest." Just as Nangi stepped outside, a voice called out, "Master, come and see. A new fence has appeared." Promptly responding, Xiao Tian rushed outside to find that a wooden fence had encircled the small wooden house, with a quaint wooden archway at the front, creating an independent courtyard. The eaves of the first floor had extended outward by a meter, forming a corridor. He had not realized this change due to last night's heavy rain. "It's nothing. This was generated by last night's upgrade of the shelter. You may continue your work." Xiao Tian reassured Nangi before returning indoors. First, he activated his wristband to review yesterday's transactions. 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. "I can't believe it really happened. Though I lack the fortune to find chests, I can certainly purchase them. Someone else's good fortune is my own." He placed the 2 black iron chests in a corner, knowing that he had only 5 enhancement opportunities each day, and the 4 black iron chests would remain there gathering dust. He then retrieved the bronze chest and activated his enhancement talent. Enhancement successful. He obtained a silver chest. Opening it, he discovered 20 iron blocks, 5 space gems, 1 rare well, and 1 extraordinary summoning token. Gazing at the summoning token in his hand, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile broadly. He knew that Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain, though merely rare grade, could already hold their own in the forest. With this extraordinary grade, he could surely carve a path from the east to the west. However, he needed to contact his parents if their situation was dire. This summoning token could serve as their best assurance of safety. He then examined the well. Well, Rare produces 10 liters of water, excellent, daily, when consumed. It alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Produces 1 liter of water, rare, daily. Prolonged consumption can enhance physical fitness. Every 7 days, a drop of spiritual dew can be produced, which can be utilized to enhance quality. Xiao Tian stepped out of the wooden cabin and found a secluded corner in the courtyard to release the water well. A flash of white light illuminated the area, and a miniature well materialized upon the ground, diminutive enough to resemble a wash basin, its crystalline depths visible, perhaps not even a full arm's length deep. Just as he intended to collect the well water, a chime echoed from the familial ring, prompting Xiao Tian to hastily open it. As he gazed at the displayed information, his pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 19. Mother, the positioning was successful. ID 010625000058 Li UAE could be contacted. What's going on? Why is it only Mother? Where's Father? Could it be that luck has truly abandoned me? Out of a billion people, not a single one could be found. The thought of any misfortune befalling Father was too dreadful to entertain. I could only hope he was in another region. Xiao Tian was urgently intent on gathering all the spatial gems. Every day spent without locating Father could lead to unforeseen calamities. As he gazed at his mother's name, his hands trembled slightly as he initiated the video call, his mind momentarily blank. Time trickled by, each second stretching into an eternity, as if he were traversing through a century. A chime from his wristband jolted him back to reality. The sight before him blurred his vision with tears. He had never seen Mother looking so worn. The backdrop revealed that the shelter was still a thatched hut. Mother, drenched and pale, held his younger sister, Xiaolin, in her arms, and even through the screen, he could sense their uncontrollable tremors. Tianer, where did you find us? Are you well? Mother inquired, her voice thick with emotion. I'm fine, Mother, Lin. Please wait. I will send supplies immediately. Rest assured, Xiao Tian has grown and will not let you suffer. He replied, his voice choking with urgency. Know me, Xiao Tian called out, turning towards the outside, then back to his mother, noticing something amiss. Mother, what is wrong with Lin? Why isn't she speaking? Upon seeing her eldest son, Li Wei could no longer hold back her tears. Mother is useless. After searching all day, I still couldn't repair the shelter. Lin helped me gather thatch and has been drenched in the rain all day. She caught a cold and has fallen into a coma. Seeing his mother's anguish and knowing his sister was unwell, Xiao Tian felt a surge of desperation. He was grateful for the family finding ring he had traded for yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences were too grim to consider. Noticing Nong he was still absent, he rushed outside, sending a message to Lucy to arrange a trade for bamboo cups. As he stepped outside, he encountered Nong Yi. How is the ginger harvest? Noticing Xiao Tian's anxious expression, Nong Yi quickly responded, My lord, it has all ripened. Out of 10 plants, 3 yielded excellent quality and 7 were of ordinary quality. I have already replanted one of each. Quick, boil water and prepare the excellent quality ginger. We need to package 99 cups as swiftly as possible, Xiao Tian exclaimed, pulling Nong Yi back inside. My lord, what is the urgency? Nong Yi inwaited. Guan Dao and Shunzhan are returning with 2 animal carcasses each. Perfect timing. You two, hurry and assist. We need to prepare the ginger soup immediately. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's command, the 2 men abandoned the carcasses and rushed inside to help. Once everything was managed, Xiao Tian returned his attention to the video. Li Wei observed her son's diligent movements and chose to remain silent. From the scenes of her son bustling about, she could discern that the shelter was spacious, complete with fences and subordinates. Her heart swelled with contentment. Mother, hold on a little longer. I've arranged for ginger soup to be prepared. You will feel better soon. Li Wei gazed at her industrious son, forcing a smile as she spoke. Xiao Tian, it's all right. Mother can manage. You focus on your work. Several minutes later, under the diligent efforts of 4 individuals, 100 cups of ginger tea were prepared. This ginger tea, labeled as premium ginger tea, with a volume of 200 milliliters, swiftly wards off the cold, possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, alleviates menstrual pain, and treats colds and fevers. Compared to ordinary ginger tea, its rapid efficacy and medicinal qualities indicate that the premium grade can be considered a form of medicine. Xiao Tian informed Li Wei Mom, I'll send it over now. I can only ship once a day, and I'm limited to sending 99 of the same item. This ginger tea is in high demand, so you and my sister should each drink a cup. Then, utilize the trade channel to exchange it for resources and promptly upgrade the shelter. 1 cup of this premium ginger tea must be exchanged for at least 20 bundles of straw or 10 pieces of wood. Remember that. Xiao Tian resembled his mother's previous nagging demeanor, meticulously reminding her before reluctantly ending the video call. It was unavoidable. To send the package, he had to hang up. Soon, he dispatched the ginger tea. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Tian was grateful that his mother hadn't inquired about his father's condition, for he felt a loss for words on that matter. Next, Xiao Tian retrieved a summoning scroll, premium, for enhancement, saving the exceptional grade for tomorrow to send to his mother. The enhancement was successful, yielding a rare summoning scroll. Upon usage, he summoned a rare commoner. In a radiant glow, a young woman, around 20 years old and dressed in simple attire, appeared before him. It was the first time a female had emerged in the shelter, and the 4 men couldn't help but express their astonishment, their gazes drawn to her. Upon opening her eyes and noticing the 4 males surrounding her, particularly the unseemly appearance of Shielder, the woman recoiled in fright. Step back. You all need to retreat. Seeing the woman frightened, Xiao Tian instructed the others to move back a few meters, offering a reassuring smile. There's no need to be alarmed. You should have my information in your mind. Unnamed, rare, commoner occupation, undetermined level, 0 experience, 0-100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 201 skills. Learning, adept at acquiring various skills swiftly stamina, 100-100 evaluation, a versatile talent. Lacking specific knowledge, but capable of quickly mastering techniques through observation. Although lacking in standout features, her innate skill was commendable, showing strong potential for development. Whether for practical life skills or combat abilities, she could adapt quickly. If nurtured well, she would be a valuable asset, able to be deployed wherever needed. Greetings, my lord. The young woman, regaining her composure, knelt before Xiao Tian in reverence. Observing this, Xiao Tian helped her to her feet, saying, from now on, there's no need for kneeling. We have no such formalities here. Let me give you a name. Since we are fated to be together, you shall share my surname, Xiao. Let us call you Xiao Qi. What do you think? Chapter 20. The favor of the goddess of fortune as a woman. One cannot be as carefree as Nong Yi. The woman appeared quite pleased and smiled as she spoke. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing me with a name. They are your companions. Allow me to introduce them. This gentleman with the long beard is Guan Yi Dao, Uncle Guan, a formidable warrior. The one wielding the iron shield is Dun Shan. Do not be intimidated by his imposing stature, for he possesses a gentle disposition and is also a warrior. As for this honest and straightforward fellow, he is Nong Yi, well-versed in various life skills. You shall first learn from Nong Yi and engage in work within the territory, ensuring not to venture beyond the protective barrier. Xiao Qi conveyed her understanding. Weather time, Kill Continent Year 1, January 3rd, 0825. There are 9 hours and 35 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 10 to 17. Weather, overcast. At this moment, Xiao Tian finally had the opportunity to examine the animals brought back by Guan Yi Dao and the others. The dissection was successful, yielding the following: wolf pelts, excellent, X2. Wolf fangs, excellent, X4. Tiger pelts, excellent, X1. Tiger fangs, excellent, X2. Tiger whips, excellent, X1. Snake skin, excellent, X1. Snake fangs, excellent, X2. Snake gall, excellent, X1. Raw meat, excellent, X20. My lord, these were slain by the blood-sucking thorn and the arrow tower. There are still many skins drained of flesh at the enclosure. Dun Shan and I will retrieve them, Guan Yi Dao interjected at this moment. Xiao Tian felt fortunate to have obtained the blood-sucking thorn, as it provided resources daily without stepping outside. He handed over the remaining 2 units of rare meat and 4 units of excellent quality to Nong Yi, saying, Nong Yi, please take Xiao Qi to prepare a meal and teach her. It had been nearly half an hour since he had ended the video call with his mother, and there was still no news. Feeling a bit anxious, He promptly initiated another video call. After a few minutes, the call connected. Inside the video, the small cabin had transformed. The walls were now wooden, indicating that his mother had successfully upgraded the shelter. She seemed preoccupied, bowing her head and unable to converse. Suddenly, his sister popped up, her complexion rosy, gazing at Xiao Tian with wide eyes. "Sister, are you feeling better? I missed you so much," Xiao Tian said. His voice choked with emotion. "Wow, brother, I finally get to see you," Lin exclaimed cheerfully, twirling playfully. "I'm better now, and I miss you too. Xiao Tian, we are all well. Mother is busy trading. The ginger soup you sent is selling like hotcakes. I'm almost gathering enough resources to upgrade to a mid-level wooden cabin. Can't talk for now. Mother needs to list some items for trade." His mother suddenly appeared on screen, looking entirely different, perspiring profusely from her busyness. Xiao Tian reminded her to trade for special items, particularly spatial gems, and then ended the call with a smile. With his mother and sister safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bang, a muffled sound came from outside the house. When Xiao Tian stepped out, he saw that Guan Yidao and the others had returned with a heap of corpses, now stripped of their pelts. He had not anticipated the blood-sucking thorn to be so effective. Decomposition successful. Acquired wolf skin common, 28, wolf fawn common, 56, rabbit skin common, 16, snake skin common 8. The unexpected harvest is quite gratifying. It allows for the creation of several sets of clothing to sell. Xiao Tian suddenly recalled that the well had not yet been harvested. Approaching, he clicked to collect. Obtained water, fine, 10 liters, water, rare, 1 liter, spirit dew, exquisite, 1, which directly entered his storage space. He needed to retrieve a container to release them. Returning indoors, he fetched a bucket and sorted the 2 grades of water for storage. Addressing his companions, he declared, "This bucket contains fine-grade water, capable of alleviating fatigue and restoring stamina. Henceforth, we shall drink this. As for the rare-grade water, its quantity is limited, so will not be shared for now. Your concerns are unfounded. Having fine water to drink is already a luxury, and we dare not aspire to the rare grade." The others hastily responded. Xiao Tian waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such trepidation. Once we accumulate sufficient rare-grade water, everyone shall partake. Uncle Guan, this is for you. It should assist you in breaking through. Spirit dew, exquisite, contains powerful energy. Used for breakthroughs below the exquisite grade. Lord, this." Guan Yidao's eyes glistened with tears, rendered speechless by emotion. Guan Yidao's loyalty increased by 7. Unwavering loyalty. Never to betray. Consume it. Only by becoming stronger can you protect me better. I shall not hesitate to provide whatever enables your growth. Shield Mountain's loyalty increased by 5. The other 3, hearing Xiao Tian's words, felt their loyalty surge, gazing at him with excitement. Guan Yidao solemnly sat down and consumed the spirit dew. A gentle white light enveloped him, his eyes closed. After a brief period, the light dissipated, and Guan Yidao opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with exhilaration. "Lord, I have succeeded. Uncle Guan, I believe your foremost priority should be to take a bath now." A deep voice from Shield Mountain interrupted, and it was then that Guan Yidao noticed everyone covering their noses as they looked at him. Lowering his gaze, he saw his hands and chest smeared with dirt, reminiscent of someone who hadn't bathed in months, a foul odor emanating from him. His face flushed with embarrassment, although that was contingent upon discerning through the grime. In a flurry, he dashed outside, the sound of him plunging into the water echoing even from several dozen meters away. He had completely forgotten about bathing at home and had headed straight for the creek. Shield Mountain, hurry and follow. Do not let the animals ambush you. After all, the creek lay outside the protective barrier, necessitating caution. So he urged Shield Mountain to accompany him. Noticing that breakfast was not yet prepared, he stepped out of the wooden house once more, making his way to the nearby fields, where he materialized 1 fine farm and 3 common farms. It was not that Xiao Tian refrained from strengthening. Rather, the opportunities were limited, and such commonplace resources could only be enhanced at a later date. After surveying the territory, he found the crops flourishing, while the fish pond remained empty. The breeding ground housed only a large-eared rabbit and a treasure-seeking mouse, each residing in its own compartment. The blood-sucking thorns had completely climbed the 200-meter fence, with several meters still hanging down towards the plains below. Extract the final arrow tower to activate the talent enhancement. The enhancement was successful, and I receive an arrow tower, exquisite one. Alas, today I have once again been favored by the goddess of fortune, achieving a consecutive 2 level 2 enhancements. Chapter 21. Guan Yidao breaks through to excellence. Arrow tower, excellence. Combat power, 320. Attack range, 350 meters, fires once per second. Arrows generated automatically. Durability, 100. Skill, rapid fire, fires 2 arrows per second. Attack power 50. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Incredible, overwhelmingly powerful. Even 10 Guan Yidao attacking from a distance would surely fail. With such exceptional attack power and range, coupled with the invaluable rapid fire skill, every 10 minutes. He felt invincible even against numerous foes. However, as Xiao Tian was about to utilize it, he paused, contemplating. He already possessed an arrow tower, formidable vampiric thorns, and several powerful subordinates. This arrow tower would merely serve as an embellishment. Perhaps it would be better to gift it to his mother, along with the summoning order, excellence. With one on offense and the other on defense, they would be assured of safety, relieving him of any worries. Thus, he decided to store the arrow tower away. At that moment, Guan Yidao returned from his bath, followed by Shun's Han, who was carrying a wooden bucket. Xiao Tian inquired with curiosity, "Shun's Han, why are you carrying a bucket? We have plenty of water at home." Guan Yidao's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, resembling the legendary Guan Yu. Shun's Han chuckled and explained. Uncle Guan took such a vigorous bath that countless little fish and shrimp were knocked unconscious and floated to the surface. I thought it would be a waste to let them go, so I gathered them all to put in the fish pond. Xiao Tian couldn't help but laugh at this, leaning over to look into the bucket. To his astonishment, there were at least 20 palm-sized fish and dozens of thumb-thick shrimp, enough to satisfy 5 people as hunger. "Let's put them in the fish pond, then we can head back for breakfast," he declared. The fish pond had an automatic filtration and oxygenation system, ensuring the fish and shrimp would thrive immediately upon release. "Master, breakfast is ready," came the call. They had prepared a simple meat soup, adding the remaining ginger broth and mushrooms. With not enough bowls for everyone, some used bowls while others used basins, yet all relished the meal. With the addition of 2 rare cuts of meat, everyone experienced a slight boost in combat power. At that moment, Xiao Tian remembered he had yet to check Guan Yidao's new attributes. Guan Yidao, excellence, affiliation. Xiao Tian, loyal, level, 1 experience. 42 300 combat power. 503, 328, 150, 25, stamina, 100 skills. 1 sword, charge attack, doubles attack power. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Leadership, can command up to 100 warriors. All warriors receive 10 to attack and defense. Equipment, great sword, fine, combat power 15, durability, 65 100. Leather armor, fine, combat power 10, durability, 65 100. Evaluation, veteran transformation, initial steps to command. At a glance, the attributes seemed relatively unchanged, with only an added skill for leading troops. However, the evaluation sparked a realization in Xiao Tian. The difference between a soldier and a commander was vast. Perhaps leading troops was indeed Guan Yidao's most formidable trait. Once everyone finished their meal, Xiao Tian began to organize the day's agenda. "Nomi, this morning you are responsible for the shelter. The new farmland is ready, and the fish pond has more fish. Please manage their feeding. As noon approaches, coordinate with Xiao Qi to prepare lunch. All ingredients and seeds are in the storage cabinet. Xiao Qi, you are tasked with boiling the ginger soup this morning, using up all the ginger." After arranging for the 2 companions, Xiao Tian meticulously organized his equipment and set forth with Guan Yidao and Dunshan to explore the forest. They passed by a breeding ground, bringing forth the treasure-seeking mouse, which had reached a loyalty level of 70 after a day of nurturing. Despite Xiao Tian's natural reluctance to venture outside, he had no choice. He possessed the only storage space available and needed to accompany them, lest their discoveries remain untransported. This time, rather than proceeding straight ahead, they veered left into the forest. The trio maintained their formation, with Guan Yidao leading and Dunshan following closely behind, separated by no more than a meter, diligently protecting Xiao Tian. After traversing a thicket, they arrived at a relatively open area. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse darted to the left, halting at a peculiar patch of grass. "Master, this grass appears quite extraordinary. You should take a look," Guan Yidao remarked, stopping to point at the ground. Xiao Tian crouched to inspect the grass, which was of a single variety, displaying an unusual growth pattern. Each blade bore a small, round ball at its tip, glistening like dew in the sunlight. The entire patch swayed gracefully, a truly enchanting sight. Xiao Tian plucked a specimen for closer examination. Life grass, common, possesses healing properties for both internal and external injuries, suitable for medicinal use. To his delight, it was a healing herb, a valuable find indeed. Without the treasure-seeking mouse, he would have surely overlooked it. "Dunshan, stay alert. Guan, we shall gather these," he instructed as the two bent over, periodically uprooting a plant. Occasionally, they encountered fully matured specimens, with the upper spheres opening to reveal several seeds within. Dunshan remained vigilant, casting watchful glances around to deter any predatory animals. They harvested 36 units of life grass common, 25 seeds of life grass common, 8 units of life grass fine, and 3 seeds of life grass fine. Xiao Tian, in high spirits from their fortunate discovery so early in their excursion, felt relieved that they had gathered seeds, ensuring their fields would not lie fallow. "Excellent. Let us keep up the momentum," he exclaimed, affectionately patting the treasure-seeking mouse on the head before offering it a piece of jerky. The three continued their exploration. The rain-soaked forest was abundant with provisions. Within just 200 meters, they collected 28 units of wood ear mushrooms, 18 units of various fungi, and 15 units of bear garlic, occasionally stumbling upon a few stones as well. "Master, look over there," Guan Yidao pointed towards a withered old tree, and upon glancing at it, Xiao Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 22. Life grass ahead. On a withered tree, there blossomed a plant resembling a racer mushroom, emanating a crimson glow with a radius of nearly half a meter. Guan Yidao approached cautiously for inspection, finding no apparent danger, and subsequently plucked the entire specimen, presenting it to Xiao Tian. "Red mushroom, rare, a precious ingredient that nourishes the body. Consuming it can enhance combat strength and can be used in medicine. Let us proceed. Truly, treasures abound everywhere. Observe carefully to avoid missing anything." As they continued their journey, the thickets began to thin, revealing a relatively open area with only a tangle of wild grasses. Although the grass stood over a meter high, movement became considerably easier, nourished by ample rainfall that invigorated the land, making the forest teem with vitality. Such is the nature of the forest. After traversing less than 100 meters, they encountered another patch of underbrush, where vibrant red berries hung plentifully from the branches nearby. These berries were delightful, sweet and tangy, though they could not satiate hunger. They provided essential vitamins for the body. After 20 minutes, the trio harvested all the berries, totaling 386, which amounted to less than 2 pounds. The greatest drawback of their storage space was the individual counting. Each item consumed 4 slots within their inventory. One couldn't help but wonder if there existed spatial tools akin to those described in novels, which would allow for the collection of numerous small items more conveniently. Ding! Xiao Tian, perplexed, thought, who could be messaging me at this moment? Wang Chu. "Hello, do you have any medicine for external injuries?" Xiao Tian. Brother, I suspect you are monitoring me. Have you sustained injuries? How severe?" At that moment, Wang Chu sat on the ground, his expression one of agony. A gash over 10 centimeters long on his right leg, blood seeping profusely. The considerable loss of blood had rendered his face pale. Earlier, he had intended to explore, but upon entering the jungle, he encountered a formidable elite-level tiger. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. A single swipe nearly incapacitated his right leg. He had narrowly escaped, finding refuge behind a protective shield just in the nick of time. Xiao Tian's jest was automatically disregarded by him. "Wang Chu, the injury is severe. Ordinary remedies may not suffice. I can procure an elite level 1 for you, though I currently possess only some basic supplies. Ding! As soon as the message was dispatched, 2 elite life grasses arrived. Xiao Tian, brother, you are being too polite. I am uncertain of their efficacy. Let us try one internally and one externally. And if that proves insufficient, I shall provide more. For the first time, Wang Chu did not reject the term brother. Touched by Xiao Tian's gesture, he set aside any pretense, consuming one of the life grasses while crushing the other to apply to his wound. A refreshing sensation emanated from the injury, and the bleeding ceased rapidly. The internal remedy also took effect, revitalizing his spirit significantly. Wang Chu, brother, thank you. The effect is remarkable. I am no longer in grave danger. Without hesitation, he transferred all his resources to Xiao Tian. Ding! Xiao Tian opened the message to find. Reed grass 260, wood 185. Stone 68, iron block 18, raw meat 16. This brother is genuinely sincere and worthy of friendship. He has sent everything, both in fragments and entirety. After a casual decline, Xiao Tian responded with a message. Xiao Tian, brother, I'm not criticizing you, but how can I sustain myself with what you've given me? Let us discuss it once you're well. Just trade me good things when you have them. For now, I'm busy clearing the land. Brother, once a striking flower of a special forces unit, she now reflects on the bond of brotherhood, smiling with a hint of nostalgia for her comrades in arms. Xiao Tian never anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the life grass. If cultivated extensively, with a steady supply of ginger soup and life grass, what resources cannot be bartered for? After a brief delay, the trio set off again. Today, whether by fortune or misfortune, they had been out for nearly an hour without encountering a single creature. Guided by the treasure-seeking mouse, they traversed a grassy expanse, where a pond emerged in the distance, the ground gradually becoming damp as they approached. Wait! Noticing some familiar plants on the ground, Xiao Tian called for a halt. Buplurum, common, the tender stems and leaf can be used as wild vegetables, with a crisp and fragrant taste, and may be employed in medicine. Huh! I knew it felt familiar. In my childhood in the countryside, my grandfather often sought these as wild greens, and when dried, they served as a remedy for colds. Uncle Guan, Shun Shan, remember this appearance. It's both a vegetable and a medicine. Be sure to identify it carefully and gather all you can. With that, he began uprooting the plants, and soon collected 5 stalks, suddenly struck by a thought. Looking up, he saw the 3 had scattered several meters apart. Shun Shan, come back and stand guard by my side. Stop collecting. The memory of the Flathead Brother S strike was still vivid, and just thinking about it sent a shiver through him. Xiao Tian was determined not to wander alone, muttering to himself. They were still too few. He needed to trade for more summoning orders upon their return. Shun Shan dutifully guarded Xiao Tian's back, vigilant and contemplative. The Lord possesses many admirable qualities, yet his courage is somewhat lacking. Is that not the Japanese knotweed? Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the edge of the pond, amidst a thicket of dense weeds. Observing the plants before him, adorned with red or purplish speckles on their stems, he instantly recognized them. Recalling how he often plucked the tender shoots for a snack in his youth, he casually harvested a stem, checking its properties. Japanese knotweed. The tender shoots can be eaten raw, offering a delightful sweet and sour taste, with abundant juice that quickly quenches thirst and can also be used medicinally. It also serves as excellent livestock feed. Indeed, it was as he remembered. Xiao Tian peeled back the skin and took a bite. The juice burst in his mouth. A refreshing blend of sweet and tart, a taste entirely unique. He broke off another shoot and handed it to Shun Shan. Uncle Guan, come here. I have something delightful. Shun Shan savored it with great enthusiasm, while Guan Dao, hearing Xiao Tian's voice, lifted his gaze, his pupils dilating in alarm. Watch out, my lord. Xiao Tian, caught off guard, was instinctively embraced by Shun Shan. A force collided with them, crashing heavily against Shun Shan's back. He spat out blood, propelling Xiao Tian away as they tumbled across the ground. Beast, seeking death. Dazed, Xiao Tian heard Guan Dao's voice and the sound of clashing metal. My lord, are you all right? Shun Shan, now releasing Xiao Tian, looked at him anxiously, a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tian hurriedly rose to his feet, anxiously grasping Shun Shan to examine him. "Are you all right, Shun Shan?" The simple-hearted Shun Shan, with a foolish grin, gestured a couple of times and replied, "Just a minor issue. My back aches a bit, but it's nothing serious." Without hesitation, Xiao Tian produced a life herb, excellent, and forced it into Shun Shan's mouth. It was only then that he remembered Guan Yi Dao was still engaged in battle and swiftly turned his gaze. Golden Armored Crocodile, rare, level 3 combat power, 460 skills, stealth moves silently, making prey difficult to detect. Evaluation, with tough skin and immense strength. Chapter 23. The Golden Armored Crocodile. Before us lay the imposing figure of the Golden Armored Crocodile, stretching nearly 8 meters in length and towering over 1 meter high. Its entire body appeared to be encrusted with armor, glimmering under the sunlight. The battle raged fiercely. Despite Guan Yi Dao's vast experience, allowing him to maneuver deftly and land occasional strikes, he struggled to inflict significant damage upon the formidable creature. The clever treasure-hunting mouse had long since vanished into the shadows. Shield Mountain provided cover, creating opportunities for Guan Yi Dao. Though hesitant, he understood that if Shield Mountain did not engage, Guan Yi Dao would either face grievous injury or worse. Thus, he opted to remain at a distance, utilizing his crossbow to discreetly disrupt the adversary. The Shinken Divine Crossbow proved itself an exceptional weapon, while Guan Yi Dao and Shield Mountain held the line. He targeted the rear of the Golden Armored Crocodile. Its massive form ensured that each of Xiao Tian's arrows found its mark, easily penetrating defenses and embedding themselves deeply. Within mere minutes, the creature's tail and hind limbs were adorned with dozens of crossbow bolts. In agony, the Golden Armored Crocodile summoned its strength, attempting to break through Shield Mountain's defense to strike at Xiao Tian. "Guard!" Shield Mountain reacted swiftly, activating a skill just in time. He planted his iron shield into the ground beside him, stepping forward with his right foot, knees slightly bent, while his left foot retreated slightly, maintaining a firm stance to withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the new shield held firm. Shield Mountain swayed slightly as his feet sank a few centimeters. Yet he remained immovable. The creature's head collided heavily with the iron thorns, causing it to bleed profusely and leaving it momentarily dazed. "Strike!" Arrow rain. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Yi Dao unleashed his skill, while Xiao Tian mustered rare courage, advancing swiftly to unleash a barrage of arrows from 5 meters away. The Golden Armored Crocodile's throat was sliced open, blood gushing forth, and with hundreds of bolts embedded in its forehead and back, it staggered under the dual onslaught, its limbs faltering. The trio retreated just in time to avoid the creature's desperate thrashing as it neared its end. After several minutes, the Golden Armored Crocodile finally succumbed. As they awaited the experience notification, Xiao Tian halted his companions from advancing, raising his divine crossbow and continuing to fire arrow after arrow. After a dozen more shots, the long-awaited notification finally rang out. Experience 28. A brilliant light enveloped Shield Mountain as he leveled up. Battle power 338, 252, 6521. Gaining 65 battle power from a single level up suggested varying potential even within the same tier. Guan Yi Dao had once gained a remarkable 100 points upon leveling up, and now, with the exceptional tier, had increased by an impressive 150 points. Xiao Tian cast a glance at his own battle power, thinking it best not to dwell on it. After all, 65 points were far superior to his own meager total. The Golden Armored Crocodile yielded substantial rewards, dropping 4 luminous orbs alongside a fine bright tower, Elite 1, 3 space gems, 15 iron blocks, and 1 stone house blueprint. Upon successful decomposition, they acquired 3 rare Golden Armored Crocodile skins, 18 rare Golden Armored Crocodile teeth, 8 rare raw meat, and 2 rare blood essence. The bounty from this single Golden Armored Crocodile exceeded expectations, not only providing the stone house blueprint, but also several unfamiliar items. Illuminating Tower, excellent auxiliary type trait 1. Illumination, dispelling darkness within a 100-meter radius centered on the tower trait 2. Restoration, continuously restoring stamina and injuries within a 100-meter radius centered on the tower node. perpetual motion machine. With this, night feels like day. Minor injuries heal swiftly while resting. Xiao Tian's mouth widened in astonishment. Enhancement was imperative. This was undoubtedly a grand beacon coupled with a restorative aura. Erecting one would deter any foe. I could take on 10 with such a boon. Blood essence, rare enhances aptitude, breaks through quality ranks, combat power 10 note. Effective only on items of rare quality and below. To his surprise, such treasures existed. Consuming it upon return would surely elevate him to excellent rank. The only dilemma was whether to enhance it. If enhanced, it would also benefit Shield Mountain. There were countless items he wished to strengthen, but opportunities were scarce. Gathering all the items, Xiao Tian spoke. Let us first collect the Buplurum and Japanese knotweed. After exploring the pond, we shall return. The trio commenced their tasks, while the treasure-seeking mouse looked on curiously, puzzled as to why its master was not pursuing the treasures ahead, but instead plucking useless weeds. After half an hour of foraging, they amassed a total of 85 Buplurum, common, 3 Buplurum, excellent, 68 Japanese knotweed, and 5 Japanese knotweed, excellent. Both plants could be propagated through root division, ensuring a steady supply in the future. Let us proceed, treasure-seeking mouse. Lead the way and see what else we can discover. Having finished their collection, Xiao Tian called for the mouse to guide them, while he instinctively positioned himself between Guan Yi Dao and Shield Mountain. Had it not been for Shield Mountain's timely rescue earlier, he might not have been alive to enjoy this moment. Navigating through a patch of weeds reaching a meter high, the three arrived at the pond's edge. The first sight that greeted them was a makeshift nest across the pond, containing several eggs, alongside a silver treasure chest at the edge. This was the first silver treasure chest Xiao Tian had encountered in the wild, indicating that at the very least, it would yield a golden chest post-enhancement. Aside from someone like Li Weiwei, a fortune teller, it was unlikely anyone had opened a golden chest. The pond was quite deep, forcing the trio to circumvent the hillside and approach from the opposite side. Perhaps due to the presence of rare creatures, no other living beings were observed nearby. After considerable effort, they arrived at the lair of the golden armored crocodile. They first secured the silver treasure chest before turning their attention to the crocodile eggs. There were 5 in total. 3 were common, 1 was excellent, and the latter displayed as unhatched and only suitable for consumption, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, sufficient to feed 2. The final egg displayed the following. Golden armored crocodile egg, rare, can be tamed, has hatched, blood recognition required, will emerge in 3 days. Having witnessed the might of the golden armored crocodile, the prospect of taming one was exhilarating. With Xiao Tian's innate talent, he was destined to achieve at least an exceptional level. Noticing that the treasure-seeking mouse showed no further interest indicated that there were no high-value items nearby. Thus, he checked the time. Weather time, Continent of Slaughter, Year 1, Day 3, 11:55 a.m., 6 hours and 5 minutes until dusk. The temperature ranged from 10 to 17 degrees, with overcast skies giving way to light rain. Time seemed to fly, having traveled less than a mile. It was already noon. The unpredictable weather had begun to drizzle. Uncle Guan, Shunzhan, let us hasten our return. A downpour may follow shortly, one of them urged. The treasure-seeking rat kept pace. With that, the trio formed a line and hurried towards their shelter. Having strayed far from their intended path and ventured deep into the forest, they opted for a direct route back. After merely half an hour, covering nearly half the distance, the gentle rain had intensified into a torrential downpour, with splashes of water misting their surroundings and impairing visibility. They possessed only 2 raincoats. Guan, with the most robust constitution, chose to brave the rain. Continuing their sprint for another 10 minutes, they were on the verge of exiting the forest when suddenly 2 thunderous roars echoed, accompanied by the ground-shaking sound of heavy footsteps. The trio quickly drew closer and simultaneously gazed towards the left, where the sound originated. Chapter 24. A perilous moment, my lord. The atmosphere feels ominous. It is beyond our capacity to confront. We must retreat at once. In the pouring rain, Guan Yi Dao sensed an unusual aura emanating from the distance, a formidable presence that instilled both fear and reverence within him. He urgently shouted to Xiao Tian, although Xiao Tian could not hear clearly. The tense and fearful expression etched on Guan Yidao's face indicated that grave trouble was at hand. He quickly gestured for them to advance, while Guan Yidao exerted himself to carve a path ahead for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, gripping his iron shield tightly, followed closely behind Xiao Tian, remaining vigilant and scanning their surroundings. As they progressed, the tremors beneath their feet grew increasingly pronounced, and they were less than 100 meters from escaping the forest. A roar echoed, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's cry, yet akin to a bull's bellow, emanating from the rear left. Xiao Tian turned to look, his countenance shifting with alarm as he witnessed trees in the distance toppling to the sides, a colossal beast charging towards them. "Run! Hurry!" Xiao Tian shouted in a frenzy. Guan Yidao and Xiao Tian exchanged a grave glance, their expressions serious as they swiftly positioned themselves beside Xiao Tian, urging him to flee while glancing back over their shoulders. The sound of snapping trees mingled with the increasing vibrations, closing in on them. Xiao Tian's face turned pale, being the weakest among them. The suffocating aura behind him filled him with dread. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, dashing through the dimly lit forest. Xiao Tian's heart soared as he caught sight of the forest's edge, the sanctuary faintly visible. If he could just reach the protective barrier, safety would be assured. At the moment he was about to step out of the forest, he heard Guan Yidao and Xiao Tian call out urgently from behind him. "My lord, run. We will hold it off. Yidao, protect." Guan Yidao and Xiao Tian shoved Xiao Tian forward with great force, propelling him several meters ahead. Realizing the dire situation from their anxious voices, he quickened his pace. In the next instant, he heard them unleash their skills. A piercing cry filled the air. Having just escaped the forest, Xiao Tian suddenly heard Guan Yidao's anguished scream. He instinctively turned to look, only to see a dark shadow streak past him, blood trailing in its wake. As he glanced back, he witnessed Xiao Tian, having activated his skill, let out a cry of pain as an unseen force collided with him, lifting him off the ground and sending him hurtling toward Xiao Tian. In that moment, he understood that the shadow he had seen was Guan Yidao. Within the forest lurked two colossal entities, their forms obscured by the gloom. A thunderous roar erupted, laced with fury. Whether the beast was enraged by the two men or for another reason remained a mystery, seeing the monstrous creature charging their way. Xiao Tian ran while raising the Xianjin divine crossbow to unleash his skill. Rain of arrows. Instantly, a volley of arrows soared towards the beast, heedless of the outcome, for he was certain it would not perish. Stowing away the crossbow, he rushed to aid Xiao Tian, who was in a relatively better state due to his iron shield blocking the brunt of the attack, though he had coughed up blood and appeared dazed. Upon being pulled to his feet by Xiao Tian, he resumed running alongside him. The situation grew dire as Guan Yidao faced a catastrophic encounter with the colossal beast. The creature's impact left him grievously wounded, having fractured several ribs and expelled a copious amount of blood. His pallor rivaled that of paper, rendering him unable to walk. His consciousness fading, Xiao Tian and Dun Shan struggled to support him as they rushed towards the sanctuary. The ground trembled beneath them, heavy footsteps resonating ominously in pursuit. They were still over 200 meters from the protective barrier, and time was slipping away. The beast's rapid approach became palpably evident. A foul stench wafted towards Xiao Tian from the creature's maw, a scent both nauseating and foreboding. Hearing the commotion, Nong Yi and Xiao Qi emerged, scaling the arrow tower with anxious urgency. They gazed at the trio, their eyes widening in terror at the sight of the enormous beast, too stunned to breathe, fearing to disturb Xiao Tian and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, several tendrils of bloodthirsty thorns were swiftly closing in on the trio. The beast soon entered the range of the arrow tower, which began to unleash its assault. However, to the creature, it felt like mere tickles. Even a barrage of arrows barely penetrated its thick hide, failing to impede its advance. At this moment, Xiao Tian and his companions were roughly 150 meters from the barrier, with the beast less than 50 meters behind. "What shall we do, Nongyi?" Xiao Qi exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. her eyes welling with tears as she turned to Nong Yi, who appeared utterly lost. As a mere farmer, Nong Yi had never encountered battle before. The sight of the two towering beasts left him shaking in fear, devoid of any strategy. "Lord, please take Uncle Guan and flee. I will hold them back," Dun Shan urged, his determination unwavering despite the odds. With only 100 meters remaining, the beast loomed ever closer. Gritting his teeth, Dun Shan turned, raising his nearly shattered iron shield, assuming a defensive stance once more. He understood the gravity of their plight. Escape was unlikely. "My lord, allow me to protect you one last time." "Farewell," he thought, bidding a silent farewell to Xiao Tian, closing his eyes and bracing himself for the inevitable. "Dun Shan," Xiao Tian called out, his heart heavy with sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. Their brief time together had forged a bond of friendship. Never had he felt such regret over his own powerlessness as he watched Dun Shan prepare to sacrifice himself. In that moment, he vowed silently he must strengthen himself so that no one else would have to make such sacrifices. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. What was that? Just as Xiao Tian vowed vengeance for Dun Shan. He watched in horror as the beast sent Dun Shan flying several meters, leaving him unconscious over 50 meters from the barrier. It was over. He and T expected that the time bought with Dun Shan's life would amount to barely 20 more meters. Xiao Tian could feel the beast's labored breathing and the overwhelming scent of blood behind him. He stood frozen in despair, overwhelmed by countless emotions. There was no chance left. It was a pity that he had just found his mother and possessed so many powerful items yet to be utilized. At least he took comfort in knowing that he had transferred resources today. His mother, being so clever, would surely fare well. "My lord, I will buy you time. Please run." Guan Yidao, weak and barely able to stand, still thought of Xiao Tian, his words coming out in fragmented gasps. At this moment, Xiao Tian had come to terms with his fate, smiling as he spoke. "Uncle Guan, it is unnecessary. To share life and death with you all makes this journey worthwhile." A low, rumbling growl resonated from behind, emanating from the throat of a colossal beast, clearly poised to strike. Xiao Tian calmly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. Chapter 25. Dragon Rhinoceros in a Moment of Despair. As Xiao Tian lay with his eyes closed, awaiting his fate, he was abruptly seized by something around his ankle and dragged forcefully. He slid swiftly across the ground, initially fearing that a monstrous beast was about to torment him, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was gliding rapidly towards the sanctuary, the damp, soft grass facilitating his swift movement. In mere seconds, he found himself at the archway of the enclosure. Dazed, he stood up, only to discover Guan Yidao and Shun Shan beside him. It was then that he finally caught sight of the creature that had pursued him relentlessly. Dragon Rhinoceros, exceptional, level 8 combat power, 1230 skills, frenzied charge, harnesses all its strength to charge at an enemy at incredible speed, delivering a powerful impact. Attack 20 speed, 20 duration, 1 minute cooldown, 20 minutes evaluation, a trace of draconic blood, easily provoked, possessing unparalleled strength and defense, with few rivals. Xiao Tian stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time, gazing at the two dragon rhinoceroses that remained frozen in place. They resembled colossal versions of rhinoceroses, their heads adorned with dragon-like features, complete with sharp teeth and a pair of curved horns. Their bodies were encased in tough scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen under the light. Their tails were long and powerful, ending in sharp, spiked structures. Towering nearly 3 meters high and exceeding 12 meters in length, they were truly formidable. The first to react were Nong Yi and Xiao Qi, who hurried to Xiao Tian's side, exclaiming joyfully, "My lord, it's wonderful. You're all safe. What happened?" Xiao Tian inquired, still bewildered. I know. It was the bloodthirsty thorn that saved you. It used its branches to pull you back." Xiao Qi replied happily, at which point Xiao Tian noticed the main branch of the bloodthirsty thorn swaying before him, as if seeking praise. Xiao Tian extended his hands to caress it, his heart still racing. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would surely have perished this time." The bloodthirsty thorn, exhibiting a human-like demeanor, rubbed its main branch against Xiao Tian's face, seemingly affectionately. Suddenly, the dragon rhinoceros, snapping back to reality, let out a furious roar, enraged that its prey had escaped. The two creatures pawed the ground, a flash of red light enveloping them, their eyes glowing crimson as they charged toward Xiao Tian, evidently utilizing their skill. "My lord, retreat," Xiao Qi and Nong Yi urged, anxiously pulling Xiao Tian back towards the sanctuary. He smiled, reassuring them, "What are you afraid of? We are within the protective barrier. Even if a true dragon were to arrive, it could do us no harm. Quickly, carry Uncle Guan and Shunshan back. This is life grass. Give each of them 2 quality seeds to consume, and take these seeds to plant." At that moment, Xiao Tian stood before the archway woven by the bloodthirsty thorn, safely ensconced within the protective barrier. Only the heads of the 2 dragon rhinoceroses protruded beyond the enclosure, rendering them incapable of breaching the sanctuary's defenses. "Come closer. Let us see what you can do," Xiao Tian thought to himself, suddenly filled with excitement. He spread his arms wide and shouted at the dragon rhinoceroses, "Come at me." In the face of Xiao Tian's provocation, the 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts grew even more enraged, lowering their heads and directing their sharp horns menacingly at him. With a thunderous crash, 2 resounding booms echoed across the sky, accompanied by the anguished cries of the beasts. Their 4 horns shattered simultaneously, causing them to collide violently, leaving them bloodied and battered in a pitiful state. Xiao Tian raised his divine crossbow, meticulously aiming arrow after arrow at their wounded heads. In a short span of time, he had struck more than 10 arrows, one of which fortuitously pierced an eye, transforming one of the beasts into a cyclopean dragon rhinoceros. The dragon rhinoceroses seemed to realize that they could not overcome Xiao Tian, thus splitting into 2 groups and darting towards the edges of the enclosure. Upon discovering that the perimeter could be breached, they soon reduced it to ruins, fortunately retracting the blood-sucking thorns just in time. Initially intent on attacking the dragon rhinoceroses, he soon found that the thorns were easily torn apart, their spikes failing to penetrate the beast's tough hides. Xiao Tian could only watch helplessly as they ravaged his belongings. Before long, the 2 dragon rhinoceroses sprinted towards the forest. While Xiao Tian was relieved by their retreat, he was taken aback when they halted at the forest's edge, lying there motionless, resting. This was not how he envisioned things unfolding. It left him in a quandary. As he contemplated returning to the shelter, he suddenly noticed 4 severed horns on the ground, which he could not overlook, and swiftly dashed over to retrieve them. Dragon rhinoceros horn, exceptional, sharp, hard. An excellent material for weapon crafting. No matter how formidable you may be, you still provide me with treasures and guard the gate. Having narrowly escaped, Xiao Tian felt particularly elated as he returned to the shelter to check on the conditions of Guan, Yidao, and Shunzhan. Upon entering the wooden cabin, he found Xiao Nian and Xiao Qi tending to Shunshan's wounds, his upper body exposed, bruised and blood-soaked, still unconscious. Guan Yidao was nowhere to be seen. "How are they faring? Is it serious?" Xiao Tian inquired anxiously. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Qi rose to respond. "My lord, Uncle Guan has consumed 2 premium life herbs and is no longer in grave danger. However, he has fractured several ribs in his chest and mentioned that he requires 2 days of rest. He has already returned to his room. Before he left, he examined Shunzhan, feeling his bones and confirming multiple broken ribs, a fractured right shoulder, and internal injuries. Though he is no longer in life-threatening condition, he will need some time to recuperate. Very well, please carry him into Uncle Guan's room for easier care. Has the meal been prepared? I am famished." Upon hearing that the 2 were not in critical condition, Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief, though he felt disheartened as he faced the obstruction of the dragon rhinoceroses at the entrance. And now 2 of his key subordinates were incapacitated. He found himself utterly unable to venture outside. With a loud slap to his forehead, Xiao Tian berated himself. "What a foolish brain I possess. Is there not the beacon tower?" After saying this, he retrieved the beacon tower and stepped outside, activating his innate enhancement. The enhancement was successful, yielding beacon tower, exceptional. What is happening today? I've achieved 3 successful level 2 enhancements in a row. It seems Lady Luck is favoring me. Certainly, who would ever disdain their good fortune? wishing instead for a continual enhancement to the 3rd level. Hastily I checked. Light Tower, Excellence, Support Type Trait 1, Illumination. Dispersing darkness within a radius of 150 meters centered on the Light Tower Trait 2, Restoration. Rapidly recovering stamina and injuries within a radius of 150 meters centered on the Light Tower Trait 3, Life Santham. Instantly restoring all injuries to a designated creature cooldown. 72 hours tip, Perpetual Motion Machine. With it, the night is as bright as day, as long as there is breath. One shall not perish. 1 word, strong. 2 words, very strong. 3 words, extraordinarily strong. Although the radius of illumination and restoration only increased by 50 meters, the restoration became rapid, and an additional formidable trait emerged, making it possible to save a life every 3 days. With the expanded range of illumination and restoration, location is no longer a concern. Placing it near the shelter would suffice to cover the entire flatland and extend outward by several dozen meters, thus alleviating the fear of nocturnal ambushes. As the Light Tower materialized, given that it was daytime, there was nothing particularly remarkable to observe. The tower, entirely white, was circular, broad at the base and tapering to a point, standing a majestic 30 meters high, with a faintly visible orb of light suspended at its pinnacle. Chapter 26. The mighty roll of the beacon upon hearing a commotion from within the house. Xiao Tian swiftly entered and called out, "What is the matter? Who is calling?" "Master, it is Uncle Guan. It seems that Dunshan is also unwell, as he has been frowning incessantly," Xiao Qi replied. "Oh no! Could the life herb have adverse effects?" Xiao Tian thought, feeling a sense of foreboding. He hurried to Guan Yidao's room, flung open the door, and exclaimed, "Uncle Guan, what is the matter with you?" At that moment, Guan Yidao appeared somewhat embarrassed, seemingly regretting his earlier outburst. He awkwardly responded, "Master, I am fine. I was just asleep, but suddenly felt an unbearable itch at my wound, as if thousands of ants were crawling on the fractured rib. I couldn't help but cry out. It felt remarkably similar to the excruciating itch you experienced during your leg's healing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian instantly understood and smiled. "Uncle Guan, there is nothing to worry about. Do you remember the beacon we activated today? I have reinforced its manifestation, and its property has transformed to rapid recovery. It seems to be quite effective. Please continue to rest, and later this evening, we shall see how well you have recuperated." After explaining the situation to Xiao Qi and Nong Yi, he proceeded to the kitchen and quickly prepared a few bites to eat. Once he finished, he turned his attention to the ginger soup that had been simmering, now busying himself with the hope that this brew might yield some resources in the absence of being able to venture outside. When Xiao Qi and the others completed their tasks, the 3 of them worked together and efficiently filled cups with the ginger soup. 7 units of ginger had produced 700 cups of soup, marking yet another fruitful endeavor. Now that straw had lost its utility for Xiao Tian, he set the price of the ginger soup at 5 units of wood, 3 of stone, and 2 of iron. Following several downpours, the temperature had dropped, and Xiao Tian was not concerned about selling the soup. He handed over the harvested Chaihu and Huizhong to Nong, instructing him to plant them alongside Xiao Qi. Having exhausted his reinforcement opportunities for the day, and considering the plethora of items needing enhancement, he decided to extract 4 black iron treasure chests and open them all. Acquired: bread 6, cotton cloth common; 2, farmer's landscape 12, potatoes common; 4, meow knife, fine 1, leather armor common; 1, raincoat blueprint permanent, repair stones 8 as expected. Low-tier chests yielded little of value, though the bread was a pleasant addition to vary the palate. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian murmured to himself as he prepared to store the items in his cabinet. Wait, a raincoat? That sounds familiar. Raincoat blueprint permanent, an ancient term for rain gear, crafted from straw and other materials, boasting excellent waterproof properties. So that's what it was. Just as I remarked that straw was useless, a delightful surprise awaited me. Xiao Tian promptly approached the crafting table and utilized the blueprint. Raincoat. Materials required: straw 5, grass rope 1. Crafting time: 10 seconds. A total of 7 units are required. Xiao Tian glanced at his storage space and noted that he had 678 units of thatch. sufficient to craft 382 items. With over 90,000 people in need, this meager quantity was utterly insufficient for sale, revealing yet another avenue for profit. He first searched the trading channel, discovering that related products were scarce, with only a handful available, typically 1 or 2 items at a time. Thus, he decided to produce everything in one go. After completing this task, Xiao Tian found a chair to rest for a while, having been busy all morning. Time flew by, and an hour later, all the raincoats were produced. He listed them for sale at a price of 10 units of thatch and 2 units of wood each. Though the profit was modest, the volume was substantial, especially with the continuous rain driving high demand. Ding! Upon hearing the sound from his wristband, Xiao Tian initially thought that a sale had been made. To his surprise, upon checking, it was a video call from his mother. He felt a pang of anxiety, worried that something might have gone awry, and promptly answered the call. "Linlin, why are you there? Where's Mom? Is something wrong?" Seeing only his sister on the screen, with no sign of his mother, his heart raced. Linlin smiled and said to Xiao Tian, "Mom is working. She missed you, so she asked me to video call you." "That's good." Xiao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The siblings chatted for an hour, with Linlin's laughter ringing through the call. Having endured so much hardship and nearly lost her life, the 4-year-old Linlin had matured significantly and learned many things. "Linlin, are you eating enough? How many rooms are there in the shelter?" Given her tender age, Linlin might not grasp the significance of the shelter's level. So Xiao Tian opted to inquire about the number of rooms as an indicator. Linlin pondered for a moment before responding. "I'm full. Mom saved a lot. There's one room, but it's a bit cold at night." Xiao Tian looked at his sister with concern, about to speak when their mother appeared on the screen. Her hair and clothes somewhat damp. Though she appeared tired, her complexion had noticeably improved since before. "Xiao Tian, I've exchanged for some seeds and a plot of farmland. I plan to go out and plant them. I must hang up now. I'll talk to you later tonight. Don't worry about us. With the ginger soup you provided, we're not lacking for food anymore. Please take care of yourself." Previously, Xiao Tian had often found his mother's nagging bothersome. Since returning home to rely on his parents, he had never engaged in a genuine conversation with them, with each interaction ending in discord. Now, seeing the wrinkles that had appeared on his mother's face, he felt a wave of self-reproach. "Mom, I'm doing well. I have several capable warriors under my command, and with my resources, I believe I can rank among the top in this area. Go ahead with your work. And remember to trade resources to upgrade the shelter and stock up on supplies. Please don't take any risks. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow." After hanging up, he waved goodbye to Linlin. As the video call ended with a smile, Liui's expression gradually shifted, revealing a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come to find us?" Linlin looked at her mother with confusion, questioning the situation. Hearing her daughter's words, Liui's face betrayed a hint of bitterness. For this was a matter she had long sought to evade. Each time she encountered Xiao Tian, she yearned to inquire, yet the words would falter on her lips, swallowed back into silence. Given that Xiao Tian had managed to locate her across regions without mentioning any information about her father, she found herself reluctant to contemplate the implications. Regaining her composure, she donned a smile and tenderly addressed her daughter. "Sweetheart, your father is quite far away and cannot be reached at the moment. But soon enough, he will find us. Mommy must go to work now. You stay here and wait for me. Promise you won't go anywhere, all right?" Linlin is the most obedient," her daughter replied. After soothing her child, Liu turned to leave, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at Xiao Tian's end, having shut off the video, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Just as he contemplated organizing his inventory, a voice from outside interrupted him. "Master, something's wrong." Chapter 27. The Unparalleled Alliance. Suddenly, Xiao Qi rushed in, her face awash with anxiety. "Xiao Qi, do not panic. What's transpired?" Xiao Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. After all, as long as the protective shield remained intact, what could possibly go wrong? Xiao Qi hastily explained, "My lord, Farmer E just informed me that the new ginger is nearing maturity and we must prepare water in advance. As soon as it matures this afternoon, we can brew ginger soup. However, we have just utilized the rainwater stored from earlier today, and with no rain in sight, I intended to fetch water from the creek. Yet, as I stepped outside, I was startled to see two dragon rhinoceros beasts approaching, prompting me to flee back here. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Tian remarked, "That indeed poses a problem. But does it not take 12 hours for ginger to mature? That is true for the premium variety that has been fertilized. But the ordinary ginger from Farmer E, when fertilized, requires only 6 hours," she clarified. "In that case, we must investigate further." Xiao Tian found himself at an impasse. After all, the timing of the rain was uncertain, and waiting for it was not a sustainable solution. The two swiftly made their way to the enclosure. With the creek located less than 100 meters to the left outside the fence, a distance that could be traversed in no time. The dilemma lay in the fact that the two dragon rhinoceros beasts were fixated on them, making a return to the protective shield somewhat perilous. As they pondered their predicament, Xiao Tian noticed the bloodthirsty thornbush beside him was amusingly playing with mud using its main branch. An idea sparked in his mind. "Little fellow, could you excavate a trench from here to the creek?" he asked the thornbush. Though intelligent, it struggled with complex concepts. After several attempts at communication, the thornbush seemed to grasp the essence of his request and began to dig a small pit at the far left end of the enclosure, then extended its branches in the direction of the creek. Yes, precisely. Dig toward that direction," Xiao Tian exclaimed, delighted that the thornbush finally understood his intent. Once comprehending his thoughts, the thornbush extended several offshoots, forming a drill-like shape, and began to rotate toward the creek. In no time, a trench, measuring a meter deep and extending toward the creek, began to take shape. Xiao Tian hurried back to the shelter to craft a few stone picks, then returned to the enclosure with Xiao Qi and commenced excavating the earth, aiming to create a water reservoir. Their efforts were swift. Within 10 minutes, they had dug a pit 1 meter deep and over 2 meters wide. As Farmer E finished his tasks and joined them, the reservoir expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Half an hour later, the thorn bush successfully linked the trench to the creek, and the water began to flow gently. Xiao Tian's excavation was also complete, yielding a reservoir 1 meter deep and approximately 20 square meters in area. Rather than immediately filling it with water, he retrieved stones from his backpack, which, upon being collected, transformed into a rectangular shape measuring 1 meter in length and 20 centimeters in diameter. Together, they expended 100 units of stone to level the entire reservoir area, constructing stone walls along the edges before finally opening the mouth of the trench. The water flowed gently into the pool, its banks and bottom lined with stones, resulting in minimal sediment and crystal-clear streams, where numerous small fish and shrimp had taken refuge. After approximately half an hour, the pool was filled to the brim, ensuring an ample supply of water for both cultivation and consumption. Once their tasks were completed, Nong Yi and Xiao Qi began preparing ginger soup. From 2 units of ordinary ginger, Nong Yi had cultivated 20 units, reserving 5 units for planting in a standard field, lacking fertilizers and quality enhancements. The harvest would require 2 days. Another plot, a mix of ordinary and superior quality farmland, was sown with buplurum and Japanese knotweed by Nong Yi. Xiao Tian patrolled the perimeter, glancing towards the distant dragon rhinoceros, filled with frustration and helplessness. After an exhaustive search, he had found no animal hides, clearly due to the presence of the 2 dragon rhinoceroses, which had driven other wildlife away. This situation meant significant losses in potential harvests, risking being outpaced by others. Upon returning to the shelter, he first accessed the trading channel to assess the situation. The raincoat fruit was indeed in high demand, having sold out completely, yet surprisingly, the sales of ginger soup had declined, with only 412 cups sold and 288 remaining. He had acquired 3, 820 units of thatch, 164 units of wood, 780 units of stone, and 144 units of iron blocks. Upon closer inspection, he realized that more individuals were trading stones for ginger soup, indicating a lack of understanding regarding the stone's utility, or perhaps they were still striving to upgrade their small wooden houses, resulting in negligible demand for stones. A search in the trading channel revealed that others were selling ginger soup as well, at less than half his price. It was none other than his old acquaintance, Xiao Tian, who was selling from his arrow tower. At that moment, Xiao Tian noticed several messages from friends in his inbox, including one from Xiao Tian. Instead of opening them immediately, he opted to observe the chat channel first. The regional population stood at 91,336 out of a possible 100,000. To his astonishment, over 1,000 individuals had perished, and with half the protection period still remaining, nearly 10,000 had already succumbed. It was hard to fathom how many might remain by the end of the protection phase. At that moment, he noticed a familiar provocateur in the chat channel stirring up trouble. 000001. I told you 9527 is a heartless merchant, but you didn't believe me. Just look at the guild leader. Their prices are less than half. Many chimed in, echoing the sentiment, but to his relief, individuals such as Li Weiwei, Wang Chu, Ning Yuan, and others whom Xiao Tian's ginger soup had saved were defending him, though their voices were quickly drowned out by the multitude of messages. When had a guild leader emerged? This puzzled Xiao Tian. He paused the scrolling messages and scrolled back to the beginning of the day's discussions, meticulously reviewing each entry. After about 10 minutes and thousands of messages, his eyes blurred, but he finally pieced together the narrative. 000003. I am Xiao Tian, chairman of the group, and I believe most of you are familiar with me. I have now established the Wushuang Alliance, Alliance Order Level 2. We are recruiting 99 allies for mutual aid. Interested parties, please message me privately. The Alliance Command Level 2 permits the establishment of an alliance, with 1 leader, 2 vice leaders, and a total of 97 members. The Alliance Hall spans 30 square meters, and a leader may open it once daily. All members can choose to teleport to the Alliance Hall for meetings and trade. The leader and vice leaders may utilize their teleportation ability once per day to transport themselves to any member's location. Members are unable to attack one another, and higher-level alliance commands supersede this rule. With a gasp, Xiao Tian was taken aback by the existence of such an item. If others were to form alliances, it would not bode well for him. However, he was reluctant to join forces with anyone. On one hand, he was confident in his ability to amass an increasingly powerful following, harboring no fears of surviving in this brutal land. On the other hand, he had grown accustomed to solitude. With more people involved, the inevitable scheming and intrigues would ensue. As this news spread, many rushed to sign up, with the most eager being individual number 1, who secured the position of vice leader. Not only did he recruit talent for the Wushuang Alliance in the chat channels, but he also made snide remarks about Xiao Tian from time to time. After the Wushuang Alliance was fully formed, Xiao Tian released another significant piece of news. Chapter 28. The upgrade of the stone house. I shall stockpile a substantial quantity of ginger soup, requiring merely 6 thatch, 3 pieces of wood, 2 stones, or 1 iron block. Do you see? Our unparalleled alliance is not as unscrupulous as the 9527. Let us collectively resist him. You speak nonsense. Had it not been for his sale of copious ginger soup, we cannot fathom how many lives would have been lost last night. As Ning Yuango spoke, many who had been saved by the ginger soup rallied in support of Xiao Tian. Thus ensued a scene of mutual insults between the first and Ning Yuango, while Xiao Tian refrained from responding, harboring silent indignation. You unparalleled alliance may seek to thrive, but if you aspire to rise at my expense, you shall not succeed. He closed the chat channel, and his friends sent him messages. Wang Chu, brother, I am deeply grateful for your medicine. I feel much better now. This unparalleled alliance is utterly despicable. I will avenge you. Seeing Wang Chu's message, Xiao Tian smiled and replied, This brother truly stands by me in times of need. Xiao Tian, thank you, Wang Chu. I have devised a plan. Await the spectacle. Next came messages from Li Weiwei and Ning Yuango, all expressing concern and indignation on Xiao Tian's behalf. Even Naked Man Wu Ming sent a message. Lucy, brother, Xiao Tian has contacted me, ordering 500 cups. I am uncertain if he is attempting to steal your business. Otherwise, I would refuse to sell to him. To his surprise, Xiao Tian sought Lucy for bamboo cups, a mere 500 in quantity, indicating that ginger must be in short supply. Xiao Tian, address me as brother, and I shall not let you suffer losses. Sell with confidence. and additionally prepare 2,000 cups for me. The price remains unchanged, and I shall grant you an extra 200 thatch. Lucy, brother, you are being too courteous. The original price suffices. Ever since you gifted me the iron axe, my resource acquisition has increased, and I have slain several wild wolves and even a boar. By the way, do you require meat? I have plenty. Ha! Unexpectedly, a simple cup has led to the forging of a commendable friendship. Lucy is indeed a worthy companion. Xiao Tian felt elated, having made several good friends in just 3 days. Xiao Tian, it is settled then. No need for further discussion. Proceed with the crafting. Who can rival my resourcefulness? Exchange surplus resources for additional materials and expedite the upgrade of the shelter. After exchanging pleasantries with his friends, Xiao Tian finally opened Xiao Tian's message. Xiao Tian, brother, it is not my intention to undermine your business. Rather, it is a matter of public sentiment, compelling me to sell at this price. Frankly speaking, you are indeed charging a premium. How about this? I will purchase all your ginger soup at the price I sell mine. What do you think? Ah, what a clever calculation. Since you desire it, I shall oblige. Xiao Tian planned to sell the mixed chaihu medicinal soup, awaiting Xiao Tian's reaction upon acquiring it. Xiao Tian, I agree, provided you supply the wood. A total of 288 cups. Let us proceed with the transaction. Xiao Tian had not forgotten that the fence was still incomplete and that he required a considerable amount of wood. Xiao Tian, the deal. After removing the ginger soup from the shelves, a swift transaction was completed, yielding 864 units of timber. With no other pressing matters at hand, Xiao Tian meticulously inventoried all supplies, intending to upgrade the shelter and construct a sturdy fence. He methodically extracted items from the storage cabinets and spaces. Among the provisions were 20 units of superior-grade raw meat, 8 units of rare-grade meat, 2 bear paws, and 4 golden-armored crocodile eggs, accompanied by an abundance of fungi, wild vegetables, and berries. Additionally, there were 2 units of rare-grade blood essence, 1 liter of rare-grade water, and 2 units of superior-grade mysterious fruits, while the remainder consisted of medicinal herbs such as life grass and buplurum. The materials included thousands of basic materials like thatch and timber, 800 units of stone, over 200 iron blocks, as well as spatial gemstones and thunderstruck wood. A multitude of leather, beast teeth, and various qualities were also amassed. Among the items were an exceptional summoning order, an arrow tower, a silver treasure chest, a blueprint for a stone house, and several ordinary facilities and crafting blueprints. It was astonishing to realize that in just 3 days, such a substantial fortune had been accumulated. Thankfully, the storage cabinets provided ample space, or else there would have been nowhere to store it all, as the reward for the first stone house had yet to be claimed. It was imperative to seize the opportunity. The last reward had been a bronze treasure chest. Would you like to upgrade the shelter? This will require the stone house blueprint. 500 timber, 500 stones, and 100 iron blocks. Upgrade. With a resounding boom, the shelter underwent a dramatic transformation. Congratulations! You're the first in this area to upgrade to a stone house. You have received a silver treasure chest and 50 reputation points, which will be announced region-wide. Immediately, a golden light emanated from the wristband, and the chat interface opened automatically. Congratulations to 009527 for being the first to upgrade the shelter to a stone house. You have received a silver treasure chest and 50 reputation points. 3 announcements flashed in succession, glimmering atop the chat channel. The chat channel fell into a stunned silence, with no one daring to speak, not even the spirited Xiao Tian or the exuberant number 1, both momentarily frozen in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, who had just dealt a severe blow to Xiao Tian, was now beside himself with rage. Just a minute prior, he had paid a high price to acquire the stone house blueprint from another, eagerly anticipating being the first to upgrade and claim the announcement and treasure chest. Little did he know, he had been outpaced by Xiao Tian. The announcement was lost, the treasure chest downgraded to bronze, and his reputation points reduced to a mere 30. After exhausting all his resources for a single bronze chest, Lin Meng was consumed with resentment. He retrieved an item, his expression twisted in fury. With a chilling smile, he declared, "I had no intention of wasting this, but since you stole my glory, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 29. The insidious Lin Meng rubbed the scroll in his hands and activated it. Should he use Death Game? Excellence. Death Game, Excellence, allows the user to forcibly teleport an opponent into the instance of the death game by entering a specified ID. Completing the game yields substantial rewards, while failure results in obliteration. Warning: there is a high probability of death below excellence level. I doubt anyone can survive. Lin Meng laughed maniacally as he entered Xiao Tian's ID and clicked to use it. At that moment, Xiao Tian was observing the changes in the stone house. The entire shelter had undergone a remarkable transformation. The thatched roof had vanished, replaced by neatly arranged wooden planks. The lower part of the surrounding walls had become a 1-meter-high stone barrier, and the doors and windows were now encircled with iron sheeting. The previously secured grass ropes had been substituted with iron nails. Although the overall area remained unchanged, the materials had been upgraded, significantly enhancing warmth, comfort, and protection. Stepping outside, Xiao Tian noticed that the courtyard's open space had been transformed into a stone pathway, and the courtyard gate had evolved into a large wooden door wrapped in iron. The requirements for upgrading to an intermediate stone house were 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 200 units of iron ore. As the need for thatch had been eliminated, Xiao Tian speculated that the next level of the shelter would undoubtedly expand in size. Returning to his room, he chose to craft a raincoat at the workstation, utilizing all the thatch available, which could produce 545 pieces and would take 90 minutes. Xiao Tian then planned to step out and repair the fence. However, just as he crossed the threshold, a panel on his wristband automatically popped up, displaying information that left Xiao Tian astounded. ID 01573 has used the Death Game, Excellence, instant scroll against you. You will automatically enter in 1 hour. Refusal is not an option, but you may bring your subordinates. Completing the game will yield substantial rewards, while failure will result in obliteration. With a furious grip on his fists, Xiao Tian's heart seethed with resentment. So does you, Lin Meng. If it weren't for knowing your ID, I would not have known who was behind this. Once I locate your position, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Time is of the essence. First, he summoned Nong, Yi, and Shao Qi back. They needed to prepare the 8 pieces of rare-grade meat, and he called upon Uncle Guan and Dun Shan. In 1 hour, a battle concerning life and death awaited, and everyone had to participate. Seeing Xiao Tian's anxious expression and urgent tone, they recognized the gravity of the situation and did not dare to delay. Subsequently, Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, hoping to find something useful. A refined-grade horn bow caught his eye, which looked promising. He needed to find some arrows. The refined-grade iron armor also seemed excellent, so he decided to secure that first. After searching for a while, he occasionally discovered items he deemed useful, including a refined-grade healing potion. After half an hour of searching and haggling, he spent 20 units of refined-grade raw meat, 26 units of ordinary life grass, and 68 units of ordinary tiger stalks, along with nearly 1,000 units of wood. To acquire 1 refined horn bow, 1 ordinary iron bow, a set of refined iron armor, a permanent blueprint for arrow crafting, 2 sets of refined leather armor, 6 repair stones, and 1 refined-grade healing elixir. The price is exorbitant, akin to extending one's neck for the slaughter. Yet, time is of the essence, and completion is imperative. I hastily ceased the crafting of the raincoats and casually placed 100 or so upon shelves. Upon utilizing the arrow blueprints, I discerned that the production of arrows varies in quality depending on the materials used, thus affecting the enhancement of combat prowess. At last, the multitude of animal teeth has found its purpose. A standard arrow requires 1 unit of wood or iron to produce 10 shafts, crafted from wood. It yields a power increase of 1, when forged from iron, 3, and with the addition of beast teeth, 2, for superior grade arrows. One must employ iron alongside premium beast teeth, granting a power boost of 15. Rare grade arrows necessitate the use of refined iron, which I have yet to encounter. Dismissing the wooden variants, I swiftly consumed all ordinary and premium beast teeth, resulting in 134 enhanced arrows with 5 power and 24 superior grade arrows with 15 power. Additionally, I expended 100 units of iron to produce 1,000 iron arrows. Having completed these tasks, I resumed the crafting of raincoats. Master, what has transpired? Guan Yidao emerged, supporting himself against the shield mountain, his expression fraught with concern. I recounted the circumstances in detail, prompting both of us to prepare our equipment. Observing the still frail state of Shield Mountain, I felt a pang of sympathy and first inquired of Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, how is your health? Can you endure? With a few hearty pats on his chest, Guan Yidao proclaimed, Do not worry, my lord. After resting for several hours this afternoon, I have nearly recovered. The Radiant Tower is indeed formidable. My bones have healed completely. Noticing the slight furrow in Guan Yidao's brow, it was evident he was not entirely well, though his spirits appeared high. You should quickly consume this healing elixir. Alas, the opportunity for enhancement has passed. I then turned my attention to Shield Mountain, saying, Fortunately, the Radiant Tower has a song of life available. Allow you to experience the sensation of flight. Upon executing the action, the effect proved immensely powerful, with recovery speed surpassing that of Guan Yidao's elixir, revitalizing him in an instant. Shield Mountain's loyalty increased by 5, reaching an unwavering commitment. A delightful surprise that loyalty can be effortlessly attained through genuine treatment of summon allies. In the interim, I expended all repair stones to restore the durability of both their armaments. Shield Mountain donned a refined iron armor, while the 2 exquisite leather armors were assigned to Nong Yi and Xiao Qi. The horn bow was entrusted to Xiao Qi, and the iron frame bowed to Nong Yi. Here are over 300 arrows. You 2 are responsible for their safekeeping. After distributing all equipment, I ensured that everyone, particularly Xiao Qi and Nong Yi, familiarized themselves with their gear. With only 5 minutes remaining, I finally found a moment to attend to my own needs. Realizing I could elevate my combat power by 2 points, I first decided to consume a mysterious fruit. Regrettably, I had intended to reserve it for future enhancements, but necessity dictated otherwise. Just as I grappled with my indecision over the fruit, Xiao Qi spoke up. Master, the meat is ready. Perhaps you should consume the rare-grade meat instead, which will also augment your power. Indeed, I am grateful for your reminder. Upon hearing Xiao Qi's words, Xiao Tian stowed away the mysterious fruit and joyfully remarked. He then took a piece of meat and began to devour it heartily, speaking as he ate. You 4 should also partake. It is essential to replenish your strength. Xiao Qi, do ensure to bring along the remaining high-quality water. In but a minute, a pound of meat had vanished into Xiao Tian's stomach, his combat power reaching a plateau of 100 points. With 3 minutes remaining, he retrieved the essence of blood and flesh, swallowing it hastily without savoring it. A radiant glow enveloped Xiao Tian as he began his advancement. Moments later, the ascension was complete, and the sound of notifications echoed from his wristband. Before he could examine the interface, Xiao Qi playfully covered his nose and ushered him into the lavatory. No longer merely a lavatory following the upgrade, it had transformed into a spacious area of 10 square meters, with the toilet and bathing areas separated by wooden partitions. When Xiao Tian emerged, time was dwindling to under 30 seconds. Everyone prepared themselves. Shield Mountain and Uncle Guan positioned themselves for immediate defense, while Xiao Qi and Nong Yi remained close by. The game of death, excellence, commenced, preparing for the teleportation. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 30. The game of death, the teleportation commenced as the countdown began. 10, 9. A hexagram emerged on the ground. Xiao Tian hastily selected all his companions. Moments later, darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The 5 individuals swiftly positioned themselves, forming a protective barrier around Xiao Tian, while Guan Yidao and the other 4 synchronized their movements to shield him, disregarding Xiao Tian's instructions. The least formidable among them, Nong Yi, clumsily wielded an iron bow. Yet his gaze remained resolute, fixed ahead. Didn't Tiwi agree that Nong Yi and Xiao Qi would remain inside, while Uncle Guan and Dunshan would guard the periphery? Xiao Tian was touched. Yet Nong Yi and Xiao Qi steadfastly declared, My lord, I am willing to perish, but it shall be in your presence. I shall never cower behind you. Ah, Uncle Guan, let us first survey our surroundings. It appears the game has yet to commence. Everyone, relax a bit. With no means to change their minds, Xiao Tian could only express his helplessness and curiously examine his status panel. ID 009527 Xiao Tian level. 1 experience. 70 300 combat power. 260 110 31 20 stamina. 100 100 talent. See grade enhancement of all things upgradable. 15 100 times for enhancement or related treasures to upgrade to be grade. At least 1 level enhancement, 0. 1 probability for level 2 enhancement, 0. 1 probability for level 3 enhancement, with a maximum upgrade to mythic level. Cannot be reused on the same item. 5 uses per day. Remaining uses today, 0. Qualifications, excellent equipment. Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exceptional. Combat power 120, automatically generates crossbow bolts. Attack speed 1's bolt. Range 1,000 meters. Attach skill. Arrow rain, covers a 10-meter radius with 100 arrows. Attack power 100, cooldown 30 minutes. Automatic stamina recovery, 1 per minute. Stamina 100 evaluation, surpassing the limits of ordinary individuals. 1 step closer to becoming a formidable powerhouse. His combat power had increased, and leveling up now granted an additional 30 points. However, he lamented the lack of knowledge regarding skill acquisition. With a slap to his forehead, Xiao Tian chastised himself. Foolish me. Preoccupied with equipping Guan Yidao and the others, I neglected to procure armor for my own protection. In the space around him lay only the tattered iron armor discarded by Dun Shan. A meager defense, but better than nothing. He quickly donned it, gaining a modest 2 points in combat power and a semblance of protection. Surveying their surroundings, he noted that they were situated in a desolate plain, devoid of vegetation. A sea of yellow sand swirled around them, interspersed with the occasional sight of dead trees strewn across the ground and faint glimpses of skeletal remains. In the distance, dilapidated structures emerged on the horizon. The 5 of them were positioned within a stone fortification, presumably a watchtower, square in shape and measuring less than 30 square meters. Standing approximately 3 meters tall, there was no internal space, only a flat roof, with protective walls rising 5 meters around them. A sense of unease washed over Xiao Tian. It was evident that they were ensnared in a death trap, with no means of escape or concealment. Uncle Guan, although there were no explicit hints, the environment clearly indicates that we must adopt a defensive stance. This time, we shall all heed your guidance. With your skills in military command, you can lead us and enhance our collective strength. Lacking a clear strategy, Xiao Tian could only proceed cautiously and establish the chain of command. At your command, from this moment, you shall follow my orders. As Guan Yidao's words resonated, although their combat power remained unchanged, their bodies felt a remarkable shift, as if they had been imbued with a subtle strength. Guan Yidao pondered for a moment before meticulously surveying the watchtower, then turned to Xiao Tian. My lord, how many stones do we have? Although somewhat perplexed, Xiao Tian checked his inventory and relayed the count to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, there are still 300 units left. What is your plan? My lord, my strategy is as follows. The platform presents no inherent dangers, so we shall create our own defenses. We will construct a platform of stones in the center, measuring 10 square meters and at least 3 meters high, surrounded by protective walls. This way, both you and Xiao Qi can shoot from the elevated position while leaving a 1-meter passage below. Shield Mountain, and I will handle the defense. Should the lower defenses falter, we can retreat to the high platform, significantly increasing our chances of survival. After a brief pause, Guan Yidao continued, of course. This plan hinges on the absence of aerial enemies. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to hold our ground. Let us not dwell on uncertainties. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let's commence at once. Xiao Tian hastily retrieved all the stones, feeling a sense of calm. For he still possessed a summoning token intended for his mother, which he could use if the situation turned dire. The 5 of them worked tirelessly to construct the platform. Fortunately, with their formidable strength, the task was accomplished with remarkable ease. In less than 10 minutes, a man-made platform stood proudly in the center, approximately 4 meters high, with protective walls nearing 5 meters. Through a designated small staircase, Xiao Tian led Xiao Qi and Nong Yi up to the platform, where they unleashed their arrows. From their elevated vantage point, Xiao Tian observed the distant horizon and noticed something gathering in all four directions. A dispassionate voice echoed. The game of death begins. Level 1. 100 skeletal soldiers, normal. As the announcement faded, a flash of white light illuminated the area within 100 meters of the watchtower, revealing the fearsome sight of 100 skeletal soldiers, a chilling assembly of bony figures wielding rusted weapons, their jaws moving in a silent chant, flames flickering in their eye sockets. My lord, why not test your attack? Very well. Xiao Tian raised the Xianjin divine crossbow, took careful aim, and released an arrow. With a swift whoosh, it struck the skull of a skeletal soldier, shattering it instantaneously and scattering bones across the ground. The arrow pierced through several more skeletal soldiers, demonstrating formidable power. Uncle Guan, hold your fire. I believe I can handle this alone. Xiao Tian gestured for Xiao Qi and Nong Yi to refrain from shooting, opting to eliminate the enemies one by one himself. In that moment, the battle became a showcase of Xiao Tian's prowess. The skeletal soldiers moved slowly in a cluster, and each arrow he released felled several of them. In no time, a minute had passed, leaving only a handful of battered skeletal soldiers outside the watchtower, all dispatched by Xiao Tian's precise shots. Is this the extent of the challenge? It seems rather too simple, having single-handedly vanquished the first wave of adversaries. Xiao Tian wore a broad smile of satisfaction. The voice resounded once more, announcing, successfully eliminated the first wave of enemies. All experience points 50. The next wave shall commence in 10 minutes. As the skeletal remains vanished from the ground, Xiao Tian, initially indifferent to the prospect of gaining experience, soon adopted a more seasoned demeanor, suspecting that the task could not be as effortless as it appeared. Indeed, the second wave comprised 200 skeletons, which Xiao Tian barely managed to dispatch as they drew near. The third wave presented a greater challenge with 300 skeletons, including 10 of superior quality. Nong Yi and Xiao Qi took action. However, both lacked sufficient experience and exhibited poor accuracy. Nong Yi, not being a warrior, showed no improvement in precision, while Xiao Qi, with her remarkable learning ability, managed to achieve a 50 hit rate after releasing over 20 arrows. With the fourth wave arriving, consisting of 400 skeletons, the situation escalated dramatically as 100 elite skeletons and one rare level emerged, tightening the hearts of the onlookers. Guan Yidao took charge, instructing my lord, transfer the original shield from Shield Mountain to Nong Yi. Nong Yi, your duty is to remain vigilant and protect our lord. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This wave will demand close-quarters combat. Chapter 31. The skeleton army. As the skeletal figures emerged, Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi did not relent, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows that pinned each skeleton to the ground. Xiao Tian's Xianjin divine crossbow proved effective even against the more refined skeletons, delivering fatal blows with a single shot to their skulls. In contrast, Xiao Qi faced greater difficulty, unless she struck the vulnerable eye sockets of the refined skeletons. It would take her 5 arrows to vanquish one, compelling her to target the more ordinary skeletons instead. The agile, refined skeletons adeptly concealed themselves behind their lesser counterparts, making them elusive targets. By the time the enemy approached the outpost, Xiao Tian had managed to fell a mere 10 foes. Refined skeleton warrior level 1 combat power, 120 evaluation. Agile, the backbone of the skeleton battalion. Rare skeleton warrior level 1 combat power, 225 evaluation. Battle-hardened elite. Skilled in close combat. The rare skeleton warrior, clad in iron armor and wielding a steel sword, towered nearly 3 meters tall, nearly on par with the outpost itself. Thankfully, the protective wall held firm against its attempts to scale the fortification. Uncle Guan, be careful. Guan Yidao maneuvered through the corridor, dispatching skeleton soldiers that leaped forth, narrowly escaping an ambush from behind, only to be saved by Xiao Tian's timely arrow. Master, I'm out of arrows. Xiao Qi exclaimed anxiously. Xiao Tian was taken aback. After only the 4th wave, he had exhausted his supply. having prepared over 300 arrows. Xiao Qi jumped down and take up the blade of the shield mountain to join the fray. Guan Yidao, ever vigilant, listened attentively to Xiao Qi's words while continuing to slay enemies, promptly orchestrating the next move. Without hesitation, Xiao Qi leaped from the top of the shield mountain, receiving the crude blade that was passed to her. Armed with the shield in one hand, she sent the advancing skeleton warriors flying while keeping a keen eye on the movements of the rare skeleton warrior. As Xiao Qi took the crude blade, her swings were somewhat uncoordinated at first, yet she quickly adapted, alleviating some of Guan Yidao's burden. Sweep, slash, retreat. While Guan Yidao fought, he also guided Xiao Qi, who, equipped with learning skills, swiftly found her footing and managed to handle a skeleton warrior on her own. With her innate prowess exceeding that of the refined skeletons, Xiao Qi grew even more formidable as she unleashed her true combat potential. There are still 7 refined ones left. Positioned atop a high platform, Nong Yi, momentarily idle, took on the role of an observer, occasionally relaying updates to the team. He felt a pang of urgency. Alas, as merely a farmer, he could only contend with a few of the ordinary skeletons. With a swift whoosh, a skeleton warrior fell to the ground, prompting a grin from Xiao Tian. Wrong. Only 6 remain. With the adversaries dwindling, Xiao Tian's spirits lifted enough to indulge in banter. Moments later, the refined skeletons were completely eradicated, leaving only 1 rare skeleton warrior and a handful of ordinary skeletons. Next wave of attack in 958. Suddenly aware of the countdown displayed on his wristband, Xiao Tian felt a surge of urgency. Uncle Guan, the next wave of attack has commenced. We must act swiftly. Shield Mountain, let us leap down and eliminate this rare skeleton warrior. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's command, Guan Yidao made a swift decision, understanding the necessity for proactive engagement, and without hesitation, he jumped down. With a sweeping strike, the formidable blade dispatched all the ordinary skeleton soldiers nearby. At that moment, Shield Mountain set his sights on the skeletal warrior, gripping his iron shield tightly and charging forward. The combination of his own weight and the hefty shield sent the skeletal warrior crashing to the ground. Just then, Guan Yidao arrived in the nick of time, activating his skill to sever the warrior's head. A flash of white light illuminated the area as the bones scattered, and the 5 companions radiated brilliance, each experiencing a surge in vitality. The first wave granted them 50 experience points, the second 100, followed by 150 and 200. Xiao Tian quickly discerned the pattern of experience gain. Though modest, it was better than nothing. All 5 had ascended to level 2, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao's experience points reached 270 out of 500 at level 2, and should the next wave yield 250 points, they would ascend once more. Nong Yi, Xiao Qi, come down swiftly and retrieve the arrows. My lord, please keep track of the time. Notify us to ascend in the final 2 minutes. Guan Yidao commanded from the watchtower. The group sprang into action, and at that moment, Shield Mountain made a new discovery. Uncle Guan, this skeletal warrior dropped something. Guan Yidao quickly approached to investigate, discovering 3 glowing orbs where the skeletal warrior had vanished. He collected them and climbed back to the watchtower, presenting them to Xiao Tian. To his surprise, there were unexpected rewards. Xiao Tian eagerly opened the items. Iron Sword, fine, combat power 15 stamina, 8100. Iron Armor, fine, combat power 20 stamina, 9100. 4 repair stones, gazing at the acquired items. Xiao Tian burst into joyful laughter. Ha! What a timely boon. Uncle Guan, please hand this iron sword to Xiao Qi, and you may distribute the repair stones among yourselves. The iron armor is perfectly suited for me. With that, he donned the iron armor. Though merely fine quality, the added combat power was modest, yet the sturdy iron plating provided a profound sense of security. Time swiftly passed, and soon only 2 minutes remained. Xiao Tian hurriedly summoned everyone to gather. Time was of the essence. Less than 500 arrows had been recovered. Guan Yidao directed Xiao Qi to continue firing, instructing her to descend for support as soon as the enemies approached. Wave 5 begins. Here they come. With wide eyes, Xiao Tian focused on the distance. After a flash of white light, he surveyed the scene, his heart sinking momentarily. The presence of 500 foes was anticipated, Yet among them were 300 ordinary skeletons, including 100 archers, alongside 190 elite skeleton warriors, 9 rare skeletal warriors, and 1 newly emerged exceptional skeletal general. Uncle Guan, the situation is dire. There are 100 skeletal archers, 190 skeletal warriors, 9 skeletal warriors, and 1 skeletal general. Xiao Tian urgently conveyed the state of the skeletal horde to Guan Yidao below, his tone tinged with urgency. Crouched behind the protective wall, Guan Yidao paused for a moment before addressing the group. My lord, there is no need for alarm. Xiao Qi, swiftly unleash all your arrows to eliminate the skeletal archers, then descend to assist Shield Mountain. My lord, focus on dispatching the skeletal warriors. And once I have drawn the skeletal warriors together, follow my lead to unleash your skills. Nong Yi, ensure the safety of my lord. With everything meticulously arranged, Guan, his expression grave, gripped his formidable blade tightly and leaped down. A few bystanders were taken aback, and Xiao Tian exclaimed loudly, Uncle Guan, be careful. Chapter 32. From birdshot to cannon with a heavy thud, the ground trembled as he landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. He waved a hand to his companions behind him and, dragging his great sword, charged swiftly towards the horde of skeletons. A low-frequency sound, reminiscent of a deep-throated growl, reverberated through the air. It emanated from the skeletal war general, prompting the surrounding skeletal archers to raise their bows and unleash a barrage of bone arrows towards Guan Yidao. Unfortunately, the sluggishness of the skeletal soldiers rendered their ethereal arrows ineffective, merely stirring up dust behind him, and any that struck were deflected by his leather armor. As he cleaved his way through, skeletons fell before him, forging a path as he pressed onward until he stood beside the skeletal warriors, delivering a swift blow that sent them reeling. Upon the watchtower, Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi relentlessly fired their arrows, causing skeletal archers and warriors to collapse in droves. Within 3 minutes, the skeletal archers were nearly decimated, and over 70 skeletal warriors lay defeated. Guan Yidao felt the pressure wane as he navigated through the skeletal ranks as if traversing a deserted land, pursued closely by the enraged skeletal warriors. Before long, 9 skeletal warriors and dozens of skeletal soldiers were drawn together, nearing the watchtower. Prepare, my lord. Guan Yidao surged forward, executing a roll that took him out of Xiao Tian's line of sight. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian activated his skill, Rain of Arrows. Instantly, a deluge of crossbow bolts descended upon the skeletal throng, with nearly every clustered warrior pierced by 5 or 6 arrows, causing the majority to topple, leaving only 3, maimed and standing, while over 20 skeletal soldiers fell behind them. Shield Mountain, we shall confront the skeletal war general. Xiao Qi switched weapons, maintaining their position on the platform. Seizing the moment, Guan Yidao called for Shield Mountain to join him in facing the skeletal war general. The remaining few skeletal soldiers posed no threat for Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi. A piercing cry erupted from the skeletal war general as it charged towards Guan Yidao. Though the war general possessed a modicum of intelligence and could command its subordinates, its limited wits became apparent as its forces dwindled before it realized it needed to engage. The remaining skeletal soldiers, under the war general's command, surged toward the watchtower, leaving only the war general to face Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain. With a resounding crash, the war general's strike aimed at Guan Yidao was firmly met by Shield Mountain's defense. The war general wielded a formidable sword, which severed a third of the durability of Shield Mountain's iron shield, causing him great distress and compelling him to avoid a direct confrontation. Uncle Guan, I cannot withstand this. His blade is too fierce. 2 more blows and my shield will shatter. Upon hearing this, Guan Yidao swiftly altered his strategy. As the war general pursued Shield Mountain, he swung his great sword in a wide arc, aiming for its knee, and with a decisive stroke, severed one of the skeletal war general's legs. Momentarily stunned, the war general collapsed, providing Shield Mountain with an opportunity to leap high and crash down upon its back with his iron shield. Hurry, Uncle Guan! With his extensive combat experience, Guan Yidao seized this chance, executing a powerful strike that severed the war general's right hand, which still clutched the great sword. Now, rendered defenseless, The skeletal war general succumbed to their coordinated assault, its head cleaved from its body, vanquished at last. With a series of swift movements, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, leaving Guan Yidao panting heavily as he slumped onto the skeletal warrior. Although Shenzhan was in better condition, primarily focused on defense, he still had the energy to assist. Shenzhan, quickly lend a hand, Guan Yidao gasped, urging Shenzhan to come to his aid. At that moment, fewer than 10 skeletal warriors remained, alongside around 60 ordinary skeletons. Having honed her combat skills, Xiao Qi maneuvered with ease under Xiao Tian's protection. With Xuanshan's support, the battle concluded in less than a minute. All participants received an experience boost of 250, leading to successful level-ups for both Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao, the latter recovering some stamina and rising to his feet. As the bones faded away, they left behind a scattering of luminous orbs. This time, Xiao Tian did not remain atop the high platform, but leaped down with Nomi. Hurry and clear the battlefield. We have no idea when the next wave will arrive. We must be prepared. The group immediately sprang into action. Thanks to Guan Yidao, this encounter concluded even more swiftly than the previous one. After collecting all the spoils and arrows, they had time to rest. Xiao Tian produced a selection of berries and fresh well water, and the group drank heartily. Xiao Tian had not exhausted himself much, having primarily focused on shooting from above, and still retained half his stamina. After quenching their thirst, he began to tally their gains. 6 fine-grade iron swords, 7 sets of fine-grade iron armor, 1 rare-grade black iron greatsword, 1 rare-grade fish scale armor, 12 repair stones, 1 fine-grade summoning order, 3 fine-grade skeleton summoning tokens, and 1 rare-grade skeleton summoning token. Beholding the abundant loot, Xiao Tian felt a surge of joy and even a twinge of anticipation for the next crisis. Knowing he still possessed a trump card, the exceptional summoning order. Uncle Guan, this is yours. This black iron great sword adds a formidable 80 combat power. If we encounter another skeletal warlord, I doubt it could withstand even few of your strikes. Also, switch to the iron armor. The leather armor lacks sufficient protection. Nong Yi, Xiao Qi, you both should on the iron armor as well. Shenzhan, the fish scale armor is for you. With the new equipment, Spirit's sword, especially for Guan Yidao, who tenderly caressed his new weapon, his gentle expression betraying a fondness that might lead one to think he was caressing a beloved. Everyone had switched to new gear, and aside from Shenzhan consuming 2 repair stones to restore his iron shield, there was no need to waste precious stones on the old equipment. Next, Xiao Tian retrieved several summoning orders. He was familiar with the fine-grade summoning order and was curious about the skeleton summons, so he opened the details. Summon skeleton, fine. Summon skeleton, rare. It turned out to summon skeletal warriors and skeletal champions, which would assist in defense, but sadly could not be retained after the dungeon's conclusion. Xiao Tian decided to utilize them all, including the fine-grade summoning order. In a flash of white light, a warrior in his early 20s, clad in iron armor and wielding an iron sword, materialized, accompanied by 3 skeletal warriors and 1 skeletal champion. At your service, my lord. Xiao Tian assisted him to his feet and proceeded to inspect his information. Unnamed, exceptional, class, warrior affiliation, Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 0 100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 188 3 stamina, 100 100 skills, none equipment. Iron sword common, combat power 1 durability 100 100 iron armor, common, combat power 2 durability 100 100 evaluation, elite infantry. Valiant in battle, adept in close combat not bad. With a combat power of 188, it is nearly at the threshold of rare quality, worthy of cultivation, and has the potential for promotion to rare. From now on, you shall be called Bu Yi. Allow me to introduce you to everyone. After the pleasantries, Xiao Tian replaced Bu Yi's ordinary equipment, consequently increasing his combat power by over 30 points. The others then curiously gazed upon the 4 skeletons. Much like the ones they had just vanquished, the skeletal warriors were clad in armor and wielded iron swords, boasting a formidable combat power of 310 points. The 3 skeletal soldiers, still adorned in tattered gear, were commanded by Xiao Tian to don the exquisite iron swords and armor, and to his astonishment, they complied, enhancing their combat power by an additional 30 points. By quietly reciting the commands, he could manipulate them with ease, as the skeletal warriors required only simple instructions to follow. Uncle Guan, if the next round yields similar enhancements, I foresee no difficulties ahead. Transitioning from a bird gun to a cannon, our strength has surged. Xiao Tian began to feel a sense of pride. Do not become complacent, my lord. Even a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, Guan Yidao cautioned, remaining composed and not allowing the brief victory to cloud his judgment. As time passed, the sixth wave finally arrived, and a brilliant white light enveloped the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the group could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 33. The mysterious gift package surrounded by a dense throng. The enemies had doubled since the last wave. In addition to the unchanged number of skeleton soldiers, there were now 500 grotesque creatures resembling skinless humans. Their muscle fibers exposed as if their skin had been gruesomely stripped away, drenched in blood. Blood corpse, common, combat power, 80 evaluation, average combat power, swift in movement, with the sole weakness being the head. Uncle Guan, we cannot venture out now. The newly emerged monsters are called blood corpses. They can only be vanquished by striking their heads. Xiao Tian informed Guan Yidao of the situation regarding the newly appeared blood corpses, prompting Guan Yidao to devise a new strategy immediately. Xiao Qi, continue targeting the skeleton archers. The Lord will specifically deal with the skeleton warriors while others defend the platform. We have a larger number this time. We can only hold our ground. Remember to rely on the 4 skeletons for defense and avoid damage. The blood corpses moved with alarming speed. Scarcely had Guan Yidao finished speaking when they were already within 20 meters of the outpost. Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi remained focused on their respective targets. After thousands of shots, their accuracy was commendable, achieving a hit rate of approximately 80%. Ning surveyed the surroundings from a high platform, occasionally relaying information to Guan Yidao. The platform below had descended into a fierce melee. With their high combat power and abundant experience, Shield Mountain and Guan Yidao continuously dispatched blood corpses between them. However, Bu Yi struggled considerably. After slaying a mere 10 blood corpses, as more enemies ascended, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his stamina waning, forced to take refuge beside the skeleton warriors, biding his time to strike. Fortunately, the 4 skeleton warriors and the skeleton warrior remained tireless, managing to block nearly half of the enemies. Xiao Qi, have you eliminated the skeleton archers yet? Guan Yidao's voice resonated from below the high platform. At that moment, Guan Yidao was drenched in sweat, realizing that the blood corpses were more formidable than anticipated. Unless one could sever their necks or cleave their skulls, they would continue to attack, demanding considerable effort to defeat. Outside the outpost, the bodies had piled up to over 3 meters high, and the blood corpses and skeleton soldiers surged forward, intensifying the pressure significantly. The 3 skeleton warriors on their side were already on the verge of collapse, missing limbs, making it increasingly difficult to maintain their defense. Hearing Guan Yidao's words, Xiao Qi surveyed her surroundings, made a rough estimation, and spoke up. Uncle Guan, there's still about 10 left. It's not worth worrying about. They pose no significant threat. Quickly come down to support Bu Yi. The defense below is on the brink of collapse. In a state of urgency, Xiao Qi discarded her bow and picked up an iron sword, leaping down. With a swift strike of her sword upon landing, she dispatched a skeleton warrior effortlessly. A twist of her wrist allowed her to sweep the sword horizontally, clearing several enemies near Bu Yi. Thank you. These blood corpses are exceedingly difficult to kill. If we delay any longer, I won't be able to hold my position, Bu Yi remarked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He feared not for his own life, but for the safety of the Lord. Without further ado, Xiao Qi nodded to Bu Yi and hastily moved to eliminate the blood corpses surrounding the skeleton warriors, momentarily stabilizing their defense. Uncle Guan, can you hold on? We have already dealt with 6 skeleton warriors. We only need 3 more to finish this. At that moment, atop the high platform, Xiao Tian, who had been intently shooting at the skeleton warriors, noticed the chaotic situation below and felt a surge of anxiety. With a swift slice of his formidable blade, Guan Yidao dispatched the 3 skeletal warriors charging forth. Turning to his comrades, He reassured them, "Fear not, my lord. The common adversaries possess little lethality. We can withstand their onslaught. Shielder, keep a vigilant watch over Bu Yi, while Xiao Qi maneuvers about. Nongyi, remain alert to the movements of that skeletal champion. Report at the first sign of its approach." Even amidst the fierce skirmish, Guan Yi Dao exhibited remarkable precision and timeliness in directing his allies, instilling them with immense confidence. Time flew swiftly, and outside the outpost, over 500 foes still remained. As the last skeletal warrior fell, Xiao Tian, filled with jubilation, suddenly realized that the countdown for the next wave had commenced, sending a wave of panic coursing through him. "Guan uncle, what shall we do? The countdown has begun. We have but 9 minutes. Do not panic, my lord. There is still time. Retrieve the superior provisions and let Nong Yi pass them to us. We must regain some vitality," Guan Yi Dao replied resolutely. His exceptional combat prowess could sustain him. While Shielder focused on defense with minimal expenditure of energy, yet both Xiao Qi and Bu Yi were gradually exhausting their stamina. As Xiao Tian launched his attacks, he hastily extracted items from his storage space and cast them onto the platform. "Bu Yi, replenish your strength first. I shall cover you." Shielder positioned himself beside Bu Yi, deflecting incoming assaults with his iron shield and sword, clearing the area of foes. After quickly consuming a cup of superior water and half a rare meat, Bu Yi's vitality surged, restoring him to a vigorous state. Following suit, Xiao Qi, Shielder, and Guan Yi Dao took turns recuperating, their kill rate increasing once more. As 2 summoned skeletal warriors fell, the last remaining one had already lost an arm and was on the verge of collapse. "My lord, what is this?" Xiao Tian, having just slain the final skeletal champion, was busy eliminating the skeletal warriors to alleviate the pressure below when he suddenly heard Nong Yi's voice. Xiao Tian inquired, glancing at the ground, where a shimmering gift box caught his eye. "Where did that come from?" "My lord, you brought it forth." Nong Yi replied, momentarily caught off guard by the question. Confounded, Xiao Tian utilized his faith shot while examining the messages on his wristband, flipping through several pages until he discovered that it was a mysterious gift bestowed by the Heavenly Tao for being the first blue star human to achieve superior qualifications. In his previous haste, he had overlooked it. Without delay, he opened the gift box. "Congratulations! You have received Golden Treasure Chest X1, Equipment Enhancement Scroll, Superior, X1, Summoning Order, Rare, X1. "Huh, I never expected such treasures," Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully, contemplating how to utilize these items to navigate the impending crisis. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, Superior. Notice, equipment below Superior can be upgraded by 1 level. Recognizing the value of the scroll, Xiao Tian pondered for a moment and concluded that it would be best to bestow it upon Guan Yi Dao. Equipped with a formidable weapon, combined with his strength, he might even stand a chance against a dragon rhinoceros. "Guan uncle, proceed to enhance your weapon to the superior level." Without hesitation, Xiao Tian tossed the enhancement scroll to Guan Yi Dao, who immediately set about the enhancement process without delay. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene, and in an instant, the great sword held by Guan Yi Dao transformed into a crescent blade. Chapter 34. The Archer. Lung Ling. Weapon. Crescent Moon Blade. Exquisite. Combat Power 135. Skill 1. Half Moon Slash. Unleashes a crescent-shaped blade aura forward, inflicting substantial damage on enemies in its path. Effective up to 20 meters. Attack Power 20. Cooldown 60-minute Skill 2. Sweeping through the armies. Executes a fan-shaped blade aura, damaging enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown 60 minutes automatic stamina recovery. 1 per minute. Stamina 100 robust and incredibly formidable. Guan Yi Dao effortlessly cleaved 2 skeletal warriors in half with a mere flick of his wrist, demonstrating his prowess with ease. Moreover, he possessed 2 lethal skills. Although their cooldown was lengthy, they serve as ace cards capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Where's that skeletal general? I am eager to confront it. With the crescent moon blade in hand, even the composed Guan Yi Dao felt a surge of impatience, yearning for a duel with the skeletal general. "Guan uncle, wait a moment. I shall summon a powerful ally to assist." concerned about the insufficiency of personnel on the platform upon hearing Guan Yidao's intent to seek out the skeletal general. Xiao Tian contemplated using the summoning order, rare. Suddenly, Xiao Tian slapped his own forehead. How foolish of me. I could simply utilize the exquisite one instead. After all, I can enhance it again before giving it to my mother tomorrow. Thus, he stowed away the summoning order and retrieved the exquisite level item for use. The summoning was successful, yielding a warrior, exquisite one. In a flash of white light, a female warrior clad in ornate leather armor materialized upon the high platform, wielding a bow and quiver. The segments of her leather armor were adorned with exquisite metallic patterns, perfectly accentuating her form, showcasing both strength and grace. The ends of her bow were razor-sharp, glinting coldly, indicating that it was far more than just a ranged weapon. Her quiver, albeit seemingly scant, held 10 arrows. Her features were striking, with finely chiseled and three-dimensional facial characteristics. Upon raising her gaze, her eyes seemed capable of piercing through all, embodying the indifference of a hunter fixating on its prey. At your service, my lord. Her voice was crisp and cool. Cold Ling, excellence, occupation, archer affiliation, Xiao Tian loyalty, 80 level, 0 experience, 0 100 combat power, 521, 365 156, stamina, 100 skills, rapid fire, launches 10 arrows in quick succession, capable of targeting a single or multiple foes with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Deadly shot, delivers 200 attack power, ensuring a fatal strike against targets below excellence level, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Equipment, Shadow Pursuit Bow, Rare Combat Power 68, increases attack speed by 20, durability 100. Gale Leather Armor, Rare Combat Power 88, enhances movement speed by 20, durability 100. Return Arrow Quiver, Rare contains 10 indestructible black gold arrows, automatically returning to the quiver upon hitting a target. Evaluation, a formidable presence on the battlefield, possessing exceptional long-range damage and commendable close combat abilities. Xiao Tian was utterly astounded as he gazed upon Cold Ling's attributes, left speechless for a prolonged moment. She was akin to an ancient Gatling gun combined with a sniper, boasting 2 extraordinary skills and that remarkable quiver. It was no wonder she carried only 10 arrows. This was nothing short of infinite firepower. Stunned, he momentarily forgot to assist her. From Cold Ling's perspective, she lifted her gaze only to find Xiao Tian fixated on her, stirring a tinge of annoyance within her. Loyalty decreased by 5. Xiao Tian jolted back to reality, puzzled by the sudden change. Realizing Cold Ling remained on one knee, her expression displeased, he quickly offered an explanation. My sincerest apologies. I was simply taken aback by your attributes and did not mean to disregard you. Please rise. The battle is urgent. You must engage the enemy first, and I shall provide an introduction later. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Cold Ling's demeanor softened, relieved that her lord was not a lecherous man. She stood and clasped her hands in respect before surveying the battlefield. Meanwhile, Guan Yidao was wreaking havoc below, eagerly engaging in combat, and had already spotted the skeletal war general. With his skills cooling down for another minute, he was poised to charge at the foe. Cold Ling, that is a skeletal war general of the excellence tier. Defeating it will make this wave of enemies manageable, Xiao Tian instructed, pointing toward the skeletal warrior. After observing the situation and calculating the distance, Cold Ling confidently replied, Rest assured, my lord, this is but a trifling task. Watch closely. With that, she raised her bow, aimed for a few seconds, and shouted, Fire! Her movements were a blur, arms moving with lightning speed as she unleashed 10 arrows in a seamless line toward the skeletal war general. It was the rapid-fire skill in action, and Xiao Tian was astonished to witness such dizzying speed. Less than 2 seconds had passed before all 10 arrows were released. The arrows struck true, piercing the eye sockets of the skeletal war general before it could even react, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to attack. Fortunately, with the skeletal war general's demise, the enemy's assault paused momentarily. Otherwise, injuries would have been inevitable. The miraculous quiver revealed its magic as At the instant the skeletal general fell, all 10 arrows reappeared within it, leaving Xiao Tian and Nong Yi in a state of awe. Wow, Cold Ling, you are truly remarkable. Amidst the continuous praises exchanged between the two, Lung Ling's lips gradually curled upward, her heart brimming with joy. With a mere flick of her wrist, she unleashed a flurry of arrows, achieving the remarkable feat of firing 2 arrows per second, even in the absence of skills. Her strikes were both swift and precise, as foes fell one after another, with even the skeletal warriors succumbing to a single arrow. Within 3 minutes, she had loosed nearly 300 arrows, clearing the area surrounding the outpost, leaving only 2 minutes until the next wave. Master, my bow is nearing its limit, Lung Ling remarked, raising her bow. Yes, it will be here shortly. Uncle Guan, please clear the battlefield and collect the fallen orbs, Xiao Tian replied promptly, recognizing that Lung Ling was the powerhouse of the team. Losing her would be detrimental. The battlefield was soon cleared, and the group gathered around. Xiao Tian introduced Lung Ling to everyone, and fortunately, her warm disposition allowed her to respond enthusiastically to her companions. She engaged in lively conversation with the vivacious Xiao Qi, even offering guidance on archery. They acquired 4 refined iron swords, 7 sets of refined iron armor, 1 rare black iron armor, 8 bottles of recovery potions, 10 repair stones, 1 crafting blueprint for recovery potions, and 1 rare summoning token for skeletons. The team promptly exchanged their worn iron swords and armors, instructing Uncle Guan to don the black iron armor. Xiao Tian swiftly distributed the equipment, and aside from Shielder and Lung Ling, who each consumed 2 repair stones, they still had 6 remaining. Curiosity piqued, they examined the newly acquired recovery potion. Recovery potion. Common instantly restores 30 points of stamina and heals minor injuries. This was far more practical than the refined grade potions, especially as their supply was dwindling. Recovery Potion Crafting Blueprint. Chapter 35. The Final Challenge. The Skeleton King Normal Level. Consumes 200 milliliters of water and 1 ordinary life herb, instantly restoring 30 points of stamina and healing minor injuries, with effects halved for higher grades. Fine Level. Consumes 200 milliliters of fine water and 1 fine life herb, instantly restoring 60 points of stamina and rapidly healing injuries, with effects halved for rarer grades. Rare Level. Consumes 200 milliliters of rare water and 1 rare life herb, instantly restoring full stamina and completely healing injuries, with effects halved for superior grades. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon me. This was akin to the red potions in the game, a complete set that could be crafted up to legendary quality. Alas, Xiao Tian had never even encountered a rare life herb. Summoning the Skeleton Warrior. The 7th wave of enemies emerged, consisting of 1,000 monsters. The number of skeleton warriors transformed into 20, while an additional skeleton general appeared, accompanied by 50 newly emerged fine iron corpses, towering at 3 meters, their hardened epidermis increasing their defense manifold, albeit at the expense of speed. 50 fine-level hunters appeared, their slender forms quickening in speed and agility, each equipped with elongated, sharp claws. Without Lung Ling, even if they managed to survive this wave, the losses would be catastrophic. Fortunately, with Lung Ling present, the enemy had scarcely materialized when 2 skeleton generals were swiftly dispatched by her skills. Guan Yidao felt somewhat disheartened with Lung Ling's presence. He felt superfluous. Standing upon the platform, after finally acquiring new equipment, he had hoped to showcase his prowess, yet found himself only engaged in slaying minor foes. Even Xiao Tian, feeling lethargic, leaned against the edge of the high platform, admiring Lung Ling's artistic combat style. Master, why not join us down here? You're hindering my attacks. Lung Ling's sudden remark left Xiao Tian feeling rather awkward, as if he were being dismissed. Reluctantly, he descended from the platform to join his comrades in dispatching lesser foes, occasionally striking with his iron sword. Thus, the 7th wave passed unremarkably, with not a single fine-level monster felled by the group, all vanquished by Lung Ling. They collected a substantial haul of iron swords and armor, along with new equipment, a rare-grade dark iron helmet, dark iron boots, 8 repair stones, 6 bottles of ordinary healing potions, 2 bottles of fine healing potions, and 1 ordinary summoning token, accumulating a plethora of fine-level equipment. They would be able to wholesale upon their return. The helmet and boots acquired during their first venture were bestowed upon Guan Yidao, now clad in superior gear. His combat power soaring, ready to challenge the dragon Rhino upon their return. In the 8th wave, with Lung Ling's Gatling-like presence, the group faced no difficulty, resolving encounters with minimal effort. They joked and bantered near the protective wall, nearly forgetting they were in a death game. The 9th wave presented a modicum of challenge, allowing the eager Guan Yidao the opportunity he had long awaited. He surged into the horde of monsters, his great blade dancing through the air. Neither fine-level nor rare-level foes could withstand his might. Ultimately, he faced the last 2 skeleton generals, delivering a decisive crescent slash to conclude the battle. Uncle Guan, how valiant! Under the leadership of Xiao Tian, the group rallied to cheer for Guan Yidao. After several waves of attacks, Xiao Tian, Dunshan, and Xiao Qi donned complete sets of rare-grade equipment. Lung Ling equipped herself with boots and a helmet, while both Bu Yi and Nong Yi wielded rare-grade weapons and donned rare-grade armor. They even summoned 5 skeletal warriors, 5 skeletal champions, and 2 skeletal generals, completely filling the platform passage. Nong Yi and Xiao Tian returned to the high platform once more. After 9 waves of assaults, apart from Lung Ling and Bu Yi, who had reached level 3, everyone else had advanced to level 4, with Guan Yidao boasting the highest combat prowess at that moment. Guan Yidao, exemplary, affiliation, Xiao Tian, loyal, level 4 experience, 600-2000 combat power, 1266, 331, 600, 335, stamina, 100 skills, 1 blade, charge assault, increases attack power by 100 cooldown, 30 minutes leadership, can command up to 100 warriors, all warriors attack and defense 10 equipment, crescent blade, exemplary, combat power 135 durability, 100 Xian iron armor, rare, combat power 68 durability, 88 100 Xian iron helmet, rare, combat power 62 durability, 100 Xian iron boots, rare, combat power 70 durability, 100 evaluation, veteran's transformation, initially becoming a general. With combat power soaring, the rewards from this dungeon were astonishing. The strength of Xiao Tian's team underwent a revolutionary transformation, and a flicker of gratitude towards Lin Meng emerged within him. No sens. Once I return, I must devise a way to eliminate that fellow. The final wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Clearing it will yield substantial rewards, while failure will lead to annihilation. Clearing conditions. 1. Survive for 60 minutes. 2. Eliminate all monsters. Meeting either condition will suffice for clearance, with differing rewards based on the method of completion. Finally, the last wave. Everyone, be prepared. After this, we can head home. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, unaware that it was already past 7 in the evening. They had been battling for several hours, and fortunately, within the dungeon, there was no cycle of night and day, or else the pressure of defense would have been even greater. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and to their astonishment, the refresh did not occur all at once. Instead, 1,000 skeletons emerged ahead, while 1,000 blood corpses appeared behind. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Tian was drenched in cold sweat. In front of the skeletal horde stood a skeletal king, epic, 3 skeletal generals, exemplary, and 100 skeletal champions, rare, with the rest being superior grade monsters, including 100 skeletal javelin throwers, superior. Behind, the corpse horde included a devourer, exemplary, 100 slayers, rare, with the remainder being superior grade, iron corpses, and hunters. Uncle Guan, what should we do? The strength and number of enemies in this wave have multiplied several times. It seems nearly impossible to withstand. Xiao Tian spoke with a tremor in his voice, his countenance grim. Beside him, Nong Yi trembled violently, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Guan Yidao's expression darkened, and for a moment, he could not devise a plan. He spoke, "My lord, please provide information on the Skeletal King and the Devourer. King of Skeletons, epic, level 1 power, 1458. Devourer, exquisite, level 1 power, 850 skill. Devour, rapidly level up by consuming corpses. Burst, instantaneously increased speed by 200 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The aberrations within the horde grow stronger with each consumption, possessing a chance for promotion. Uncle Guan, the Devourer, can still perceive information. Its skills are quite formidable. The King of Skeletons can only discern a power of 1458, with no further information available. This uncertainty unsettled Guan Yidao. The visible strength is impressive, yet the unseen aspects pose an even greater challenge, leaving him in the dark about potential hidden cards. Chapter 36. The Devourer's Shield Mountain. Follow me. The rest of you, hold the platform. Our Lord will deal with the skeletal javelin throwers, while Lung Ling confronts the skeletal warriors. I shall create an opportunity for you with Shield Mountain. Together we will eliminate him with a barrage of arrows. The Devourer must be dealt with first. Having spoken, Guan Yidao leaped down from the watchtower, leading Shield Mountain into the throng of corpses. The two moved in perfect harmony, carving a bloody path through the horde. At this moment, Xiao Qi readied her bow to cover their advance, while the others anxiously awaited in place. The sound of tearing flesh echoed. What? Guan Yidao was taken aback by the unexpectedly formidable defense of the newly appeared Slayer. Rare skin, realizing he could not dispatch it with a single strike. It was a troublesome foe, boasting the high defense of an iron corpse combined with the speed of a hunter, its hands transforming into sharp blades. Each Slayer required 2 strikes to subdue, hastening Guan Yidao's fatigue. With the Devourer less than 20 meters away, it artfully evaded his attacks. The cunning creature meandering, while voraciously consuming the corpses Guan Yidao had felled. Its presence grew more potent. Though its combat power remained unseen, its strength was palpably increasing. Xiao Tian, focused on the skeletal javelin throwers ahead, inadvertently glanced at Guan Yidao and noticed the Devourer's actions. He quickly assessed the situation. Devourer, exquisite, level 3 combat power, 1150 skills. Devour rapidly levels up by consuming corpses. Surge instantly bursts forth with 200 speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown time of 10 minutes. An aberration in the horde. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes, with a chance to ascend. Startled, he realized that in less than 5 minutes, it had already leveled up twice, urgently shouting to Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan. The Devourer is already level 3 with a combat power of 1150. Guan Yidao, taken aback by Xiao Tian's revelation, momentarily halted, disbelief etched on his face. He had not anticipated the Devourer to be so monstrous. A sense of urgency washed over him. Immediate action was imperative, for delay would mean lost opportunities. Shield Mountain, prepare to follow me. He tightened his grip on the crescent blade, made his decision, and called out to the watchtower, Lung Ling, be alert. With a powerful push from his right foot, he surged forward, cleaving through the horde with his crescent blade. He then executed a sweeping motion, leveraging the length of his weapon to sever through over 10 iron corpses and slayers in a single horizontal strike. Shield Mountain followed, closely behind, using his shield to deflect attacks from behind, while his left hand wielded a dark iron broadsword to continually harvest the stragglers. In mere seconds, they carved out a bloody path of about 10 meters, now less than 10 meters from the Devourer, which was engrossed in its feeding and momentarily oblivious. Prepare, Guan Yidao bellowed, swinging his crescent blade horizontally. A wave of energy, shaped like a fan, surged forth, cleaving through dozens of monsters, be they iron corpses, hunters, or slayers, before ultimately striking the Devourer, severing one of its arms and inflicting a grievous wound deep enough to expose bone at its chest. In a moment of dire urgency, Lung Ling unleashed her skill, sending forth 10 arrows that soared through the air. One struck the head of the Devourer, but alas, it penetrated only 3 centimeters before being thwarted by the creature. 2 other arrows found their mark, embedding themselves deep within its chest, while the remaining projectiles were deftly evaded. With a roar of fury, the severely wounded Devourer bellowed, and Guan Yidao, anticipating an attack, was taken aback when the crafty foe seized a corpse and fled. With a distance of 5 meters separating them, it was too late to intervene. Guan Yidao, quick-witted, devised a plan and called out to Shun Shan. Shun Shan, charge at me. Without a moment's hesitation, the two, well practiced in their coordination, executed the maneuver flawlessly. Shun Shan placed his broadsword against his iron shield, bracing himself, and propelled himself towards Guan Yidao with great force. As they drew near, Guan Yidao leapt high, pushing off from the broadsword, using the momentum to soar towards the devourer. In an instant, he vaulted 7 or 8 meters, arriving above the devourer's head, ready to unleash his skill. With a mighty swing of the crescent blade, he summoned all his strength and struck down at the devourer, who could not evade in time. The resounding crack echoed as the devourer's formidable skull was shattered, and with relentless force, the blade cleaved through its neck, bisecting the creature. Panting heavily, Guan Yidao leaned on his crescent blade, having expended much of his stamina in just a few minutes. Thankfully, Shun Shan arrived just in time to shield him from the frenzied undead, who would have torn him to shreds in their madness following the devourer's demise. "Yes," exclaimed Xiao Tian, having just dispatched a skeletal spearman as he witnessed the devourer's fall. "Lung Ling, I will assist Uncle Guan and the others. The devourer is dead." He swiftly turned, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the enemies surrounding Guan Yidao. Having just vanquished 2 skeletal warriors, Lung Ling smiled at the news and replied softly, "All right." With the continuous support of Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi, Guan Yidao gulped down 2 bottles of superior recovery potions, regaining a modicum of strength. However, for the exceptional Guan Yidao, the effect was minimal, restoring only 30 points of vitality, leaving him with less than 50. He began coordinating with Shun Shan to break through to the outpost, yet even with Xiao Tian's assistance, they were still hindered by the relentless tide of enraged corpses, making progress arduous. Observing the dire situation, Xiao Tian felt a surge of anxiety and, gritting his teeth, commanded all but 2 skeletal warriors to charge forward. Under his directive, several skeletal warriors and fighters surged towards Guan Yidao, and after sacrificing all the skeletal warriors, they finally carved a bloody path. Subsequently, Xiao Tian guided the skeletal warriors to shield Guan Yidao as they advanced. When the last skeletal warrior fell, the pair finally reached the lower section of the outpost, where they were hoisted up by the 2 skeletal warriors. Guan Yidao, breathless, disregarded the need for rest and immediately took command. "Move back. Prepare to partner with Bu Yi. Let the 2 skeletal warriors hold the line." After catching his breath and sipping the water handed to him by Xiao Qi, he continued, "Xiao Qi, Shun Shan, and I will defend the front. The Lord and Lung Ling will swiftly eliminate the rare-level foes." At this moment, the skeletal spear throwers ahead had been entirely dispatched by Xiao Tian, and the last skeletal warrior was dealt with by Lung Ling. Only more than 90 skeletal warriors and over 700 skeletal soldiers remained, under Lung Ling's deliberate control. The skeletal soldiers were not immediately eliminated, which kept the skeletal king at bay, unable to advance. The relentless defense and slaughter continued, and before long, several minutes had slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Guan Yidao, stationed at the forefront of the defense, heard the urgent call from Nong Yi. "Uncle Guan, Bu Yi and I are struggling to hold our ground. Please provide support." Chapter 37. The thunderous abyss. The 2 individuals were merely of the exquisite tier, and Nong Yi was certainly no warrior. Enduring for over 10 minutes was already a commendable feat. Their survival relied entirely on the relentless assault of the 2 skeletal generals. "Lung Ling, how many rare tier foes remain ahead?" Gu Yidao inquired while fending off enemies. After scanning the surroundings, Lung Ling finally responded, 16. "Excellent. Leave the rest to me. You focus on eliminating the enemies from behind, regardless of whether they are rare or exquisite. Resolve them with utmost haste." After issuing his command, Gu Yidao turned to Shield Mountain and directed, "You and Xiao Qi hold your ground. Do not rush to slay the enemies. Prioritize defense and allow the skeletal warriors to engage the skeletal king. I shall assist from the rear." Upon turning back, he noticed that Bu Yi and Nong Yi were already battered and bruised. Nong Yi's shield was utterly destroyed, and he had picked up the iron sword left by Xiao Tian, struggling to maintain his defense. The 2 skeletal generals remained unscathed, their defenses impenetrable against the tide of corpses, although their large size rendered their attacks sluggish on the platform. Meanwhile, Numerous hunters and slayers had begun to ascend the structure. With precise timing, Lung Ling's volley of arrows struck, taking down 10 hunters in succession. Gu Yidao was equally relentless, sweeping through the corridor and decimating the invading forces. Nongyi, ascend first. Bui, consume your restorative potion. Guarding the two, Gu Yidao continued his onslaught while issuing commands. Upon hearing this, Nong Yi painstakingly climbed to the elevated platform. To avoid hindering Xiao Tian and Lung Ling, he could only crouch and recuperate in place. The battle raged on for 30 minutes, and the tide of corpses had dwindled significantly. During this time, Xiao Tian had no choice but to unleash his rain of arrows skill, momentarily shifting the offensive. Uncle Guan, there are still 15 minutes remaining. Let us disregard the final reward and simply endure until time elapses. The group was utterly fatigued. Although Xiao Tian had consumed rare-grade water to replenish his strength to over 60 points, their spirits were beyond recovery. The weaker Bu Yi and Nong Yi were now half-laying on the platform, immersed in a state of unconsciousness, their bodies stained with blood. Unfortunately, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Skeletal King, witnessing the delay in his offensive and the demise of half his minions, suddenly erupted in fury. Raising his colossal bone axe and furiously cleaving through the skeletal warriors obstructing his path, advancing towards the outpost. Master, Uncle Guan, trouble is brewing. The Skeletal King has grown enraged, slaughtering his way through his own ranks. He is merely 80 meters away. Those who were eliminating the last remnants of enemies in the rear were taken aback, hastily turning to face the front, leaving the remaining foes to Xiao Qi and the two skeletal generals. Uncle Guan, what are we to do? Xiao Tian, sprawled over the protective wall of the platform, was in a state of panic, urgently asking. There is no alternative. We must endure and stall until time passes. Xiao Qi, swiftly clear the area and bring the skeletal generals forward. Gu Yidao, his face grave and weary, spoke with a tone of exhaustion. He was tasked with both enduring the battle and directing his comrades, feeling more fatigued than anyone else. Fortunately, he had preserved his skills for this moment. Perhaps they could buy some time. Lung Ling, master, exert all effort to eliminate every enemy. At this juncture, there is no need to spare the skeletal warriors. In the midst of the impending battle, Shenzhan prepared to synchronize with me, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash his skills. Guan Yidao orchestrated the team with remarkable precision, ready to confront the onslaught of the Skeleton King. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Shenzhan, brace yourself, he commanded, with a thunderous roar. The Skeleton King hurled his bone shield, which instantly expanded several-fold, sprouting countless bone blades directed toward the outpost. A jolt of alarm surged through Guan Yidao's heart. He had failed to anticipate that the Skeleton King's initial attack would be a ranged strike. Fortunately, Shenzhan, who had been vigilantly observing, reacted promptly and deployed his skill. With a resounding crash, it was not merely the sound of shield colliding with bone shield, but rather the sound of Shenzhan impacting the high platform. The disparity in combat prowess and rank became evident as Xuanshan's illusory shield shattered upon contact with the bone shield. The iron shield struck his chest with tremendous force, propelling him backward into the elevated platform, which collapsed under the weight of several tons. He coughed up blood as a result. Quick to react, Xiao Tian and Lung Ling hastily descended from the platform, their movements awkward. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi, who was pivoting from the side, felt a cold sweat trickle down her brow as she witnessed a skeleton warrior partially buried beneath a pile of rubble. Had she been a moment later, it would have been her fate. Xiao Tian swiftly cleared the debris, while Bu Yi and Nong Yi, roused from their stupor, were unceremoniously discarded in a corner behind. Shenzhan, are you all right? The group inquired with concern, as Xiao Tian helped him to his feet. Before Shenzhan could respond, Guan Yidao and Lung Ling had already commenced their assault. Regrettably, the Skeleton King's bone shield automatically returned after the initial strike, and with the shield in hand, the Skeleton King effortlessly endured the subsequent 2 attacks, merely retreating a few steps. Guan Yidao's expression darkened as he addressed Xiao Tian. My lord, this is dire. The Skeleton King is exceedingly formidable. I can withstand another blow. Shunzhan insisted, struggling to maintain his grip on the nearly shattered iron shield, his visage resolute. This is infuriating. We have merely 10 minutes left. Xiao Tian lamented as he glanced at the clock. He unleashed several arrows from his Xianjin divine crossbow. Yet they failed to breach the Skeleton King's defenses, filling his heart with despair. Was this truly the end? Reluctantly, Xiao Tian rummaged through his storage space, but found no items that could aid them. Suddenly, he had a thought. There's a golden treasure chest. If that fails, I still have a silver chest. Since death seems inevitable, I might as well take a gamble. He retrieved the golden chest, only to realize that he had exhausted his reinforcement attempts for the day. At that moment, Shunzhan once again positioned himself in front, but without a skill at his disposal. He was struck, shattering his shield and sending him flying into the skeleton warrior, emitting a pained cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. On the skeleton warrior, Guan Dao could only think of stalling for even a second. Should I open it? Open it, open it. No time for hesitation. The two skeleton warriors crumbled with a single blow, buying only 5 precious seconds amidst the escalating crisis. Obtaining the summoning order, Excellence, 1, Skill, Restoration, Aura 1. Skill upgrade stones 2, Refined Iron 20, and the Thunderous Hell, Epic, one-time use 1. Xiao Tian disregarded everything else. The summoning order and upgrade stones would be of no assistance. He hastily opened the Thunderous Hell to examine it. Thunderous Hell, Epic, one-time use summons a tempest of lightning to strike the target, immobilizing all creatures within a 20-meter radius. A smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face, a stroke of fortune amidst despair. In the next moment, he was struck dumb, bitterly exclaiming, "But a 20-meter range includes myself. Does that not mean mutual destruction? Leave it to me, my lord." Cold Ling, rarely one to speak, responded to Xiao Tian's words. Swiftly snatching the item and leaping down from the watchtower, dancing like a sprite amidst the throng of skeletons. Before Xiao Tian could react, she had already covered a considerable distance. Suddenly, she turned, drew her bow, and unleashed a flurry of arrows, executing a critical strike with 2 skills aimed directly at the skull of the Skeleton King. Caught off guard, the Skeleton King's skull was shattered at the edge, and in fury, it charged after Cold Ling. With a swing of its bone axe, a flash of white light appeared before it, summoning 10 skeletal warriors. This was evidently its second skill, showcasing formidable strength. Cold Ling harbored her own strategy, maintaining a distance of 20 meters from the Skeleton King, attempting to lure all the skeletons towards it. When the moment was right, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she fervently hurled the Thunderous Hell. Boom. Chapter 38. The perfect completion and return as lightning flickered like an impending calamity within a 400-square-foot radius centered around the Skeleton King. All skeletons appear to be ensnared by a paralysis spell, standing motionless, subjected to the purifying torment of the electric deluge. Hundreds of skeletal warriors were incessantly shattered into fragments, and many who had yet to step forward instinctively approached their king, only to be reduced to dust. The formidable Skeleton King, drawing upon its own strength, defiantly advanced, moving as if in slow motion towards the periphery. It endured numerous bolts of lightning. Each strike dislodged a cloud of bone dust from its form. By the time it reached the edge, it was scarcely more than half its original size. Finally, as one foot stepped beyond the realm of thunderous torment, it threw its head back, emitting a silent yet anguished cry. With a thunderous roar, several bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, reducing the Skeleton King to mere powder, leaving behind only the severed foot that had crossed the threshold. Experience 500 what? Xiao Tian gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his mouth agape, rendered momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated the existence of such terrifying artifacts in this world. His heart ached profoundly. If this item were to be enhanced tomorrow, he would dare to slay gods, yet have been expended so readily now. Congratulations on the perfect completion. Received a mysterious gift package. All experience 1,000. Teleportation commencing in 10 seconds. 10, 9 quick, gather all the light orbs. Xiao Tian had never felt so agile. He leaped into action, using hands and feet to scramble, and collect the luminous orbs scattered on the ground. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Qi, Nong Yi, and Bu Yi followed suit, while Guan Yi Dao fervently collected behind Xiao Tian. Cold Ling had already retrieved the light orbs dropped by the Skeleton King and began to sweep the surroundings. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding exclamation, "Oh no!" Brilliance erupted, and Xiao Tian winced in pain, realizing there were still dozens of light orbs left uncollected. Thud thud. In the stone chamber, the group emerged from the teleportation, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. Even the typically aloof Cold Ling lay sprawled on the ground, oblivious to decorum. Playful Xiao Qi lamented loudly, eliciting laughter from the others. It was only then that they recognized the potency of the light tower. Outside, it was as bright as day, with windows open, flooding the interior with ample light, negating the need for oil lamps. Under the influence of the light tower, their stamina gradually replenished and minor wounds healed, while the severely injured Shield Mountain showed significant improvement. Cold Ling and Bu Yi, witnessing the sanctuary for the first time, were left in awe of Xiao Tian's prowess. There's no time to cook. No me. I must ask you to prepare 3 ordinary and 1 exquisite golden-armored crocodile eggs. Let us eat and then wash up for rest. Ding! No sooner had he spoken than his wristband buzzed incessantly. Xiao Tian, perplexed, opened it to find a plethora of messages from friends, alongside hundreds from his mother, arriving almost every few minutes. It turned out that the dungeon had muted all communications, which explained the silence. At this point, it was quite late. Weather time. Land of Slaughter, Year 1, January 3rd, 21:55. 10 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. The temperature ranges from 10 to 17 degrees, with heavy rain. Unbeknownst to me, I had already spent nearly 8 hours in the instance. I hurriedly sent a message to all my concerned friends, assuring them of my well-being, and then I sent a video to my mother. Within a second, she answered the call, indicating that she had been waiting anxiously. On the screen, my mother's eyes were red and swollen as she cradled my sleeping sister. The moment she saw me, tears streamed down her face. "Xiao Tian, what happened? I sent you messages all day without a reply, and my video calls went unanswered." A wave of guilt washed over me. In the urgency of the situation, I had forgotten to inform her, and she must have been worried all day. I choked on my word, Mom. I'm sorry. I suddenly entered an instance today and couldn't get in touch. It's late now, and I have many things to do tomorrow. So you should rest. I'll call you in the morning once I wake up. After chatting for a while and alleviating her concerns, I ended the video call. Not long after, with Xiao Qi's assistance, Nong Yi managed to fry 4 eggs larger than ostrich eggs, and we each had a share. The eggs, seasoned with just a pinch of salt, tasted exquisite to our famished group, and soon they were devoured. After satisfying our hunger, we took turns washing up. I fashioned 2 beds with bedding in the living room on the 2nd floor, where Xiao Qi and Lung Ling would share a room, while Nong Yi and Bu Yi had to sleep in the living room. After washing up, I collapsed in a bed and quickly drifted into slumber. Ding! In the morning, I wasn't awakened by sunlight, but by the alert tone of my wristband. Due to the bright tower, I had to keep the windows closed while sleeping. Blinking awake, I opened the window to let in light, illuminating the entire room. It was only 7 a.m., and I muttered, who could be messaging me at this hour? Upon checking, I saw it was a video from my mother, and I hastily connected. Hee, big brother. You're sleeping in. It took you ages to answer. As soon as the video connected, I saw my adorable sister Linlin chastising me while my mother held a bowl, feeding her. Turning to me, she said, your sister was very worried about you all day yesterday. The moment she woke up today, she insisted on finding you. How are you? Have you rested well? The concern for my family warmed my heart, and I felt a surge of energy. Smiling, I replied, I've rested well. Feeling invigorated and in great shape, I could eat 8 bowls. Big brother, you're boasting. I can barely finish half a bowl. Watching the playful banter between my siblings, Li Yue beamed with joy, grateful to see her children healthy and safe in this unfamiliar place. By the way, Mom, how'd the ginger soup sell yesterday? What level is the wooden house now? And how much supplies do we have stored? My rapid-fire questions left Li Yue momentarily stunned, and it took her a moment to respond. Yesterday, I initially placed 10 cups of ginger soup on the shelf for sale and discovered that they were in high demand, selling out by the end of a busy day. From merely exchanging straw, I acquired 880 units, and from wood, I obtained 480 units, along with the blueprints for a small cabin, several pieces of meat, and 2 blankets. Regrettably, I could not secure a bed, so we were left to sleep on the ground. However, rest assured, I have successfully upgraded to an intermediate small cabin, shielded from the rain and the cold, which has greatly satisfied my mother. By the way, Xiao Tian, I have traded for several fine items to keep for you, sending one each day. Summoning order, excellent. 2. Job transfer document. Steward 1. Farmland, excellent. 1. Man-eating flower seeds, excellent. 2. As I read my mother's message, my eyes became moist, reflecting the profound love of parents who, having only just ensured our basic needs, already aspire to provide the best for their children. Silly boy, you're all grown up yet still crying, Li Wei remarked, both amused and sympathetic. Lin, making a funny face, chimed in, brother, how embarrassing. Wiping away my tears, I smiled and replied, Mom, I'm off to work now. I'll surprise you later. Chapter 39. The new profession. Butler Xiao Tian refrained from sending items directly, recalling that the family ring could transmit once every 7 days. With this in mind, he decided to carry more items at once, thus alleviating the daily hassle and allowing his mother to flourish without delay. Upon exiting his room, he discovered that both Nong, Yi, and Bu Yi had already vanished from the living room. Descending the stairs, he found only Xiao Qi diligently preparing breakfast, while the others had long since departed. Xiao Qi, what delicious dish are you preparing today? He inquired. A hint of embarrassment graced Xiao Qi's features as she replied, Lord, we have run out of food at home. Nong Yi and I caught some fish and shrimp from the pond. We shall eat these for breakfast. Xiao Tian slapped his forehead in frustration, reflecting, it is all due to those 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts, leaving us with no meat to eat and scaring away the small creatures from the shelter. Growing increasingly irate, he addressed Xiao Qi, then let us eat for now. I shall find a solution. Stepping out of the stone house, he first collected the well water for the day before exiting the courtyard, intent on seeking Gu Yi Dao for a strategy. Weather time, Kill Continent, Year 1, January 4th, 07, 24:36 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 8 to 15 C, overcast at this moment. 36 minutes remained until dawn, yet the surroundings of the shelter appeared unchanged from daylight. The diligent Nong Yi toiled in the fields, while Gui Dao patrolled the vicinity with Yi, and Lung Ling stood atop the arrow tower, surveying the area. Approaching the archway, the bloodthirsty thorn reached out with its tendrils, playfully brushing against his pant leg, its leaves quivering in delight at the sight of its master. After indulging in a moment of play with the bloodthirsty thorn, he climbed to the top of the arrow tower and called out to Lung Ling. Lung Ling, is there any news? Following an afternoon of battles and interactions, Lung Ling's demeanor toward Xiao Tian had softened considerably, having realized her previous misjudgments. However, her innate coolness persisted as she spoke. Lord, there is a matter. Uncle Gu mentioned 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts ahead. I sense a formidable presence growing stronger, surpassing my own. Pointing toward a darkened area ahead, she indicated the location of the 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts. Do you and Uncle Gu have confidence in facing them? Xiao Tian's tone grew urgent. The dragon rhinoceros beasts were already formidable, and their increased strength could trap him indefinitely, thwarting his development. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, perhaps calculating the odds in her mind, Lung Ling slowly shook her head and replied, it is difficult. If it were only the one growing stronger, there might be a chance, but with another of equal strength, even victory would likely cost us 1 life, if not both. Xiao Tian's countenance darkened considerably. Their only hope now rested on the mysterious reward package and the drops from the final challenge. Let us return, after breakfast. I will inventory our supplies and explore other options. Soon, summoned by Xiao Tian, everyone returned indoors, relishing the fish and shrimp seasoned with a touch of ginger and salt, a delightful twist that everyone savored with great enthusiasm. Ding! Having just finished a meal and gearing up for work, I heard my wristband chime. Upon checking, I discover a message from my mother, Xiao Tian. I believe this item will be beneficial to you. Take a look. Job transfer book. Steward can be given to individuals without a profession. Transition to steward, capable of assisting in the management of the shelter. Once authorized, can utilize all functions within the shelter, generate auxiliary wristbands, and access the trading channel. Note: free your hands and embrace a laid-back lifestyle, but be wary of betrayal and the consequences of having nothing. This morning, I had merely glanced at it in haste, not anticipating the absurdity of such a profession. With this, I would no longer need to vigilantly tend to the workbench and trading channel all day long. I could simply recline, engage in the chat channel, and entertain the ladies, with no responsibilities weighing upon me. The thought alone made my mouth water. However, before the peculiar glances of others intensified, I quickly tucked away my budding desires. I had not forgotten the misunderstanding with Lung Ling that had drastically reduced my loyalty. I wondered if it could be enhanced. Holding the item in my hand, I pondered. With a mindset of experimentation, I activated my talent. The enhancement failed. The item bore no grade. I was not surprised, for it stood to reason that without a grade, the enhancement would yield no difference. Among my subordinates, only Guan Yidao and Xiao Qi lacked professions. Guan Yidao, as my chief general, was naturally not under consideration, while Xiao Qi, despite her capricious nature, displayed remarkable seriousness in her tasks and possessed learning skills, making her an ideal candidate. I opened Xiao Qi's profile to examine her details. Xiao Qi, rare, profession, none level, 4 experience, 1952,000 loyalty, 92 combat power, 668, 208,180,280 skills, learning, adept at acquiring various skills swiftly. Traits: cooking mastery, farming beginner, animal husbandry beginner, archery mastery, swordsmanship mastery, stamina 100 equipment. Black iron sword rare, combat power 80, durability 67 100. Black iron armor rare, combat power 68, durability 83 100. Black iron helmet rare, combat power 62, durability 78 100. Black iron boots rare, combat power 70, durability 88 100. Evaluation: versatile, has mastered multiple skills. I was genuinely astonished. The girl I had initially deemed unremarkable had evolved to this extent in merely 2 days. With proper nurturing, her future seemed promising. Her loyalty was ample at 92 points. As long as I refrained from any egregious actions, she would undoubtedly remain steadfastly loyal to me. Xiao Qi. Here is a profession item for managing the affairs of the shelter. I wish to entrust it to you. Once you transition, you will be committed to the shelter and will no longer have the opportunity to venture out for battles. Please consider whether you wish to accept it. After some contemplation, I decided to respect the opinions of my subordinates. Although I could make unilateral decisions, I had discovered over the past few days that those summoned were not unlike myself. They possessed independent personalities and their own interests. I did not wish to regard my subordinates merely as tools. Xiao Qi did not speak immediately, and the others also remained silent as they gazed at her, their hearts stirred by Xiao Tian's actions, causing their loyalty to surge dramatically, with Lung Ling's loyalty increasing by 8 points. They were moved by their lord's respect for them and his equitable treatment. Grateful for the autonomy granted to make my own decisions, I choose to accept. As long as I can assist my lord, I am willing to do whatever it takes. Even in the shelter, I would fight to protect. This was the first time they witnessed Xiao Qi's serious expression and resolute gaze. Xiao Tian's lips curled into a smile, knowing he had chosen wisely, for he received the notification that Xiao Qi's loyalty had soared, marking her as a staunch ally. He picked up the item and opted to use it. The attempt was successful, targeting Xiao Qi, and he successfully acquired the profession of butler. Chapter 40. My fortunate friends, after the flash of light, no apparent changes occurred, except for the addition of a bracelet on his wrist, which intrigued Xiao Qi. Xiao Tian examined it, and discovered that the bracelet not only allowed access to his trading channel, but also facilitated communication with him. Furthermore, it possessed various permissions, such as crafting tables, item usage, decomposition, and identification. Essentially, aside from serving as a means for Xiao Tian to chat and add friends, lacking storage space, it encompassed nearly all functionalities. Xiao Tian activated all permissions and then emptied the contents of his storage space. Fortunately, the fallen light orbs remained unactivated and organized together. Otherwise, storing dozens of orbs would have been unfeasible. The group cleared some space to assist in inventorying supplies. Xiao Qi, please help me open the items, Xiao Tian instructed. First collecting the materials for the raincoat he had sold the previous day. He acquired 800 bundles of straw and 56 pieces of wood, with 437 raincoats still remaining on the crafting table. Xiao Tian decided to keep 30 for himself, 20 as reserves and 10 for his mother, while listing the remainder for sale. At this point, Xiao Tian finally found the time to check his friends' messages. After hastily reassuring them of his safety the night before, he had yet to see what they had sent. Naturally, he first opened the message from his good friend, Wang Chu. Wang Chu, bro, do you have any equipment? I just summoned a new subordinate and have nothing for him. Wang Chu, bro, why are you silent? I just opened a chest and got a decent item. See if it's of any use. Building upgrade scroll, rare. Wang Chu, what is wrong? Why are people in the chat saying you're dead? Why aren't you replying? Wang Chu, bro, are you still alive? Wang Chu, that's great. You're alive. Receiving your message puts me at ease. Xiao Tian felt deeply touched. He had only known this brother for a few days, yet he had sent dozens of messages that afternoon, without hesitation. He promptly sent over 2 sets of fine-quality iron swords and iron armor, selecting those with 100 stamina. Xiao Tian, thank you for your concern, brother. I'm sending you 2 sets of equipment. Do you still have that building upgrade scroll rare? I could use it. I'll trade you a rare black iron sword for it. Next, he opened the message from Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei, Brother Xiao, would you like blacksmith shop? Fine. Building upgrade scroll? Fine. Or skill upgrade stone? The first message struck Xiao Tian like a blow. While he had been toiling away, she casually presented several rare items. Li Weiwei, why aren't you responding, Brother Xiao? I just opened 2 fine summons. Do you want them? I already have 1 exceptional and 2 rare summons. But I'm afraid to summon too many. I can't afford it. Can you believe she speaks like this? Li Weiwei, what is going on with you? Why are people saying you're dead in the chat? Li Weiwei, I'm so glad you're okay. Good night. Ah, splendid. This girl is worth cultivating a deep friendship with. Like Wang Chu, she had also sent numerous messages throughout the afternoon to check on him. Xiao Tian, I need everything you sent, but what I have most of right now is equipment, both fine and rare. I'm uncertain if you require any of it. Xiao Tian truly felt a lack of confidence. This European monarch seemed to possess everything in abundance. His third friend, Ning Yuangu, was a warm-hearted lad who had sent numerous messages of concern akin to those from Wang Chu and Li Weiwei. However, he did not mention anything available for trade. Out of consideration for the young brother, Xiao Tian dispatched a set of finely crafted iron swords and armor to him. Lucy also sent many messages of concern, informing Xiao Tian that Xiao Tian had ordered another 1,000 bamboo cups from him. Upon hearing the news of Xiao Tian's demise, he raised the price of ginger soup, leading to considerable ire directed at the Wushuang Alliance in the chat channel. My generosity is not so easily taken for granted. Xiao Tian likewise sent him a set of equipment and placed an order for 2,000 bamboo cups. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming also sent a few messages of inquiry. The most distinct memory he had of Brother Naked was still the number 998. They had little interaction, merely exchanging polite replies, informing him that he had items available for trade and could offer him a discount. After reviewing all the messages, Xiao Tian finally had the opportunity to open the chat channel. Chat channel, regional population, 90,125, 100,000. A day without checking had resulted in the loss of over 1,000 more lives, leaving Xiao Tian contemplative about how many would ultimately survive. The chat channel was now populated with numerous new IDs, with the Wushuang Alliance fervently promoting itself. The most active among them was ID 000001, relentlessly elevating the status of the Wushuang Alliance. 000001. Look at who can supply everyone with medicine now. Only our Wushuang Alliance can provide ginger soup to help everyone endure these trying times. What a slight price increase. If 9527 can sell, why can't we? 100000, bah. You called it a slight increase? It's a complete doubling. 096110. Everyone, refrain from purchasing. Let them lose everything. Also, a quick advertisement. The Anti-Fraud Alliance is recruiting. Hurry, spots are limited. 096120. Come quickly, truly, there aren't too many spots left. Join the Alliance for mutual assistance. 096119. 1000996. Just a bunch of advertisements. Go away. The Nyoma Alliance is recruiting. Interested parties should contact us. Numerous alliances had emerged, each more bizarre than the last. Xiao Tian chose to remain silent, for quietly amassing wealth was his ultimate goal. As the Wushuang Alliance boasted with great enthusiasm, Xiao Tian had already devised a plan in his mind. Ding! Ning Yuangu was the first to reply. Ning Yuangu, Brother Xiao, how can I accept such valuable equipment? May I exchange it with materials instead? Xiao Tian, young brother, I am not in need of such items at the moment. You should keep them for your own upgrades. Xiao Tian shook his head, thinking to himself, this Ning Yuangu is truly sincere, unwilling to take advantage of others. He is exceedingly honest. Ning Yuangu, I possess a great deal of wood and stone. My talent is an S grade, guaranteeing critical hits of 1 to 5 times, activated 5 times a day. Each day, I either chop wood or mine stones, so much that I can hardly store it all. How about trading some with you, Brother Xiao? The boy foolishly revealed his talent to others, oblivious to the harsh realities of society. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian was envious. Such an impressive talent was squandered on chopping wood and mining stones. What a waste. Xiao Tian, in the future, refrain from revealing your talents to others. If you truly possess ample resources, I am willing to exchange with you. Do not squander your gifts on materials. Instead, recruit more subordinates to better safeguard yourself. As for me, I currently possess an abundance of equipment. Let me know what you wish to trade. For exquisite items, I will exchange 100 units of wood or 60 units of stone. For rare items, I will exchange 500 units of wood or 300 units of stone. After a while, Ning Yuangu sent a message along with a trade proposal. Ning Yuangu, rest assured, Brother Xiao, I am not foolish. I have only confided in you. I am offering you 2 sets of exquisite iron swords and iron armor, along with 1 set of rare equipment. Acquired, 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. This quantity seems incorrect. Ning Yuangu, Brother Xiao, the extra is a gift for you. Thank you for your guidance. I have set out with my subordinates. Ding. Wang Chu, the items are still available. You may keep them. The 2 pieces of equipment you provided are sufficient. Take a look at this contract team. Chapter 41, Supreme Summoning Order, Contract Squad, 1 Captain, 9 members Squad Group Chat, Free Communication, Unrestricted Trading, Squad Warehouse. All members can donate resources for the benefit of their comrades. Squad Rescue. Any member can issue a distress signal, allowing others to teleport to their side. Cool down time, 24 hours, unlimited returns. Captain's Authority. 1. With the consent of members, can teleport to the shelter. Cool down time, 24 hours, unlimited returns. 2. With the consent of members, can summon all members to their side. Cool down time, 24 hours, unlimited returns. 3. Recruit or expel members. Appoint a new captain. Note, squad members cannot attack each other. This indeed is an extraordinary item. If one can gather a trustworthy group of allies, sharing resources and supporting one another, they will undoubtedly have an advantage over others and thrive better. Compared to the Alliance Order, this has significant differences, as it promotes unity and is easier to manage with fewer members. Xiao Tian, I want you needed as a gift. Between brothers, clarity is essential. I can trade it for a rare grade weapon. How do you plan to use this item? Wang Chu opened the message, and after reading it, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, gradually blossoming. Had her former comrades seen the cold and aloof military flower in this light, they would surely be astonished. Regarding Xiao Tian, she had contemplated extensively. After her traversal, she could no longer contact her comrades. The only person she could trust now was Xiao Tian. Utilizing it herself seemed impractical, so it would be better entrusted to him. As for whether he would welcome her into his team, that would depend on his own inclination. Having made up her mind, Wang Chu sent the item to Xiao Tian and messaged him. Wang Chu, let us proceed as you wish. One of my rare subordinates is in need of a weapon. A ranged one would be ideal. As for the contract squad, I leave it entirely in your hands." After waiting for a considerable time, without receiving a reply from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian was leisurely browsing the trading channel to familiarize himself with the market. He was not the only one fortunate. Aside from the ever-popular raincoat, many were selling unique specialties. The ginger soup from the Unparalleled Alliance was no longer an exclusive venture, as a small quantity began to appear in the market. Other fortunate individuals had also concocted medicinal broths using dandelions, wormwood, and other materials for sale. Through trading several fine-grade items, he acquired 3 fine-grade summoning orders and 5 spatial gems. Ding! Upon reading Wang Chu's message and holding the contract squad scroll, Xiao Tian pondered whether it was necessary to establish a squad. After all, his subordinates were formidable enough, and he had no pressing need for collaboration. However, having a few trustworthy teammates could indeed be a splendid choice. Just like now, there were many items he had yet to encounter, while others had access to them. Only through mutual exchange could one sustain growth. Isolation could lead to obsolescence. Having reached a conclusion, Xiao Tian first sent the rare-grade bow, eliminated from Xiao Qi, to Wang Chu, along with 100 arrows. Building upgrade scroll. Rare can upgrade fine-grade buildings to rare-grade. A commendable item, Xiao Tian mused, considering that if enhanced, he could upgrade the arrow tower. He felt that a rare-grade arrow tower might be somewhat underwhelming. Yet, without immediate action, the harvest had yet to be tallied. It was paramount to first fortify the most crucial elements. And let us not forget the enigmatic reward package from the completion of the level. At that moment, Xiao Tian recalled the completion reward and retrieved the package to unveil its contents. He acquired 1 golden chest, 1 epic summoning scroll, a blueprint for a permanent space ring, and 10 space gems. Wow! Xiao Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The sudden outburst caused everyone to halt their tasks, turning to gaze upon him. "Look at this! An epic summoning scroll!" Xiao Tian proclaimed proudly, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. They had all witnessed the power of epic-level items firsthand, having narrowly escaped from the tempestuous wrath of thunder and lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, the first item demanding enhancement had presented itself. Xiao Tian promptly activated his innate skill. In stark contrast to previous occasions, a radiant cascade of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire shelter. The overwhelming aura rendered everyone nearly breathless. From the depths of the sky, a pair of emotionless eyes suddenly materialized, fixating on the direction of Xiao Tian's shelter, lingering for an extended moment before vanishing. Outside the shelter, 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts were present. One, having attained a fortuitous evolution, had risen to the epic level. In that moment, it gazed upon the shelter with palpable fear, its limbs trembling uncontrollably, losing all composure. With a thunderous roar, the epic dragon rhinoceros stirred its companion, and both creatures desperately endeavored to flee into the depths of the forest, heedless of the destruction they wrought upon the surrounding trees. The enhancement was successful, yielding a mythical summoning scroll. What? Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with a blend of shock and elation. Mythical, what a profound concept. Mythical. Who dares to compete with me? I asked who. He oscillated between fits of laughter and jubilant embraces with the others, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures. Xiao Qi and Lung Ling, blushing furiously, lowered their heads in bashfulness. After a considerable time, as his exuberance began to wane, he noticed their embarrassment and quickly apologized, deftly shifting the topic. "Xiao Qi, how is the inventory assessment progressing?" With a roll of her eyes, Xiao Qi replied, "It has been completed. We have a total of 22 refined iron swords, 26 refined iron armors, 5 rare Xian iron swords, 4 rare Xian iron armors, 3 rare fish scale armors, 3 rare Xian iron helmets, 2 rare Xian iron boots, 1 exquisite white jade bone axe, and 1 exquisite white jade shield. These constitute the entirety of our equipment, along with the following items: 22 repair stones, 15 space gems, 1 exquisite space ring, 1 skill upgrade stone, 8 common summoning scrolls, 5 refined summoning scrolls, 2 rare summoning scrolls, 1 rare fertilizer reactor, and 1 shelter expansion scroll. That is all. Xiao Tian contemplated for a moment, recalling that his storage space also contained 1 exquisite summoning scroll, 1 skill, restoration aura, 2 skill upgrade stones, a permanent space ring blueprint, 10 space gems, 1 rare building upgrade scroll, 1 contract team scroll, 1 golden chest, along with a silver chest lying in the corner of the living room, not to mention a plethora of resources within the storage cabinet. The resources are abundant, yet alas, food is the one thing in short supply. Nevertheless, disregarding this concern, I shall first utilize the mythic summoning order. The anticipation is overwhelming. Xiao Tian feels as though his mind is in a haze, consumed by thoughts of the mythic summoning. Addressing the group, he exclaimed, "Let us proceed. I am eager to witness the legendary figures." The others, equally enthusiastic, followed Xiao Tian to the exterior of the sanctuary. Shall the summoning order, mythic, be employed? Chapter 42. The mythical Liver Emperor. The summoning was successful, and I acquired a mythic figure, the Liver Emperor. Yes, the name itself carries the weight of an emperor. It is undoubtedly extraordinary. Xiao Tian's heart soared with joy. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and moments later, it seemed as though the heavens above the sanctuary split apart, allowing a radiant beam of multicolored sunlight to pierce through the darkness, illuminating the sanctuary's location. A golden light gradually descended before Xiao Tian, dazzling to the point of being blinding. 2 kilometers away, the dragon rhinoceros, having finally escaped to a suitable location, gazed at the distant rainbow glow and let out a mighty roar, its expression frantic as it continued its flight into the unknown. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Within 100 miles, over a dozen individuals had witnessed the multicolored radiance and flooded the chat with messages, speculating about what unparalleled treasure had emerged. Having seen the Lord, please assign me a task immediately. Such eagerness. Blinded by the golden light, Xiao Tian had yet to discern the Liver Emperor's appearance when he heard that voice, filling his heart with delight. This newcomer truly understood the importance of diligence, seeking work upon arrival. At last, his vision cleared, revealing the Liver Emperor's visage. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. The figure bore a scruffy beard, a chaotic hairstyle, a serious expression, and donned a tattered beast skin garment. In one hand, he held an axe, and in the other, a pickaxe, lacking any semblance of a masterful demeanor. He opened the panel to examine the details. Liver Emperor, mythical passive hero affiliation, Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 0-100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 2,360, 1,1360 skills, neglect, reduces daytime presence by 60, nighttime presence by 90, counterattack, engages in frenzied assaults if disturbed while working. Guardian, automatically switches to active defense when the sanctuary is attacked. Workaholic, requires only 4 hours of rest daily, reduces stamina consumption by 90. Traits, passive, mastery in farming, animal husbandry, logging, mining, and gathering. Active, exceptional combat instincts. Equipment, celestial golden axe, legendary combat power 480, logging efficiency 100, doubles harvest, indestructible. Celestial golden pickaxe, legendary combat power 480, mining efficiency 100, doubles harvest, indestructible. Ancient beast garb, legendary combat power 400, maintains a constant temperature around the wearer, infinite pocket storage, indestructible. Note, equipment cannot be changed and skills cannot be upgraded. Loyalty decreases by 1 for every hour of inactivity. High-quality food and comfortable resting spaces can enhance loyalty. Evaluation. The Liver Emperor toils day and night. His existence knows neither dusk nor dawn. The lengthy panel left Xiao Tian astounded. The exaggerated combat power, the bemusing skills and notes, along with the legendary equipment he had never encountered before, rendered him momentarily speechless. "Please, my lord, assign me a task." The Liver Emperor's impatient voice startled Xiao Tian back to reality. He quickly realized he must find something for him to do, lest his loyalty diminish. "Farmer 1, are there still tasks to be done in the fields?" Xiao Tian promptly inquired. Farmer 1 understood the urgency and replied, There's still many ginger and buplurum to harvest and replant. Very well. You shall accompany Gandhi for the time being. He may require your assistance, Xiao Tian instructed. Turning to Gandhi. For now, accompany Nong to the fields and attend to the tasks there. I shall prepare sustenance and water for you shortly. Once your labor is complete, I will arrange further duties. A wave of guilt washed over Xiao Tian as he pondered. When did I transform into this malevolent capitalist? Observing Gandhi's departing figure, he recalled the impressive introduction. Indeed, Gandhi possessed formidable strength. As long as his needs were met, he would serve as an extraordinary workforce and could provide protection for the shelter in critical moments. Uncle Juan, having seen off the 2 dragon rhinoceroses, please lead the others to survey the area and also retrieve the fallen trees. Return in half an hour. I have plans. Yes, Guan Dao replied, leading several warriors out. Once he had assigned tasks to others, Xiao Tian turned to Xiao Qi. Once the ginger and buplurum are collected, prepare a medicinal broth for sale at the same price as that offered by the Wushuang Alliance. Once the raincoats are sold out, commence production anew. Additionally, select 5 inferior quality weapons and iron armor for trade. Aim to exchange them for items of superior quality and special tools beneficial to the shelter. Furthermore, we must prepare 4 to 5 meals daily for Gandhi, using only the finest ingredients. When Nong returns, ensure that 2 bear paws are prepared for him. Xiao Tian outlined his instructions with clarity, adopting a relaxed demeanor while seemingly oblivious to Xiao Qi's mournful gaze. Expansion scroll for the shelter, doubling the area and the quantity of components in the shelter. Xiao Tian retrieved the expansion scroll, contemplating its value, which would only increase with the shelter's advancement. With the growing number of inhabitants and his intention to recruit more subordinates, particularly to ensure Gandhi's comfort, the usage of this scroll was imperative. Shall the expansion scroll for the shelter be used? Yes. A flash of white light transformed the shelter dramatically. The stone dwelling expanded from 60 square meters to 120 square meters, and the surrounding fenced yard doubled in size. Upon entering the stone house, he discovered that the first floor now boasted 4 rooms, with an additional stove and toilet. To his surprise, the crafting station had also increased to 2. However, the newly appeared crafting station was only at level 1, while the original had risen to level 3, enabling the creation of exquisite items. The living room had doubled in size, encompassing nearly 50 square meters. Ascending to the second floor revealed similar enhancements, with a total of 80 square meters, featuring 2 large rooms and a spacious living area of nearly 40 square meters. The requirements for upgrading the intermediate stone house had now changed to, wood 2,000, stone 2,000, iron stone 400. Remembering that he still needed to teleport to his mother, he hurriedly returned to the first floor to attend to pressing matters. He first utilized the 3rd enhancement opportunity of the day on the golden treasure chest. This time, fortune favored him, as it only ascended 1 level, transforming into a diamond treasure chest. He clicked to open it. Acquired farmland, exquisite. 1. Space gem 5, summoning order, rare. 1. Dragon fruit seed, epic. 1. Dragon fruit seed, epic, can be planted in farmland, epic, maturing in 3 days, while in farmland, exquisite, the maturation time is doubled. Farmland below exquisite level cannot support growth. Each harvest yields 3 fruits, which can be used to enhance qualifications. Ineffective above epic level. A splendid treasure indeed, yet regrettably lacking epic level farmland. Fortunately, I have recently opened a piece of exquisite level land, barely suitable for planting. With the addition of some fertilizer, the time can be shortened. Xiao Tian then retrieved the space ring to examine it. Space ring exquisite, with an internal capacity of 100 cubic meters. Whom should it be bestowed upon? Xiao Tian found himself in a quandary. Guan Dao was the leader he had planned to take on an expedition, desperately in need of a storage item. However, Xiao Qi, as the chief steward, was equally in need. After pondering for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, Xiao Tian decided to set aside the matter and instead focused on the blueprint for crafting the space ring. Chapter 43. Preparations before departure upon utilizing the crafting table. One can observe the following. Spatial ring. Ordinary grade consumes 1 space gem, internal space of 1 cubic meter. Fine grade consumes 10 space gems, internal space of 10 cubic meters. Rare grade consumes 50 space gems, internal space of 50 cubic meters. The items are indeed remarkable, with the highest grade being epic, requiring 500 gems and offering 500 cubic meters of space. Xiao Tian recalled that he still needed 100 space gems for the family ring, having gathered only 38 after a lengthy period of collection, a seemingly endless endeavor. Now, another substantial consumer of space gems had emerged. After some contemplation, he determined that his mother would require at least 2 fine grade and 5 ordinary grade rings, while he would utilize an excellent grade for Uncle Guan. And both Lung Ling and Xiao Qi would each receive an ordinary one. With a resolute heart, Xiao Tian proceeded to craft 8 ordinary rings and 2 fine rings, expending a total of 28 space gems. He handed 3 ordinary rings to Xiao Qi, reserving 1 for her discretion. Next, he crafted 20 beds, 20 sets of clothing, and 20 bedding sets, as he intended to summon several subordinates and prepare 10 sets for his mother. The main event was upon him. To ensure a comfortable resting environment for his loyal followers, Xiao Tian did not hesitate to utilize his precious rare grade wolf and bear pelts to create a bedding set. This rare grade trio boasted special effects: rapid sleep induction, deep sleep, and a 60 boost in stamina and mental recovery speed. The texture of the rare grade quilt was unparalleled, smoother than that of a goddess. Upon completing these tasks, Xiao Tian began to inventory his summoning tokens: 8 ordinary, 8 fine, 3 rare, and 1 excellent. He set aside 4 ordinary for fine, 2 rare, and 1 excellent summoning token for his mother within his storage space, along with an excellent grade arrow tower, a rare golden armored crocodile egg, 8 sets of fine grade iron swords and armor, and 2 sets of rare grade 4-piece suits. Additionally, he prepared 10 sets of clothing, 10 wooden beds with bedding, various seeds selected by Farmer E, and a raincoat. Xiao Tian ensured that he had prepared every conceivable item. His parents had always unconditionally provided him with the most vital things. Arriving in the land of slaughter, he finally comprehended the profound and overflowing love his mother held for him. He wished to bring her everything he could offer. In the trading channel, 437 raincoats had been sold, yielding 370 straw and 874 wood. His current basic supplies amounted to 170 straw, 458 wood, 800 stone, 114 iron ingots, and 20 fine iron. Xiao Tian retrieved 800 units of straw to continue crafting raincoats and instructed Xiao Qi to sell them. Excluding the fine iron, he carried all materials, intending to devote himself to upgrading his mother's shelter into a stone house, with a sturdy refuge, formidable defensive towers, and loyal subordinates. His mother would undoubtedly be safe in her vicinity, alleviating Xiao Tian's constant worries. His most pressing concern now was for his father, uncertain of how he was faring alone. Given his father's high blood pressure and diabetes, coupled with the damp and chilly weather, Xiao Tian could only imagine the hardships he must endure. From the words of others in the chat channel, it becomes evident that those who thrive are predominantly the young and vigorous, while the majority suffering from illness are the frail and weak. Were it not for the fortunate acquisition of enhanced talents and the assistance of Guan Yi Dao at the outset, I could not ascertain whether I would still be alive today. Lord, we have returned. Upon hearing Guan Yi Dao's voice, Xiao Tian stepped outside to find the group curiously gazing at the shelter, which had doubled in size. Behind them lay several dozen large trees, with Guan Yi Dao and Shielder carrying 2 wild boars upon their shoulders. Xiao Tian, who had been troubled about food, beamed at the sight of the 2 boars, each weighing no less than 500 pounds. Initially intending to dismantle them directly, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize the slaughterhouse, so he chose a suitable spot in the open to release them, along with the mill and the fertilizer reactor, rare. Slaughterhouse, fine equipped with automatic slaughtering devices, it can accommodate 1 employee. The machinery can autonomously process animals, maximizing profit. Note, the fine-grade slaughtering process has a 5 chance of yielding double rewards. Gazing at the 50 square meter slaughterhouse, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a modern processing plant. Xiao Tian was filled with curiosity and promptly urged Guan Yidao to enter and test it. Normally, dismantling 2 rare-level wild boars would yield only 6 to 8 pieces of meat, and he wondered what the slaughterhouse might produce. Upon entry, Guan Yidao was automatically clad in work attire, and the carcasses of the wild boars appeared on the hooks. No expertise was required. He merely had to press the buttons before him. More wondrous than modern equipment, one boar after another fell into a vast iron barrel, emerging as clean carcasses. Devoid of fur, they were then transferred to the cutting board, where several mechanical arms, equipped with various knives, performed a dazzling array of operations. Within less than a minute, the tail end of the conveyor was filled with large barrels, each containing sorted raw meat, bones, entrails, pig blood, and pig skin. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Xiao Tian stepped forward to collect the results. He received raw meat, rare 8, raw meat, common 48, bones, rare 6, bones, common 56, entrails, rare 2, entrails, common 12, blood, rare 2, blood, common 16, pigskin, rare 2. This revelation left Xiao Tian astounded. He had not anticipated that the slaughterhouse would yield such an abundance. It became clear that the systematic dismantling had resulted in substantial losses from the Tao of Heaven-S deductions. He realized that not all parts of a rare-level animal are rare. Much of it comprises common-grade materials, which have been retained under the guise of rare-level rewards. Reflecting on this, Xiao Tian felt a pang of regret for not deploying the slaughterhouse sooner, as countless individuals had suffered from hunger. He lamented the significant quantities of common-grade raw meat that had been withheld, which could have been exchanged for numerous resources. The mill, upon a cursory glance, appeared capable of grinding various types of flour, though it presented no remarkable features, and he currently lacked the necessary materials. As for the unassuming fertilizer reactor, rare, it held unexpected significance. This structure, half embedded in the ground, featured a large input opening on one side and a row of sizable faucets on the other. Covering an area of less than 20 square meters, it had the capacity to process up to 10 tons of materials. Various ordinary meats, bones, offal kitchen waste, and fresh plants can be disposed of, generating 1 unit of fine-grade fertilizer for every 100 pounds in just 10 minutes. For every 1,000 pounds, 1 unit of rare-grade fertilizer is produced within 30 minutes. The highest yield attainable is rare-grade fertilizer. After visiting several new constructions, the group returned to the shelter. Xiao Tian first placed the harvest from the slaughterhouse into the storage cabinet, then retrieved the summoning order and activated it. 4 ordinary and 4 fine materials yielded a total of 2 ordinary farmers, 1 male and 1 female, 2 ordinary male warriors, 3 fine-grade warriors, 2 males and 1 female, 1 fine-grade female chef, and 1 rare-grade warrior, an elite archer of the male gender. Once the group became familiar with one another, Xiao Tian, Guan Yidao, and Xiao Qi engaged in discussion. The 2 ordinary farmers, led by the male farmer, would assist Xiao Qi, while the 2 ordinary warriors would be commanded by Bu Yi, remaining to patrol the shelter. The fine-grade chef, named Xiao Fong by Xiao Tian, was a young woman of approximately 30 with an elegant appearance, tasked with preparing the trio of daily meals, thus resolving the group's dining dilemmas and bidding farewell to a life of mere roasting and boiling. Just as he was about to assign other tasks, a voice echoed from the entrance, "My lord, the work is completed. Please assign me a task." Chapter 44. Transmission. Xiao Tian profoundly sensed the bittersweet nature of happiness. A delay in work arrangements felt like a transgression. "Xiao Qi, please deliver food and water to the Liver Emperor. His diet must be of the utmost quality. Utilize the exceptional farmland and bring along the Longyuan fruit seeds. Once the matters concerning the farmland are settled, arrange for him to engage in logging and mining nearby. Prepare the room upstairs specifically for his rest, ensuring that no one disturbs him during his labor, fearing that any delay might incite discontent in the elderly Liver Emperor." Xiao Tian hastily beckoned Xiao Qi. "Next, I will assign tasks to the 4 of you. You 3 shall be named Bu Er, Bu San, and Lung Yi," he declared as he designated names for the 3 skilled warriors. "The males will accompany Uncle Guan, while the female will follow Lung Ling. As for you, you shall be named Gong Yi and will also accompany Uncle Guan. Thus, Xiao Tian bestowed the name Gong Yi upon the elite archer. He then retrieved 5 sets of superior-grade equipment from the storage cabinet to distribute among the 5 individuals. Gong Yi came equipped with a set of superior-grade gear. So Xiao Tian refrained from assigning him additional equipment, reserving the rare-grade gear for future arrangements. "Master, what about me?" Shielder Shan asked, empty-handed and gazing eagerly at Xiao Tian. Ever since his shield had shattered in the dungeon, he had been relegated to the role of a swordsman, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. I almost forgot about you. I haven't checked the gear dropped by the Skeleton King yet. Let me see if it's suitable for you." Xiao Tian moved to the storage cabinet and began to rummage through its contents. "Oh, I did overlook you too." He found an axe and a shield, then casually retrieved a space expansion scroll and a skill restoration aura. Space expansion scroll, common, increases storage space by 10 slots upon use. After employing it, Xiao Tian expanded his storage space to 40 slots. Skill, Restoration Aura, can be used on individuals. A passive skill that restores 1 stamina to allies within a 100-meter radius every 2 minutes, gradually healing injuries. At that moment, Xiao Tian acquired a skill for the first time, a remarkably practical one. It equated to a restoration of 30 stamina per hour. Had this skill been available during the death game, it would have significantly enhanced everyone's endurance, greatly alleviating defensive pressure. Recovering full stamina in approximately 3 hours was quite swift. Rest typically required over 6 hours, not to mention its healing properties. Holding the skill book, Xiao Tian initially intended to use it for himself, but upon reflection, he realized he already possessed the formidable light tower. Perhaps his mother could benefit from it more. After pondering for a moment, he decided to forego its use and store the skill book away. White Jade Bone Axe, exquisite damage state combat power 180 skill, strong reinforcement. Summons 10 skeletal warriors, fine, for 5 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes, automatically restores stamina 1 per minute, stamina 100 note. Originally an epic item. Downgraded to exquisite due to lightning damage. Seek restoration treasures for recovery. White Jade Shield, exquisite damage state combat power 199 skill. Bone Blade Spin. Launches a circle of sharp bone blades at high speed towards the target upon release, automatically returning upon impact. Range 20 meters. Cooldown time 60 minutes, automatically restores stamina 1 per minute, stamina 100 note. Originally an epic item, downgraded to exquisite due to lightning damage. Seek restoration treasures for recovery. I never anticipated that these 2 pieces of equipment were originally epic. I cannot help but feel relieved that I had opened the Thunder Prison. Otherwise, I would be unaware of how high the grass on my grave would be by now. Even though they have been downgraded to exquisite, they remain exceptional, each possessing formidable skills. Truly, they are well suited for you. These items are remarkable, and even when facing a dragon rhinoceros, you would not fall behind. Xiao Tian handed over the equipment, and Shun Shan eagerly donned it, inspecting it with great excitement. Shun Shan, rare, class, warrior affiliation, Xiao Tian level, 5 experience 125, 5000 loyalty, loyal combat power, 1139, 268, 340531, stamina, 100 skill, guardian, increases defense by 50 for 1 minute, cooldown time 60 minutes, equipment, White Jade Bone Axe, exquisite combat power 180, White Jade Shield, exquisite combat power 199. Scale armor, rare combat power 90, durability 100. Xian Iron Helmet, rare combat power 62, durability 100 assessment. Elite shield and armor warrior, balanced in offense and defense. Indeed, 1S attire can significantly influence perception. The evaluation has changed as well. With 1,139 points of combat power, even exquisite level foes would find it difficult to shake me. The 3 generals under my command all possess combat power exceeding 1,000, allowing Xiao Tian to depart with peace of mind. This time, he plans to stay for 24 hours before returning. Inside the sanctuary, there are Xiao Qi, Guan Yidao, Shun Shan, and Lung Ling. Even in his absence, operations can run smoothly, bringing him a step closer to a life of leisure. Moreover, the diligent old man. The Liver Emperor is also present, ensuring the sanctuary's absolute safety. Uncle Guan, I leave the team in your capable hands. Lead them outside, but do not venture too far. If you encounter a lord like me, record the location and refrain from engaging for the time being. Xiao Tian earnestly instructed Guan Yidao, then turned to the recently returned Xiao Qi. You're already familiar with the trading channel. Prioritize the trade for spatial gems above all else. Please try to bring back any special items. Additionally, ensure that the Liver Emperor's every request is met. Do not allow any dissatisfaction to arise. Once everything was arranged, everyone busied themselves, and Xiao Tian prepared to activate the family finding ring skill. Ding! It was a message from Li Weiwei. 00666 Li Weiwei. Brother Xiao, I sincerely apologize for wandering out early this morning. I opened several treasure chests and obtained a few items. Space Gem, Stonehouse Blueprint, and Rare Unfrozen Spring. Do you need any of these? I seem to have little use for the Space Gem, and I already possess the Stonehouse Blueprint and the Spring. Every message from Li Weiwei leaves Xiao Tian at a loss for words. She casually strolls around and gathers abundant resources. Aside from a Space Gem, which he requires for himself, the others are of no use to him, but his mother needs them, so he can take them over. 009527 Xiao Tian. The Space Gem is quite valuable. I indeed require it. However, I can craft it into a space ring. If you need assistance, I'm happy to help. As for the other items, let me know what you wish to exchange. I have several sets of excellent and rare-grade equipment available. The rare grade consists of a 4-piece set: weapon, armor, helmet, and boots. Xiao Tian had no intention of taking advantage of Li Weiwei. He meticulously explained the function of the Space Gem and the conditions for its crafting. He cherished his few friends dearly. 00666 Li Weiwei. In that case, please craft me 5 ordinary ones and 2 excellent ones. You may keep the remainder as compensation. For the other items, I would like to exchange for 2 sets of excellent and 1 set of rare equipment, and I will give you 2 rare mysterious fruits in return. Jealousy distorted Xiao Tian's expression. He felt a pang of envy. Soon, Li Weiwei completed the trade. He initially thought he would receive at most 2 or 3 space gems, but to his surprise, she sent over 40. After deducting costs, he was left with 15, and, at this moment, he felt no need to be polite with someone who had no financial concerns, happily storing them away. After sending the items, Xiao Tian tucked away the mysterious fruits and remembered to send a message to his friend, alleviating any potential worries. He activated the teleportation skill of the Seeking Kin ring and began the transport. Perhaps due to the long-distance travel, Xiao Tian felt a flash of white light, followed by a wave of dizziness, and he lost track of time. Suddenly, he felt someone clutching his leg, weeping and calling out, "Brother!" Chapter 45. Family reunion. Upon hearing a familiar voice resonating in his ears, a smile involuntarily blossomed on Xiao Tian's face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. With his vision restored, he beheld his mother standing before him, already in tears. Little Lin, clutching his leg, was wailing heartily. "Mom." This marked Xiao Tian's first proactive embrace of his mother since reaching adulthood. The two shared a tight embrace, laughing and crying simultaneously, their tears flowing freely and soaking a considerable portion of their attire. Time seemed to lose its meaning until Lin's voice broke through. "Hey, you two are squishing me." With a chuckle escaping him at Lin's remark, Xiao Tian's sorrow was momentarily alleviated. He lifted Lin into his arms, gently wiping the tears from her face, teasingly asking, "Why have you gotten heavier? Have you been eating too much?" Bad brother. Lin hasn't gained weight. She's grown taller." Lin pouted, indignantly responding. Realizing the truth in her words, Xiao Tian set his sister down and scrutinized her closely. Indeed, she had grown significantly. She had gone from nearly 1 meter in height to almost 2 meters. Was this the typical height for a 4-year-old? Xiao Tian turned to his mother, seeking clarification. Understanding his unspoken question, his mother explained, "Since coming here, Lin has exchanged the ginger soup you provided for 2 pieces of fine meat and some high-quality water. After consuming it, she has remarkably grown overnight these past couple of days." Xiao Tian was astonished by the unexpected effects of the food from the killing continent, pondering whether it was for better or worse. He examined his mother's humble abode, a cozy little wooden house with a living room and a bedroom, adorned with a bouquet of wildflowers on the windowsill. A few small toys crafted from thatch lay scattered on the clean floor. Cradling Lin, he made his way to the center of the living room and presented the items he had prepared. Then, he led his mother to the entrance, unloading all the thatch, wood, stones, and iron blocks. Subsequently, he handed her the blueprint for a stone house, addressing Li Yue, "Mom, let us upgrade the shelter first." The foundational materials Xiao Tian brought were more than sufficient for the upgrade to a stone house. He wondered if anyone in the area had yet achieved such an upgrade. "Xiao Tian, you can't do this. You silly child. Have you brought everything from home? Quickly, put it away. Mom has materials. We can upgrade soon," Li Yue exclaimed, her tone urgent and concerned. "Haha, Mom, you underestimate me. I've already upgraded to a stone house. These are merely the leftover materials. I'm not worried about resources at all. You might be shocked to hear this, but I even have a mythical level hero now," Xiao Tian replied with a grin, embracing his mother. Afterward, he eagerly shared a screenshot of the attributes of his hero, the Liver Emperor, with Li Yue, recounting the circumstances of his shelter and the number of subordinates he commanded. Li Yue was taken aback, unable to believe her son's remarkable prowess. A wave of relief washed over her as she grasped the reality that survival in this world required not just living, but a relentless pursuit of strength to surpass others for a chance to endure. "The current situation of my son provides him with a significant chance of survival. She now hopes desperately that he can find a way to take his sister away, so she no longer has to worry. As for her husband, she dares not even think about it. By the way, Mother, has the first upgraded stone house appeared in your area?" Upon hearing her son's words, Li Yue immediately opened the chat channel to check. Since waking up, she had not heard any announcements regarding someone upgrading to a stone house. She wondered if anyone had done so during the night while she was resting. After searching for a while, she discovered that someone indeed upgraded to a stone house just past 11 o'clock last night while she was asleep. "Xiao Tian, someone upgraded last night," Li Yue said with regret. "It's fine. It's only a silver treasure chest. Hurry up and upgrade, Mother, and see if you can get a reward." Xiao Tian was not surprised that they did not come in first, considering there were 100,000 people in a region. Someone was bound to be fortunate enough to lead. With the resources he provided, he was confident that his mother's strength could rank highly. Without hesitation, Li Yue upgraded the intermediate wooden house to a stone house in one go. Two beams of white light flashed in succession, transforming the shelter into a stone house, complete with an additional circle of fencing, just like what Xiao Tian had experienced. "Xiao Tian, I unexpectedly secured third place and received a bronze treasure chest and 20 points of prestige," Li Yue joyfully informed her son, handing him the bronze treasure chest. "Wait, I can't even be bothered to open the silver treasure chest at home. You open it," Xiao Tian, feeling smug, replied. In front of his mother, he felt much more at ease and spoke rather playfully. Li Yue shot her son a glance. "Look at how proud you are. I want to open it. I want to open it." Lin squirmed in Xiao Tian's arms, reaching for the treasure chest. Xiao Tian set her down, and Li Yue did not stop her as Lin dashed over to open it. "Wow, so many items." Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian approached to take a look. "What the?" He gasped in shock at what he saw. Summoning order, rare. 1. Stonewall blueprint fine. 1. Farmland rare. 1. Breeding ground fine. 1. Spatial gem 3. Stone 100. Lin looked up at her brother with a proud expression, smiling as she said, "Hee brother, Lin is amazing, right?" Xiao Tian stared at the contents of the treasure chest, his mouth agape in disbelief. When did a bronze treasure chest yield so many items? He had opened golden and epic treasure chests before, and they had never exceeded for items, let alone 2 rare-level items. Li Yue approached and patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder, saying, "If you had seen Lin's talent, you wouldn't find it surprising. Do you remember those 2 man-eating flower seeds I showed you? Can you imagine how they came about?" Lin was playing at the entrance of the shelter when a sudden gust of wind blew, and the seeds fell right in front of her. This Li Yue's words left Xiao Tian in astonishment, intensifying his curiosity about his sister's talent. "Wait a minute, Wasn't there only one talent stone? How does Lin also possess a talent? Xiao Tian recalled the announcement made by the heavenly Tao at that time, which granted each person a talent stone, and curiously inquired with his mother. Li Yue chuckled softly and replied, "Perhaps it is a form of compensation for those of us with children. I received 2 stones, one for me and one for Lin." She then revealed her talent. Nature Affinity, B-grade passive talent, granting a 20 chance of double yield in farming and harvesting, while reducing animal hostility within a 1-kilometer radius. Animals of epic grade and below will not initiate attacks. Although it may not be an extraordinarily powerful talent, the ability to avoid aggressive animal encounters certainly enhances one's chances of survival, making it quite commendable. Lin, show your talent to your brother. Chapter 46. The luckiest one is my sister Ah. The literal meaning is indeed just that, an S-rank skill succinctly described in 4 words. Boundless fortune. Xiao Tian suddenly recalled Li Wei, pondering that her talent might very well be this, for how else could she open an endless stream of treasure chests daily? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his own abilities, meticulously calculating his enhancement attempts each day, only to see the fortunate ones effortlessly acquire treasures. He picked up a rare summoning order for his 4th enhancement of the day, but without his sister's luck, he achieved only a single level increase. Initially intending to enhance the stone wall blueprint, he reconsidered and opted against it, fearing that it might transform into another material post-enhancement, rendering it less useful than its current state. Instead, he took out a golden armored crocodile egg, rare, which was just a day away from hatching, and playfully pinched his sister's chubby cheeks. Just before she could express her annoyance, he promptly released her, utilizing the last enhancement attempt of the day. The enhancement was successful, yielding a golden armored crocodile egg, epic. Xiao Tian's grin widened, revealing nearly all his back teeth. Though he could not become a lucky star, he could certainly be the brother of one. Mom, look at how ugly brother's smile is. Immersed in joy, Xiao Tian nearly choked on his laughter, feigning annoyance as he addressed his sister. "Oh, you little stink, Lin. I had intended to raise this formidable pet for you, but now it seems I shall keep it for myself." "No way. Super incredible best brother. Give it to me." "All right." The whimsical Lin immediately changed her demeanor, climbing onto her brother to act cute. Xiao Tian, unable to resist her adorably irresistible antics, surrendered and set her down, placing the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, before her. With a tone brimming with affection, he said to her, "This is of epic quality, and it will protect you and Mom. It requires a drop of blood to bond. You'll have to prick your finger. Are you afraid?" "Oof. I'm not afraid at all. I never cry when getting shots," Lin declared proudly, looking at her brother defiantly. At that moment, Li Yue interjected, "Xiao Tian, this epic egg is far too significant. You should keep it for yourself. Lin, be a good girl and return it to your brother." "Fine, brother. You go ahead. It can protect you too." Though reluctant, Lin obediently returned the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, to her brother. Xiao Tian first smiled and patted Lin's head before addressing their mother. "Let Lin have it. With this pet safeguarding you both, I can rest easy. You know my talents. Acquiring anything is merely a matter of time." Hearing that her treasure had been restored, Lin's spirits soared, and she urged her brother to hurry and prick her finger. "Great job, Lin." With a slight frown, she allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, which was instantly absorbed. "Wonderful. Mom, brother, it says I have successfully bonded with it," Lin exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around and nearly knocking over the egg, prompting Li Yue to swiftly find a safe spot for it. Xiao Tian picked up 4 ordinary for fine, 2 rare, and 1 extraordinary summoning orders from the ground, in addition to an extraordinary one he held in his hand and handed them to his mother. "Mom, let us go. We shall summon outside." Li Yue looked at her son with pride. He had grown up. Once, she needed to shield him from the storms of life, but now he was capable of standing on his own and taking care of himself, holding his sister's hand with one hand and his mother's with the other. Xiao Tian arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Li Yue began to use the summoning orders. She also had 2 fine-grade ones, which she used all at once. A blinding flash of white light surged forth, and 14 subordinates appear before them, kneeling on one knee in unison and proclaiming loudly, "Greetings, Lord." Li Wei had never witnessed such a spectacle, and she was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Noticing his mother's silence, Xiao Tian understood that if his subordinates felt dissatisfied, their loyalty could easily wane, so he quickly urged, "Mom, please let them rise." Hearing her son's voice, Li Wei regained her composure and hastily instructed her subordinates to stand. With the sudden influx of people, Lin Lin felt a bit frightened and hid behind Xiao Tian, while Li Wei appeared somewhat flustered, casting a pleading glance at her son. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she pointed at Xiao Tian and addressed the crowd. "He is my son, and that is my daughter. From now on, my son will arrange your duties. Greetings, young master, young miss." The crowd respectfully bowed to Xiao Tian and Lin Lin. Xiao Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. Seeing his mother's helpless expression, he stepped forward to assess the situation of the newcomers. It was curious that among the 14, 10 were women, perhaps due to his mother's gender or merely coincidence, and they seemed to hail from the same place, as their attire and hairstyles were remarkably uniform. Among them were 2 extraordinary female warriors, both exuding valor. One was named Qin Liang, armed with a bow and a short blade, a marksman with a combat power of 485, possessing skills in rapid fire and scatter shots. The other, Qin Yu, wielded a spear in her right hand and a small shield in her left, the spear measuring less than 2 meters, while her shield was compact, embodying a balance of offense and defense, agile and not cumbersome, unlike a full-time shield bearer. She was a spear shield fighter with a combat power of 508, skilled in thrusting and commanding troops, capable of leading like Guan Dao. Among the 2 rare warriors, there was 1 male and 1 female, both fighters. The 6 fine-grade warriors included 4 fighters, 1 male and 3 females, and 2 farmers, 1 male and 1 female. The 4 ordinary warriors consisted of 1 male and 1 female fighter, alongside 2 female farmers. This was a stark reflection of the imbalance of yin and yang, contrasting sharply with Xiao Tian's territory. As he was about to assign tasks, Xiao Tian suddenly remembered he had yet to survey the surroundings of his mother's shelter. Thus, he instructed her to assign work to the farmers while the fighters familiarized themselves with the area. He stepped out of the courtyard to explore. The surrounding flat land was sparse, only comprising over 20,000 square meters, with 2 plots of farmland nearby that his mother had begun to cultivate. The usable area was considerably less than his own shelter. However, its location was exceptional, perched atop a mountain with sheer cliffs on 3 sides, dropping over 100 meters. While the only path down was rugged and difficult, making it easy to defend, yet hard to assault. Behind, a small pond formed by a bubbling spring sprawls over several square meters, ample enough to satisfy the irrigation needs and provide drinking water for approximately 100 individuals. Even Xiao Tian gazes upon this terrain with envy. Upon returning to the shelter, his mother has regained her composure and begun to organize tasks. 2 ordinary girls are assigned to prepare meals and care for Lin Lin within the dwelling, while 2 skilled individuals follow closely behind his mother, armed with the seeds Xiao Tian brought, intending to cultivate the farmland. Xiao Tian advises his mother to manifest the rare, unfrozen spring and place it in the courtyard, while the breeding grounds of superior quality should be situated on the opposite side of the shelter. He then summons Qin Liang and Qin Yu, distributing 1 exquisite space ring to each. He gathers all the warriors to change their equipment, and the numerous exceptional and rare items significantly enhance his mother's loyalty. You 2 will descend the mountain to hunt for supplies. Remember to capture small animals suitable for domestication, he instructs. Xiao Tian glances at the time. Weather time, Killing Continent. Year 1, January 4th, 10:45 a.m., 7 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 8 to 15 C, overcast turning to light rain. He dons a raincoat, anticipating the impending rain, and informs them he will return for a meal in an hour. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's orders, Qin Liang and Qin Yu hastily lead the others down the mountain. Xiao Tian, equipped with an exceptional arrow tower, prepares to seek out his mother. As he exits the shelter, he catches sight of the manifested unfrozen spring. Before he can examine it closely, he is teleported over, curiosity urging him to approach and inspect it. Chapter 47. Beauty and Youth Preservation. The unfrozen spring, rare, produces 10 liters of water, excellent, daily, which when consumed alleviates fatigue and restores vitality. With long-term consumption of 1 liter of unfrozen spring, rare, one can rejuvenate, enhance beauty, and retain eternal youth. The value of 1 liter of unfrozen spring far surpasses that of the water well, and selling it would likely incite a frenzy among all women. Imagining my mother's gradually forming crow's feet and blemishes, it's easy to believe she would be equally captivated. I cannot fathom her reaction upon learning about it. Outside the small courtyard, my mother was diligently farming alongside 2 laborers. Approaching to offer assistance, I was promptly shooed away by her, as I almost mistook a young seedling for a weed. Thus, I stood awkwardly outside, observing. After half an hour of watching my mother and her 2 helpers toil in the fields, she was drenched in sweat despite the temperature being merely around 10 degrees. Seeing her in such a state tugged at my heartstrings, and I hurriedly used my sleeve to wipe her brow, urging her to take it easy. "Mother, you can leave these tasks to them. They are quite proficient." Li Wei, upon hearing this, retorted with displeasure, "I am not a rich lady who cannot lift a finger. I feel restless when not working. Besides, if I do not labor, what is the point of my talent?" Realizing that I could not sway her, I shifted the topic and led her to a spot approximately 100 meters in front of the shelter, gesturing towards the descending path. "This is the only route up the mountain. We must construct a stone wall for protection. Additionally, the exceptional grade arrow tower should be built just behind the stone wall." Li Yui followed her son's advice and erected a stone wall at the entrance, leaving a 2-meter gap in the center, intending to search the trading channel for a suitable defensive gate. The wall was nearly 50 centimeters thick and 1.8 meters high, requiring 10 units of stone per meter. After allocating stones for upgrading the shelter, only around 300 units remained, combined with her stock of over 100 units, resulting in less than 50 meters constructed. The consumption was substantial, and it was imperative to complete the repairs before the protection period expired. Although the other 3 sides were cliffs, there were still spots for potential climbing, making the wall a significant safety enhancement. Subsequently, the arrow tower was positioned behind the stone wall. The exceptional grade arrow tower, constructed entirely of stone, occupied an area of 9 square meters and stood 15 meters tall, with a walkway at a height of 12 meters capable of accommodating 2 to 3 defenders above. Standing atop provided a splendid view. Less than 500 meters ahead at the foot of the mountain lay a great river, beside which a vast expanse of grassland could be seen, faintly revealing a group of people hunting. Qin Liang and his companions. "Mother, ensure that someone is assigned here daily to stand guard, 24 hours uninterrupted, with at least 2 individuals at a time." Concerned that Li Yui might not grasp the importance of this, I emphasized my point. "Huh, and speaking of you, I recall when your father and I were courting, he would clutch the romance of the 3 kingdoms and the art of war daily, and I must have watched them countless times with him. Such a thing. How was I unaware of this?" Li Yui suddenly realized she had let something slip. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried back to the shelter. Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He had never imagined that his parents had such stories from their past. This reminded him of his father's fondness for romance of the 3 kingdoms and the art of war, hoping he could put that knowledge to good use. Time swiftly passed, and Qin Liang and Qin Yu returned with their entourage. Xiao Tian descended from the arrow tower to greet them. "Young master," the group greeted Xiao Tian, their curiosity piqued by the newly erected stone wall and arrow tower. "Qin Liang, Qin Yu, from now on you shall take turns leading expeditions while leaving a few individuals to guard our territory. Later, inspect the new constructions and discuss defensive strategies. What was your harvest?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's instructions, the 2 nodded in understanding, and Qin Liang began to report their findings. Rather hurriedly, we merely circled the vicinity and managed to hunt 2 ordinary deer, 2 excellent grade wild boars, and 1 rare level wolf. We also captured 2 live ordinary rabbits and 1 excellent grade pheasant, along with over 20 wild fruits and more than a pound of berries. Excellent. A commendable yield in just an hour. We shall venture out again this afternoon. By the way, I noticed you hunting by the river. How are the resources in that area? Hearing the group's harvest, Xiao Tian felt a surge of joy, indicating that the nearby resources were ample, alleviating any concerns about sustenance. He then inquired further about the surrounding conditions. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Liang replied earnestly, "The expansive meadow by the river is teeming with resources, both in terms of species and numbers. Judging by the tracks along the bank, there are at least over 20 types of animals, including 5 large species. The river itself is also rich with numerous large fish. Splendid. I will have my mother keep an eye out for fishing tools. Please attempt to capture some live fish to place in the pond behind the shelter, ensuring we have ample provisions. In 3 days, extreme cold weather will arrive, and you must assist my mother in weathering this calamity." Concerned for his mother and sister's safety, Xiao Tian meticulously outlined every detail he could think of. Upon returning to the shelter, 3 live animals were placed in the breeding facility, with instructions for the farmers to tend to them daily. Xiao Tian refrained from having his mother immediately butcher the animals, instead directing her to search the trading channel for slaughterhouses, fishing tools, and other necessities, hoping to procure what they needed. Fortunately, someone was indeed selling these items. The slaughterhouse, albeit only of ordinary quality, was obtained for 50 units of wood, while the fishing tools included an excellent grade fishing net and 3 ordinary traps, costing 100 units of wood and 100 units of thatch. The slaughterhouse manifested, albeit occupying only half the area of an excellent grade facility, and its efficiency was markedly lower without any special effects. Nevertheless, it yielded significantly more food than direct dismemberment of the animals. After this series of transactions, the food gathered by Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and their group over the hour and a half was sufficient to sustain everyone for 2 days. Had they opted for immediate dismemberment, it might not have even covered 2 meals in a single day. Soon, everyone began to relish their first meal after the summoning. Lin Lin had by now become familiar with the group, and all were captivated by her adorable demeanor. Her quirky personality gradually dissipated the slightly awkward atmosphere, filling the space with peals of laughter. With Li Yue's gentle and considerate nature, the loyalty of her subordinates steadily increases. Typically, a personality like Li Yue's is ill-suited for a lordship, as it may invite rebellion from her followers. However, the advantage of her nurturing demeanor lies in the potential to cultivate their loyalty to a perfect score of 100, transforming them into staunch allies, thus alleviating such concerns. After lunch, Xiao Tian allowed everyone to take a brief respite before resuming work. The girl assigned to care for Lin Lin took her upstairs for a nap. Xiao Tian then escorted his mother to the courtyard, stopping by the unfrozen spring and saying, "Mother, you have yet to take a proper look, have you? Let's take a moment to appreciate it." Chapter 48. Mother's grand vision upon receiving the item. Li Yue opened it to find a bottle of exquisite quality water. Having tasted it before without experiencing anything extraordinary, she assumed its rarity merely indicated a more potent effect. She was perplexed by Xiao Tian's enigmatic expression. "Wow!" she exclaimed upon reading the description, her brows arching in astonishment. The joy that she struggled to suppress was vividly evident at the corners of her mouth, revealing the tumult within her heart. No woman can resist the allure of beauty and eternal youth. Before her journey through time, various beauty products and salons, even those of mediocre efficacy and shrouded in scandal, consistently drained the wallets of women, with even the elderly spending vast sums in pursuit of fleeting hope. This miraculous spring water, validated by the heavens and accompanied by a detailed introduction, would send any woman into a frenzy. Even the precious drop of this divine liquid was momentarily overlooked by Li Yue. Observing his mother lost in thought, Xiao Tian spoke up, "Mom, you understand the value of this rare, non-freezing spring now, right? With 100 milliliters per serving, if you drink one every day and reserve a few as rewards, you need not worry about Qin Liang and Qin Yu's loyalty dipping below 100. The rest can be exchanged for rare or special items." "Understood," Li Yue replied solemnly. She recognized this as an opportunity to elevate her sanctuary, a chance she did not want to rely on her son for. Even though her son had already outpaced the majority, she wished to contribute in her own way, refusing to burden him further. Xiao Tian, however, underestimated the power of the non-freezing spring. After Li Wei bestowed 2 servings as rewards to Qin Liang and Qin Yu, their loyalty, previously below 90, soared to unwavering devotion. The other women gazed at them with envy, prompting Li Wei to reassure them, "You need not be envious. As long as you work diligently and contribute to our territory, each of you, even if merely an ordinary farmer, will have a chance to receive such rewards." This was far more enticing than gold or jewels, instantly invigorating the spirits of all the women in the shelter, filling them with determination. Xiao Tian smirked himself, pondering, "Mom is quite adept. It would be a shame if she didn't run a company. She understands how to paint a grand vision." Having consumed 1 serving of the non-freezing spring, Li Wei set aside 2 for rewards to be given to Lung Ling and Xiao Qi, while the remaining 5 were reserved for sale. After a brief respite, Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and the others donned their cloaks, braving the light rain with fishing gear in hand, heading out to gather resources. Meanwhile, Li Wei busied herself in the trading channel, searching for items and advertising the non-freezing spring in the chat channel. In a moment, Xiao Tian found himself the sole idler within the sanctuary. With inter-regional communication channels inactive, he could only reach Xiao Qi, who undoubtedly was occupied, as he thought it inappropriate to disturb her out of boredom. Watching Qin Liang and the others, who had yet to venture far and were preparing to descend a mountain, Xiao Tian suddenly had an idea. Seizing the moment while his mother was distracted, he followed them. "Qin Liang, Qin Yu, wait a moment." The 2, initially thinking Xiao Tian had instructions, paused in confusion to look back at him. "Let us go. I'll accompany you all this afternoon." As Xiao Tian caught up with the group, he gestured for everyone to set off. Qin Liang and Qin Yu, startled by his words, anxiously exclaimed, "Young master, this is unwise. The outside world is fraught with danger. You should remain in the shelter. We can handle the hunting and resource gathering." Without further ado, Xiao Tian equipped his mysterious golden crossbow and displayed its attributes. Level 5 experience, 985,5000 combat power, 582, 112,150,320 stamina, 100 talent. Quality, excellent equipment, mysterious golden crossbow, outstanding, combat power 120. Mysterious iron armor, rare, combat power 68 durability, 100 mysterious iron helmet, rare, combat power 62 durability, 100 mysterious iron boots, rare, combat power 70 durability, 100 evaluation, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. A step closer to becoming a formidable force. Qin Liang and his companions stood in disbelief. They had presumed the young master to be as ordinary as themselves. Yet his combat prowess was nearly on par with theirs. With no valid reason to impede him further, they conferred and decided that Qin Yu would lead 2 soldiers, encircling Xiao Tian protectively. Xiao Tian was quite pleased with this arrangement, as he merely wished to explore a bit and had no intention of taking the lead without protection. Throughout their journey, Xiao Tian closely followed Qin Yu, instructing the 2 elite warriors to flank him, crossbows raised, vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, Xiao Tian called for a halt, causing the group to look at him in confusion. He pointed to a peculiar plant ahead and said, "Look at that plant. It appears to be special. Let's investigate." They approached the plant, and as Xiao Tian examined its leaves, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Though he could not recall where he had seen it before, he decided to dig it up. Acquisition: century-old blood ginseng, rare, 1, blood ginseng seeds, rare, 3 century-old blood ginseng, rare, can be used for breakthroughs at the excellent level. Provides 30 combat power when consumed at the rare level. Not consumable at the ordinary level. Can be used in medicine. Ah, so it is a variety of ginseng. What a treasure. I'm glad we didn't miss it, Xiao Tian joyfully remarked, urging everyone to pay attention to unusual plants in the forest, especially those with similar leaves, as they were all valuable. The group gazed at him in admiration, impressed by his extensive knowledge, unaware that Xiao Tian possessed a bracelet that instantly revealed information about any plant he encountered. As they continued, they collected an array of edible mushrooms, with ears, and a significant number of medicinal herbs, including a patch of 3-7, 2 of which were of excellent quality, and an abundance of dendrobium, predominantly aged 10 to 20 years. They even stumbled upon a rare specimen whose medicinal properties had evolved, enhancing combat power and quality breakthroughs. Furthermore, they fortuitously found 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian and Qin Liang simultaneously loosed arrows, pinning a rare black panther, which had attempted a surprise attack, firmly against a tree. Young master is impressive. The group erupted into applause and cheers. Am I not impressive? Qin Liang feigned anger, deliberately stating this as she observed everyone praising Xiao Tian while ignoring her. Sister Qin Liang is certainly remarkable. Captain Qin is also formidable, despite the playful banter. The surrounding warriors remained vigilant, collecting the corpse of the Black Panther before hastening to the riverbank. From atop the mountain, Xiao Tian believed the river was within close reach, only to discover upon descending that the path was treacherous and winding, making their progress exceedingly slow. They frequently encountered large boulders obstructing their way, necessitating detours. Perhaps this was for the best. It would ensure the safety of his mother and sister living in this area. In order to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, Qin Liang and Qin Yu chose a different route rather than retracing the path they had previously scoured in the morning. This new path saw little wildlife. Besides the Black Panther, there were merely a few wild rabbits and a pangolin, yet they stumbled upon an abundance of culinary and medicinal resources. Halt! Qin Liang raised her left hand, speaking as she cautiously approached the large boulder ahead, slowly extending her head to assess the situation. Chapter 49. The Lingyuan Fruit Tree. After observing for a considerable time, Qin Liang slowly retreated, his expression grave as he spoke. There are numerous wild beasts gathered ahead, at least 2 at the exceptional level, 7 at the rare level, and nearly 30 of the fine level, with hundreds of ordinary ones. On a small rocky slope, a peculiar plant grew, devoid of branches or leaves, standing over 2 meters tall, with 2 resplendent golden fruits hanging at its apex. Xiao Tian, unable to suppress his curiosity, whispered, "Let us go take a look." As Xiao Tian prepared to approach, Qin Liang and Qin Yu closely followed him. Upon reaching the edge of the boulder, Xiao Tian cautiously peered out and immediately spotted the plant on the rocky slope. Lingyuan Fruit Tree. Exceptional. The fruit enhances physical constitution, can be used for breakthroughs at the rare level, grants 50 combat power at the exceptional level, unsuitable for those below the rare level, can be used in medicine. 20 minutes until maturity. Xiao Tian's heart soared with joy. Yet another extraordinary treasure must be obtained. It was high time for Shenzhan to break through. Given that this subordinate had accompanied him since the beginning of his journey, Xiao Tian harbored a unique sentiment towards him, hoping to nurture him further. Among the beasts were an exceptional wolf king, 2 rare mountain wolves, over 30 fine and ordinary beasts, 2 rare black-backed bears, 1 rare boar, 8 fine boars, and more than 20 ordinary boars. Additionally, there was an exceptional black-striped tiger, its size terrifying at nearly 5 meters in length, with a tail over 2 meters long resembling a steel whip. Furthermore, there were 2 rare gibbons accompanied by a troop of monkeys. Xiao Tian silently calculated the formidable array before him. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He relayed the detailed situation to the others and engaged in thoughtful discussion. It was Qin Yu, possessing commanding skills, who first proposed a plan. The towering boulders flank us on both sides, with only a narrow path less than 1 meter wide ahead, making it impossible for the giant beasts to pass through. We only need to position all archers atop the boulders while I guard the passage with the remaining warriors. They will be unable to reach us. Moreover, before the fruits mature, there will surely be a chaotic battle among them, when the exceptional and rare beasts are embroiled in conflict. The young master and I can utilize our skills to eliminate a portion. Qin Yu meticulously articulated the plan, while Xiao Tian and Qin Liang filled in the gaps, quickly culminating in a comprehensive strategy. The group obeyed Qin Yu's commands and swiftly set their plan into motion. Xiao Tian's greatest strength lay in his self-awareness. He never meddled in matters beyond his expertise. With Qin Liang's assistance, Xiao Tian, accompanied by 1 rare and 2 fine archers, successfully ascended to the top of the boulder. Lying in wait for the opportune moment, Qin Yu remained steadfast at the narrow path, with several warriors ready to provide support. As the moments quietly slipped away, after 10 minutes of stillness, the beast leaders could no longer contain themselves. The first to strike was the black-striped tiger, the king of the forest, which let out several furious roars. Upon realizing that the other animals remained undeterred, it felt its authority challenged, and, with a swift flick of its tail, struck down the two gibbons behind it. With limbs slightly bent, the black-striped tiger lunged fiercely toward the horde of tusked wild boars. With a swift swipe of its razor-sharp claws, it cleaved the head of a superior-grade boar into a pulp. Following this, it opened its jaws wide and sank its teeth into the neck of a rare-grade boar, forcefully bringing it crashing to the ground. Expecting to instill fear and scatter the other beasts, the tiger was taken aback when its actions incited a united front among the creatures, who encircled it with fury. The leaders of the beasts roared in unison, and the chaos of battle commenced. The title of King of the Forest was not mere embellishment. Within a mere minute, the black-striped tiger dispatched a rare-grade gibbon and 5 superior-grade beasts, with countless ordinary ones falling in its wake. However, the tiger, too, faced adversity, as its abdomen was pierced by the sharp tusks of the last rare-grade boar before it succumbed, blood gushing forth and innards barely concealed, while its hind leg was viciously bitten by a black-backed bear in a last-ditch counterattack. The cunning wolf king remained unscathed, lurking at the periphery, biding its time for the tiger to reveal a vulnerability. At long last, as the black-backed bear clung tenaciously to the tiger's hind leg, the wolf king seized the moment, launching itself toward the tiger with glistening claws. "Now, fire!" Qin Yu's voice rang out, prompting Xiao Tian and Qin Liang to swiftly execute their skills. Qin Liang's scatter shot was akin to Xiao Tian's rain of arrows, but covered a significantly larger area, nearly spanning 20 square meters, albeit with slightly diminished power. The rapid volley of arrows fell upon the battlefield, and numerous beasts collapsed under the onslaught. As the primary targets, the black-striped tiger and the wolf king were densely pierced with arrows, and before the tiger could regain its composure, it breathed its last. The wolf king, gravely injured, struggled to rise, unleashing an enraged howl. With a fierce rallying cry, it charged forward with its minions. In a moment of dire urgency, Qin Yu activated his skill, slaying the wolf king just 2 meters away as it leapt forth. The inertia of the wolf king's corpse propelled it violently toward Qin Yu, who had no time to evade and could only raise his shield and brace himself. A dull thud reverberated through the air as Qin Yu staggered back 3 steps, fortunately caught by his comrades behind him, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Qin Yu, are you all right?" Xiao Tian, perched above, inquired upon witnessing the wolf king's downfall. After catching his breath, Qin Yu replied loudly, "Rest assured, young master, I am unscathed. Proceed as planned, with 2 exceptional grade beasts slain. Victory is assured." Gripping his weapon anew, he led a handful of warriors forward, systematically eliminating the pack of mountain wolves that followed the wolf king. With merely 4 rare-grade wolves remaining, the group faced no difficulty, bolstered by the firepower of Xiao Tian and Qin Liang. The rare-grade foes were dispatched within 5 minutes, leaving a scattering of ordinary and superior-grade beasts. The anticipated grand battle ended with minimal cost, only Qin Yu sustaining a minor injury. Coupled with a morning's skirmish, Qin Liang and Qin Yu's party successfully ascended to level 2, their prowess significantly enhanced, while Xiao Tian accrued over 300 experience points. A plethora of prey filled the exquisite spatial rings of Qin Liang and Qin Yu to the brim. Fortunately, with Xiao Tian present, the remaining corpses were collected. This bountiful harvest alone could sustain the consumption of over 10 individuals at their mother sanctuary for an entire week, perhaps warranting the consideration of recruiting additional subordinates, contingent upon resolving their housing issues. Furthermore, they discovered over 20 luminous orbs containing various loot. Xiao Tian refrained from opening them, intending to wait for his sister to join him. The next phase of their endeavor was about to commence. As Qin Yu stationed the others around the small stone slope, while Xiao Tian and Qin Liang ascended to stand before the spirit essence fruit tree. A mysterious fragrance gradually emanated from the fruits, indicating spirit essence fruit tree, exquisite, 1 minute until maturity. Chapter 50, Astonishing Harvest. Fortunately, there were no unexpected incidents during that minute, and Xiao Tian successfully gathered the fruits. He obtained 2 spirit origin fruits, exquisite, and 1 spirit origin seedling. There was an unexpected gain as well. Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel delighted. He had initially thought that 2 fruits constituted the maximum yield, only to discover that he had also collected a seedling. This indicated a future supply of endless fruits. Although the harvest was already plentiful, the group had no intention of returning just yet. They had reached the grassy bank by the river, and Xiao Tian planned to catch some live fish to take home, ensuring his mother and sister would have fresh food daily. As they strolled, stopping intermittently, they gathered various fungi and wild vegetables and unexpectedly stumbled upon a single ginger plant. He had hoped to find a cluster similar to what he had encountered previously, but after searching for quite some time, he found only 1 solitary shoot. While it was of little significance, Xiao Tian had already brought along a superior specimen, so it was better than nothing. Before long, the group arrived at the riverbank, and upon seeing the river before him, Xiao Tian was taken aback by its vastness, comparable to the Yellow River or the Yangtze. The current was swift, and the variety of fish was abundant, with large fish weighing dozens of kilos leaping from the water. Unfortunately, the rapid flow made it impossible to catch them, so Xiao Tian had to search for a suitable spot. After half an hour of walking along the overgrown riverbank, they finally discovered a backwater bay. This curved section of the river, formed by its bends, had a slower current, making it a favored habitat for fish to dwell and forage, thus ideal for fishing. Strangely, although Qin Liang and his companion claimed there were many animals, Xiao Tian noticed numerous footprints along the riverbank, yet they had not encountered any living creatures during their journey. Could it be that the dragon origin fruit trees had drawn all the nearby animals away? Quickly, everyone took out their fishing gear, first placing some animal entrails into 3 traps at the tail end of the backwater bay. They then pulled out fishing nets and a rope several hundred meters long, connecting the rope to the net and splitting into 2 teams to stretch the rope to either end of the bay. They began to lower the net into the water using the rope. Xiao Tian had not arranged for anyone to enter the water. Many fish leaping from the surface weighed dozens of kilos. Who knew if there were ferocious beasts lurking beneath? If so, it would be enough to swallow a person whole. The fishing net, approximately 100 meters in length, perfectly encircled the backwater bay, covering nearly 3,000 square meters of water. It was unimaginable how many catches lay within. With all preparations complete, the group began to pull the net back. Xiao Tian and Qin Liang refrained from assisting, standing on either side, weapons in hand, keeping a watchful eye on the water surface. As the net was drawn in, the water became tumultuous, with large fish leaping out, occasionally evading the net. Xiao Tian felt a pang of regret. Upon spotting a fish breaching the surface, he knocked an arrow and aimed to intercept it, but alas, his archery skills were lacking, and the fish moved too swiftly. 9 out of 10 arrows missed their mark. Fortunately, Qin Liang was an excellent archer, managing to hit 5 out of 10 arrows, securing a substantial number of fish that floated on the surface, drawn back by the net. Eventually, when Qin Liang's arrows ran out, over 40 fish, each weighing more than 50 kilos, drifted upon the water surface, while Xiao Tian's tally was fewer than 6. Despite having expended twice as many arrows as Qin Liang, he found himself unable to lift his head amidst the group's initial confusion and eventual realization. It soon became apparent that the young master was not as omnipotent as one might assume. His archery skills were painfully inadequate. Before long, the fishing net was drawn within a mere 10 meters from the shore, rendering it immobile as the water teemed with fish. Many of the creatures, driven by the throngs of their kin, leapt onto the bank. "Young master, how shall we proceed?" Qin Liang and Qin were left dumbfounded. There were at least 10,000 fish, most weighing around 5 pounds. Not only were they bewildered, but Xiao Tian too was at a loss, and could only retrieve the 20 prepared wooden barrels. With a capacity of only 40 liters, each barrel could hold a maximum of 20 pounds of fish, meaning that the 20 barrels could accommodate fewer than 100 fish. After pondering for a while without a solution, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and instructed Qin Liang and Qin Yu to fetch 40 carcasses of ordinary grade animals for immediate disassembly. The results were raw meat, ordinary, 160. Beast skins, ordinary, 40. Beast fangs, ordinary, 80. Xiao Tian's heart ached. If taken back to the slaughterhouse, this haul could easily double in value. In short order, the group began to collect the fish that had flopped onto the shore, with Qin Liang and Qin Yu stowing away those under 20 pounds in their spatial rings, while Xiao Tian took charge of the larger specimens. Since live creatures could not be stored in the spatial realm without perishing, the 20 barrels were set aside to be transported back to the refuge later. After more than an hour of diligent labor, the net had been drawn within 2 meters of the shore. "Young master, we have filled the barrels. There is no more room," Qin Liang lamented, looking helplessly at Xiao Tian. They had done their utmost, cramming numerous small fish into the spatial rings until they were brimming. At that moment, there were still over 1,000 larger fish within the net, yet Xiao Tian's storage space had dwindled to 5 slots. "Continue to haul them up. I shall devise a plan," he urged. As he discarded the smaller fish back into the space, he focused on collecting those weighing over 30 pounds. When the net contained fewer than 100 fish, a towering mound of fish nearly 10 meters high had formed on the shore, comprising those approximately 20 pounds that Xiao Tian had meticulously selected. Upon glancing at the last 2 available slots in his storage, Xiao Tian exhaled in relief. Ignoring the towering fish mound, he began to haul the larger fish one by one, finally experiencing the remarkable advantages of his storage space. Regardless of whether a fish weighed 1 pound or 100 pounds, it occupied but a single unit. Thus, both 99 pounds and 9,000 pounds occupied the same space. Caught up in the excitement, Xiao Tian gradually lost himself in the task, no longer content to merely follow behind and collect fish. Instead, he approached the shore to personally catch them. 80, 80, 80, he silently counted with each fish he caught, his joy overflowing. The abundance of meat would be ample enough for his mother to feed dozens more for several months. With collective effort, they finally managed to haul in a grass carp weighing 100 pounds. Fortunately, 2 ordinary-grade warriors stood guard in the distance, while the ones engaged in the catch were all of superior caliber. Otherwise, success would have been uncertain. Even so, the group was utterly exhausted. Having secured the net with their weapons against the shore, they settled down to rest, sipping the fine spring water they had brought and enjoying the fruits gathered along the way to replenish their energy. Xiao Tian, with casual efficiency, retrieved the lightweight fruits, berries, fungi, and wild vegetables, wrapping them in bee skins for the journey back, thus clearing 8 slots in his storage to prepare for the disassembly of the fish mound. The disassembly was successful. Ordinary raw meat, 755, exquisite raw meat, 88. The loss of over 1,000 pounds of fish no longer pierced Xiao Tian's heart. It had already shattered into pieces. He did not retrieve the rare fish, for even a single pound of it was more valuable than 100 pounds of ordinary fish. His storage space, fully occupied with 40 slots, left just 1 final slot available for large fish, allowing him to accommodate up to 69 fish. Gazing at the net, it barely seemed sufficient to hold what he had. To his surprise, 1 fish actively swam out. He thought to himself, "Don't blame me for being impolite." Having toiled for nearly 2 hours without encountering danger, Xiao Tian, forgetting to use his wristband for identification, attempted to lift the fish by himself. Tragedy struck. Slap. Chapter 51. The frightening monster. As Xiao Tian bent down to haul the fish ashore, he suddenly felt a void in his grasp. A shadow darted past, and in the next instant, an immense force struck his chest. With a terrified scream, he was propelled through the air, soaring over the crowd and crashing heavily to the ground more than 20 meters away. Upon landing, it felt as though his internal organs had shifted, and a mouthful of blood surged forth. "Young master." The events transpired so swiftly, from Xiao Tian's anguished cry to his impact with the earth. Scarcely a second had elapsed. Qin Liang and Qin Yu, along with their companions, paled in shock and hurried forward to assess Xiao Tian's condition. The sight of blood at the corner of his mouth sent them into a frenzy of cold sweat. They could hardly fathom how to explain any misfortune to their master. "Young master, are you all right? Please, speak to us." Qin Liang inquired anxiously, her tone urgent and her expression fraught with worry, teetering on the brink of tears. Just as they intended to assist him, Xiao Tian, terrified, quickly interjected, "Do not move. For heaven's sake, do not touch me." Despite the terrifying appearance of his dented armor, which bore a significant indentation. Xiao Tian was fortunate. The injury was not severe. His chest ached, but upon gentle pressure, he was relieved to find no fractured bones. The true agony stemmed from the ground, where an unfortunate fist-sized stone awaited him, and his posterior had met it with a resounding thud. The pain was excruciating, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Struggling, he shifted his weight and glanced back, a wave of dread washing over him. He had narrowly avoided a far more grievous plight. Unable to contain their amusement at the spectacle, the group erupted into laughter, particularly Qinyu, who turned away, stifling her giggles, her shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. Xiao Tian, still squinting in pain and questioning his very existence, opened his eyes to the ruckus and quickly grasped the situation, his forehead adorned with ominous lines of frustration. "You dare to laugh? Go capture that beast. I wish to see what creature had the audacity to ambush me." Xiao Tian bellowed in a fit of rage, his indignation palpable. At last, the group, unable to restrain their mirth any longer, burst into laughter as they armed themselves and rushed towards the shore. Despite the humor, the gravity of their young master's injury weighed heavily on them, and they carried out their task with renewed fervor, venting their frustrations on the fish. Each one they caught impaled and tossed ashore. After a considerable time, Xiao Tian managed to gather himself, slowly rising and gingerly rubbing his sore backside. The fiery pain lingered, a reminder of his recent ordeal, and he could only surmise that bruises awaited him. Each step brought sharp stings to his rear, forcing him to waddle as if revisiting the sensation of walking with a broken leg from his earlier days. It took him a full 10 minutes to traverse the short distance of over 20 meters, at which point he turned to the busy Qinyu and asked, "Have you caught it yet?" Pausing in her work at the sound of his voice, Qinyu replied, "Young master, not yet. So far, the largest fish we've captured is merely of rare grade, lacking any substantial strength. However, we are nearing completion. It should be soon." Xiao Tian gazed into the net, where the catch was dwindling, nearly finished, and spoke again. "Reel in the fishing net, and have a couple more assist in pulling it. Be cautious, lest it escapes. We must capture it to avenge me." Soon, the net was being drawn in from both sides towards the center. To everyone's surprise, a dozen large fish were hiding at the bottom, which were subsequently caught one by one. At this moment, the net had been nearly fully gathered, yet the culprit that had struck Xiao Tian was still nowhere to be seen, leading the group to believe it had fled. Feeling a dull ache in his backside, Xiao Tian, in a fit of frustration, shouted, "Pull, pull, pull, bring the net in. I refuse to believe this." The four individuals tasked with hauling the net combined their strength, preparing to draw it entirely ashore, when suddenly an immense force surged forth, causing them to stagger and nearly lose their grip on the rope. Observing this, Qin Liang and Qin Yu swiftly rushed to assist, firmly securing their hold. However, as they engaged, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they urgently called out, "Bring in 2 more." With 8 people now working together, they finally stabilized their efforts, engaging in a contest of strength with the creature lurking beneath the water for approximately 10 minutes. Gradually, the resistance diminished, and the net was slowly dragged out of the water. The water was murky, splashes erupting as a massive fishtail occasionally broke the surface, slapping against the water, though its strength had significantly waned compared to earlier. As the net was entirely pulled from the water, a chilling sound reminiscent of an infant's wail echoed, revealing a creature within the net. Its head was broad and flat, with stout limbs and an elongated, flattened tail, measuring a staggering 3 meters in body length and 5 meters in tail length, weighing at least 500 pounds. Its body was adorned with bizarre golden-red patterns. At this moment, the net had been torn open by a large hole, and the creature's fierce head continued to struggle. Fortunately, its limbs were ensnared by the net, preventing it from escaping. Once out of the water, its strength seemed to diminish considerably, manageable now by merely 4 elite warriors. Faced with the grotesque creature and its unsettling cries, Xiao Tian hastily opened his interface to assess the situation. Chapter 52. The Barbecue Fire Spirit Salamander, Excellence Level, is undergoing evolution, on the verge of breaking through to Epic Level. Level 3 Combat Power, 658 Skills, Fireball Technique. condensing fiery energy to launch fireballs at enemies, possessing a certain explosive range. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Scorching lava in evolution. Note: the fire spirit salamander is experiencing an internal eruption of fire elements during its breakthrough, making it unbearably hot. It's submerged in water to complete the evolution. But this moment of breakthrough is interrupted, leaving it weakened. Having just glanced at the panel, a cold sweat broke out on him. It was the first time he had witnessed magical damage. He had always assumed that this land of slaughter revolved around physical attacks, at most resembling the extraordinary masters depicted in martial arts novels. At that moment, the fire spirit salamander suddenly ceased its struggle, revealing its mouth filled with sharp teeth, from which a red glow gradually emerged, startling Xiao Tian. With urgency, he raised his divine crossbow and shot, shouting in alarm, "Quick! Kill it before it releases its skill." Fortunately, the others did not hesitate. Seeing Xiao Tian ready to shoot, they swiftly launched their attacks. Qin Yu's rapid thrusts further interrupted the fire spirit salamander's movements, forcing its ultimate move back, exuding a cloud of black smoke. As the relentless attacks continued, the fire spirit salamander, unable to retaliate due to its restrained limbs, gasped its last breath in frustration. For luminous orbs burst forth. That was close. It was on the verge of evolving to epic level. We were fortunate to encounter it early. Otherwise, not only would we have perished today, but my mother's sanctuary would also be in immense peril, Xiao Tian explained, still shaken. The others finally understood his urgency. After collecting the body of the fire spirit salamander and the items it had dropped, they concluded their outing perfectly. Xiao Tian picked up the large fish by the shore while the others gathered the fishing nets. As for the 3 traps, they could not be carried, so they decided to leave them behind for Qin Liang and the others to retrieve on their next outing. Strangely, aside from the fire spirit salamander, which yielded drops and experience, they had slain countless large fish, yet gained neither experience nor loot. Weather time. Land of Slaughter Year 1, January 4th, 1715. 45 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 8:15 C. Light rain transitioning to moderate rain. Unbeknownst to them, it was already past 5 o'clock, and darkness was imminent. They needed to return to the sanctuary without delay, as the rain grew heavier. Any further delay would reduce visibility. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, time is of the essence. Let us hurry back. After ensuring that nothing was left behind, Qin Yu took the lead, and the group, laden with their belongings, hastened towards the sanctuary. Except for 2 ordinary-level warriors, the rest carried large wooden barrels, the rare-level warriors striding forth with great agility. Little did Xiao Tian know disaster was looming. Meanwhile, Li Wei was nearly frantic. After much toil, she had exchanged numerous rare special items using the non-freezing spring and was about to inform Xiao Tian. However, after searching in vain, she discovered he was missing. Inquiring with the subordinates working outside, she learned he had gone out with Qin Liang and the others. After waiting all afternoon, having guarded the arrow tower for half the day without sight of his return, her mind raced with thoughts of belts, vines, and sticks, contemplating which tool would best convey a mother-esque love to Xiao Tian. The impudent boy, having gained a modicum of strength, dared to run off, leaving me to ponder how I might chastise him upon his return. Li Wei's countenance was as dark as thunder, her anger palpable. As each second ticked by, a growing sense of dread enveloped her heart. She muttered to herself, "Why hasn't he returned yet? Only 10 minutes until dusk. Surely nothing unfortunate has befallen him." Xiao Tian, please do not frighten your mother. I promise not to scold you if you return. Tears welled in her eyes as her pallor deepened. What should I do? Why hasn't he come back? With only 3 minutes left until nightfall, the absence of any familiar figures filled Li Yue with despair. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Ha ha!" Thankfully, we made it back. It was Xiao Tian, who, along with his companions, had discovered an alternative route up the mountain that seemed shorter. This path, however, was narrow and flanked by rocks, causing them to merge with the main road only halfway up, which explained Li Yue's worry. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Yue's tears flowed freely. She hurried down the watchtower and rushed through the walls. As Xiao Tian and his friends reached the main road and looked up, they spotted Li Yue standing above them. Xiao Tian intended to wave hello, but upon noticing his mother's increasingly pale expression, he lowered his head in trepidation. Alas, was the only thought occupying Xiao Tian's mind. The time had come to face the music. Every long journey must eventually reach its destination. Upon arriving at the mountaintop and standing before Li Wei with a smile, he attempted to evade trouble. Mother, you have no idea what we encountered today. It hurts. Mother, please let go. My ear is about to come off. Before he could finish, Li Wei, with lightning reflexes, seized his ear and executed a remarkable 360-degree turn. Xiao Tian's cries echoed through the air, a symphony of anguish that tugged at the heartstrings of all who heard it. Li Wei was well aware that he was feigning pain. She knew precisely how much force she had exerted. Having raised him from infancy, she was all too familiar with his penchant for theatrics. Although he had never deceived Li Wei, he had successfully pulled the wool over the eyes of Qin Liang and Qin Yu, who, upon witnessing their young master's plight, hastily dropped their belongings and knelt in supplication. Please, my lord, spare the young master. It is entirely our fault for not preventing him from joining us on this adventure. What are you all doing? Get up. I was merely pretending. Xiao Tian urged his companions to rise, realizing that he had managed to fool them for so long. This time, it is no act, Li Wei thought, her irritation deepening as she tightened her grip. After a moment, she helped Qin Liang and the others to their feet, saying, "This has nothing to do with you. This child has always been mischievous. I appreciate your hard work. Now everyone, please go inside and rest." The group was taken aback by this unexpected side of Xiao Tian, and laughter erupted amongst them. As Li Wei approached the water pool, her curiosity was piqued by the lively fish within the barrel, prompting her to accompany the others. Once the fish were released into the water, they began to swim energetically. Mother, we shall never worry about food again. You have no idea about our harvest today. Tens of thousands of pounds of food are but a fraction of what we've gathered. We will tally it up upon our return. Upon seeing his mother's anger dissipate, Xiao Tian embraced her and spoke tenderly. Li Wei shot him a disapproving glance before responding, "You must not take such risks in the future. Your armor is battered, and the traces of blood at the corner of your mouth have yet to be wiped clean. Do you think I have not noticed?" She gently touched the dented armor, her heart aching, and delicately wiped the remnants of blood from her son's lips with the corner of her garment. Xiao Tian, with a hearty pat on his chest and a display of strength, exclaimed, "I'm perfectly fine. I feel robust, and my appetite is insatiable." Qin Liang and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the prominent imprints on Xiao Tian's rear armor. Sensing his mother's puzzled gaze, Xiao Tian felt a wave of unease and quickly changed the subject. He took her hand and led everyone to the slaughterhouse, calling forth those in the shelter. After a long afternoon without seeing his elder brother, Lin cheerfully shouted for him. After calming his sister, Xiao Tian turned to his mother and asked, "Mother, are you ready? Watch me perform." Chapter 53. The Fire Spirit Pearl. As Xiao Tian's voice faded, a plethora of items was released into the space, prompting Lin to exclaim in astonishment, "Sister, look, it's raining fish." She pointed at the multitude of large fish that were being unleashed, addressing Mei Yi, a regular level girl who was entrusted with her care. At merely 18, Mei had quickly formed a bond with Lin over the course of the day. No one responded to Lin, for everyone, including Li Wei, stood with mouths agape, rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. Once all the catches were released, a towering hill of fish over 20 meters high materialized before the slaughterhouse. Xiao Tian chuckled, but that's not all. He then moved aside, continuing to release the corpses of beasts, while also instructing Qin Liang and Qin Yu to do the same with their spatial rings. Each selected a spot, and soon 3 more mountains emerged on the vacant ground. Though Xiao Tian's consisted solely of pure beast corpses. In contrast, Qin Liang and Qin Yu's offerings contain a mixture of various fish, both large and small. When the last creature, a fire spirit salamander, was released, its fearsome and wounded visage caused Li Yui to recoil in terror, while Lin, overwhelmed, burst into tears and ran away. Xiao Tian stood frozen, realizing that despite having traversed into this new world for several days, his mother and sister had only encountered a few small animals and were unprepared for such a monstrous sight. Though Lin Lin was still young and Mei Yi followed her to console her, Li Wei had a different resolve, understanding that they were no longer in their original world. And in her desire to maintain composure before her subordinates, while adapting swiftly to protect her daughter and assist her son, she feigned calmness and approached the creature. Addressing Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, did this monster injure you? Yes, it's called the Fire Spirit Salamander, a remarkable grade creature on the brink of ascending to the epic grade. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, your sanctuary would have been in peril. Xiao Tian explained the dangers posed by the Fire Spirit Salamander while gesturing toward the 4 mounds of meat. These are today's spoils. Quickly arrange for people to rotate into the slaughterhouse to begin work. Do not retain any of the regular grade meat. Exchange it for resources. We must procure a substantial amount of beast hides and warm materials such as cotton and linen. Have we acquired the clothing patterns? Indeed, we have secured both clothing and armor designs. After being drenched all afternoon, you and Qin should wash up and change for dinner. I shall handle the rest. Li Yue gradually exuded the aura of a strong woman, orchestrating the tasks with precision. As operations commenced in the slaughterhouse, a steady flow of fresh meat was made available for trading. At this juncture, aside from warm clothing and cold resistance medicines, food was the most critical scarcity. The moment it was stocked, it was swiftly purchased, even in a region of 100,000 people, where despite the population dwindling to less than 90,000, at least 30,000 remained below the threshold of sustenance. Even if each person bought 2 units, tens of thousands of pounds of food would be consumed. Outside the sanctuary, dimly lit by a few torches, several farmers clad in straw raincoats toiled tirelessly. Just as Li Wei intended to instruct her subordinates to send the Fire Spirit Salamander to the slaughterhouse, she discovered that only rare-grade corpses could be processed by those of regular grade. Reluctantly, they were left with no choice but to disassemble it. Acquired. Raw meat, pseudo-epic 8. Fire Spirit Salamander skin, pseudo-epic 3. Fire Spirit Salamander muscle, pseudo-epic 3. Fire Spirit Salamander spine, pseudo-epic 1. Fire Spirit orb, pseudo-epic 1. To her surprise, Li Wei did not anticipate the abundance of materials yielded from the disassembly, including a Fire Spirit orb. Fire Spirit orb, pseudo-epic, the source of power for the Fire Spirit Salamander, can be utilized as a component for the shelter, as well as a forging material and medicinal ingredient. Unsure of how to make use of it, Li Wei set aside her tasks and returned to the shelter to consult Xiao Tian. At that moment, Xiao Tian had just finished bathing and was dining while engaging in conversation with Lin Lin. Upon seeing Li Yue rush in, he assumed something was amiss. Just as he was about to inquire, Li Yue presented the Fire Spirit orb and said, "Xiao Tian, look what I just obtained from disassembling the Fire Spirit Salamander." Intrigued, Xiao Tian opened the panel to examine it. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Mom, the shelter is fundamental for our survival. Since it can serve as a component, it would be best to incorporate it into the shelter." Without hesitation, Li Wei handed the Fire Spirit orb to Xiao Tian, who naturally declined, knowing he possessed ample resources and several esteemed commanders. "Mom, you should know me by now. With my talent, you can rest assured to utilize it," he added. "By the way, Lin Lin, go ahead and open the light spheres and treasure chests." Before Li Yue could respond, Xiao Tian produced the light spheres and treasure chests that had dropped that day and handed them to Lin Lin. Upon hearing she could open treasures, Lin Lin, who had been bored all afternoon, was overjoyed as there were no toys to play with here. She eagerly pulled her mother along, urging her to hurry. While dining, Xiao Tian occasionally heard Lin Lin's exclamations of delight and looked at his mother and sister nearby, feeling a warm sense of happiness, wishing his father were present. Suddenly, the thought of his father caused Xiao Tian to momentarily lose focus, dropping his chopsticks to the ground. Realizing it was essential to inform his mother, he quickly lost his appetite, swallowing a few bites before approaching her. "Mom, there is something I haven't dare to tell you. The reason I've been asking you to collect spatial gems is related to Dad. Look at this." Xiao Tian opened the panel of the family search ring for Li Yue to see. Continuing, "We must upgrade quickly to find Dad. In 2 days, extreme cold weather will arrive, and without the protective shield, we may face the danger of animal attacks. Li Yue, who had long refrained from questioning, now leaned on her son's shoulder, overcome with emotion. Mom, what's wrong? Lin, focused on opening the light spheres, suddenly heard her mother's sobs and hurriedly embraced her. Wiping her tears, Li Yue forced a smile, reassuring her daughter, Mom is just happy. Lin need not worry. Go ahead and continue opening the light spheres. Once Lin returned to her task, Li Yue turned to Xiao Tian and said, including what I've obtained and traded for, I now have 34 gems. I will trade again tonight. Let us gather them quickly and find your father. I believe you will be safe. Yes, Xiao Tian affirmed with conviction. Before long, Lin had opened all the luminous orbs and treasure chests. Truly a fortunate one. The quantity and quality of her finds far surpassed that of the average individual. The basic resources included 100 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 30 iron blocks, and 15 refined iron. Additionally, she acquired a scroll for expanding storage space. Excellent. 1. A privy shelter component. 2. A watchtower. Excellent. 1. A city gate. Rare 1. Farmland common. 6. Farmland. Excellent. 2. Farmland. Rare. 1. Farmland superior. 1. A vegetable greenhouse. Excellent. 2. A compost workshop. Rare. 1. Blueprints for a city defense crossbow. Rare. Permanent. Summoning orders common. 6. Summoning orders. Excellent. 2. Summoning orders. Rare. 2. A storage cabinet. Rare. 1. And 3 space gems. Upon counting the last item, she picked it up, much to Xiao Tian's delight. Chapter 54. Talent Upgrade. Talent Upgrade Stone. Rare can upgrade talents below grade B. How wonderful. So this is the precious artifact that enables talent enhancement. Both Xiao Tian and his mother were overjoyed. Xiao Tian, use it quickly. Now I understand how your talents can be upgraded. I will pay special attention from now on. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian promptly clicked to use it. Talent upgrade successful. Talent, grade B. Enhancement of all things upgradable. 2200 enhancements or relevant artifacts to upgrade to grade A. At least 1 level enhancement is guaranteed, with a 1 probability of enhancing to level 2 and a 0.01 probability of enhancing to level 3. The maximum enhancement can reach the mythical level. The same item cannot be enhanced repeatedly, with a daily usage limit of 5 out of 8. Not only had the probabilities increased, but the daily usage limit had also expanded, leaving 3 opportunities for the day. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not squander this chance. He first took the Fire Spirit Pearl to activate the enhancement skill. Enhancement successful. Fire Spirit Pearl, epic. Aside from the change in grade, all other descriptions remain the same. After studying it for a considerable time, Xiao Tian could not discern any special features, so he urged his mother to use it directly. After waiting for a while, there was still no visible change. In the dim light of the living room, illuminated by a few candles, Xiao Tian searched around but could not find the Fire Spirit Pearl anywhere. Mother, what's the effect? Noticing the lack of change, Xiao Tian inquired of Li Yue, only to find her lost in thought, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Seeing this, Xiao Tian approached and gently shook her, asking, what's wrong? Strange. I feel a bit warm. I'm sweating, Li Yue replied, coming back to her senses and looking at Xiao Tian. This is truly remarkable. Look. Sanctuary. Fire Spirit Pearl. Epic. Components characteristic 1. Constant temperature, maintaining a permanent 26 degrees within a 200-meter radius characteristic 2. Illumination. The Fire Spirit Pearl fixed at the peak of the sanctuary provides continuous lighting for a 200-meter radius, with an option to turn off characteristic 3. Fire Shield. Covering a range of 200 meters, impervious to attacks below the epic level, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 72 hours. Goodness gracious. This is far superior to my light tower. Extreme cold weather can essentially be disregarded, and if there's ever extreme heat, it won't pose a problem either. Moreover, with the Fire Shield for protection, I need not worry about your safety any longer. With that, Xiao Tian carried Lin out of the sanctuary. To his astonishment, a miniature spire had appeared atop the sanctuary, standing approximately 2 meters tall, with a luminous orb at its peak radiating a gentle light. Though the illumination was not as bright as the daylight produced by the light tower, it was certainly comparable to the streetlights that once lined the roads. This enhancement allowed farmers to work at night, thereby improving efficiency. The 200-meter radius of light covered the entire flat terrain, extending about 80 meters beyond the walls, enabling the night watchman to promptly detect any emergencies. A group of farmers, clad in thick animal skins and raincoats, initially found the temperature quite comfortable. But now they were sweating profusely, with the quicker ones already shedding their outer garments for short sleeves. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Li Wei hurriedly explained the effects of the fire spirit pearl to them before getting back to her trading activities. Xiao Tian returned to the sanctuary to continue selecting items for enhancement. He decided to use his second opportunity on the storage space expansion scroll, Fine, which could extend the capacity by 30 slots. If all went well, a successful enhancement could at least double this, granting him 60 additional slots, sufficient for his needs. Upon successfully enhancing the scroll, he obtained a storage space expansion scroll, Exceptional 1. With the scroll in hand, Xiao Tian soared with joy, having leveled up twice, thus enabling him to expand his storage capacity by a remarkable 100 slots. Combined with the original 40 slots, he now faced little risk of running out of storage space. He initially contemplated employing his final opportunity on the blueprint for the castle crossbow, but quickly reconsidered after examining it. Castle crossbow blueprint, rare, permanent cost, wood 10. Fine iron 5, beast tendon, rare, 1 castle crossbow. Combat power 200, attack speed 3s per unit, range 1,000 meters. The requirement for fine iron and rare materials, particularly the beast tendon, which he had only recently obtained from the slaughterhouse, made it impractical. Should he attempt another enhancement, the necessary materials were uncertain, rendering the blueprint a mere dust collector. It would be far more prudent to create the crossbows now for immediate use, as such weapons could be easily operated by ordinary farmers when mounted on high platforms. Producing a few more would significantly bolster the sanctuary's defensive capabilities. After much contemplation on where to allocate his last opportunity, Xiao Tian suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. Why didn't he save the talent upgrade stone for tomorrow? With only 3 enhancement opportunities available, he could afford to squander one. Yet the next chance to acquire a talent upgrade stone was uncertain. Frustration swelled within him, but there was little he could do at this point. Just then, he noticed the spatial ring that Lin Lin was wearing. This was a gift from Xiao Tian, intended to help her store snacks and cherish belongings. Indeed, he lacked spatial gems and could enhance the spatial ring. Even enhancing it to the rare level would save him 40 spatial gems. With this thought, he rushed to find Qin Liang. Qin Liang, could you lend me your spatial ring? Qin Liang, just finishing his meal and resting at the door, looked puzzled at Xiao Tian's request, but promptly removed the ring and handed it over. The enhancement was successful, resulting in the spatial ring, rare 1. Here, try it on. Xiao Tian returned the successfully enhanced spatial ring to Qin Liang. Upon receiving it, Qin Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, it's so much bigger now. I absolutely love it. Xiao Tian felt a pang of exasperation at such exuberant words. Chapter 55. The departure approaches upon hearing Qin Liang's exclamation. Qin Yu approached, and their conversation grew increasingly animated and audacious. As a few more female warriors joined them, Xiao Tian sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and, in trepidation, distanced himself, knowing well that when women engage in mischief, men are often left out of the equation. Outside the courtyard, a group of farmers had toiled for nearly 2 hours, successfully vanquishing 2 towering piles of meat. The clock struck 9, indicating that their labor would extend until midnight before they could finally rest. The continent of slaughter is a remarkable place. Irrespective of the species, be it animal or fish, once dismantled and butchered, everything uniformly transforms into raw meat. Buckets of fresh meat were carried before Li Wei, who stood in the open space, diligently working as the raw meat disappeared one by one. Xiao Tian approached her and inquired, "Mother, how are the sales going?" Li Wei, engrossed in her tasks, replied, "There's hardly enough to meet demand. As soon as it's displayed, it vanishes. The thatch is completely discarded, leaving only a reserve. I have amassed 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 200 units of iron, 200 units of refined iron, and collected 5 space gemstones. Additionally, I have gathered numerous blueprints, tools, and shelter components, essentially all the crafting schematics we require for daily needs. Thankfully, we acquired a premium storage cabinet. Otherwise, we would be out of space. At this moment, Li Wei paused, looking at Xiao Tian. Do you know how much meat has been sold? An astonishing 12,000 pounds, which translates to 12,000 units. Aside from a few hundred pounds of superior grade meat, the rest consists of ordinary grade raw meat. Xiao Tian was taken aback, astonished by the impressive sales figures. However, considering the numerous individuals living below the subsistence line in the area, it was understandable. If each person purchased a pound, it would swiftly sell out. Mother, in light of this, let us pause for now and upgrade the shelter. We can elevate it by 2 levels without issue. Then, we shall utilize the remaining summoning orders. Observing that they had sufficient basic materials, Xiao Tian encouraged Li Wei to proceed with the upgrade, as he too was curious about the appearance of the advanced stone shelter. With that, the two returned to the shelter and commenced the upgrade. To prevent chaos from the crowd, they summoned everyone outside. As 2 beams of white light enveloped the area, the courtyard wall, initially standing 20 meters away, now loomed just 5 meters from them. The first thing they noticed was the overall appearance. Both the courtyard wall and the stone shelter had been transformed into a sturdy stone structure. The courtyard gate, house door, and even the windows were crafted from wood encased in iron. The courtyard wall stood an impressive 2.4 meters high, with a thickness of 50 centimeters, while the gate measured a solid 10 centimeters in thickness, exuding a profound sense of security that required 2 ordinary individuals or 1 superior individual to push open. The group initially circled the small courtyard, and even the farmers at work were called over by Li Wei, who emphasized the importance of balancing labor and rest for optimal productivity. The entire shelter spanned an area of 600 square meters, taking on a square shape, with the advanced stone shelter occupying 200 square meters at its center, while the surrounding 5-meter-wide space could be utilized for planting or arranged according to personal preference. In the 4 corners of the courtyard, there lies a raised platform made of stone, its purpose still shrouded in mystery. Pushing open the heavy stone door of the house, the ground floor has been automatically divided into several distinct spaces. Upon entering, to the left, one finds a 50-square-meter living room, adjacent to a 30-square-meter dining area, followed by a kitchen, a restroom, a storage room, and a workshop. To the right, there are 6 rooms, each approximately 15 square meters, modest in size and suitable for accommodating 2 individuals. Ascending the robust staircase, one reaches the 2nd floor, where the luxurious stone structure no longer tapers towards the top. It spans an area of 200 square meters, excluding a small 30-square-meter lounge that connects to a balcony. This floor can also be outfitted with various functional components similar to those on the ground floor. To the left, there are 2 master bedrooms, each 30 square meters in size, while the right side features 4 20-square-meter rooms. Naturally, one of the master bedrooms belongs to Li Wei and her daughter, while the other is designated for Xiao Tian. The 4 rooms on the right are intended exclusively for female occupants, with Qin Liang and Qin Yu occupying one, while the other rooms can accommodate 3 to 4 individuals each. Any remaining males and surplus females will have to stay on the ground floor. Despite Xiao Tian being able to visit only once a week, Li Wei intends to always reserve a room for him. After the tour, the group resumed their work. Li Wei retrieved a summoning order from the living room on the ground floor and activated it, summoning 10 subordinates, 2 rare-level warriors, 1 male and 1 female, 2 elite-level warriors, 1 male fighter and 1 female farmer, and 6 ordinary-level individuals, including 1 female warrior, 3 farmers, and 2 warriors. With these 10, Li Wei now had a total of 24 subordinates in her sanctuary, although she could sustain 240 individuals. The limited accommodations and the low quality of the new recruits rendered them less useful. Xiao Tian had advised her to refrain from summoning anyone below rare level henceforth. The farmers were assigned to assist with various tasks, while the warriors were organized by Qin Yu into groups for rotating duty. Li Wei began by crafting all necessary living supplies, instructing her team to distribute them throughout each room and utilize various components traded back for the shelter. Initially, She had hoped to transform the latrine into a restroom. However, the original blueprints had become obsolete. To her surprise, the transformation resulted in a beautifully crafted restroom made of stone. There are 2 restrooms on each floor, with one also located in the master bedroom. Regrettably, a modern water supply system akin to those before her journey was not discovered, necessitating the use of toilets on the 2nd floor, which require regular maintenance. Bathing and washing must be conducted on the ground floor due to the absence of drainage. As time slipped away, it was already 11 p.m. With the addition of new farmers, all food had been processed, and apart from the station warriors, everyone else had retired for the night. Only Li Yue remained busy, while Xiao Tian had long since fallen asleep beside his sister. Despite her fatigue, Li Yue was reluctant to rest, knowing that her son would depart at dawn. In a land fraught with peril, no one could guarantee survival for even a week, and she felt compelled to prepare for her son's journey. Aside from the warriors on duty, no one was aware of when she would take a break. The following day, just as the first light began to illuminate the sky, Xiao Tian was roused by his playful sister. It was the most comfortable and reassuring sleep he had experienced in many days. Carrying his younger sister downstairs, Mei completed her morning routine and then took Lin Lin out for breakfast. At that moment, the living room was occupied solely by Qin Yu and a few soldiers. The rest were either on night duty and still resting, or had already taken their posts outside. "Qin Yu, where's Mom?" Xiao Tian inquired as he placed the breakfast on the dining table. According to Qin Liang, the commander was busy until past 2 last night and hasn't risen yet. Qin Yu replied. Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a pang of sympathy. His mother was truly working too hard. "Xiao Tian, what do you need Mom for?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Xiao Tian turned to see his mother descending the stairs. "Mom, you slept so late? Why don't you rest a little longer?" he urged. Li Wei smiled and replied, "You'll be leaving soon, so how could I possibly sleep?" She then presented him with a dish she had prepared the night before. Chapter 56. The Fire Spirit Armor. Li Wei retrieved a piece of leather armor from her spatial storage and handed it to Xiao Tian. As he observed the familiar patterns on the armor, he opened it for further inspection. Fire Spirit Armor, Pseudo-Epic, Combat Power, 188 skills, Fire Shield, Passive Skill. Capable of withstanding fatal blows from epic level and below. Cooldown, 24 hours. Characteristics, constant temperature, maintaining the ambient temperature at 26 degrees Celsius within a 1 meter radius. Automatic durability recovery. 1 per minute, durability, 100 mother. This, Li Wei smiled and replied, this was crafted from materials derived from the fire spirit salamander. No arguments. I want to feel at ease unless you wear it. By the way, you should enhance it first. Xiao Tian obediently donned the fire spirit armor. The exterior felt remarkably sturdy, while the interior was soft and warm, providing a delightful comfort. I won't enhance it just yet. I can do that anytime when I return. I must use up today's enhancement attempts before going back, he explained to Li Wei. Once Li Wei finished her breakfast, they both ventured into the living room, where they began to sort through all their items, selecting the 8 most suitable ones for enhancement. By the way, Qin Yu, come here. I will enhance your ring first. Remembering that Qin Yu's spatial ring had yet to be enhanced, he called her over. Enhancement successful. Obtained spatial ring, exquisite, X1. Wow, what a great start. I leveled up to 2 on my first attempt. Xiao Tian exclaimed with joy. The exquisite spatial ring boasted a capacity of 200 cubic meters, ample for long-term use. If he had possessed this ring yesterday, he could have brought back all the fish, potentially yielding thousands of pounds of meat and saving 190 spatial gems in the process. Receiving the ring, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, and fearing she might utter something inappropriate, Xiao Tian hastily ushered her away. He also took note of the most precious items in his storage. Exquisite Spirit Fruit X2, Exquisite Spirit Fruit Seedling X1, Rare Blood Ginseng Seed X3, Rare Century-Old Blood Ginseng X1, Rare Dendrobium X1, Rare Mysterious Fruit X2 Skill, Restoration Aura X1. Upon seeing the skill stone, Xiao Tian remembered he had intended to have his mother learn it, but had forgotten. However, it seemed of little use to her, as she rarely ventured outside. It would be more beneficial for either Qin Liang or Qin Yu, so he decided to leave it with his mother, allowing her to make her own choice. Xiao Tian pocketed one spirit fruit, intending to use it to help shield her break through, while he handed the other along with the seedling to his mother. He set aside 2 blood ginseng seeds and retained some herbs that were unavailable in the shelter, keeping the rest. He considered enhancing the exquisite spirit fruit seedling, but ultimately abandoned the thought after realizing that enhancement would prolong the maturity time and render it unusable to individuals of lower qualifications. It would be more prudent to plant it directly, ensuring both his mother and sister had the opportunity to utilize it. Mysterious fruit, rare combat power 20. Do not underestimate this fruit, as its true value lies in its lack of restrictions. It can enhance anyone's capabilities, regardless of their qualifications, without any discounts. This one was a gift from the fortunately Weiwei, while he had only ever obtained lower-tier ones. This particular fruit was the most worthy of enhancement, as it could significantly boost his mother's strength. Success in enhancement. Acquiring the mysterious fruit, exquisite 2. Regrettably, the enhancement did not reach level 2, and level 3 was beyond Xiao Tian's imagination. Mysterious fruit, exquisite combat power 50. No further enhancements were made, leaving that task for my mother. Mother, I have yet to see your combat power. How much do you possess? Xiao Tian inquired, eager to know how much strength Li Wei had for further breakthroughs. Li Wei glanced at him and replied, currently, my combat power stands at 38, with an additional equipment combat power of 258. You may consume one of these mysterious fruits, and save the other for someone else to break through. Your own strength must also be bolstered. Li Wei, with no objections, consumed the fruit. Not only did her combat power increase, but she also felt her physical strength significantly enhanced. Subsequently, Li Wei revealed the fruits of her overnight transactions and the inventory from her storage cabinet. First, she presented 5 cotton seeds, though they were of ordinary quality. They were deemed more precious, as the peak selling period for cotton was merely 2 days away. When planted in farmland of rare quality or above, they could yield multiple harvests in a single day. It was only due to the other party's dire hunger that such a trade was made. Xiao Tian accepted 2 seeds. The collection included a defense tower, rare, 1, carnivorous flower seeds, fine 2, farmland, rare, 6, farmland, exquisite 2, fish pond, rare, 1, compost workshop, rare, city gate, rare 1, watchtower, fine, 1, building upgrade scroll, rare 1, repair stones 48, and space gems 52. These constituted the valuable items that Li Wei had painstakingly gathered overnight, along with a substantial amount of basic resources. Xiao Tian took the fish pond, as there was a natural water pool at his mother's location, rendering it unnecessary. The space gems naturally went to Xiao Tian. He now possessed 77, and with just 23 more, he could upgrade the family seeking ring. The watchtower, fine, was rather unique, serving solely to enhance visibility by 20. Xiao Tian resolved to enhance it, and without surprise, it only reached level 1, increasing visibility to 30. This enhancement allowed the stationed warriors to see farther, enabling them to detect dangers earlier. The defense tower, rare, was enhanced to the exquisite level. Defense tower, exquisite automatically generates a shield upon encountering an enemy, with a 100-meter range, shield energy value of 10,000. Attacks below rare level are nullified. Rare level incurs -1 damage. Exquisite level incurs -10 damage. Epic level incurs -100 damage, and it regenerates 1 energy point per minute. Although not as dazzling as the Flame Spirit Shield with the Fire Spirit Pearl, it served as a supplementary layer of protection, adding an extra safeguard to my mother's refuge. Xiao Tian instructed his mother to place it within the courtyard later. He had also obtained a building upgrade scroll, rare, previously, which remained unused in the shelter. After deliberation, Xiao Tian decided to enhance it, recognizing the immense power of the unfrozen spring, and sought to elevate it to the exquisite level to maximize benefits. Unsurprisingly, the 6th enhancement of the day resulted in yet another level 1 upgrade. He handed the scroll to his mother, contemplating where to utilize his final 2 opportunities. The carnivorous flower seeds had become somewhat redundant, and with the entrance to his mother's place surrounded by stones, they were ill-suited for growth. Thus, he decided to store them, intending to take them back to accompany the blood-sucking thorn. After much contemplation, Xiao Tian resolved to utilize his final 2 opportunities on the rare compost workshop in an exceptional grade farmland, with an abundance of medicinal herbs and precious dragon yuan fruits, as well as blood ginseng. It is imperative to employ superior fertilizers and cultivate them in high-grade farmland to ensure a swift harvest. However, Lady Luck seemed to be in a rather sour mood today, as Xiao Tian's last 2 chances only resulted in a single upgrade. Farmland, epic cultivation area of 50 square meters, capable of planting epic level and above plants, accelerating maturation time by 20, with a 40 acceleration for exceptional level and a remarkable 60 for rare level plants. This was Xiao Tian's first encounter with epic-grade farmland, which offered a significantly larger area. While the maturation acceleration for lower-tier plants was not particularly impressive, it was the rare level and above that truly showcased its prowess, considerably hastening the growth process. Just as he was about to take it to his mother, he suddenly heard her voice emanating from outside the house. "Oh right, Xiao Tian. I almost forgot to bring this out." Chapter 57. Farewell and return, mother. What splendid item do you possess? Xiao Tian inquired curiously as he observed Li Yue rush in with an air of excitement. Li Yue produced a handful of spherical objects resembling meatballs, which Xiao Tian recognized immediately. Essence of flesh. He recalled having acquired 2 pieces from the golden armored crocodile, so he was astonished at the quantity before him. This was gathered after yesterday's slaughter. It took several tens of thousands of pounds of fish to yield this much. It surely seems quite precious, Li Wei explained. Xiao Tian reconsidered his earlier thoughts. This was hardly an excessive amount. In fact, it was rather meager. Among the several pieces of essence of flesh, 8 were the fine grade, 6 were rare, and 2 were exceptional. Such a treasure was indeed rare, perhaps slightly inferior to the mysterious fruit, but it possessed the dual capability to augment combat prowess and enhance one's innate potential. It was through this very substance that he had once achieved a breakthrough. "By the way, Mother, has anyone in your area made a breakthrough?" he asked, recalling how bountiful his rewards had been upon his own success. Pondering his words, Li Wei replied after a moment's reflection, "Yes, there has been chatter in the communication channel. At least 3 individuals have succeeded. Let us see if we can secure a spot in the top 10. Quickly consume 3 pieces of the fine grade. That should suffice for you to make a breakthrough." Xiao Tian encouraged, thinking even the smallest morsel could yield a bronze treasure chest, and he urged his mother to hasten her advancement. Li Iwie vasted nuchimi, swallowing a piece of essence of flesh the size of a ping-pong ball, nearly choking in the process. Alarmed, Xiao Tian rushed to her aid, offering water and patting her back while exclaiming, "Mother, you're reckless. At least chew a little. You can't just swallow such a large chunk whole." Li Wei, either choking or irritated by Xiao Tian's remarks, rolled her eyes and took some time before finishing 3 pieces of essence of flesh. Each fine grade piece granted her 5 points of combat strength, and upon consuming them, she felt her body undergoing profound transformation, pushing the limits of humanity, as impurities erupted from her skin's pores. Having anticipated this moment, Xiao Tian had already instructed others to prepare clothing and bathing water. "Xiao Tian, I did it. I placed 10th and received 2 bronze treasure chests along with 10 points of prestige." Li Wei exclaimed joyfully, her eyes beaming, oblivious to her daughter, who was now retreating to the staircase while pinching her nose. Xiao Tian refrained from teasing his mother, having undergone similar experiences himself, and promptly urged her to take a bath. Li Wei, finally realizing the urgency, dashed into the bathroom with astonishing speed, surpassing the world's sprinting champions. After a considerable time, Li Wei emerged, prompting a collective gasp from the onlookers. Qin Liang, who had just ascended the stairs, approached her and exclaimed, "Wow, my lord, your skin looks exquisite. It rivals Lin Lin's, and the crow's feet and freckles on your face have vanished." "Really?" Li Wei replied, her expression filled with disbelief. She quickly fetched a mirror and, after scrutinizing her reflection, broke into a radiant smile that never wavered. She engaged in lively discussion with Qin Liang and several female warriors, completely forgetting about her son and daughter. Indeed, women of all ages have an inherent admiration for beauty. "Ahem, mother, Shall we address the matter at hand? Xiao Tian interjected with a couple of coughs to regain her attention. Do not rush. He will be ready shortly. The voice of his mother echoed among the women, leaving Xiao Tian with no choice but to take his sister out for a stroll. Stepping through the doorway, his gaze was immediately drawn to a towering defensive tower situated at the corner of the left wall. It was then that Xiao Tian comprehended the purpose of the stone platforms at the four corners. They were intended for the placement of the tower. The defensive tower, rather unremarkable, stood about 8 meters tall, topped with a small platform encircled by a protective wall, capable of accommodating 2 individuals. Typically, personnel could be assigned to guard duty here. Next, he encountered the upgraded Eternal Spring. Eternal Spring, exquisite, produces 20 liters of water, fine daily, which can alleviate fatigue and restore stamina. It generates 5 liters of water, rare, each day, and long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution and increase combat prowess. It yields 1 liter of Eternal Spring, exquisite, daily, and long-term consumption promotes beauty and eternal youth. Every 3 days, it produces a drop of Spiritual Spring, which can be utilized for quality breakthroughs. This new addition, akin to Xiao Tian's well, was a rare type of water capable of augmenting combat strength, and its quantity had significantly increased. The Eternal Spring had also ascended to the exquisite level, although details were scarce. One could surmise its effects had greatly improved. The Spiritual Spring's production interval had reduced from 7 days to 3, signifying that one individual could be promoted every 3 days. Wandering around the sanctuary, Xiao Tian observed diligent farmers toiling in the fields, while the soldiers on duty patrolled the area. On the mountaintop, wild beasts were scarcely seen, unlike Xiao Tian's sanctuary, which faced a forest where nightly ambushes by wild creatures were a common occurrence. Weather time: Killing Continent Year 1, January 5th, 10:11 a.m. 7 hours and 49 minutes until nightfall. Temperature: 6 to 12 C, overcast. The temperature was once again dropping, and in 2 days, an extreme cold front was expected to arrive. Fortunately, with the fire spirit Pearl, even Lin was attired in merely a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. With less than 30 minutes remaining before the final teleportation, Xiao Tian carried his weary sister back to the sanctuary. At that moment, his mother and her companions had finally concluded their discussions and were waiting in the living room for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, take this ring back with you. There are too many basic materials. Your storage space cannot accommodate them. These were all acquired through your mother's late-night trades. Inside, there are 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 1,000 iron blocks, 200 units of fine iron, 1,000 units of fine-grade raw meat, 200 units of rare-grade raw meat, 20 units of exquisite-grade raw meat, and 4 units of pseudo-epic-grade raw meat, along with 5 sets of castle crossbows and the remaining essence of blood and flesh. Li Yue handed over Qin Liang's rare-grade space ring. The ring itself was inconsequential. It could be mailed back once he returned, provided it was empty. However, any ring containing even a single item could not be sent, a fact Xiao Tian had already tested. He found the laws of heaven to be utterly unyielding. Mother, this is far too much. You must keep some for yourself. Xiao Tian exclaimed anxiously. Li Yue had anticipated this, leading him to the storage cabinet for a glimpse. To his astonishment, his mother had not only upgraded the sanctuary by 2 levels, but had also provided herself with a considerable surplus of materials, both basic and raw meat, surpassing his own stock. However, Xiao Tian was unwilling to part with the essence of blood and flesh, opting to give half of it to Li Yue instead. Time is fleeting, and the family engaged in cheerful conversation, while Qin Liang and Qin Yu stood silently behind them, observing. Moments ticked away, and the inevitable moment of parting approached. Together, they exited the shelter and arrived at an open space. Not only were Li Yue and Lin reluctant to say goodbye, but also the warriors who had fought alongside Xiao Tian shared the same sentiment. With a smile, Xiao Tian addressed everyone, saying, "Do not be sorrowful. I shall return in 7 days. Mother, please take care of yourself and your sister. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, ensure the safety of my mother and sister." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light erupted, accompanied by a powerful wave of dizziness. Chapter 58. A dozen, please, my lord. You have returned. Still recovering from the lingering disorientation, Xiao Tian heard the voices of Xiao Qi and Xiao Fang. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and opened his eyes to see the two of them awaiting him. Xiao Fang, having only met Xiao Tian once before, appeared somewhat reserved, while Xiao Qi eagerly rushed towards him. My lord, you have finally come back. Xiao Tian awkwardly raised his hands, unsure whether to lower or raise them, realizing he had underestimated this girl's enthusiasm. Gently patting her shoulder, he said, all right, quickly report the situation to me. Having been so animated moments ago, she now blushed and sprang back. Her face flushed as she spoke. Uncle Guan and Sister Lung left early this morning. They brought back numerous carcasses yesterday, yielding over 1,000 pounds of ordinary meat, along with several dozen pounds of fine and rare grade meat. There were only 10 pounds of exceptional grade meat, as well as 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron chests, and 1 bronze chest. After pausing, Xiao Qi continued, her excitement palpable, my lord. You cannot imagine how formidable our dear Gandhi is. Since you left yesterday, he has not returned. I brought him food once, and he has been tirelessly working, nearly clearing a vast area of the forest in front of our shelter. I wonder if he grew weary of chopping wood, for he vanished afterward. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that the soldiers on watch noticed his return. Thankfully, we had kept warm water and food ready for him. After eating and freshening up, he rose at 6 to head out again with provisions. My lord, you cannot fathom the quantity of resources he brought back alone. He piled them high in front of the shelter. It took me quite a while to tally everything. Here is the list. 258 units of wood, 656 units of stone, 358 units of iron, 125 units of copper, 1 bronze chest, and 1 silver chest. Xiao Qi continued. Additionally, there are over 5 pounds of berries, a plethora of wild fruits, vegetables, mushrooms, and medicinal herbs. He also found a fine-grade ginseng and 2 exceptional-grade Qingling lion corpses. According to him, he encountered them while mining in a cave. The 2 lions persistently disturbed him, and he eliminated them. I suspect he ventured into their den to mine. Xiao Tian was astonished by Gandhi's audacity in intruding upon the lair of wild beasts for mining, lamenting silently for the 2 Qingling lions he had never met. The copper he discovered was unprecedented, and its purpose remained uncertain. The yield from Gandhi in a single day rivaled that of Guan Yi Dao and his entire crew, requiring no management beyond providing quality resting places and nourishment, allowing him to work tirelessly day and night. Such a subordinate is rare. I would gladly have a dozen. With night watch soldiers still resting in the shelter, Xiao Tian instructed the 2 to awaken them, leading everyone out of the shelter. Upon exiting the small courtyard, the farmers, such as Nong Yi and Bu Yi, who were diligently working, were elated to see Xiao Tian's return and promptly set aside their tasks to greet him. After exchanging a few words with the group, Xiao Tian began the operation to upgrade the shelter. A brilliant flash of white light erupted, and amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Xiao Tian smiled. Shelter, advanced stone house, expansion, area, 1, 200 square meters, next level upgrade. Manor upgrade conditions, manor blueprint. Wood 10, 000, stone 10, 000, iron blocks 2, 000, copper blocks 500 evaluation, strong defensiveness, high comfort, far surpassing other shelters. He had not anticipated that the expansion scroll for the shelter was so remarkable. It did not merely increase the area at that moment, but doubled it with each upgrade. Naturally, the resource consumption also doubled, depleting 6,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 1,200 iron blocks, nearly exhausting his supply of iron and stone. Fortunately, Xiao Qi had traded extensively yesterday and had yet to check the materials in the storage cabinet. Li Yue's shelter measured 600 square meters in a square shape, while his was a rectangular one, 200 square meters. The stone house alone occupied 400 square meters, with a spacious living room of 100 square meters and a dining area of 60 square meters. All functional areas were doubled in number, including 4 bathrooms. Additionally, there were 12 rooms, 4 large ones and 8 smaller ones on the upper floor, comfortably accommodating 50 residents. Upon reviewing the upgrade conditions for the shelter, he noticed that the manor blueprint was currently unavailable. However, wood, stone, and iron were not issues. The lack of copper blocks posed a challenge. As no one had them for trade at the moment, he would have to rely on the diligent efforts of his team to procure them. Xiao Tian was confident that being the first to upgrade the manor would not be a problem. In terms of resources, he believed no one in the region could rival him. After touring his new abode, everyone returned to their respective duties. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi to arrange resting quarters for the personnel. On the second floor, aside from the diligent players, Guan Yi Dao, Lung Ling, Nong Yi, and Dun Shan, the others were temporarily assigned to the first floor. The second floor was reserved for subordinates of exceptional rank or higher, except in special circumstances. Moving forward, he intended to utilize summoning orders primarily for those of rare quality or above, unless there was a shortage of farmers, as he aimed to cultivate an elite team, gradually elevating his current subordinates. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao Tian finally had the opportunity to examine the fruits of Xiao Qi's labor from her day of hard work. Upon opening the storage cabinet, he was taken aback by what he found. Chapter 59. The Burden of Abundance in the Storage Cabinet, which boasts a capacity of 100 compartments. More than half is already filled. Each compartment can accommodate up to 999 units. While not every item is maximally stacked, the basic materials alone include 15, 885 units of wood, 580 units of stone, 988 units of iron, 178 units of refined iron, 158 units of repair stones, and 19 space gems. With the 77 space gems in Xiao Tian's possession, he has amassed a total of 96, leaving only 4 more gems needed to upgrade the family-seeking ring. There is also an abundance of various qualities of meat, herbs, and fungi. The 6 rare vegetables and wheat and rice previously planted have yielded a substantial harvest, each type comprising dozens of units. Additionally, there are 6 units of blood essence, fine, 3 units of blood essence, rare, and 1 unit of blood essence, exceptional. It was unexpected for Xiao Tian to receive blood essence from his shelter. He also possesses 19 units of mysterious fruit, common, and 2 units of mysterious fruit, fine, which are indeed valuable. Xiao Tian intends to elevate himself to the rare level and claim the first-place reward. The collection of leather exceeds several thousand pieces, and there are numerous beast bones and tendons, primarily of the common grade. Moreover, there are various items, some of which are new to Xiao Tian. These include 1 unit of gate, fine, 3 units of arrow towers, fine, 1 unit of arrow tower, rare, 2 units of defense towers, fine, 2 units of watchtowers, fine, 1 unit of catapult tower, fine, 1 unit of stone wall blueprint, fine, 3 building upgrade scrolls, fine, 2 building upgrade scrolls, rare, 16 summoning orders, common, 7 summoning orders, fine, 3 summoning orders, rare, 3 fish ponds, common, 1 fish pond, fine, 2 fireplaces, shelter components, 1 water supply system, shelter component, 1 lighting system, shelter component, and 5 toilets, shelter components. The remaining items consist of those from the original inventory. Overwhelmed by the multitude of items, Xiao Tian took a moment to gather his thoughts before inquiring of Xiao Qi, who was working nearby. After a day like this, did you go on a heist? Xiao Qi chuckled at the comment and replied, most of these were obtained through trades involving ginger soup infused with buplurum, while some precious items were exchanged for fine-grade ginger soup and tiger bones. You wouldn't believe it, but tiger bones are even more sought after than fine-grade ginger soup. 1 fine-grade tiger bone can trade for a rare-grade item. Once planted, it yields a harvest within a day and serves both as a thirst quencher and a filling meal, with higher grades offering slight restorative and healing effects. Many seek to purchase them, as acquiring a single plant can mean the difference between life and death. Afterward, Xiao Qi retrieved a few valuable items from her space ring and presented them to Xiao Tian, saying, Master, these are some precious items I kept close. Take a look. Realizing that he had yet to return Qin Liang's ring, Xiao Tian hastily transferred the contents of the ring into the storage cabinet before mailing the ring back to his mother, sending along a message of safety. Only then did he examine the items Xiao Qi had given him. Strengthening pill, rare, consuming it grants a battle power increase of 20 for individuals with below rare qualifications, with a chance to exceed. Skill, rock throwing, summons a colossal stone to strike the target, accompanied by a stunning effect, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Directional Summoning Order, Rare Blacksmith. Small Shop. Upon usage, it allows the establishment of a small shop in the trading channel, possessing a unique identification number. The first 10 listings can remain prominently displayed, enabling the simultaneous listing of up to 100 items, with each slot allowing for 999 units. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Qi had an impeccable eye, as these 4 items were exceptionally unique. Each item was worthy of enhancement, but he could only set them aside and await the opportunity for reinforcement tomorrow. Xiao Qi, in the future, I will only trade for summoning orders of fine quality or above. If I encounter those of rare quality or higher, I may accept them even at a greater cost. Perhaps I can attempt to exchange multiple low-grade items for a single high-grade one. Even a 5-for-1 trade would not be a loss for me. As for these special items, we are not lacking in resources at present. Moving forward, we shall only consume food of rare quality or higher, at the very least. The Liver Emperor must provide exceptional grade provisions, while common grade meats can be allocated for the blood-sucking thorns and fine-grade items reserved for trade. Having clarified all matters, Xiao Tian exited the shelter with several immediately usable items. He first utilized 3 rare summoning orders. There was no choice, as the items he wished to enhance were numerous, and he already had sufficient rare talent. A flash of white light enveloped him, and 3 warriors materialized. 2 male warriors, a rare summon of a shield warrior, akin to Shield Mountain, whom he named Shield 1 and Shield 2, offering him a much greater sense of security when venturing outside. He resolved to have Shield Mountain encircle him for protection. If I could summon 1 more, that would be perfect, he mused. The 3rd warrior, a female, was a crossbowman, named Cold 2, with the intention of eventually assigning teams to both Cold Ling and One Sword. After providing a brief introduction to the shelter's conditions, he instructed the 3 to follow him on patrol, planning to allocate further responsibilities to One Sword later on. Upon noticing that the blacksmith shop had been manifested by Xiao Qi, situated near the slaughterhouse, he approached to inspect it. Inside were numerous forging tools, yet no blacksmith was present. Upon checking the panel, he realized a blacksmith needed to be stationed there. With a blacksmith, he could repair weapon durability and forge various weapons and equipment based on the blacksmith's quality. Now, Xiao Tian understood why Xiao Qi had classified the blacksmith summoning order as an important item. Its utility was profound. The daily consumption of repair stones was significant, and this single aspect could save a considerable amount. Moreover, Xiao Tian had high-grade materials suitable for forging that had long been gathering dust in his storage cabinet. As he strolled, he arrived at the farmland area, having unknowingly amassed over a dozen plots of land, filled with a variety of crops and medicinal herbs. Xiao Tian took out 3 cotton seeds and instructed Farmer 1 to expedite the cultivation of more seeds, allowing for large-scale planting with the expansion of farmland the following day. As the weather grew colder, the next step would be to manifest a greenhouse for vegetables. With limited enhancement opportunities and an abundance of items he wished to strengthen, Xiao Tian found himself in a quandary, as sometimes having too many excellent choices could be a burden. After surveying the perimeter of the shelter, Xiao Qi discovered that the surrounding fence had been entirely constructed, with the bloodthirsty thorns extending halfway along its length. With a decisive gesture, Xiao Tian retrieved the blueprint for the stone wall and returned to the shelter, bringing along a total of 342 units of ordinary raw meat and over 7,000 units of stone. He first approached the archway of the fence and poured out all the raw meat for the bloodthirsty thorns to consume. The thorns, upon seeing their master, were ecstatic. Their leaves quivered with excitement at the sight of the mountain of meat. Numerous branches eagerly plunged into the pile, and as the mound of meat diminished, the surrounding branches continuously advanced forward, ultimately enveloping the entire fence of the shelter. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The main branch and several substantial side branches steadily thickened, and as the mountain of meat gradually vanished, the entire plant began to emit a sanguine glow. Xiao Tian, filled with curiosity, opened the details to find bloodthirsty thorn, exquisite, currently undergoing a breakthrough. Chapter 60. The epic bloodthirsty thorn. Half an hour passed, and Xiao Tian grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth like a novice father awaiting the birth of his child, occasionally stamping his feet in frustration. Why was it taking so long? Surely, nothing unexpected had occurred. He pondered, for the bloodthirsty thorn represented a crucial line of defense for him. Should it fail, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty thorn emitted a flickering glow, as if on the verge of vanishing, with its primary branches swaying towards Xiao Tian, as if pleading for aid. Hastily, he opened his interface to check its status. Bloodthirsty thorn. Exemplary in the process of breaking through. Energy insufficient. Imminent death. What on earth? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tian poured out the 1,000 units of superior-grade raw meat his mother had prepared. The bloodthirsty thorn seized this lifeline, sending forth dozens of tendrils to absorb the nourishment, and gradually, the crimson glow stabilized. Oh no! In his haste, Xiao Tian had inadvertently tossed in 2 carnivorous flower seeds, which the bloodthirsty thorn greedily consumed. Well, it was not particularly precious. It mattered little. He continued to monitor the condition of the bloodthirsty thorn. After devouring the 1,000 pounds of superior-grade meat, the ominous words imminent death disappeared, yet it still indicated insufficient energy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian threw out another 100 pounds of rare-grade meat, muttering incessantly, "You fool! Why are you attempting to advance with insufficient energy? If you fail again, I shall set you ablaze." Perhaps it understood his frustration, for the bloodthirsty thorn suddenly quivered, its absorption rate accelerating. As the meat was entirely consumed, the warning of insufficient energy finally vanished, and the crimson glow of the bloodthirsty thorn intensified. In numerous areas, tendrils extended forth, culminating in the emergence of flower buds. As time elapsed, another half-hour passed, and the glow began to fade, while the buds grew to approximately 1 meter in length. At last, the bloodthirsty thorn successfully broke through, ascending to the epic tier, and simultaneously, the colossal buds burst into bloom, reaching several meters in size. The petals were thick and vibrantly colored, and at the center, a massive mouth adorned with a ring of sharp teeth presented a terrifying sight. Xiao Tian counted, estimating that over 20 flowers had blossomed around the enclosure. Opening the interface to examine the bloodthirsty thorn status, he found bloodthirsty thorn epic combat power 658. Automatically identifies allies and foes, actively attacks enemies. The thorns possess a paralyzing blood-sucking effect. Any foe below the exemplary tier struck is guaranteed death. Symbiosis, carnivorous flower, rare. Combat power 356, attack range 10 meters. As long as the bloodthirsty thorn survives, the carnivorous flower shall not perish. Note, the bloodthirsty thorn inadvertently consumed carnivorous flower seeds during its breakthrough, acquiring the genetic material to generate carnivorous flowers. Ah! Xiao Tian erupted into uproarious laughter. A mere few thousand pounds of meat, even with the sacrifice of 1,000 pounds of superior grade and 100 pounds of rare grade, resulted in an astonishing profit, gaining over 20 rare tier guardians for free. Although the combat power of the bloodthirsty thorn might not be exceptionally high within the epic tier, its multitude of branches compensated, allowing for simultaneous assaults from dozens of tendrils. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Having dealt with the bloodthirsty thorn, Xiao Tian proceeded to calculate the materials needed for constructing a stone wall within the enclosure. The circumference measures approximately 800 meters, with a remaining quantity of 550 units of stone in the space. Xiao Tian constructed a circle, leaving a gap of about 50 meters at the archway, which will be completed tomorrow upon the creation of the city gate. This is not the final outcome. Xiao Tian's plan entails constructing at least 2 layers thick and 2 layers high, resulting in a stone wall with a thickness of 1 meter and a height of 2 meters, barely sufficient to serve as a city wall. Weather time, Killing Continent, Year 1, January 5th, 11:45 a.m., 6 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 12 C, overcast with a chance of light rain. This dreadful weather threatens to rain again. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter. Passing by the breeding grounds, he discovered several new animal species, including wild chickens and ducks, all of exceptional quality. Once they begin to lay eggs, the variety of ingredients will become even richer. The large-eared rabbits are about to give birth, their round bellies indicating they will have a sizable litter. Before even entering, an enticing aroma wafted towards him. Xiao Fong was busy cooking with two farmers. Unlike before, where meals consisted solely of meat, they now enjoyed rare-level vegetables such as potatoes, tomatoes, and cabbage, alongside various wild greens, fungi, and fragrant white rice. The rare quality rice grains were as large as a thumb, with each plant yielding around 20 grains. 10 grains would fill a bowl completely. Uncle Guan and the others had ventured out hunting, traveling farther each day, returning only once daily with provisions. By the time the farmers returned from their labor, lunch was perfectly prepared. Everyone savored their first meal, composed entirely of rare-level food. Several ordinary-level individuals benefited most, experiencing a significant boost in their physical condition, increasing their combat power by over 10 points. Within 2 days, they would be ready to break through to the exceptional level. Xiao Tian himself gained an additional 8 points of combat power from a meal, deliberately saving space in his stomach for the essence of blood and flesh. Needing to consume 8 servings of exceptional quality to reach a base combat power of 200 points, with a chance of an immediate breakthrough. After indulging in 4 servings of blood and flesh essence, Xiao Tian realized he had overestimated his capacity, now feeling as though his stomach might burst. Resigned, he could only lie down on the sofa to rest. It was the perfect time to browse the internet, or rather, to peruse the chat channel for some light conversation to aid digestion. Chat channel, area population, 89, 566, 100, 000. It appears everyone has adapted well. In over a day, the death toll has only reached a few hundred, likely consisting of the weak and infirm. This thought pained Xiao Tian. His elderly father fell into both categories of age and illness, and he had no idea of his current condition. Tomorrow, he must upgrade the family seeking ring to locate his father as soon as possible. His attention was drawn to the user number 1. This amusing character, without engaging in any labor, remained active in the chat channel promoting the unrivaled alliance. 000001. Our leader, Xiao Tian, possesses an S-level beast taming talent, with 2 rare-level animals and 1 exceptional-level beast in his possession. Who dares to compete with us? We still have 5 spots available for joining the alliance. If you wish to enter, offer high-level items to ensure your safety. 052095. Everyone, do not trust them. They previously inflated prices for ginger soup. Fortunately, the esteemed 9,527 suppressed them. They tricked me into dancing for membership, only to require me to undress afterward for acceptance. Wasn't that the alluring pole-dancing sister? Reflecting on it now, she was both enchanting and tempting. 005151. Indeed, that despicable and repulsive individual, number 1, still dares to deceive me into becoming his girlfriend. As for those afflicted with diabetes, let them be reprimanded. 013456. If you ask me, the esteemed 9527 is far more genuine, offering clear pricing and maintaining integrity without resorting to deceit. The conversation has shifted to Xiao Tian, with many singing his praises, which fills his heart with delight. It seems that even in my absence from the chat channel, the legend of my presence endures. Other alliances have also begun to emerge, seizing the opportunity to recruit new members. In a fit of rage, number 1, in his desperation, inadvertently divulged an astonishing secret. Chapter 61. Xiao Tian schemes what is so remarkable about 9,527. Our Wushuang Alliance has already formed an alliance with Lin Meng's Green Forest Gang. Lin Meng possesses the SS-level talent of spatial teleportation. Once we locate the coordinates of 9527, he is doomed. Shut up. Silence. Wow. Oh my. The words of number 1 ignited a tempest in the chat channel, instilling a sense of dread among everyone. Numerous alliances began to criticize the Wushuang Alliance and the Green Forest Gang. Bang! A table was sent flying by Lin Meng's kick, crashing heavily against the wall, shattering into pieces. This fool has actually revealed my talent. Lin Meng was furious. He had disclosed his trump card to collaborate with Xiao Tian, only to have the mindless Zhu Wuning, #1, blurted out. Xiao Tian, you owe me an explanation. How could he know? Lin Meng demanded an account from Xiao Tian. I sincerely apologize. I only mentioned it to a few administrators to boost the morale of our alliance. I never anticipated that he would let it slip. You are aware of the significant losses I incurred due to the ginger soup incident. I don't care. You must compensate for my losses, or I will terminate our cooperation and await my revenge. Lin Meng angrily sent out his message, then turned to a woman beside him, disheveled and bruised, though her figure was undeniably exquisite. She was a human from Blue Star, unfortunate enough to have her coordinates extracted by Lin Meng and subsequently captured using his teleportation talent. Lin Meng's ability was formidable as well. His SS-level spatial teleportation had two functions. One could create a portal based on coordinates, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 6 hours, while the other allowed for group teleportation within a designated area, accommodating up to 100 individuals with a cooldown of 24 hours. Get over here and kneel. With Lin Meng's booming command, the woman flinched and instinctively crawled towards him. She was not the first victim. Through manipulation and deceit, he had uncovered numerous naive individuals' coordinates, leading to the demise of 2 and the captivity of 2 others. Furthermore, he had summoned talent using the summoning orders. The less attractive females were forced into relentless labor, while those of decent appearance fell victim to his wickedness, having no opportunity to escape, directly imprisoned. Those male subordinates who refused to conform were swiftly eliminated, leaving the remainder utterly corrupted. As a notorious criminal deserving of capital punishment, Lin Meng was well-versed in controlling his subordinates. Zhu Wuning, you fool, you have caused me another loss. Had it not been for your talent skill, I would have killed you outright. Just after cursing Zhu Wuning, Xiao Tian, in pain at the thought of compensating Lin Meng, cursed him once more. Zhu Wuning possessed the talent of A-grade replication, allowing him to replicate 10 ordinary items, 3 superior items, and 1 rare item daily. Each item could only be replicated once, and the replicas themselves could not be duplicated. 2 rare summoning tokens. Precisely what Zhu Wu had just replicated. This time, Xiao Tian had to spend considerably, but there was no alternative. He had to maintain his partnership with Lin Meng. Otherwise, the merciless Lin Meng might truly lose his sanity. After mailing the items and engaging in a friendly exchange, the two reconciled. Xiao Tian, await me. Once I ascertain your coordinates, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine with interest. Xiao Tian declared fiercely. The reason he could not afford to offend Lin Meng was that, as the first to establish an alliance, he had been rewarded with a unique alliance skill, alliance support. This skill allowed the leaders of allied factions to summon their members together once every 7 days. To confront Xiao Tian, it was crucial to first teleport Lin Meng to Xiao Tian's sanctuary before employing the alliance skill. The immediate priority was to locate the coordinates of Xiao Tian's refuge. Everyone in the region was aware of Xiao Tian's wealth. He was the first to upgrade a wooden house, then a stone house, and also the first to surpass the quality level, amassing a majority of the goods sold in the trading channel. Even if 2 alliances of 200 members divided the spoils, each could still claim a significant share of resources. A pair of scoundrels, so you both conspired against me. If you manage to breach my defenses, I shall concede defeat. Xiao Tian scoffed. Contemplating the newly acquired bloodthirsty thorn, he mused that even if all his subordinates remained inactive, who could possibly penetrate his fortress? At this moment, he feared nothing more than a mass assault. His wristband buzzed incessantly, signaling messages from friends, but he had no time to check. Rising and taking a few steps, he sensed that the contents of his stomach had nearly digested. He then resumed consuming the 4 portions of exquisite blood essence voraciously. After laboriously swallowing the last bite, he washed it down with 500 milliliters of rare-grade water. He sat quietly, awaiting the transformation within his body. Perhaps the exquisite physique had already surpassed that of an ordinary human. This time, the impurities emerging were minimal. Instead, he felt his bones being continuously compressed, his muscles solidifying. his entire being brimming with strength, as if he could take on 10 opponents at once. Success. He had broken through and ascended to rare grade. Chapter 62. The conversation comes to a halt. Congratulations on being the first in this region to break into the rare level. You have received a mysterious gift pack. A reward of 100 reputation points, and a regional announcement will be made. Congratulations to 009527 for being the first. The announcements, emblazoned in golden letters, dominated the chat channel, which had been bustling with fervent exchanges and heated arguments. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. After a moment of stillness, a flurry of lurkers emerged, and the chat messages began to scroll at an astonishing rate, with everyone engrossed in discussions centered around the enigmatic figure of 9,527. The various factions, which had been actively recruiting members, found themselves sidelined, their silent cries echoing in the void. Numerous faction leaders cursed under their breath. No matter how they had glorified their own powers, they felt like clowns in the wake of Xiao Tian's breakthrough announcement. Take it all. Whatever you gather will ultimately belong to me. Lin Meng, who had just concluded his business, sneered, seemingly confident in his hold over Xiao Tian. Having successfully broken through, Xiao Tian felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, as if he had received the teachings of a master. He was imbued with strength, unable to resist the urge to check his attributes. Level 5 experience, 1458, 5,000 combat power, 891, 201,250,440 stamina, 100 talent. Aptitude, rare equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, excellent, combat power 120. Fire Spirit Armor, pseudo-epic, combat power 188. Experience had come to him effortlessly, as the hunting efforts of Guan Yidao and others throughout the morning had bestowed upon Xiao Tian over 500 points of experience. With his breakthrough to the rare level, each subsequent level would increase his combat power by 50 points. With 891 combat power, he had become a modestly skilled warrior. Xiao Tian refrained from further consuming the essence of flesh and blood. On one hand, he needed it to nurture his subordinates, and on the other, he required time to acclimate to his newfound body. Despite his robust physique, he lacked combat experience, and it was likely that even a seasoned proficient-level warrior could best him. Disregarding the chatter in the channel, Xiao Tian's wristband chimed again, indicating that several friends had sent him messages. After a brief review, his spirits lifted as he made his way to the Arrow Tower, leaning against its structure and taking a seat. To his surprise, the latest message was from Xiao Tian, who had sent multiple messages since the previous day. The content revolved around accusations that Xiao Tian had duped him, selling him ginger soup, and then releasing new products, leading to his financial ruin. Zhao resorted to various threats and temptations, hoping to secure a share of the spoils. Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered to respond. Although he didn't have to type with his hands, controlling the input with his mind still cost him a few brain cells. The reason Xiao Tian had not blocked him was that he was contemplating whether any item could be used to trace Zhao's coordinates, as he too considered ways to counter him. Unexpectedly, Lin Meng had also sent a few messages, attempting to extract Xiao Tian's coordinates. However, after the morning's leak by number 1, he was no longer foolish enough to continue sending messages, without any reason to blacklist. I harbored even greater intentions to deal with Xiao Tian. Subsequently, things returned to normal. Ning Yuango, aside from sending a few words of greeting, was primarily interested in trading his resources with Xiao Tian. To be frank, Xiao Tian was no longer in need of basic materials, having accumulated several thousand units of them within just a few hours, thanks to Xiao Qi's efforts. However, in the spirit of assisting a younger brother, after some exchanges, Xiao Tian agreed to trade 5 ordinary summoning orders, 1 exquisite arrow tower, and 2 rare pieces of raw meat for 500 units of wood, 600 units of stone, and 20 units of iron ore. Ning Yuango heeded the advice given, opting not to devote all his efforts to logging and mining. Instead, he began to allocate half of his time each day to hunting and foraging. The intention behind acquiring 5 ordinary summoning orders was to allow the farmers to cultivate at home, granting him peace of mind while he ventured out. Next, he perused a message from Li Weiwei. This fortunate young lady unabashedly flaunted her wealth, sending several high-end items, including 2 rare summoning orders, a rare lookout tower, a rare construction upgrade scroll, and 2 rare fire crystals. She grandly proclaimed that there were better items available, expressing no desire for trade except for rare-grade food. Xiao Tian readily agreed to exchange 100 units of rare-grade raw meat, deeming it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once the trade was concluded, Xiao Tian could not resist sending a message. "May I ask you something? Is your talent blessing of luck? S-grade? If it's inconvenient to disclose, then disregard my inquiry." After a brief wait, Xiao Tian initially thought the response would be unattainable. However, Li Weiwei replied, "No." Xiao Tian was perplexed. It seemed illogical given her extraordinary fortune. Perhaps she simply did not wish to admit it, which was understandable. "Ding," Li Weiwei continued. "It's actually more powerful than blessing of luck, S-grade." Xiao Tian was left in a state of bewilderment. "SS-grade?" he inquired. Li Weiwei responded, "A tad higher." To his astonishment, Xiao Tian leaped on the spot. Fortunately, a vigilant warrior caught him just in time, preventing a potentially embarrassing fall. Could it be SSS-grade? He wondered. After an extended silence, the anticipation grew unbearable as he awaited her reply, feeling as if she were teasing him. "Ding, Li Weiwei. I'm not being evasive. I just fear it might discourage you." Indeed, I possess an SSS-grade talent, embodying the goddess of fortune. To sum it up in 2 words, luck. If I must elaborate on its effects, it's akin to stumbling upon treasures while walking. Bears take a detour upon seeing me, and fish leap ashore at my presence. I must tell you, even before my transmigration, I was exceptionally lucky. Throughout my childhood, I often found money. Initially, I would hand it over to the police. But after numerous occurrences, they suspected I was scamming them with my family's money and refused to accept it. Consequently, I resorted to using it to buy food for stray cats and dogs. My record was purchasing a drink at a convenience store, only to have it repeated, treating the entire class to refreshments. Xiao Tian felt disheartened, not due to a lack of talent, but because throughout his life, the largest denomination he had ever found was merely $1, and it was even torn and unusable. He had never won a prize while purchasing drinks. When the Peng promotion first launched, everyone around him was winning additional bottles. Yet when he queued at a convenience store, the 7 or 8 individuals before him all received their rewards, leaving him empty-handed. The looks cast upon him by the crowd were still vivid in his memory. As the conversation progressed, he learned of others' remarkable achievements. 1 epic-level warrior, 3 exceptional-level warriors, and 6 rare-level warriors. Although the shelter was simply a low-tier stone house, Li Weiwei had strategically placed 4 exceptional-level arrow towers around it, along with 1 epic-level defensive tower within the confines of the shelter. The meager 4 farmers were all of rare quality, and while the farmland was limited, it was exclusively cultivated with rare-level resources. The conversation eventually dwindled. Had it not been for the support of a dedicated player, Xiao Tian would have succumbed to despair. Seeking balance, he decided to halt the discussion and peruse information about others. The earnest Lucy sent Xiao Tian a wealth of information regarding Zhao Tailin and others. Xiao Tian arranged to purchase 5,000 bamboo cups from him, trading 5 ordinary summoning tokens and 5 rare-level meats, a transaction that felt somewhat like a half-sale, half-gift. Then there was Wu Ming, an acquaintance who occasionally sent messages that appeared to be friendly, yet always carried an odd undertone. Xiao Tian responded out of mere politeness. Lastly, it was Wang Chu's turn. In addition to intending to engage in trade with Xiao Tian, it was the final message that held particular significance. Chapter 63. The formation of the contract team Brother Wang Chu is truly amusing. If you were to establish a contract team, how could he possibly not include you? Xiao Tian said with a smile as he read the last message from Wang Chu. Wang Chu, Xiao Tian, have you used the contract team scroll? Could you possibly add me? Xiao Tian took out the scroll and glanced at it. Had it not been for Wang Chu's reminder, he might have completely forgotten, as he had hurriedly gone to see his mother that day and had not thought of it since. After a moment's reflection, he deemed it necessary to form a trustworthy team, although currently his choices were limited to a few close friends, individuals he felt confident about. Xiao Tian proceeded to use the contract team scroll, which added a small team window to his wristband. After meticulously examining its features and functions, he attempted to add Wang Chu's ID and invited him to join the team. Xiao Tian, I have sent you an invitation. Please accept it. After waiting for a while without a response from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian took a screenshot of the team information and sent it to Li Weiwei, Ning Yuango, and Lu Si, inquiring if they wished to join. These were the 4 individuals Xiao Tian intended to invite, with Wu Ming not being considered. Li Weiwei responded almost instantly, prompting Xiao Tian to marvel at the ease of a fortunate life. Without worries of sustenance and with endless resources, she was always glued to her wristband. How could she manage such a rapid response unless she were engrossed in the chat channel? Li Weiwei, I want to. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words. He did not reply and simply sent the invitation. Lu Si naturally agreed, eager to cling to a powerful ally, while Ning Yuango hesitated, sending a lengthy message. Ning Yuango, Brother Xiao, my abilities are rather ordinary, and my strength is likewise unremarkable. The shelter is still a mid-level wooden cabin, and I only have 3 proficient and 3 average warriors at my disposal, along with no special items to aid you. Would joining the team be a burden? Xiao Tian, you talk too much. Just accept the invitation already. For some reason, Xiao Tian held a particular fondness for Ning Yuango and often felt an instinctive urge to support the young man. A few minutes later, Wang Chu accepted the invitation. Xiao Tian had some thoughts regarding the team warehouse. He first returned to the shelter to gather supplies and then went back to the Arrow Tower. Opening the team group chat, the 4 were engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation. Lively Li Weiwei, Shy Ning Yuango, Earnest Lu Si, and Cool Wang Chu, each with distinct personalities. Had it not been for Li Weiwei's presence, the group might have dispersed. Xiao Tian, you 4 are the friends I believe I can trust upon arriving in the land of slaughter. Let us begin with some self-introductions. After a round of introductions, they gained a little understanding of one another, yet they all tacitly avoided discussing their talent skills, acknowledging the fact that they were still not well acquainted. Xiao Tian, regarding the various aspects of the contract team, I trust you have all reviewed the information. I will explain the use of the team warehouse. What to store and what to take is entirely voluntary. If there is an urgent need, feel free to use what you require. Ideally, after taking something, you should return something in kind. However, if you cannot, that is also acceptable, though it should not become a habitual practice. One important point to remember is that items are for personal use only and must not be sold. Any violation will result in expulsion from the team. Allow me to initiate the discussion. I offer 10 cups of superior grade Chaihu ginger soup, 10 cups of superior grade water, 10 units of rare grade raw meat, 10 sets of superior grade weapons and armor, and 2 rare grade Xian iron swords. Regarding the equipment, my intention is that anyone in need may utilize them, provided they restore any wear and tear before returning them. I have finished my contribution. Does anyone wish to add anything? Li Weiwei, me. I will contribute 50 repair stones, 20 pounds of superior grade raw meat, 1 superior grade arrow tower, and 1 blueprint for a fence. Lu Si, I have nothing but bamboo cups. The crafting station can produce superior grade bows and arrows. However, the resources are insufficient and the quantity is limited. I will place 5 superior grade arrows and 500 bamboo cups in the storage for anyone who needs them. Xiao Tian, that sounds good, Lu Si. Superior grade arrows are indeed a sought-after weapon. Should you require any resources, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall provide what you need for crafting, and we shall split the results equally. My shelter also requires a batch. Lu Si, you jest, my friend. What do you mean by splitting? Just let me know how many you need, and I shall craft them for you. Xiao Tian, in the future, please refrain from calling me Big Boss. Simply refer to me as Captain or Xiao Tian. We are engaged in survival, and though we are fortunate to band together for warmth, we must keep accounts clear among brothers. No one shall take advantage of another. From now on, anyone requiring assistance with crafting shall adhere to this principle. The final product shall be divided equally. Lu Si, understood, Captain. Wang Chu, I concur. I possess a crafting station capable of producing superior grade leather armor, though the quantity is limited. I will place 5 pieces in the warehouse. Li Weiwei, I have no objections. Ning Yuangu, Xiao Ge, and everyone, I have nothing of use only some materials. Would it be acceptable if I contribute 300 stones and 100 iron rocks? Ning Yuangu watched as others contributed valuable items to the Team S storage while feeling anxious and embarrassed, gathering courage after much contemplation to send this message. Xiao Tian, what are you saying? There is no requirement for everyone to contribute. If you have no use for it, simply hold on to it until there are surplus items to share. By the way, I have a blueprint for crafting ordinary grade leather armor and another for a common grade Tang Dao that have been gathering dust. I will give them to you shortly, enabling you to craft and trade equipment. Li Wei. Little Ning, please don't feel this way. Sister will gift you a rare grade summoning order. Things will improve in time. Xiao Tian, Li Wei, did you not just trade with me? Where did this come from? Li Wei, hee. I just defeated a rare grade deer that dropped it. Xiao Tian, this wretched luck. How many rare grade creatures have I slain already? I would consider it fortunate to obtain even a superior grade item. Yet a rare grade creature drops a rare grade summoning order. The drop rate must be at its peak. After a brief chat, everyone exchanged some experiences. Xiao Tian informed them that trustworthy friends with good character can be recommended, and as long as he approves, they can join the team. As the conversation concluded, Xiao Tian sent 2 blueprints to Ning Yuangu. Finally, the matter concerning the team was resolved. Let's hope it bodes well. Xiao Tian murmured to himself. He stood up, stretched, and glanced at the time, realizing that several hours had passed unbeknownst to him. Weather time. Killing Continent, Year 1, January 5th, 1645. 1 hour and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 612. Overcast, casting a glance towards the forest. I noticed that the once linear boundary had receded into the landscape by several thousand square meters. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of the industrious player, who might eventually strip this entire forest bare. It seems that Uncle Guan and the others are about to return. With nothing pressing at hand, I shall head back to see the rewards. Upon returning to the shelter, I found Xiao Qi diligently engaged in crafting and trading, while Xiao Fong had already gathered a team to prepare dinner. Xiao Tian lounged leisurely on the sofa, extracting the mysterious reward package. Chapter 64. The transformation of the shelter, the mysterious gift package awarded for the last breakthrough to the exquisite tier had gone unnoticed during the battle. This time, Xiao Tian examined the small rectangular box, no larger than a palm, adorned with enigmatic patterns and glimmering with hints of golden light. Just as he was about to open it, he hesitated, contemplating whether to save it for tomorrow in hopes of potential enhancement. Ultimately, he decided to stow it away, fearing a loss if it indeed could be fortified. He recalled that the shelter components had yet to be employed. Rising to his feet, he approached the storage cabinet and retrieved several shelter components, using them one by one. 2 fireplaces were perfectly suited for each floor, installed uniformly on the left side, while the right side could accommodate another fireplace. Adding 2 units of wood would allow it to burn for an hour. Given that the stone house retained heat better than a wooden one, the indoor temperature rose by approximately 10 degrees, reaching around 18 degrees at night, still somewhat chilly for sleeping. He needed to devise a way to further increase the indoor temperature. In 2 days, the extreme cold weather would arrive, plunging temperatures below zero. While a rare tier physique could withstand the frigid conditions, the exquisite tier would not fare as well. Xiao Tian found himself reminiscing about his mother's shelter's fire spirit pearl, which maintained a constant temperature. He could hardly fathom the comfort of wearing short sleeves in such harsh weather. The 5 bathrooms were distributed, 1 in each of the 4 large rooms upstairs, 1 in the common area, and 2 on the first floor. However, this was still insufficient, prompting him to consider trading for a few more with Xiao Qi. The main attractions were the water supply system and the lighting system. Upon activation, the living and dining areas were adorned with diamond-shaped transparent orbs the size of basketballs, while smaller apple-sized orb illuminated the rooms. Each orb was equipped with an independent switch. Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian approached the main switch panel to inspect it. Lighting system switch requires fire crystal as energy. Currently, none. Just that morning, he had traded for 2 rare-tier crystals with Li Wei and had yet to discern their purpose. It seemed this was indeed a source of energy that needed to be stockpiled. Fortunately, he had some on hand. Otherwise, the lighting system would have merely been ornamental. After adding the crystals, it indicated that the rare fire crystals could sustain usage for a month. Upon activating the switch, all orbs instantly emanated a gentle, bright glow, neither blinding nor harsh, casting a superb light throughout every corner of the room. Although the room was usually well lit by the light tower when the windows were opened, with the plummeting temperatures, opening windows would soon become impractical. The water supply system was equally impressive. The sinks in the kitchen and bathrooms, along with the shower area, were no longer mere decor. Pipes, faucets, and shower heads, all fashioned from copper, had appeared with switches distinguishing hot from cold, marking a modern advancement. However, upon turning the faucet, no water flowed. Following the pipes, Xiao Tian ventured to the second-floor balcony, where a small staircase led to the rooftop. At the edge of the roof, he discovered a metallic water tower and clicked to inspect it. Water tower, capacity of 500 L, adding crystal stones can generate water automatically. Currently, none. Manual water addition required. Adding fire crystal can control water temperature. Currently, none. Lacking crystal stones, he would have to assign someone to fetch water. With several spatial rings available, it was merely a matter of a quick trip. Fortunately, he still possessed one fire crystal, and upon adding it, it indicated that it could be used for another month. At long last, a water supply system has been established, greatly facilitating personal hygiene and bathing. Each visit to the restroom is now accompanied by the convenience of flushing, eliminating the need for someone to manually empty the latrine. However, a sudden realization struck Xiao Tian. There exists no drainage system. His spirits plummeted as he recalled the implications. Without a proper drainage system, the restroom would be rendered unusable. The first floor was manageable, as bathing had been conducted by digging a small trench to channel water outside. But the second floor lacked any means of disposal. Hastily, he descended to inquire with Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, have we acquired any component for the shelter? Busy with her tasks, Xiao Qi paused to check and handed over the components obtained through trade. 2 fireplace components were procured, leaving just 2 more to complete the set. Xiao Tian promptly utilized them, adding firewood to elevate the temperature by approximately 5 degrees once more. 2 restroom components were chosen for installation on the upper floor, ensuring that both levels would each possess 3 communal restrooms, sufficiently accommodating the needs of the inhabitants. Another lighting system was available for trade with his companions. And Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi, we are in urgent need of a complete drainage system. Please expedite the trade. Additionally, fire crystals can provide energy for both illumination and water supply. Crystal stones possess the ability to automatically generate water, and there may be other varieties with unique properties that will become vital resources moving forward. Engage in ample trading. Understood, Xiao Qi replied, her focus unwavering. With some free time, Xiao Tian began to assess the assortment of treasure chests piled in the corner, many of which had been procured by Xiao Qi. There were 28 wooden chests for black iron chests, 1 bronze chest, and 1 silver chest. An abundance of items awaited enhancement. Yet the wooden and black iron chests no longer piqued his interest, prompting him to open them all at once. Before him emerged a plethora of items. Noticing that everyone else was preoccupied, he took it upon himself to inventory the contents. Most were basic materials in scarce quantities, alongside a few loaves of bread, bottled water, and ordinary-grade weapons, leather armor, and clothing, all of which had become rather insignificant in his eyes. However, 2 particular items caught his attention and ignited a spark of joy within him. Truly, it seemed that fortune favored the prepared. At last, he had what he needed. Drainage system, shelter component, sanitary pad, crafting blueprint permanent, sanitary pads, an essential item for women, required monthly, may not yield substantial profits. Yet they could provide a consistent product for the forthcoming shop. Xiao Tian entrusted the management of this to Xiao Qi before proceeding to implement the drainage system. Observing the addition of several stout copper pipes in the restroom and the kitchen's drainage location on the second floor, he noted that the first floor's drainage was concealed beneath the ground, initially thought to be a mere internal drainage solution. Stepping outside the stone house revealed that several drainage ditches had also been added within the courtyard. Behind the stone house, an underground sewage reservoir had been installed, capable of automatically processing wastewater. just as he entered the house, preparing to send someone to fetch water for a trial run. A sudden sound of a blade being sheathed echoed behind him. Chapter 65. The Emergence of Extraterrestrial Races, my lord. You have returned. Upon hearing the voice of Guan Yidao, Xiao Tian turned and stepped outside. He was met with the sight of Guan Yidao and his entourage, weary and bloodied. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, "Uncle Guan, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" Xiao Tian hurriedly approached, inspecting Guan Yidao from left to right, searching for wounds. Guan Yidao and the others were deeply moved by such a caring leader, one worthy of their utmost loyalty and protection. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am unhurt, as are the others. The blood on us is merely that of beasts. By the way, we encountered a peculiar creature this time. Please take a look." Two of his subordinates emerged from behind, grasping a creature tightly bound. Xiao Tian gasped in astonishment. It was an entity he had never seen before. Standing at approximately 1.3 meters tall, the creature was diminutive, yet it bore human-like hands and feet. Its skin was a mottled yellow-green, rough and wrinkled, with thin, spindly limbs. Its fingers and toes were elongated, each tipped with sharp claws, and it possessed a long, slender tail that ended in a sharp point. The creature was clad in tattered and filthy garments. Its face was broad, with a flat nose, large round eyes, and a wide mouth filled with uneven, sharp teeth. Sparse hair adorned its bald head, and it displayed an aggressive demeanor despite its apparent lack of intelligence. Xiao Tian opened the information panel to examine the creature. Extraterrestrial race. Mountain goblin, superior. A social species combat power. 135 note. A low-level species deployed by the extraterrestrial demons through rifts, known for their brutality and low intelligence. Xiao Tian was taken aback to discover that this was not a native species. He promptly relayed the information to Guan Yidao and the others, then inquired further. "Uncle Guan, where was this found, and how many are there?" Guan Yidao replied, "About 8 kilometers north of the forest, near the base of a cliff. We encountered a total of 22, and aside from this one, we eliminated them all. We searched the vicinity and found no signs of activity. They appeared to be constructing their dwelling when we stumbled upon them, as if they had materialized suddenly. That is fortunate. They must have just arrived. We must be vigilant about that location and conduct thorough searches in the future. I suspect there may be more. These social creatures with intelligence are far more perilous than mere beasts." Xiao Tian took a screenshot of the information and sent it to the squad's group chat and his mother, urging them to remain cautious. He then commanded his subordinates to eliminate the goblin. After some contemplation, Xiao Tian decided to share the information on the chat channel, not for any other reason than that his clients were among the living. Should they perish, to whom would he sell his goods? 009527 PNG image. This is a newly discovered species, highly dangerous. Everyone, please be vigilant around the shelter and exercise caution when venturing out. The chat channel fell silent momentarily due to Xiao Tian's presence before erupting back into lively chatter. Most participants expressed their gratitude for his warning, though a few misguided souls, likely from the Wushuang Alliance and the Green Forest Gang, questioned the authenticity of the image, accusing Xiao Tian of fabricating it to gain favor and cursing him in the process. The one who reacted most vehemently and hurled the foulest insults was none other than Zhu Wuning. However, Xiao Tian chose to disregard him, confident that his legion of righteous supporters would address the matter in due course. One day, when a method to capture him is found, he will surely be made to kneel and sing of his subjugation. "My lord, we have gathered a total of 22 crystals from the goblins, including the one just now," Guan Yidao stated, presenting a crystal the size of a glass bead along with one he had received from his subordinate. Xiao Tian mused to himself, recognizing the necessity of acquiring a skill or item for identification purposes. Otherwise, Guan Yidao and his team would be unable to assess their findings during expeditions, rendering them incapable of making timely judgments. Magic Crystal, common, energy 500, a unique energy source from extraterrestrial beings, capable of powering various facilities. A rather commendable find, indeed. It appears to be yet another form of energy, a modest 500 points of energy and 2,000 points for the exquisite type. with a total of 18 common and 4 exquisite crystals. Additionally, the spoils from this excursion included numerous beasts of varying grades, with the highest being 2 of exceptional quality, alongside several medicinal herbs and wild fruits, as well as 8 treasure chests, 5 wooden, 2 black iron, and 1 bronze, along with a small collection of luminous orbs that had dropped. Furthermore, there were 2 other matters to discuss. After a brief pause, Guan Yidao emptied the supplies from his ring and continued. The first matter is that we discovered a group of horse-like creatures on the grassland near the northern edge of the forest. We are uncertain if they can be tamed. The second matter concerns another individual of similar status to you, my lord. Approximately 10 kilometers to the north, we observe an intermediate wooden shelter belonging to a man around 40 years of age, who commands 2 exquisite warriors, 3 common warriors, and 2 common farmers. We remained hidden and did not make contact. Processing the information provided by Guan Yidao, Xiao Tian replied, "The horses are of great importance. We shall set out tomorrow to see if we can find them. If they can be tamed, our journeys will extend further in the future. Moreover, it was wise not to engage with the owner of the wooden shelter. Let's keep our haven concealed for now. You are aware that this area has seen the arrival of 100,000 individuals, with fewer than 90,000 still alive. Currently, there are 2 factions, nearly 200 lords of shelters, including the one who extorted me using the familial ring, now searching for my coordinates to prepare their assault." After a moment's pause, he continued, "I suspect that there may be a shelter every 10 kilometers. We must be vigilant during our outings to avoid exposure. Should we encounter others, we must swiftly take control of the situation. For now, let us send the animal carcasses to the slaughterhouse and have the remaining supplies managed by Xiao Qi, while we clean up and prepare for our meal." Xiao Tian chuckled and added, "You are in for a treat today, being the first to experience the joy of a shower." With that, he stepped into the stone dwelling, fetched an unused ordinary-level spatial ring from Xiao Qi, and, accompanied by a subordinate, made his way to the water reservoir. The 2 filled around 10 buckets of water, approximately 500 liters, before ascending to the rooftop, where he instructed his subordinate on how to replenish the water supply tower daily. Once the tank was filled, Xiao Tian returned to the ground floor, leading Guan Yidao and the others, who were waiting, to the restroom. The restroom of the luxurious stone house is exquisitely spacious, featuring a distinct separation between wet and dry areas. The stone walls are polished to an unparalleled smoothness, and the external shower area spans 2 square meters, equipped with a wash basin and a shower head. Here, one can adjust the temperature of the water as desired. This side provides hot water, while the other offers cold. Have we all comprehended this? Xiao Tian meticulously elaborated, but the impatient and odorous Lung Ling, eager to cleanse herself, urged him out, exclaiming, "This space belongs to me now. My lord, please step outside. I wish to bathe." Xiao Tian, bewildered, stood before the wooden door, wishing to remark that there are several more rooms upstairs. "What's the rush?" He then turned to the others and said, "There are also rooms upstairs. Feel free to wash up." Uncle Guan Dunshan, your accommodations have been moved to the large room numbered 3 upstairs, which include a restroom. Off you go. Xiao Tian had designated numbers for the 4 large rooms upstairs. Number 1 was, of course, his own. Number 2 was assigned to the Venerable Liver Emperor. Number 3 to Guan Yidao and Dunshan. And number 4 to Xiao Qi and Lung Ling, while the others were temporarily allocated to the first floor. After dinner, Xiao Qi approached him, handing over a spatial gem, stating, "My lord, we have acquired 6 spatial gems through trade." "Wonderful. At last, we have enough," Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully, leaping up in excitement, and promptly took out the family reunion ring to initiate an upgrade. Chapter 66. Oh no, old man, your time is up. Upgrade complete. Acquired the Family Seeking Ring, Legendary. 1. Family Seeking Ring, Legendary, Special Item, Bound, Upgradable. Upgrade Requirement, 1,000 Space Gems. Skills, Teleportation, allows transportation to the side of relatives. Duration 1 day, cooldown period 7 days. Can locate the whereabouts of relatives in the slaughtering continent. Once found, a group chat can be established. Each day, 1 item can be sent to relatives, maximum quantity 99. Reminder, upgrade promptly. A surprise awaits at the next level. Hmm? This is the first time I have encountered such a prompt. Xiao Tian did not anticipate the possibility of further upgrades. Acquiring 1,000 space gems seems an insurmountable task. Xiao Qi, prepare 100 portions of premium ginger soup. If that is insufficient, start brewing more immediately. It will be needed shortly before I begin searching for Dad. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi. He opened the interface for the family-seeking ring and initiated the search. The screen resembled a radar, rotating in circles. Xiao Tian's hand trembled slightly, revealing his inner excitement, his eyes reflecting both anticipation and anxiety. As he paced slowly around the living room, time ticked away, and the results remained elusive, causing Xiao Tian to feel as though the minutes dragged on like years. Why is it taking so long? It has already been 5 minutes. Xiao Tian quickened his pace, incessantly circling the room. Those around him dared not interrupt, silently observing. Another 10 minutes passed, and Xiao Tian's face grew increasingly pale, cold sweat trickling down as panic surged within him. He dared not dwell on it. He even overlooked a message from his mother. Ding! Unaware of how much time had elapsed, Xiao Tian suddenly noticed the search interface halting, a notification sound ringing out, and his father's information appeared on the screen. Tears streaming silently down his cheeks. The female subordinates, witnessing Xiao Tian's tears, stood frozen, fearing the worst, and some covered their mouths as they wept. Guan Yidao looked at him with concern, unsure of how to respond. He stepped forward, extending a comforting hand toward his lord. I found him. Xiao Qi, hurry and prepare the supplies. Xiao Tian's sudden exclamation left Guan Yidao's hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Uncle Guan, I found my dad. This is wonderful. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Tian could no longer contain himself and embraced Guan Yidao tightly. Guan Yidao let out a sigh of relief, gently patting his back and saying, It's great that you found him. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. All the subordinates sincerely congratulated him, their faces illuminated with smiles. Once he composed himself, Xiao Tian examined the interface information. Location confirmed, ID 080746010086, Shaoxiong. Contact could be established. To his astonishment, his father was located in the 8th district. No wonder the search took so long. The distance was considerable. Recalling his previous experience of locating his mother, Xiao Tian understood the information contained within the ID. He clicked on the video communication, his gaze fixed on the interface, his trembling hands and rapid breathing betraying his inner turmoil. This doesn't make sense. It's only just past 8 o'clock, and it's not time to go out. What could Dad be doing? Why isn't he answering the video call? Time passed for over 10 minutes, and Xiao Tian's eyes began to ache, gradually eroding his patience, leading him to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Ding! At last, the connection was established. Tears welled in Xiao Tian's eyes, and he was prepared to express profound filial devotion, the words Dad poised to escape his lips. Upon focusing, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the screen, Xiao Xiong was reclined on a chair, only his upper body visible, as he accepted a bowl of food from a woman. Behind him stood a robust man, both clad in animal hides and wearing fur hats, their rugged appearance reminiscent of northern nomadic tribes. You old rascal, while my mother and I are worried sick about you, you're here living in comfort, Xiao Tian exclaimed in frustration. Cough. Xiao Xiong set down his utensils, clearing his throat awkwardly. You little brat, what kind of talk is that? Seeing your father safe should make you elated. Get back into that pose. I want to take a screenshot to show Mom. You'll see how happy I really am. Xiao Tian jested, striking a pose as if to capture a photograph. You dare, you little rascal, Xiao Xiong retorted, sitting up in exasperation. He then shifted gears. All right, let us get serious. How are things on your end? And what about your mother and Linlin? Xiao Tian recounted everything that had transpired since his arrival in this world, the journey to find his mother, and the circumstances surrounding her refuge. Upon hearing that both his son and family were doing well, Xiao Xiong exhaled in relief. So, is there anything you lack? Do you need your father's support? Xiao Tian scoffed. Please, I have 2 rare-level subordinates, living off ordinary food and dwelling in a wooden cabin. My mother and I each have 2 exceptional level companions, and we're overwhelmed with good supplies. If anyone should be offering support, it should be you. I'll send you 99 units of premium-grade Chaihu ginger decoction shortly to trade for some resources. That stuff is worth a fortune. Tomorrow, I'll send you something else. I'm off to tell Mom. Just so you know, I took a screenshot right away. Old man, you're done for. After teasing his father, he hung up before he could respond. After mailing the items, Xiao Tian glanced at the screenshot he had just taken, ready to send it to his mother. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils constricting as he hastily enlarged the image. Through the reflection of the soldiers soared behind Xiao Xiong, he witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. His father had lost a leg, blood still dripping onto the ground, both legs severed at the thigh. No wonder he had been reclining while speaking to me. Xiao Tian thought to himself, as long as he was alive, there was hope. Tears brimmed in his eyes once more, but after a moment, he dried them and adjusted his expression before initiating a video call with his mother. Before long, the video connected, revealing his mother still busy, while Lin played in the distance. Mom, good news. Dad has been found. I sent you a picture. Take a look. Xiao Tian's words seemed to cast a spell, rendering Li Yue speechless for a moment. When she regained her composure, she opened the image. Instead of the anticipated tears, her face gradually reddened before turning pale. Oh no! A sudden jolt ran through my heart as I recalled the group chat feature of the family search bracelet. Hastily, I added my parents to the conversation and addressed Li Yue, Mom. I've created a group chat. If you have anything to discuss, please talk to Dad. I must attend to some matters. I hurriedly ended the video call, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. That was a close call. Xiao Tian felt a lingering unease, relieved to have disconnected before my mother could unleash her wrath. Curiously, I opened the group chat, and the first message that caught my eye was from my mother. Xiao Xiong, you old rascal, come out here. Amused by the unfolding drama, I thought, the more the merrier. As for my father's condition, I would keep that to myself. I was certain there would be a way to address it. Feeling considerably lighter in spirit, I stepped outside the shelter, intending to take a stroll before resting. To my surprise, I spotted Gandhi returning with something in tow from a distance. Chapter 67, The Dragon Rock Lizard. Additional content, it was indeed peculiar. It was barely past 10 o'clock, yet the Liver Emperor had returned. Xiao Tian felt a twinge of confusion as he approached, eager to ascertain the situation. Greetings, my lord. The Liver Emperor boomed, his voice resonant and robust. My lord, what brings you back? Has the food run out? Xiao Tian inquired politely. Shaking his head, the Liver Emperor replied, that girl Xiao Qi prepared an abundance of provisions for me. I returned due to another matter. I recently discovered a rare mine of fire crystal stones. Just as I was about to commence excavation, I was harassed by 2 dragon rock lizards. After driving them away, I thought I could finally mine in peace, but this little creature wouldn't cease its incessant cries. Initially, I contemplated ending its life, only to realize it was of legendary status, potentially beneficial to you, my lord. Thus, I decided to bring it back. He presented the little creature to Xiao Tian before revealing his haul for the day, departing without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian felt tears welling in his eyes. What a commendable employee, toiling diligently even at such a late hour. Once the Liver Emperor had vanished into the distance, Xiao Tian examined the small animal in his hands. Dragon Rock Lizard, legendary, juvenile stage, will enter adulthood in 30 days. Feeding it fire crystal stones can hasten its maturation. Can be tamed. Level, 0 experience. 0-100 combat power. 35 tip. Bloodline evolution. Having broken through to legendary status at birth, its parents will come seeking it by scent. If you dare, you may tame it. The little creature, freshly born and with its eyes still closed, seemed hungry, pawing at Xiao Tian's hand and emitting persistent cries. Measuring less than 20 centimeters, it sported a long tail and skin adorned with rock-like black and red scales. 2 prominent flesh bumps adorned its head and back, while its limbs ended in soft, pudgy claws. Legendary status. Why not tame it? Since it has undergone a bloodline breakthrough, its parents must only be of epic status, merely a trifle. Xiao Tian disregarded the warning entirely, fetching a cup of rare-grade water and rare-grade meat to feed it, thoughtfully tearing the meat into small strips. Given your black-red appearance, I shall name you Little Black, he said, stroking the dragon rock lizard's head as he watched the little creature voraciously devour its meal. Before long, a pound of meat had disappeared into Little Black's belly. Sated and content, it nestled into Xiao Tian's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Xiao Tian cradled Little Black as he returned to the shelter, instructing Xiao Qi to send someone to the entrance to inventory the items outside before retreating to his room for rest. Just before sleep, he opened the group chat. An hour had passed, and his mother was still scolding his father. With a chuckle, he quietly slipped into slumber. The next morning, Xiao Tian was roused by a series of soft, juvenile cries. Opening his eyes, he found Little Black had awakened, appearing slightly larger after a night's rest. Its claws beginning to harden. Here I come. No need to rush. He swiftly retrieved a piece of rare-grade meat, tearing it into small strips for the creature. A sizable chunk, larger than its head, was devoured in mere moments, yet it continued to call for more. Xiao Tian, resigned, offered another half a pound. Once sated, Little Black ceased its cries, wobbling slightly as it crawled around, opening its eyes to survey the surroundings before finally locking its gaze on Xiao Tian and crawling towards him. Roar! To his surprise, the creature's voice had transformed. Though still juvenile, it now bore a hint of a dragon's roar. Xiao Tian cradled it in his arms as the Little Black creature affectionately licked his palm. The dragon rock lizard submits to you. Will you accept? Accepted, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. From now on, it shall obediently follow me, ensuring a life of luxury and abundance. Xiao Tian chuckled, recognizing the legendary creature as a formidable ally. Descending the stairs, he noted the time was only 7 o'clock. Aside from those on night duty, his subordinates were already awake, gathered around the dining table for their morning meal. It was a rare sight to find the Liver Emperor still at the table. He was enjoying special treatment, a small table to himself, a cup of rare water, a large bowl of exquisite vegetable rice, and exceptional grade meat. Xiao Tian, unwilling to indulge, allowed the Liver Emperor to savor the delicacies alone. After 2 days of fine food and restful sleep, his loyalty had soared to 90 points. Good morning, my lord. His subordinates greeted as Xiao Tian made his entrance. The Liver Emperor slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching him, Xiao Tian advised, Liver Emperor, we currently have ample wood and stone. Please keep an eye out for minerals and rare plants during your excursions. And as for legendary creatures like the Little Black one, the more, the better. Understood, my lord. I shall prioritize mining and collecting rare plants. The Liver Emperor replied, finishing his meal swiftly, draining his cup, and gathering the provisions prepared by Xiao Fan. With his axe in hand and stone pick over his shoulder, he swiftly departed from Xiao Tian's sight. Excellent. You should all learn from our esteemed predecessor. As he often states, the life of the Liver Emperor knows neither night nor day. Xiao Tian remarked, gazing fondly at the Liver Emperor's receding figure. The other subordinates, hesitant to respond, focused intently on their meals. Xiao Qi and Lung Ling shot him a disapproving glance, while Guan Yidao and Dunshan looked at him in confusion, as if questioning his words. With an awkward chuckle, Xiao Tian joined his companions at the table. Xiao Fang, I entrust the care of the Little Black creature to you. Remember to provide it with rare-grade food. He surveyed his subordinates, many still at ordinary or fine levels, yet benefiting from their daily consumption of high-quality nourishment. Nong Yi and Bu Yi were approaching 200 points, on the verge of a breakthrough. Turning to Xiao Qi, he instructed, please prepare 2 pieces of fine-grade blood essence for Nong Yi and Bu Yi. From now on, anyone reaching the threshold for a breakthrough shall receive one. Thank you, my lord. The group responded eagerly, their loyalty visibly increasing. Even the 3 newly summoned rare-grade companions had reached 90 points. Nong Yi and Bu Yi had transformed into staunch loyalists. From this point forward, Nong Yi would oversee the crops and livestock within the shelter, while Bu Yi would be responsible for patrol duties. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Tian entered the living room, retrieving a mysterious gift package, eager to attempt an enhancement. Chapter 68. A remarkable enhancement strengthening. Strengthening. Either it succeeds or it does not. This is becoming exasperating, akin to a state of constipation. Hurry it up. Xiao Tian gazed at the enhancement interface in silence, his impatience manifesting in a muttered complaint. It was his first encounter with such a situation, as the screen had persistently displayed strengthening for several minutes. Suddenly, the screen underwent a transformation. Just as the word failure appeared, Xiao Tian prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. However, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest, near an unseen heart. As a minuscule blue light erupted, radiating an intense brilliance for a fleeting moment before swiftly dimming. Success in enhancement. Obtained a mysterious gift package, enhanced version. Xiao Tian had no time to ponder this, hastily pulling aside his garment to inspect the area on his chest. This marked the second occurrence. The first was during the enhancement of the family searching ring. At that time, he had been too exhilarated, dismissing it as a mere illusion. After scrutinizing the area for a while without discovering anything unusual, he became lost in thought, reminiscing about his first day in this world. Could it be? Unable to unravel this mystery, he decided to set it aside and open the gift package. A wave of dark golden light emanated from within, compelling him to shut his eyes momentarily. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually reopened them, finding his vision restored. He acquired a golden treasure chest 1, an epic summoning order 1, and a class transfer book, Commander, along with a dragon essence fruit, epic 1. Astonished by the bounty, Xiao Tian already envisioned what he would present to his father. The epic summoning order would assuredly guarantee his safety during this phase. Class transfer book, Commander, allows the transfer of 1 warrior class. The higher the potential, the mightier the warrior post-transfer. Without a second thought, Xiao Tian recognized to whom he would bestow this gift. He then turned his attention to the dragon essence fruit. Dragon essence fruit. Epic enhances physical constitution. Applicable for breakthroughs to the excellence level. Grants an additional 50 points in epic level combat power. Not usable below the excellence level. Can be utilized in medicine. Having yet to present the spiritual essence fruit he procured from his mother to Shielder, he now possessed another epic variant, identical in effect, but elevated to epic status. He recalled that he was also nurturing a dragon essence fruit tree, though it would require some time before it bore fruit. Thus, he was fortunate to learn of its effects in advance. Xiao Tian examined the panels of Guan Yidao and Shielder. Guan Yidao boasted a base combat power of 356, while Shielder had 286. The 2 units of rare blood essence were sufficient for Shielder's breakthrough. Xiao Tian retrieved them and handed them over, saying, "You go first. See if you can achieve a smooth breakthrough." "Thank you, my lord," Shielder exclaimed, eagerly accepting the offering and sitting down to await his transformation. However, after an extended period, there was no response, and with everyone's gaze fixed upon him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson. It seemed the spiritual essence fruit would have to be utilized after all. "Do not fret," Xiao Tian reassured him. "Perhaps it is a matter of insufficient potential or just ill fortune. I have ample resources." This time, the process proceeded seamlessly. With Shielder successfully breaking through to the excellence level, his base combat power soaring to 315 points. Each level gained an increase of 126 points in combat power. With his equipment factored in, Shielder's combat prowess had reached an impressive 1476 points at the 5th level. In comparison to Guan Yidao, who gained 150 battle power with a level increase, there remains a slight gap in potential. However, the 2 formidable pieces of equipment have equalized their strength, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. When it was Guan Yidao's turn, he was still 44 points short of the required battle power. 2 exceptional grade flesh essence could enhance his power by 40 points, and with the final mysterious fruit of superior quality, providing an additional 5 points. He exceeded the requirement by precisely 1 point. This was his opportunity to break through, and he thought to himself that if successful, the dragon element fruit would be spared. "Uncle Guan, it's your turn. Consume this mysterious fruit first, then the 2 exceptional grade flesh essences." Guan Yidao, usually composed, felt a surge of excitement. He nodded in agreement, took the items, and sat down to eat. Once finished, a radiant golden light erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. "This is promising," Xiao Tian thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. Indeed, Guan Yidao's potential was greater. With only the flesh essence, he successfully broke through, becoming the first epic warrior under Xiao Tian's command. No, the first commander. Thank you for your support, my lord. Guan Yi Dao exclaimed, overwhelmed by the transformation, and knelt on one knee before Xiao Tian, his voice resonating with gratitude. Uncle Guan, please rise. You must grow stronger to protect me better. I also extend my congratulations on your successful breakthrough to epic status. Congratulations, Uncle Guan. The crowd erupted in cheers for Guan Yi Dao. Instead of immediately checking the panel, Xiao Tian took out the class transfer book and opted to use it. The transfer was successful, and Guan Yi Dao's profession changed to commander. Another flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Guan Yi Dao closed his eyes, and a wealth of military knowledge surged into his mind, akin to the revival of forgotten memories. In an instant, he grasped a multitude of concepts and strategies. As he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone within them, and his entire demeanor transformed, embodying the presence of a seasoned veteran of countless battles. Xiao Tian could no longer restrain himself and opened the panel to review the details. Guan Yi Dao, epic affiliation. Xiao Tian, loyal, profession, commander level, 5 experience, 2845, 5000 battle power, 1755 for 25, 995, 335, stamina, 100 skills, 1/charge and burst, attack power 100, cooldown 30 minutes, chain slash, unleashes 3 waves of blade energy forward, attack power 50, linear distance 30 meters, cooldown 60 minutes, traits, enemy command. Morale of subordinates is heightened, stamina consumption reduced, battle power 10 equipment. Evaluation, veteran revived, exceptionally powerful. Remarkably, with a level increase. Battle power surged by 199 points, perhaps the highest increment among epic ranks. Not only did he acquire a formidable new skill, but also the enemy command trait. With Guan Yi Dao leading the troops, there was no cause for concern. Lung Ling, this dragon element fruit, is yours. Strive diligently. You will be the next epic warrior, Xiao Tian said with a smile as he handed the fruit to Lung Ling, who still needed a bit more, but had exhausted all means to enhance her exceptional grade power. Now awaiting the next opportunity. Though naturally aloof, Lung Ling felt a stirring within her at Xiao Tian's words. Her piercing gaze seemed to radiate light, almost painful to behold. Thank you, my lord. At the moment Ling opened her mouth, her loyalty reached a perfect score of 100, solidifying her status as a die-hard supporter. Consequently, more than half of her subordinates had also become unwaveringly loyal. Following this, both Nong Yi and Bu Yi successfully ascended to the rare tier, perhaps due to their relatively low qualifications, which rendered the probability of breakthrough considerably higher. Including Xiao Tian, all 3 achieved this solely through the essence of flesh and blood. Xiao Qi, remember to trade extensively for flesh and blood essence and mysterious fruits. Even if it requires a greater expense, it is worth the investment. After advising Xiao Qi, Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yi Dao to lead the warriors in consolidation while he prepared to open the golden treasure chest. He pondered whether it might be possible to enhance the item. Suddenly struck by an idea, he attempted to activate his innate skill for enhancement. Enhancement failed. This item cannot be enhanced again. Indeed, it seemed that extracting benefits from the heavens was no easy task. Perhaps that ally could assist. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, he proceeded to click open the treasure chest. Chapter 69. The reason behind Father's broken leg acquired a summoning order. Rare 1. Vegetable greenhouse. Exquisite. 1. Restoration potions. Exquisite. 3. Building upgrade scroll. Epic. 1. Spatial gems 10. Fortune has been moderately favorable. I have long desired to upgrade the vegetable greenhouse, and this has saved me an opportunity for enhancement. The vegetable greenhouse, exquisite, spans an area of 500 square meters. With controllable temperature, it can be raised or lowered by 20 degrees, requiring the addition of fire crystal or water crystal. This 500 square meters can cover 8 plots of farmland, adequately meeting the needs of the shelter. Last night, the diligent player harvested dozens of ordinary fire crystals and 3 of superior quality. If only I could find the water crystals, it would perfectly resolve the matter. Currently, Only a limited quantity of rare-grade restoration potions are produced. The timely arrival of 3 exquisite-grade potions serves as a valuable contingency for the 3 of us. Preparing to venture out, Xiao Tian decided to utilize today's second opportunity on the Fire Spirit armor, resulting in a seamless enhancement to epic level, boosting combat power by 100 points, while the Fire Shield skill now withstands epic level lethal strikes. The temperature-controlled range has expanded to 10 meters. This is advantageous. If we venture out in this frigid weather, no one will have to endure the cold. Having exhausted the high-grade items and gained clarity in my mind, Xiao Tian refrained from delaying any further. He promptly sent the epic-level summoning order to his father and initiated a video call. After a brief wait, the video connected, revealing Xiao Xiong's somewhat haggard visage, a clear indication of sleeplessness. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, he erupted with indignation. "You rascal! You've betrayed your old man, causing me to endure your mother's scolding all night long, explaining endlessly. Huh, a beating is affection, and scolding is love. You should be pleased." Xiao Tian replied with a foolish grin, teasingly. "Enough of your nonsense. Get to the point. Your father is busy," Xiao Xiong retorted, exuding a demeanor of urgency, which Xiao Tian promptly punctured. "Busy with what? With your 2 subordinates in a dilapidated old shack?" Xiao Xiong, upon hearing this, exploded with rage, shouting, "Who said that? I once had a whole host of subordinates. If it weren't for," he trailed off, suddenly realizing something, and fell silent. Xiao Tian understood that his father had matters he was reluctant to disclose, perhaps related to his broken leg. Without pressing further, he awaited clarity in due time. Setting aside their banter, he spoke earnestly. "I just mailed you something. You must use it." Xiao Xiong, perplexed, retrieved the items from the mailbox. Upon examining them closely, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you send this?" "I'll send it back. I have 2 rare-grade subordinates. That is sufficient. Use it immediately. I have even mythical-grade items. I'm not lacking this. Do not worry about me. I have a solution for your broken leg. 1 item can be sent per day. I will send the potions to you tomorrow. For now, your safety is paramount," Xiao Tian responded calmly, simultaneously sending a screenshot of the Diligent Player's panel. After viewing the image sent by Xiao Tian, Xiao Xiong realized his son was indeed telling the truth. He took out the summoning order, preparing to use it, but then questioned, "Wait, how did you know?" Xiao Xiong finally regained his composure, pondering how his son had come to know of his broken leg. Xiao Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with emotion. "If it weren't for the glint of weapons wielded by your subordinates that I caught sight of, you would have kept this from us, wouldn't you? Hurry and take action. Do not let our concern trouble the 3 of us, especially with Lin being so young." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Xiong fell into a long silence. No longer resisting, he produced a summoning order, invoking its power. In a flash of golden light, a towering figure emerged, robust and muscular, wielding a sturdy iron bow, with a short blade and quiver at his waist. After exchanging a few words with the newcomer, Xiao Xiong instructed him to set out on his mission and sent the details to Xiao Tian for his review. The illustrious archer, Shi Jun, possessed a formidable battle prowess of 1625, excelling in both ranged and melee combat, equipped with skills such as rapid fire, wind chaser arrow, and shadowless arrow, far surpassing the capabilities of Lung Ling. With this newfound ally, Xiao Tian felt reassured. Xiao Xiong then recounted the circumstances surrounding his injury. In his area, various nations intersected, including Sakura Nation, the Korean Peninsula, and South Vietnam, with Dragon Nation being notably scarce. Initially, Xiao Xiong had thrived, commanding 3 rare-level and 12 excellent-level subordinates, along with numerous facilities within his shelter. However, just 2 days prior, a lord from Sakura Nation, having discovered his refuge, conspired with nearby lords to ambush him on his route. Caught off guard, he suffered grievous injuries, losing both legs. Were it not for the valorous efforts of his subordinates who fought fiercely to rescue him, he would have perished, leaving only 2 rare-level warriors alive. Fortunately, the ginger soup Xiao Tian had sent the previous day had procured a significant amount of supplies, allowing for the recruitment of 6 additional excellent-level subordinates, with plans to upgrade the wooden shelter imminent. With a sudden crash, Xiao Tian's anger erupted as he slammed his fist on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn those from Sakura Nation! Fear not, father. With the daily supplies I send, rest assured no one shall dare to harm you. I shall teleport over in a few days, and I will avenge you. The father and son engaged in conversation for a while longer, exchanging reassurances before concluding their call. Subsequently, Xiao Tian opened all the items from the previous night's trade with Xiao Qi, including 2 silver treasure chests. However, nothing particularly remarkable emerged, with the main items being 2 rare-level farmlands, 3 rare-level summoning orders, 1 excellent-level breeding ground, and 1 excellent-level equipment upgrade scroll. Xiao Tian first utilized 1 rare-level summoning order obtained from Xiao Qi's trade, along with the 4 newly acquired ones, summoning 5 warriors, 3 spearmen, and 2 archers. As the number of structures and tasks within the shelter multiplied, managing with only a few individuals proved exhausting. Thus, Xiao Tian decided to use the remaining 8 excellent-level summoning orders in one go. This yielded 5 farmers and 3 warriors. At this point, his forces comprised 1 epic-level warrior, 2 excellent-level warriors, 9 rare-level warriors, 6 excellent-level warriors, and 2 ordinary-level warriors, alongside Xiao Qi as the steward, Xiao Feng as the chef, and 8 farmers. With such ample manpower, he would not face shortages in the near future. Bu Yi continued to patrol the home with 2 ordinary-level warriors, while the farmers were managed by Xiao Qi. Guan Yi Dao led a small team composed of 3 rare-level warriors and 5 excellent-level warriors, while Lung Ling, as the captain, directed the Shield Mountain alongside 6 rare-level warriors, forming another team. Next, it was time to enhance the 4 rare items: strengthening elixir, skill stones, directional summoning orders, and small shops. Xiao Tian decided to fortify them all at once. To his astonishment, he experienced a series of delightful surprises. The strengthening elixir only ascended by 1 level. It was precisely what Xiao Tian yearned for the most. Strengthening bone elixir, exquisite, enhances physical constitution and allows for the regeneration of severed limbs. Note: effects diminish for those above the exquisite level. A thought of his ailing father crossed his mind. The faint memory of the severed leg wound still caused a dull ache in his heart. He remained uncertain whether this elixir could restore him completely. But at the very least, he now knew that a remedy existed. The skill stones bore no levels. Yet the disparity in skill names and their corresponding effects left Xiao Tian grinning widely. Chapter 70. Meteoric Descent. The enhancement has arrived. Skill: Meteoric Descent. Summons countless colossal rocks to plummet from the heavens, covering a target area of 20 meters in radius, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. A 20-meter radius translates to approximately 1,200 square meters, equivalent to 3 basketball courts. The area of attack is considerable. One must exercise caution in the future to avoid collateral damage to allies. However, the cooldown period seems excessively prolonged, leaving me uncertain about its potency. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, feeling quite satisfied with this newfound skill. At last, he possessed a skill of his own. The directional summoning order had not brought unexpected delight, merely transforming into an extraordinary level, the specifics of which regarding an extraordinary blacksmith remain unclear for the time being. Conversely, the small shop underwent a significant transformation, advancing 2 levels to become a large shop. Large shop can establish a large shop in the trading channel, possessing an independent number and naming rights. Standard merchandise slots, 200, with each slot allowing a maximum of 999 items. Auction slots, 10, with the ability to set auction durations, awarded to the highest bidder. Bulletin board can publish recycling and purchasing information. Upon reading, Xiao Tian was left bewildered. At present, Xiao Qi was more familiar with the trading channel than he was, prompting Xiao Tian to click to use it. Congratulations on establishing the first shop in this region. Number 001. Please provide a name. What should I name it? Xiao Tian pondered for quite some time, even losing a few strands of hair in the process. Yet he could not conjure a fitting name. Shopping paradise? Ha ha ha. Joyful abundance? Chaotic supermarket? Irreverent grocery store? A flurry of names flashed through Xiao Tian's mind, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he decided to abandon his deliberations. Convenience store? Naming successful. An announcement will follow. Congratulations to 009527 for establishing the first shop in the trading channel. Number 001, store name, convenience store. The first shop in the land of slaughter has emerged, triggering a new trading model, introducing a currency system. Currency can be utilized for transactions, with opportunities to earn currency through hunting, treasure chests, etc. The trading channel features a recycling window for currency exchange. 1 spirit coin, 100 gold coins 10. 000 silver coins 1, 000 copper coins. As the inaugural shop, the rewards will remain permanently pinned at the top of the trading channel. With a reward of currency, gold coins 100. That sounds rather appealing. Being pinned means that everyone will see my shop when they purchase items. However, the worth of these gold coins remains uncertain, and it appears the market will be in disarray for a while. Who knows if there will be an opportunity to profit? Xiao Tian chuckled with delight. Currently, aside from ginger soup, ordinary and fine-grade meats, and restorative potions, which were already in limited supply, tiger stocks were also selling well. Along with clothing and bedding, there were indeed several hot-selling items. Xiao Tian opened the trading channel and tossed in a piece of rare-grade meat. Would you like to recycle? Value, 10 silver coins. Cancel. Xiao Tian retrieved the meat, reflecting that with the nature of the heavenly Tao, a 50 discount would be considered generous. Thus, a piece of rare-grade meat must be worth at least 2,000 copper coins or 20 silver coins. Xiao Tian began to grasp the value of items and turned to the industrious Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, take a look at the trading channel. I just opened a shop. Explore a bit. In the future, we can sell our goods there. Now, the Heavenly Tao has introduced a monetary system, rewarding me with 100 gold coins, equivalent to 1 million copper coins. I shall reserve 50 coins for you to utilize. Earlier, I attempted to reclaim a piece of rare-grade meat, which had a recovery price of 10 silver coins, yet it is worth at least 20 silver coins. Perhaps you can leverage these 50 gold coins to procure some valuable items. With the advent of currency and shops, Xiao Qi has been liberated from the trading channel, no longer constrained to peruse it daily, allowing for other endeavors. After completing these tasks, Xiao Tian took a moment to check the team chat, discovering that everyone was also conversing about the shop and the currency. Li Weiwei remarked, "Thanks to Brother Xiao for initiating the currency system. I just opened a bronze treasure chest and received 10 silver coins." Wang Chu added, "I just defeated a fine-grade gray wolf and received only 5 copper coins." Ning Yuanhua commented, "I killed 5 ordinary-level animals and didn't earn a single coin." Reading Li Weiwei's words, Xiao Tian felt disheartened and lost interest in the conversation. It was too discouraging. After exchanging greetings with them, he exited the stone house, with his first task being to upgrade the well using a construction upgrade scroll. The upgrade was successful. The well, exquisite, now produces 20 liters of water, fine daily, which can alleviate fatigue and restore stamina. It also yields 5 liters of water, rare, each day, which, when consumed over time, can enhance physical constitution and increase combat power. Additionally, it produces 1 liter of water, exquisite, daily, which can elevate potential and bolster combat strength with prolonged use. Every 3 days, it generates a drop of spirit dew, useful for quality breakthroughs. In comparison to my mother's unfrozen spring, it falls short. However, the exquisite level should not be too inferior. And the spirit dew's harvest time has been shortened to 3 days, allowing for the enhancement of 1 subordinate by tomorrow. After collecting the well water, I allocated some fine and rare water to Guan Yidao and Lung Ling for their convenience, while the remainder was entrusted to Xiao Qi for distribution. Naturally, the exquisite water was reserved for Xiao Tian himself. Next, he proceeded to the farmland area to manifest the vegetable greenhouse. The exquisite grade greenhouse stands an impressive 8 meters tall, covering an area of 500 square meters, encompassing 1 exquisite, 4 rare, and 3 fine plots of farmland. Even without the infusion of fire crystals, the temperature has risen significantly. Now, it merely requires further heating and the insertion of fire crystals. Upon placing a single ordinary grade fire crystal, it was indicated that it would suffice for only one day, consuming a considerable amount. Xiao Tian instructed Nong Yi to acquire crystals from Xiao Qi daily. Then, he moved to the entrance of the stone wall, applying the last exquisite grade construction upgrade scroll to the arrow tower. The exquisite arrow tower was elevated by several meters, with bow output speed enhanced by 20 and combat power increased by 100 points. Finally, he arrived at the blacksmith shop, preparing to summon the blacksmith. The summoning was successful, and he acquired the esteemed blacksmith, Ironstone Heart, Exquisite. Chapter 71. Please call me the great mage Ironheart had encountered the Lord. While observing Ironheart's panel, he heard a voice, and Xiao Tian hurriedly assisted him. He had not anticipated the significant role of the blacksmith. His skills in forging and repairing damaged equipment were invaluable. Shieldsman, come here. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's call, the distant shieldsman rushed over, inquiring about the matter. Xiao Tian explained, "This is Ironheart, the newly recruited blacksmith of the sanctuary. Please remove your weapons and shields for him to examine. Additionally, inform them to return and entrust their equipment to Ironheart for repairs." Understood. Shieldsman handed over the equipment, gazing at Ironheart with anticipation. Ironheart received the items, and a smile crept onto his lips as he examined them intently. After a lengthy inspection, he shook his head and said, "My lord, I can repair these, but it requires an exceptional blacksmith forge and the acquisition of dark iron and bones from epic-level creatures." Disappointed, Shieldsman took back the equipment as Xiao Tian consoled him. "What's the worry? With me around, no materials are unattainable. Hurry and prepare. Notify Uncle Guan and the others to set off first. We shall find horses shortly." Xiao Tian led Ironheart to the blacksmith forge. He first utilized a rare-grade building upgrade scroll to elevate the forge to rare status, then casually upgraded the adjacent slaughterhouse to rare as well. Subsequently, he expended his 7th enhancement opportunity of the day. Since the blacksmith forge had not been enhanced prior, a flash of white light signaled success, and he acquired the blacksmith forge epic. By the heavens, another success! Before Xiao Tian could fully comprehend, Ironheart's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed inside, touching everything with a tenderness akin to caressing a beloved. Ironheart's loyalty increased by 10. "My lord, in my lifetime, I have never fought such a prosperous battle. With this blacksmith forge, I can mass-produce rare-grade equipment without issue." Xiao Tian, pleased beyond measure, revealed a broad grin and promptly examined the blacksmith forge's details. Blacksmith Forge Epic features multiple functional areas where blacksmiths can refine forging materials, create equipment, and repair items. Characteristics: increases blacksmith's work efficiency by 40 and success rate by 40. The blacksmith forge had expanded slightly, covering an area of approximately 60 square meters, with various facilities that even an outsider like Xiao Tian could discern had significantly elevated standards. At that moment, Ironheart spoke again, "My lord, the 2 pieces of equipment belonging to Shieldsman require only epic-level bones, coupled with my ability to refine fine iron into dark iron. I am confident I can repair them with a 90 success rate. Furthermore, if we procure exceptional grade materials for forging, I can elevate rare-grade equipment to exceptional status." "Excellent. Come with me. I shall introduce you to the sanctuary's steward, Xiao Qi." A smile never faded from Xiao Tian's face as he led Tai Shixin back to the sanctuary. Approaching Xiao Qi, after a brief introduction, he instructed Xiao Qi to hand over half of the iron and fine iron to Tai Shixin, allowing him unrestricted use of the materials in the storage cabinet. Simultaneously, he encouraged them to collaborate on forging a batch of rare-grade equipment for the warriors to upgrade and sell. Once Xiao Qi had completed the setup of the excellent-level breeding grounds and city gates, he mentioned that once there were sufficient stones, the walls could be heightened and thickened. "If anything arises, remember to contact me promptly," Xiao Tian advised before moving to Coldling's side, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" Coldling responded, and Xiao Tian signaled for departure. The treasure-hunting mouse had been taken by Guan Yi Dao, rendering him unable to assess the value of the items. He could only rely on the mouse's judgment. Xiao Tian chose not to utilize his last enhancement opportunity today, preferring to consider it upon his return. Before leaving, He activated his skill stone, and, as he gazed at the skills displayed on the panel, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. From this day forth, please refer to me as the Grand Sorcerer. Noteworthy was the fact that Guan Yidao had specifically assigned 2 shield bearers to Cold Ling's team, which pleased Xiao Tian greatly. With Shield Mountain at the front and the 2 shield bearers flanking them, a profound sense of security enveloped him. Observing the team, only half of Xiao Tian's head was visible, prompting Cold Ling to feel exasperated. Despite his considerable strength and opulent equipment, he was overly cautious, seeming to cling to life. Alongside her, there were a total of 8 warriors, 3 archers, 2 gunmen, and 3 shield bearers. The 3 archers took the periphery, while the 2 gunmen brought up the rear. Feeling uncomfortable under Cold Ling's scrutiny, Xiao Tian awkwardly repositioned the 2 shield bearers to the front and rear, ensuring the 2 gunmen flanked them. As for Shield Mountain, that was non-negotiable. Wherever Xiao Tian ventured, Shield Mountain would remain by his side, an unyielding decree. Even if Jesus himself were to intervene. As they traversed the edge of the forest, their gains were minimal, aside from a few oblivious animals and a handful of wild fruits. The journey was slow, requiring them to clear paths along the way. After an hour of arduous travel, they arrived at the location where they had previously discovered what appeared to be a herd of horses, standing atop a rise and gazing out over the plains. No significant findings emerged, save for the occasional glimpse of a wild hare or dog. No large groups of animals came into view. Master, approximately 5 kilometers ahead, there is a small hill with a reflective surface on the ground, indicating a potential water source. We should search in that direction, Cold Ling announced after descending from a towering tree, her keen eyesight as a sharpshooter allowing her to see far beyond the average. All right, let us proceed, Xiao Tian replied, glancing at the time. Weather time. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, January 6th, 10:23 a.m., 7 hours and 37 minutes until dusk. Temperature 4 to 8 C. Weather. Overcast. The temperature today was exceedingly cold, but fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed the fire spirit armor, keeping those near him quite warm. Upon descending to the grassland, he had anticipated easier passage, only to discover that the grass ranged from 50 to 80 centimeters in height, making traversal quite challenging. They spent a full hour covering the 5 kilometers. Halt! Ahead, Lung Ling raised her hand as a signal, crouching low and stealthily advancing with remarkable speed and silence. It appeared she was mindful of her companions, for she seemed largely unaffected by the surrounding environment. After a short while, Lung Ling returned to Xiao Tian's side and whispered, "My lord, there lies a narrow stream ahead, less than 10 meters wide, with deep waters. This location marks a bend in the river, where a group of equine creatures has gathered to drink. The most formidable among them is a stallion of exceptional caliber, accompanied by 8 rare specimens and 26 of good quality, along with a dozen young foals. The land at the bend is scarcely 20 meters wide. If we obstruct their path, they shall find no escape." With Lung Ling having devised a meticulous plan, Xiao Tian refrained from interfering. Under her guidance, the group advanced in a single-file formation, gradually making their way forward. Before long, they emerged from the grasslands, swiftly positioning themselves at the bend. At that moment, the herd of horses, realizing their path was obstructed, erupted into chaos, with the foals scattering in all directions. A resounding neigh echoed through the air as the herd gradually settled. The higher-ranking horses moved to the periphery, encircling their kin. From their midst emerged a stallion nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with black scales and crowned with a single horn atop its head. Chapter 72. This is a lost cause. Xiao Tian concealed himself behind Shield Mountain, cautiously examining the information of the Horse King. M.O. Linhorned Horse King, exemplary, can be tamed level 3 combat power, 885 skills, gallop, speed 50, last 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, charge, instant burst. Speed 100, utilizes its horn to strike enemies, cooldown 1 hour. Note, the king of horses, capable of commanding its kin. Xiao Tian gazed in awe, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Yet, how could he tame it? He shared the information with Cold Ling, who pondered for a moment before responding. It seems that only the Lord can tame this Horse King. Only then will its kin follow. Xiao Tian looked at her incredulously, his gaze suggesting a single thought. Are you joking with me? He glanced at the nearly half-meter-long, sharply pointed horn glinting ominously, a shiver coursing through him. If it were to pierce him, he would undoubtedly bear the bruises of a fierce encounter. He struggled to articulate. Cold Ling, you must have some confidence in this matter. Perhaps you should take the lead? My lord, it is not that Cold Ling is unwilling, but a king can only submit to another king. Have you not noticed the Horse King awaits our leader to challenge it? Cold Ling spoke earnestly, her expression one of exasperation. At that moment, the Horse King let out a fierce neigh, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. Xiao Tian felt a rush of shame, his cheeks flushing crimson. Internally, he gritted his teeth. How dare you look down on me? This is a lost cause. Encouraging himself in silence, he knew his subordinates were watching. He had to press on. Fortunately, their combat powers were not vastly different, leaving room for opportunity. Rest assured, my lord, I will keep a watchful eye and attack at the first sign of danger. Shield Mountain will seize the opportunity to assist you. Cold Ling whispered from behind. Xiao Tian's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. He felt a sense of stability. The advantage lay with him, since it was a battle. The divine crossbow could not be employed. Xiao Tian withdrew a rare-level Xian iron sword and strode to the center, pointing at the Horse King as he shouted, "Come here." His demeanor was utterly audacious, and Cold Ling looked at her lord in disbelief, raising her eyes to the heavens in despair, slapping her forehead with frustration. Enraged, the Horse King neighed, digging its hooves into the ground and charging forth. A slight smirk graced Xiao Tian's lips. He was in complete control. Just as the Horse King was about to make contact, he executed a roll to the side to evade. Shield Mountain, he called out. Guard! The Horse King, taken aback by the sudden disappearance of its target, did not react in time. Shield Mountain promptly unleashed its skill, manifesting a shield shadow. The Horse King, filled with terror and unable to respond, crashed forcefully against Shield Mountain's defense. With a thunderous crash, bolstered by several powerful pieces of equipment, Shield Mountain remained steadfast, while the Horse King was left bloodied and battered, staggering back, its horn nearly broken. Lying on the ground, it weakly neighed, attempting futilely to rise. Xiao Tian had long devised this strategy. By provoking the opponent to charge into Shield Mountain, he had not breached any rules, for he had not summoned external aid. The Horse King had charged of its own volition. With a triumphant grin, he dusted off his attire and approached the Horse King, aiming the divine crossbow at it, boldly declaring, "Surrender or die. Either way, you shall meet your end." With a deep, reluctant huff, the king of the ink-scaled horned horses, though filled with anger, could not roar loudly and panted heavily, clearly understanding the situation. After a few tense moments, Xiao Tian, growing impatient, raised his divine crossbow and addressed the herd. "I will count to 3. If you do not submit, I shall take action." With a hiss, the ink-scaled horned Horse King, exemplary, declared its submission. A smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face, for regardless of the cunning or disgraceful actions of the Horse King, it ultimately chose to comply, for survival and gain to find the true victor. Subjugation complete, he announced, successfully claiming the ink-scaled horned Horse King, exemplary, with a loyalty level of 60. Although the loyalty was rather low, Xiao Tian remained unfazed. In his hands, even a single point could be raised to 100. He first procured rare-grade water to nourish the Horse King, and then took a bottle of exemplary-grade restorative potion from Lung Ling to administer. After a brief respite, the Horse King recuperated, the wounds on its head nearly healed, and it affectionately licked his palm. The ink-scaled horse, being omnivorous, was then treated to a piece of rare-grade raw meat. Its loyalty surged to 72 points, a level that could remain stable as long as it was not mistreated. The name Little Black no longer suits you. From now on, you shall be called Little M.O., Xiao Tian declared, stroking its neck. He had expected the scales to be rigid and unyielding, but to his surprise, the texture was quite soft, adorned with a layer of black fur. With a newfound enthusiasm, Xiao Tian leaped onto the horse's back, which seemed naturally designed for his comfort, providing a secure and smooth ride. "Giddy up," he urged, gently nudging with his legs. Little M.O. understood instantly gradually starting to run faster, its long, dense mane billowing like rains in the wind. Even Xiao Tian, lacking equestrian experience, found it easy to control the majestic creature. "Be careful, my lord," came the shouts of Lung Ling and others from behind. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, lost in the exhilaration of the ride. Perhaps it was due to his rare-grade physique, but he quickly adapted, cheering with joy as they covered several miles in no time. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the air. "What in the world?" Xiao Tian exclaimed, scanning the surroundings to find a pack of over 100 prairie wolves preparing to encircle them. "Little Mo, quick!" Understanding the urgency, Little Mo instantly halted, reared up on its forelegs, and executed a swift 180-degree turn back towards their original path. This entire sequence unfolded in an instant, and Xiao Tian, reacting swiftly, clung tightly to the horse's neck. A thunderous roar erupted from the wolf pack, indicating the Wolf King had spotted their fleeing prey and was commanding the pack to pursue. Hearing this, the wolves surged forward with relentless determination. Despite Little Mo's recent injuries, the horse struggled to shake off their pursuit, and they remained perilously close. Just 50 meters behind. In a state of urgency, Xiao Tian, clinging to Little Mo as it galloped with all its might, dared not loosen his grip. With one hand grasping the horse's neck, he raised the Xianjin divine crossbow with the other, preparing to fire in defense against the relentless wolves. A blind cat accidentally encounters a dead mouse and indeed manages to take down several, just as he hears the prompt announcing an increase in experience. His moment of joy is short-lived as a pack of wolves is enraged by the deaths of their kin. With a commanding howl, the formidable Wolf King rallies over 10 rare prairie wolves to accelerate in pursuit. "Move faster, Xiao Mo." With the sight of the approaching wolves, the pace quickens, closing the distance by 20 meters. Xiao Tian, in a state of panic, urges Xiao Mo onward. Suddenly, an exhilarating surge of speed envelopes him as Xiao Mo activates a sprinting skill, propelling them ahead by several dozen meters. At this moment, they are less than 2 miles from Lung Ling and the others. This distance can be traversed in the blink of an eye, and the wolves trailing behind have receded to nearly 100 meters, gradually widening the gap. Xiao Tian exhales a sigh of relief. However, the Horse King, exhausted and panting, finds his speed diminishing once more. "Xiao Mo, hold on. We're almost there." Feeling the decline in pace, Xiao Tian grows anxious and calls out to Xiao Mo. The distance they had just created begins to close in again, but fortunately, he can now vaguely see Lung Ling and the others. At last, they are catching up. When Xiao Tian is less than 100 meters from Lung Ling, the Wolf King is ominously less than 50 meters behind him. Lung Ling and her companions have already spotted the approaching wolf pack and are preparing to assist Xiao Tian. In a frantic voice, Xiao Tian shouts, "Hurry, protect the carriage." Chapter 73. The wolf pack assault. In the midst of preparing the defense line, Cold Ling was drenched in sweat. If it weren't for the presence of their lord, he would have exchanged a few words to instruct Shield Mountain to be ready for support. As the battle commenced, he transformed, his gaze sharp as an arrow. He drew back his bow, aimed, and released his arrows in one fluid motion. "Rapid fire," he uttered softly, and 10 arrows flew forth like phantoms, crossing paths with Xiao Tian, directly targeting the 10 lead prairie wolves. Except for the Wolf King, who narrowly evaded, 9 rare-level prairie wolves were either slain or injured, causing the pack to momentarily falter. Xiao Tian successfully rejoined his team, and Shield Mountain promptly cleared a path. Little Mo collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, Xiao Tian managed to leap away in time. Dismounting swiftly, he poured rare-level water into Little Mo's mouth. After a brief interval, the creature finally regained some strength, lying weakly on the ground. "You've worked hard. I'll ensure you receive a hearty meal tonight." Xiao Tian gently stroked its head, murmuring tenderly. Armed with the Xianjin divine crossbow, he surveyed the battlefield, noting that the wolf pack had indeed encircled them. Cold Ling and 2 archers continued their relentless assault, having already felled over 20 prairie wolves in a matter of moments. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian raised his divine crossbow and fired, pursuing the pack for several miles. Frustrated, he targeted the lower-tier wolves, not out of preference, but because the rare-level wolves were simply too agile for him to hit. Cold Ling. Who did Uncle Wan assign the 2 skill upgrade stones to last time? Xiao Tian inquired, noticing the significant enhancement in Cold Ling's attack power. Uncle Wan allocated them to me. The skills remained unchanged, but the rapid-fire ability increased by 50 in power, while the fatal shot has escalated to 300. Cold Ling responded, continuing to shoot. No wonder the attack was so formidable. It seems we should acquire more skill upgrade stones. Xiao Tian mused inwardly upon hearing Cold Ling's explanation. With the wolf pack suffering significant losses, the Wolf King let out a fierce howl and led the charge. Shield Mountain, accompanied by 2 shield bearers and 2 spear soldiers, guarded a breach of about 10 meters, albeit somewhat flustered. Xiao Tian drew his Xian Tai sword and stepped forward to fortify their defense. Seeing the considerable gap in the line, Little Mo commanded 8 rare-level Mo Lin antelopes to assist immediately. Although the antelopes had a singular attack style, relying on their horns and forelegs, they were rare-level creatures with tough hides. With their support, the pressure on the group significantly lessened, allowing them to focus on eliminating the enemy. The rapid fire ability, activated once every 5 minutes, proved crucial. Cold Ling held his ground against 10 opponents. As 20 minutes passed, the wolf pack had suffered substantial losses, leaving the group slightly fatigued but unscathed. Hold firm. Just a few more minutes, and we shall prevail, Xiao Tian encouraged his teammates while continuing to shoot. As the number of wolves dwindled, he retreated behind Shield Mountain, having already drawn his divine crossbow for cover. At times, one must be courageous, and at others, one must exercise caution. Suddenly, the Wolf King roared, and the howls of wolves echoed from both sides, accompanied by the sound of their charge. For heaven's sake, if you can't win, don't call for reinforcements. Have the courage to face me one-on-one. Xiao Tian's face turned ashen with rage upon witnessing the opposing forces rallying. My lord, once the pack of wolves gathers, unleash a rain of arrows, Cold Ling said gravely. As an adept attacker, her keen hearing allowed her to discern the presence of at least 200 wolves approaching. Her words serve as a reminder to Xiao Tian, who, under the moniker of the Great Magician, felt no fear. Today was the perfect occasion to witness the power of a meteor's descent. Fear not. You shall witness my performance shortly, he confidently replied to Cold Ling. Upon hearing this, Cold Ling regarded him with skepticism. It must be said that the master archer was indeed formidable. Without even glancing at the adversaries, she unleashed arrow after arrow, causing numerous prairie wolves to fall. What manner of gaze is that, daring to doubt your lord? Soon, you shall understand what it means to be a great magician, Xiao Tian exclaimed in exasperation, indignant that Cold Ling could question his words. The situation grew dire as 8 ebony-scaled horned horses neared their limits of endurance. The Wolf King seized the opportunity to launch an ambush, resulting in 3 of the horses being gravely injured and collapsing. Cold Ling, left with no choice, redirected her focus to the threat, persistently pushing it back. Shield Mountain, deploy your reinforcements and unleash the bone blades, she commanded as the loss of 3 horses amplified their defensive burden. With a flash of white light, 10 skeletal warriors materialized, and Shield Mountain assumed command of the defense, momentarily stabilizing their line. He then flicked his bone shield, sending the bone blades spiraling forth like flying discs towards the wolf pack. Those of ordinary and exquisite quality perished upon contact, while the rare ones were left gravely wounded. In a single strike, he felled over a dozen prairie wolves, leaving only the Wolf King and 8 rare grade, 6 exquisite grade wolves before them. A howl echoed as reinforcements arrived, a staggering 300 wolves, far exceeding Cold Ling's estimates. The Wolf King began to retreat slowly, positioning itself amidst the pack, preparing for the next wave of attack. Among the new arrivals were 2 exceptional grade wolves and over 20 rare grade, effectively doubling their strength. The expressions of the onlookers turned grave, and Cold Ling contemplated having Xiao Tian mount the king horse, ready to protect him at all costs. At that moment, Xiao Tian pushed past Shield Mountain, stepping forward with his weapon stowed and arms outstretched. My lord, Shield Mountain exclaimed in shock. Today, allow me to demonstrate. Chapter 74. The terrifying power. Xiao Tian gestured dismissively with his hand, feigning nonchalance, as he raised both arms and exclaimed loudly, "Meteor strike!" Instantly, the sky above the wolf pack darkened, and a palpable pressure descended, causing many low-level prairie wolves to cower on the ground, trembling and soiling themselves in fear. The Wolf King and other rare elite wolves emitted uneasy growls, frequently glancing skyward. Suddenly, it appeared as if the heavens had ruptured, and massive boulders, each resembling a grinding stone, trailed long sparks as they pierced through the clouds and plummeted towards the wolves. The resounding crash reverberated through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the prairie wolves, as a thick cloud of dust obscured the view for a full minute. Gradually, the howls of the wolves diminished, with no fewer than several hundred boulders having fallen. The onlookers, including the horse herd, gazed ahead in terror. Even the typically composed Lung Ling was startled, casting uncertain glances at Xiao Tian, no longer daring to underestimate their leader. After a full 10 minutes, the dust finally settled, revealing a landscape riddled with charred craters, wisps of black smoke mingling with the scent of roasted meat. Xiao Tian had anticipated a field strewn with boulders, only to find that they had vanished after the skill S effect. As the group advanced, the scene was one of utter devastation. Many prairie wolves had been crushed in a mere pulp, with scarcely 1 in 10 leaving behind a corpse. Fortunately, 3 elite wolves had withstood the onslaught and remained intact. Lung Ling collected all the salvageable bodies, adhering to a principle of waste not, want not, while Xiao Tian proceeded to dissect the remnants, yielding less than 100 pounds of meat from over 200 prairie wolves, along with a few wolf pelts. Fortunately, the luminous orbs that had fallen were unscathed. They gathered over 20 of them, with the first bounty revealing currency, totaling approximately 68 silver coins and over 3,000 copper coins, equivalent to nearly 1 gold coin. Upon unleashing his awe-inspiring skill, Xiao Tian observed a surge in the loyalty of his subordinates. The entire team transformed into unwavering supporters, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Even the proud Lung Ling began to exhibit a newfound modesty. The horse herd was equally frightened, with Xiao Mo's loyalty soaring to 90 points. "Now that the matter is settled, let's return," he declared. Each person selected a steed, and they rode back with ease. With Xiao Mo's assistance, the group mounted their horses effortlessly, following his lead without needing to exert control. Due to a few injured MO scale horned horses within the ranks, their pace was not swift, yet was undeniably faster than traversing by foot. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the base of the shelter's slope. From a distance, the sentinels, including Bu Yi, spotted the approaching herd of animals and promptly notified Xiao Qi, each gripping their crossbows tightly, prepared for defense. It was only upon seeing Xiao Tian at the forefront that they collectively exhaled in relief. The slope, nearly 70 degrees and over 10 meters high, posed no challenge for the MO scale horned horses, which ascended effortlessly to the entrance. The city gate, having been opened by Xiao Qi, stood nearly 3 meters tall and 10 meters wide, seamlessly connecting to the stone walls, which had been raised an additional layer, now reaching a height of 3.6 meters and thickened to a width of 1 meter. Xiao Qi and Bu Yi had been stationed atop the walls, guarding the perimeter. First, the blood-sucking thorn extended its tendrils to greet Xiao Tian affectionately, then retracted its arching branches to create an opening, allowing Xiao Qi and the others to rush out joyfully to greet him. The sight of dozens of horses trailing behind Xiao Tian was truly awe-inspiring. "Let's proceed. We shall enter," he declared. Upon passing through the city gate, Xiao Tian intended to release the horses into the open fields, but Xiao Qi interjected, "My lord, the exceptional breeding ground spans 500 square meters and can adjust its breeding modes, including a pasture mode, which is quite suitable for housing the horses and ensures their utmost comfort." "Oh, is it possible to do so? Let's go and take a look." The breeding ground, located near the agricultural zone, stood as the largest structure alongside the vegetable greenhouses. Upon accessing the panel, Xiao Tian discovered that it was indeed feasible to add crystal stones. The water crystal and fire crystal could regulate temperature and produce drinking water, requiring only manual food provision. Additionally, Wind crystal stones could be incorporated to maintain ventilation. Various modes were available for selection, accommodating small animals like chickens, ducks, and geese in separate cages, as well as pig pens for swine and the pasture mode, which divided the breeding ground into two sections, allowing adjustment of the outdoor and indoor space ratios. For nearly 50 ink-scaled horned horses, if outdoor space were allocated, it would not suffice for their stretching needs. It would be more prudent to convert the entire space indoors for their comfort. Arrangements could be made for personnel to release them daily for exercise, and within the enclosure lay nearly 20,000 square meters of grassland, ample for their leisurely strolls. Xiao Mo, lead them inside to rest. Food will be provided for you in due course, instructed Xiao Tian, as Xiao Mo guided the herd into the breeding ground. The warm and cozy environment greatly pleased the ink-scaled horned horses, allowing them to relax and seek out their resting spots. Xiao Qi arranged some tiger cane and raw meat for their sustenance, and observe what plants they prefer to consume. Also, lay down a thick layer of thatch for their tranquil repose. Having completed these arrangements, Xiao Tian returned to the sanctuary with his team. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and after an arduous battle, the group was famished. They hastily consumed some food before dispersing to bathe and rest. Exhausted, Xiao Tian reclined on his bed and activated his wristband to check messages. He first opened the family chat on the Seeking Relatives ring, engaging in casual conversation with his parents to grasp the current situation. With Xiao Tian's reminders, his mother had amassed a considerable collection of scarce items suited for extreme cold weather. 3 rare-grade warriors had also been added to the team, utilizing available resources. Qin Yu had ascended to the epic level, consistently bringing back substantial resources each day. Lin Lin's pet had hatched and required daily care, promising an additional formidable ally in due time. With the assistance of Shi Jun, Xiao Tian's father had alleviated the sanctuary's crisis, and with the resources from trading, they began to develop steadily, poised to upgrade to stone houses by tomorrow at the latest. Thus, with Xiao Tian's support during the extreme cold, progress would not stall. After concluding the chat, Xiao Tian accessed the trading channel, where he noticed a small shop prominently displayed at the top, gleaming with golden light. While Xiao Tian lacked commercial acumen, he grasped its significance. Upon opening it, he found that Xiao Qi had listed all the best-selling products, even bringing back the long-abandoned scrolls for sale once more. The quantity of each product available for sale is rapidly diminishing, a testament to the strength of purchasing power. Xiao Qi has established 2 methods of selling, currency and basic materials, yet the currency in everyone's possession is rather limited. Within the confines of the establishment, there is the diligent steward Xiao Qi, while outside, the dedicated players Gan Di and Guan Yidao, along with the recently ascended Cold Ling, have reached epic levels. It is not long before Xiao Tian can rest easy. In the group chat of the team, the members engage in casual conversation, noting that some items have diminished in the warehouse, while others have increased. The presence of this warehouse has greatly facilitated everyone's efforts, particularly benefiting Wang Chu, Lu Si, and Ning Yuange. Li Weiwei tends to stock only items she is too lethargic to sell herself. Ding! As if summoned, Li Weiwei has sent a message. Brother Xiao, this item is something you surely need. Chapter 75. The Big Xiao wants to see, and I am willing. Xiao Tian was filled with curiosity regarding Li Weiwei's unwavering certainty about her needs. Upon opening the message, he immediately sprang up from his bed. Location compass, rare input ID to locate the coordinates of the other party's shelter, search range 100 kilometers. Uses remaining. 5. Wasn't this the very item he had been desperately seeking? Indeed, it seemed that luck favored the fortunate. Although the range was limited to 100 kilometers, Xiao Tian recalled that he possessed a talent skill, which could enhance it by at least 1 level. Xiao Tian, how did you know I would need this? He pondered how Li Weiwei could ascertain his requirements. Could it be that her talent allowed her to perceive others' thoughts from afar? Li Weiwei, are you insulting my intelligence? Everyone knows that Zhao Tailin and Lin Ming are at odds with you. If they intend to target you, I can't believe you wouldn't want to take the initiative. Xiao Tian felt a flush of embarrassment at having posed such a foolish question. Xiao Tian, do you need anything? Let me see if I have it. After a brief pause, Li Weiwei finally replied, seemingly contemplating her needs. Li Weiwei. It appears I don't have any particular requests. I still need some wood and stone to upgrade the shelter. I rarely have time to sell items, and there aren't many farmers in the shelter, so the accumulation is rather slow. I know you have plenty, so please share some. By the way, I sent over 40 space gems and the compass. Please help me craft 2 exquisite level space rings. Xiao Tian descended to the first floor to check the supplies in the storage cabinet and found it nearing capacity. He had nearly 20,000 units of wood and stone, and his currency had increased from 50 gold coins to 68 gold coins, along with several hundred silver coins. Seeing the abundance of materials, Xiao Tian decided to send 2,000 units of each to Li Weiwei. This item had no fixed value. To some, it was worthless, while others sought it desperately. He first crafted 4 exquisite level space rings. The crafting table, having evolved from a simple wooden structure to its current form, had produced countless items and had long since reached level 4, doubling its production speed. The 4 rings were completed in a mere 5 seconds. Subsequently, he sent 2 rings along with the materials to Li Weiwei. The remaining 2 rings were entrusted to Xiao Qi for future enhancements when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, he recalled that there were 3 stone house blueprints in the storage cabinet, presumably retrieved by Xiao Qi. 3 members of the team had yet to upgrade to stone houses. Rather than selling them, it would be more beneficial to provide them to his companions. He opened the group chat, placing the stone house blueprints along with 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone into the shared storage and sent a message. Xiao Tian, tomorrow is the last day. Wang Chu, Lu Si, and Xiao Ning. You 3 have yet to upgrade to stone houses. I placed 3 blueprints. Be sure to upgrade quickly. I've also left some materials. If you're short, you'll need to gather more. Ning Yuangu. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I want to be polite. I have some surplus materials and will contribute 500 wood and 500 stone for you all to use. Wang Shu, thank you. Lu Si. Thanks, Captain. I'll add 5 exquisite level bows. Xiao Tian. By the way, have you all identified any potential candidates? As the discussion unfolded, Xiao Ning expressed that Xiao Tian was his sole confidant, with no suggestions from others. Li Weiwei remained silent, indicating a lack of trust, while Lu Si endorsed Wu Ming, affectionately known as Naked Brother. The two had established a rapport since their initial crossing, and Lu Si regarded his character as commendable. Finally, Wang Chu made an unexpected recommendation. I propose 006767, the technician named Wang Lulu. Ever since I gifted her a piece of clothing, we have maintained contact, and I find her to be quite reliable. Though her former profession may lack prestige, her character is beyond reproach. She is kind, resilient, and rational. This is my assessment of her. She mentioned that before her crossing, her father was gravely ill and, having lost her mother at a young age, was compelled to enter this line of work. While I cannot verify her claims, after crossing, she has exchanged her charms for certain survival resources and has also extended assistance to younger and older girls in need. This is an endeavor we have both been engaged in, though do not mistake us for saints. We merely help those in dire circumstances when we have surplus provisions. A hushed silence enveloped the group, lingering for quite some time before anyone spoke. Ning Yuankong remarked, I am unfamiliar with her and will refrain from commenting. Li Weiwei added, I once sold her a fine quality item, but our interactions have been limited. Lucy interjected, well, I know a bit about her, and she seems decent. Upon hearing Wang Chu mention the ID number, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled a short video he had saved, memories of which flooded back with clarity. He had secretly preserved it while rejecting her friend's request, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Inviting her to join their team would be rather awkward, and to his surprise, Lu Si spoke up first. Xiao Tian mused to himself about Lu Si's dubious honesty, suspecting he had viewed her video as well, and wondered if Wang Chu had done the same. Silently deleting the video, he thought, since Brother Wang Chu is so adamant in his recommendation and no one else opposes, I shall add her as a friend and engage with her. As for Wu Ming, Wang Lulu should be acquainted with him. I will inquire. With that, he concluded the conversation and added Wang Lulu as a friend, only to be surprised by her swift acceptance. Wang Lulu promptly messaged him, Big shot, we're finally friends. Are you looking to trade videos with me? Just so, I've stopped filming, but if you wish to see, I am still willing to share. No need to save them secretly this time. Her exuberant message left Xiao Tian utterly flabbergasted and deeply embarrassed. He replied, haha, that's not the case. I wish to discuss serious matters. Brother Wang, Chu has recommended you for my team. He should have mentioned this to you. Would you be willing to join? Additionally, matters from before joining the team should not be mentioned in the group. Wang Lulu, upon reading Xiao Tian's message, felt elated. She had not anticipated receiving an invitation to join the esteemed Big Shots team. Though she did not aspire for greatness, at least her future would be secure. Sister Chu had hinted at this before, and she had been eager for the opportunity, never imagining that the Big Shot would actually extend an invitation to her. However, she pondered what Brother Wang Chu's intentions might be. Was Sister Chu perhaps a rough character? Wang Lulu responded, I am willing, very willing. I promise to keep everything confidential and will not disclose anything regarding the videos you saved. Regrettably, it is entirely my own fault. I should have merely observed. Yet I impulsively clicked to save. How unjust. I have not revisited it even once since saving. Xiao Tian lamented to himself. Xiao Tian stated, let be clear that joining the squad at this moment is merely a probationary period. Should one fail to perform adequately, they may be expelled from a team. We must discard our past and not introduce any negative influences into the squad, especially with a younger brother present. Furthermore, it is imperative that we do not disclose any information regarding the squad to outsiders. There is one matter I wish to inquire about. What kind of person is that bare-chested man, Wu Ming, who was with you before the transmigration? Wang Lulu replied, are you referring to Minggu? I am not well acquainted with him. We met for the first time on that day. However, I did hear him mention that he is a contractor and he was complaining about his boss withholding payment for the project. He even sold his car to pay his workers. Previously, when one of his subordinates had an accident, he not only provided compensation, but also personally transferred 1,000 yuan monthly to support the family. He should be considered a good person, I suppose. After a few more exchanges, they concluded the conversation. And Xiao Tian welcomed Wang Lulu into the squad, fostering camaraderie within the group. Instead of seeking out Wu Ming first, Xiao Tian took out a compass, preparing for one final enhancement of his abilities for the day. Chapter 76, The Locator Compass, Epic. The enhancement was successful, and I have acquired the Locator Compass, Epic. Today has been remarkably fortunate. Out of 8 enhancements, 3 yielded a level 2 upgrade. Could it be that I possess a hidden attribute of luck? Gazing at the compass in my hand, Xiao Tian was thoroughly astonished, marveling at his extraordinary fortune today. The compass, crafted from an unknown metal, emanated a warm metallic sheen. It was no larger than a palm, adorned with intricate, mysterious engravings, and its surface was inscribed with numerous arcane runes. Locator Compass. Epic input an ID to find the coordinates of the target sanctuary. Search range, 2,000 kilometers. Uses remaining, 2020. Recovers once every 24 hours. Not only had the search range expanded to an impressive 2,000 kilometers, but the most astonishing aspect was that it didn't become useless after a single use. It restored once a day. Given that this item was seldom utilized, it was more than sufficient. Eagerly, Xiao Tian input Lin Meng's ID, and the compass displayed searching. After a 5-minute wait, the results appeared, southeast, 826 kilometers away. He quickly retrieved his wristband to take a photograph for preservation. Over 800 kilometers was somewhat daunting. The day after tomorrow would bring extreme cold weather. Even if he set off immediately on his mount, it would take at least a day and a night to return. Not only would he have to spend the night outdoors, but the uncertainties of the journey loomed large as well. Next, he inquired about the coordinates of Xiao Tailin and Zhu Wuning. He found no results for Xiao Tailin, likely due to exceeding the 2,000-kilometer range. However, Zhu Wuning's location was successfully identified, also to the southeast and only 300 kilometers away. If he rode swiftly, he could reach it in 2 hours. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Tian's lips as he let out a cold chuckle. Ah, this is rather fortuitous. I can collect some interest first, and if all goes well, perhaps deal with Lin Meng as well. But preparations must be made first. Once the extreme cold weather arrives and the novice protection period ends, I shall act without hesitation. Xiao Tian approached Xiao Qi and inquired, "What have you harvested today? Any special items?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's question, Xiao Qi set aside her tasks and replied, "Today, there was nothing extraordinary. I did manage to acquire a high-priced bronze treasure chest, a silver treasure chest, and 3 rare summoning orders. The rest were basic materials and currency. However, we brought back the carcass of a prairie wolf, which, after processing at the slaughterhouse, yielded 86 pounds of excellent grade meat and 165 pounds of rare grade meat. There were 8 essence drops of high quality, 4 of rare quality, and 3 of excellent quality. The slaughterhouse's yield rate for rare grade essence is quite substantial. Excellent. Arrange for all warriors nearing a breakthrough to consume the essence, particularly Cold Ling. When Uncle Guan returns, ensure the remaining warriors are also accommodated, as we shall be venturing out tomorrow. Furthermore, release all the arrow towers, defensive towers, catapults, and lookout towers. From now on, deploy as many as possible, provided they are of excellent grade or higher, and utilize rare building scrolls for upgrades. With that said, I need to rest for a while. When Uncle Guan returns, have someone summon me." After giving his instructions, Xiao Tian retreated to his room and, taking advantage of the remaining time, fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, with darkness approaching. His subordinate knocked on the door, rousing him to inform that Guan Yidao had returned with the team. Descending the stairs, he discovered that Cold Ling had successfully broken through to the epic level. With a foundational combat power of 418, leveling up requires 168 points, and with the addition of equipment, the combat power reaches 1414 points, falling short when compared to Guan Yidao, primarily due to subpar equipment. Additionally, 2 ordinary level warriors and 2 farmers have also achieved breakthroughs, bringing all of Xiao Tian's subordinates to at least an excellent level. "Your Excellency," Guan Yidao greeted Xiao Tian as he descended the stairs. Xiao Tian smiled upon seeing Guan Yidao and inquired, "Uncle Guan, what treasures have you gathered today?" "Numerous wild fruits and vegetables totaling dozens of pounds, 3 exceptional grade beasts, 16 rare grade beasts, 14 excellent grade beasts, and over 100 ordinary ones, amounting to approximately 3,000 pounds of meat. Furthermore, there are some precious herbs for wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron chests, and 1 silver chest. Additionally, more than 10 dropped items," Guan Yidao promptly replied. Xiao Tian expressed his satisfaction, noting that the exceptional grade food alone would weigh around 1 or 200 pounds, sufficient to feed a group for an extended period. As for anything below exceptional grade, it would now serve for trade, while the ordinary grade would be utilized to nourish the blood-sucking thorns. "Xiao Qi, have the luminous orbs brought back today, along with those from Uncle Guan, been opened? Were there any peculiar findings?" Xiao Tian turned to Xiao Qi and inquired. Holding a list, Xiao Qi approached Xiao Tian and reported, "Your Excellency, I have opened some basic materials, alongside 3 units of exceptional grade Xianjin, 2 rare grade summoning orders, 1 rare grade defense tower, and a blueprint for mount equipment crafting. The remaining items are ordinary tools, of which I have already utilized what was necessary. Indeed, Lung Ling, take the Xianjin and the mount equipment blueprint to find Tai Shixin and see if he can enhance your equipment. He should procure any necessary materials himself. As for the mount equipment, urge Tai Shixin to complete it as soon as possible. The higher the quality, the better. We need at least 20 sets." Guan Yidao, filled with curiosity, asked, "Your Excellency, do we have any significant matters tomorrow?" Retrieving a compass, Xiao Tian replied, "Not tomorrow, but the day after. The novice period will have concluded, and the protective shield will be lifted. We must find someone to collect some interest. Please, Your Excellency, allow Guan to accompany you. I shall charge into battle for you," Guan Yidao proclaimed loudly. Xiao Tian chuckled. "Of course, you shall have your share, as will Xu Jian and Lung Ling. With the blood-sucking thorns present, the shelter will be quite secure." Meanwhile, Lin Meng was conversing with Zhao Tailin. "Have you located Xiao Tian's coordinates yet?" Lin Meng asked. "Do not worry. I've already spent a considerable sum to acquire information from his friends, and soon we shall know," Zhao Tailin assured him. "Who?" Lin Meng inquired. Chapter 77. The new profession of physician Lin Meng appeared exceedingly exhilarated, inadvertently applying pressure with his hand, which elicited a cry of pain from beneath him. Zhao Tailin remarked, "This is your domain. How many subordinates do you currently command? Once the protection period concludes, action can commence. Oomph, that cunning old fox. Noticing Xiao Tian's reluctance to divulge information, Lin Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lin Ming replied, I have 81 subordinates, comprising 8 distinguished warriors, 68 rare-grade warriors, and over 200 elite-grade warriors. What about you? Upon receiving Lin Ming's message, Xiao Tian's pupils involuntarily contracted. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the Green Forest Gang. Xiao Tian stated, I have 95 subordinates, with 7 distinguished warriors, 46 rare-grade warriors, and over 300 elite-grade warriors. You old fox. Do not presume I am unaware of your higher-tier beasts. Everyone has their hidden cards. Both parties were allies, yet simultaneously engaged in mutual scheming. The demise of Xiao Tian signified the fracture of their relationship. On Xiao Tian's side, before dining, he first opened a wooden treasure chest and a black iron chest. Finding nothing of particular note, he entrusted the contents to Xiao Qi for management. He then utilized 5 rare-grade summoning orders. To his surprise, he summoned 2 new professions, one of which was an elite cavalryman, boasting a combat attack enhancement of 20, proficient in both bows and long spears, capable of ranged and melee combat. Fortunately, he had successfully tamed a batch of ink-scaled horned horses. Otherwise, he would have been relegated to a ground cavalryman. There were also 2 rare-grade warriors, both shield-bearers, devoid of weaknesses yet rather mediocre. Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yidao to arrange for 3 warriors. Additionally, he summoned a civilian with no profession. This marked Xiao Tian's second encounter with a civilian. It seemed that civilians possessed considerable potential, akin to Xiao Qi, possessing skills conducive to learning, making him suitable as Xiao Qi's assistant. This arrangement would grant Xiao Qi some respite, as she had been tirelessly working, even causing Xiao Tian, the notorious capitalist, to feel a pang of conscience. Xiao Tian named him Xiao Lu, a young lad just past 18, somewhat bashful in demeanor. Xiao Qi, he will be your assistant from now on. Please mentor him well. Yes, my lord. Xiao Qi exclaimed joyfully, her exuberance startling Xiao Tian, who playfully chided, You needn't shout. I am not deaf. Xiao Qi stuck out her tongue and took Xiao Lu to the crafting station, teaching him how to utilize it. The final individual was a newly emerged profession, critical for the shelter. Unnamed, rare, profession, physician affiliation, Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 0-100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 205 stamina, 100 skills. Healing, consumes 2 stamina points to heal minor injuries. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Traits. Alchemy, proficient in crafting healing potions, restorative elixirs, and detoxification potions equipment. Alchemy Furnace Elite, combat power 1, alchemy efficiency 10. Alchemy success rate 10. Note: owning an alchemy pavilion can enhance the physician's efficiency. A high-quality alchemy pavilion can assist the physician in breakthroughs and enable learning of potion formulas. You shall henceforth be called Yao Yi. Please share what materials you excel in for potion crafting. This is Xiao Qi, the steward of the shelter. She will assist you in gathering supplies if you lack them. What is the highest quality you can produce? After reviewing the information, Xiao Tian addressed the newly arrived physician, stating, In response to our sovereign, my subordinates can currently only concoct rare-grade elixirs, with a success rate of merely 30. However, if we establish a rare-grade alchemy pavilion, the success rate could be elevated to 60, granting us a 10% chance of producing exceptional grade potions. The physician spoke respectfully. Excellent. You may go and have your meal. Familiarize yourself with the others, and later communicate with Xiao Qi. As for the alchemy pavilion, I shall gather the necessary resources as swiftly as possible. With the increasing number of subordinates, the shelter became increasingly vibrant. After several sumptuous meals, the elite warriors of the Guan Yi team were on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi to distribute the essence of flesh and blood to facilitate their advancement. Fortunately, the breakthrough to elite level was comparatively straightforward. 2 of them succeeded, while the remaining 3, possessing lower potential, could not progress and were thus retained in the shelter. Warriors below the rare grade were no longer permitted to venture outside. These individuals were summoned by him, possessing flesh, blood, and emotions. Deep down, he harbored a profound desire to prevent any loss of life among them. Once he procured the necessary elixirs and extraordinary fruits for breakthroughs, it would not be long before they ventured out. Gong Yi, one of the earlier summoned rare-grade warriors, was merely 10 points shy of breaking through to exceptional grade. Therefore, Xiao Tian instructed him to consume the essence of flesh and blood of exceptional grade, hoping to add another exceptional warrior to their ranks. Gong Yi was exceedingly exhilarated, astonished that the sovereign would allow him to break through first. The unexpected turn of events was overwhelming. After consuming the essence, Gong Yi took a moment to react, as a faint white light emanated from his body, flickering intermittently for nearly 10 minutes. Observing this, Xiao Tian shook his head and sighed. It still falls short. We must await the ripening of the Ling Yuan fruit tomorrow. No sooner had he spoken than Gong Yi was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling white light, achieving success in his endeavor at the last moment. Overjoyed, Gong Yi rose and knelt before Xiao Tian, expressing, "Thank you, sovereign, for your support. I vow to protect you with my life." No need to speak of death so readily. Listen carefully. I have invested so much in you all to help me reach the ultimate goal, and none of you are permitted to perish. Rise. Xiao Tian gestured emphatically, addressing everyone present. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with excitement. Yes, sovereign. Their loyalty surged, with several becoming devoted followers. Once Xiao Tian concluded his tasks and examined a storage cabinet, he noted that the small shop had 200 slots available for selling goods. While the storage was nearing its capacity, it was not yet full. He reminded Xiao Qi to procure another cabinet. Upon exiting the shelter into the brilliantly lit territory, Nong Yi and his subordinates were diligently toiling. Due to the abundance of ordinary grade products such as life grass, cotton, and other herbs planted in rare grade fields, coupled with fertilization, the maturation period was remarkably short. Nong Yi had now organized 3 shifts, and with 8 farmers working, the situation became somewhat chaotic. Noticing this, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter and approached Xiao Qi, saying, "The development of our territory is progressing too rapidly. We still lack sufficient farmers. How many elite-grade summon orders do we have?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry, Xiao Qi immediately opened the list for review, removing 2 elite-grade summon orders from the auction and presenting them along with 4 others in her possession. "Sovereign, all the orders are here. Shall we proceed with the acquisition?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian spoke. "Let us recruit another batch, perhaps an additional 10 to 15 farmers, to alleviate the workload of Farmer E and the others. A 3-shift system is not sustainable. Over time, it becomes overwhelming and excessively laborious." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Tian activated the summoning order, unexpectedly receiving 2 farmers and 2 archers, along with a skilled blacksmith apprentice, a delightful surprise. After providing a brief introduction to the shelter, Xiao Tian led the 5 individuals out, first entrusting the blacksmith apprentice to Tai Shixin, who could assist in repairing the soldier's equipment durability. Subsequently, he summoned Bu Yi to take the 2 archers while he guided the 2 farmers to the fields. "Farmer Yi, please make the necessary arrangements. We have recruited 2 more and will enlist another batch tomorrow." Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Farmer Yi, who was bent over harvesting, promptly replied, "That is splendid. I was just about to bring this up with you, as the additional farmland has made things rather hectic." "Rest well," Xiao Tian remarked. "Indeed, take an early rest," and began to stroll through the territory. After a brief slumber, he awoke to find numerous new constructions within the territory. Xiao Qi had already positioned all the tower facilities around, albeit of fine quality. Their abundance allowed for relentless output, which was quite commendable. Glancing at the team chat, he noticed the lively discussion among the members, particularly invigorated by Wang Lulu's presence, which had notably brightened the atmosphere, especially Lu Si, the usually reserved individual, who had become quite chatty. Just then, Lu Si tagged him, inquiring about Wu Ming. It occurred to Xiao Tian that he had yet to reach out, so he sent a message to Wu Ming. "Xiao Tian, Brother Naked, are you busy? I need to discuss something with you." Chapter 78. How can one hesitate? Noticing that Wu Ming had yet to respond, Xiao Tian opened the team chat and replied to Lucy. Xiao Tian, Wu Ming hasn't replied yet. You all seem to be having a splendid time. Lucy, I never realized you were so talkative. You've certainly made Wang Lulu quite cheerful. Li Weiwei, indeed. He rarely converses with us. I assumed he was merely shy and reserved. It seems he just hadn't encountered the right crowd. Ultimately, we must not be exceptional enough. Lucy, I was merely concerned about Wang Lulu feeling self-conscious. After a lively exchange, Xiao Tian shared the information regarding the summon healer with the group, urging them to keep an eye on the alchemy pavilion, as they might seek his services in the future. He also gathered some new intelligence. The shelters are separated by a distance of 10 kilometers, a fact verified by many. Furthermore, Li Weiwei and Wang Chu had encountered extraterrestrial races. Li Weiwei faced a troglodyte, a terrifying creature devoid of eyes, yet possessing remarkable hearing. Fortunately, her subordinates were formidable, allowing them to resolve the situation effortlessly, discovering magical crystals in the process. Wang Chu encountered a toxic spirit race, a repugnant being covered in pus-filled sores, exuding lethal poison. After being slain, it would self-detonate, and a seasoned warrior was inadvertently splattered with its blood, which rapidly corroded him to mere bones. Thankfully, the numbers they faced were not overwhelming. Thus far, only rare-level creatures had been discovered. He cautioned everyone to exercise caution when venturing out before exiting the chat, as Wu Ming had finally messaged him. Wu Ming, big brother, if there's anything I can assist with, I am at your service, but please, refrain from calling me naked brother. I have been clothed for many years now. A testament to his experience in the world, Wu Ming's words were astute, causing Xiao Tian to chuckle at the latter part of his message. Xiao Tian, there's nothing I need your help with at the moment. Lucy has recommended you for my team. You know Wang Lulu, right? She speaks highly of you, hence my inquiry into your willingness to join. Xiao Tian elaborated on the team members, their roles and responsibilities to Wu Ming. It wasn't long before Wu Ming replied. Wu Ming, given such advantages, I am certainly willing. If you hold me in high regard, I shall strive to prove my worth. Xiao Tian, very well, I shall add you to the team now. However, I must inform you that, like Wang Lulu, you will be on probation. Should you not meet our standards, you may be removed from the team. Wu Ming understood. I comprehend. Xiao Tian then invited Wu Ming to join the team, but just as he intended to engage with everyone further, his mother unexpectedly initiated a video call. He could only exchange a few brief words before exiting the chat. He then activated the family connection ring and connected the video. Mother, what is it? Noticing an unusual emotion in his mother's demeanor, Xiao Tian inquired anxiously. Li Yue, her eyes reddened, said, I had someone take your sister away. I wanted to ask you, has your father's leg been amputated? Do not attempt to deceive me. I saw the screenshot you sent today. Since his mother had discovered the truth, Xiao Tian decided to be candid. Mother, since you are aware, I shall no longer conceal it. I too recognized it through the reflection of the weapon in the image. I have procured a potion for limb regeneration and will send it to father tomorrow. Everything will be fine. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Li Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her, patting her chest as she said, That is good. That is good. Fortunately, you found him just in time. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom the consequences. Regrettably, I'm unable to video chat with him and can only communicate through text. Linlin yearns to see her father, but cannot. Rest assured, dear mother, my search token can still be upgraded. Perhaps after an upgrade, we will finally meet. Xiao Tian reassured her. Indeed, today, Linlin opened a treasure chest and obtained something remarkable, which I will send to you shortly. Do not worry about me, mother. Qinliang is also on the verge of a breakthrough tomorrow, and today I have gained 2 more rare-grade subordinates. After ending the call, good night. Once the video was closed, Li Yue he promptly sent over the item, leaving Xiao Tian astonished, as it was precisely what he required. Return scroll. Rare must be bound to a shelter in advance. Upon use, it teleports the user and all units within a 2-meter radius back to the shelter, taking 5 seconds to execute and cannot be interrupted. With a teleportation distance of 1,000 kilometers, it can be used 5 times. Xiao Tian calculated that approximately 12 square meters could accommodate around 50 people in a normal standing position, though if he included the centaurs, He could only teleport a maximum of 12. Nevertheless, it sufficed. This item for Mother was indeed a timely blessing, allowing Lin Meng to join in the cleanup as well. Tomorrow, he could further enhance it. An exceptional grade should prove even more formidable with a broader range. Suddenly, his wristband buzzed incessantly. Upon opening it, he realized that the members of his team were all INGM. Xiao Tian, what is it? Li Weiwei, Brother Xiao. Everyone is discussing when we can gather at your shelter. After all, you possess the summoning skill. The group became animated, all expressing a desire to visit Xiao Tian's shelter. He found it difficult to decline, yet the timing was not opportune. Thus, he replied, "How about tomorrow morning at 9? The day after will bring frigid weather, and I do not know if we will be able to venture outside." After conferring with the group, he exited the chat. Since the team members would be coming tomorrow, there were certain matters Xiao Tian preferred to keep concealed. He could not relocate the buildings, but he could transfer personnel. He planned to have Guan Yidao lead a squad of warriors to scout the southeast direction early the next morning, discreetly avoiding the team members. Standing before the shelter, clutching the epic grade building upgrade blueprint, Xiao Tian had already deliberated for half an hour on which structure to apply to: the well, the beacon tower, the breeding grounds, the vegetable greenhouse, and the sole exceptional grade farmland. Each of these 5 was of utmost importance. Ultimately, Xiao Tian resolved to use it on the beacon tower, and his reasoning was singular: healing. Approaching the beacon tower, he clicked to use the upgrade. A dazzling white light enveloped the entire structure, causing it to rise continuously until it reached a height of 50 meters, adorned with mysterious patterns through which streams of white light coursed. Upon completion of the upgrade, under the radiant illumination, his previously weary body felt invigorated in an instant, the fatigue dissipating completely. Is it truly this powerful? Xiao Tian was taken aback and opened the panel to check. The Radiant Tower, Epic, Auxiliary Type, Trait 1. Illumination. Dispels darkness within a radius of 150 meters centered around the Radiant Tower. Trait 2. Restoration. Rapidly restores stamina and injuries within a radius of 150 meters centered around the Radiant Tower. Trait 3. Life's Anthem. Instantly heals all injuries of a designated creature. Cooldown time, 36 hours. Trait 4. Light Shield. Generates a protective barrier, requires manual activation, with a radius of 100 meters. The shield possesses an energy value of 10,000, rendering attacks of rare grade and below ineffective, reducing damage from rare grade attacks by 1, exceptional grade attacks by 10, and epic grade attacks by 100. It regenerates 1 point of energy per minute and can be replenished using light crystals. Note: an eternal engine. Once acquired, the night is as bright as day. As long as there is breath, one shall not perish. What a thrill! Aside from the unchanged Trait 1, the restoration capability has transformed from rapid to exceedingly swift. No wonder I felt invigorated in an instant earlier. With such vitality, could I not assign more tasks to my subordinates? Xiao Tian abruptly shook his head, tapping the back of his skull, murmuring to himself. How could I hesitate? Feeling so revitalized and unable to sleep, idleness would be dreadfully boring. I must engage in more labor. The cooldown time for Life's Anthem has been halved, and an additional feature akin to a defensive tower has been added, effectively providing another layer of protection to the sanctuary. With the current defensive strength of the sanctuary, Xiao Tian truly could not conceive of any adversary capable of breaching it. Just as Xiao Tian was admiring the Radiant Tower, a voice from behind interrupted him. "Lord, you must take a look at Little Black." Chapter 79. Bloodline Evolution. As Xiao Tian gazed intently at the mysterious patterns, he was abruptly roused from his reverie by a question from behind. "What is it?" Xiao Qi inquired, her expression tense. "It's Xiao He. Just now, Xiao Fong fed it a piece of exquisite meat when it was hungry, but after eating, it started writhing in agony." "What? Quickly lead me to it." Upon regaining his composure, Xiao Tian felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this creature would become the pinnacle of their sanctuary's combat strength, considering that the Liver Emperor would not initiate an attack. They rushed into the sanctuary, where a few subordinates were gathered, while Xiao Fong stood nervously in place, evidently at a loss. Xiao Tian pushed through the crowd and found Xiao He rolling on the ground, blood oozing from the protruding areas on its head and back. Remarkably, it had doubled in size since he last saw it that day. He opened the panel to examine it. Dragon Rock Lizard, legendary, bloodline evolution in progress. Encountering this situation for the first time left Xiao Tian utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. He turned to Xiao Fang. What did Xiao He consume? Xiao Fang, on the verge of tears from anxiety over potential mistakes, replied. Xiao He was incessantly yapping and tugging at my pant leg. Thinking it was hungry, I gave it a piece of meat from the storage cabinet, only to realize after it had eaten that I had mistakenly given it the flesh of a fire spirit salamander. After that, it transformed into this. It's all right. Do not blame yourself. It is merely evolving. It will be fine shortly. Xiao Tian reassured her. They waited for a full 2 hours, and, as the clock struck midnight, while most were resting, the others remained invigorated, unable to sleep. Those who had work to do busied themselves, while the idle warriors, under Guan Yidao's guidance, found a vacant space to practice. Suddenly, Xiao Tian was drawn from his thoughts by a sharp cry from Xiao He and rose to investigate. At that moment, Xiao He appeared to be in great distress. The swollen flesh on its head had ruptured, and 2 small horns had begun to sprout. On its back, 2 bulges emerged, their nature indiscernible. This torment continued for half an hour, during which the horns grew to 5 centimeters, and the bulges gradually unfurled, revealing themselves to be wings. With the evolution complete, Xiao He lay weakly on the ground, panting and calling feebly. Observing this, Xiao Tian instructed his subordinates to fetch hot water, while he produced a piece of exquisite meat to feed Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He had grown to 60 centimeters in length. With a tail measuring over 50 centimeters, it had more than doubled in size since the morning. In mere moments, the piece of meat was devoured in 2 bites. And still, it begged for more. Xiao Tian fed it 3 additional pieces and provided it with a basin of water before it finally felt satiated. You have quite the appetite. I fear I may not be able to afford your sustenance. Xiao Tian chuckled, taking a towel from Xiao Fang to gently wipe Xiao He. After cleaning it, and with the restorative effects of a light tower, Xiao He became exceptionally lively, scampering around Xiao Tian's feet. Watching the winged creature dash about, Xiao Tian found it amusing, resembling a featherless chicken. Leading Xiao He outside the sanctuary, he wished to see it take flight. It was then that he realized midnight had passed. This marked the final day of the novice period. Today marks the refresh of enhancement opportunities. I have yet to enhance a living creature. Should I give it a try? Xiao Tian gazed at the little black creature, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice, causing the creature to tremble in fear. Let us give it a try. After all, there is nothing to lose in failure. With that, he focused on the little black one and initiated the enhancement process. Enhancement target, Dragon Rock Lizard confirm? A prompt appeared. Enhancing living beings carries unpredictable and mutable outcomes. It may result in a normal upgrade in quality or a genetic mutation leading to a new species, thereby dissolving its allegiance. Wait, cancel. Xiao Tian, who had initially been indifferent, was startled and hastily called off the enhancement. The thought of transforming it into another species and losing its allegiance within his territory was daunting. It could very well result in the emergence of a mythic-level monster, which would surely spell disaster for him. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he patted his chest in relief, not for sparing the little black creature, but rather for avoiding a reckless enhancement of himself. He had always lacked sufficient opportunities for enhancement. Had he proceeded, a genetic mutation resulting in an extra limb might have been acceptable, but the thought of sprouting additional appendages sent a shiver down his spine. Little Black, show me your flight, he commanded as they reached an open space. True to its legendary lineage, the creature understood him instantly. Standing upright and unfurling its nearly 1 meter wide wings with an air of majesty, it bore a striking resemblance to a celestial dragon, leaving Xiao Tian to ponder what it might evolve into as it matured. The little black creature gathered strength in its limbs, flapping its wings vigorously, stirring a tempest of wind that swept up dust and debris around them. Xiao Tian watched with exhilaration, anticipating its ascent. The creature surged forward, only to continue running in circles, leaving Xiao Tian bewildered, with a few dried grasses stuck in his hair. Upon returning from its circular dash, the little black one gazed up at its master with wide eyes, eager for praise. For heaven's sake, I asked you to fly, not to prance around. Xiao Tian erupted in frustration. He glanced at the stairs leading up to the edge of the bright tower, seizing the little black creature and dragging it toward the summit. Atop the tower, Xiao Tian glared fiercely at the little black one and declared, "Either you fly down, or I will kick you off." Chapter 80. The flight of Little Black gazed in terror at the ground below, the sheer drop of several dozen meters causing its limbs to tremble uncontrollably, while its forelegs clung desperately to the railing atop the tower. Ultimately, under the coercion of its cruel master, Little Black closed its eyes, a single crimson tear escaping, and, gritting its teeth, leapt into the abyss. Xiao Tian held no concerns. After all, the nature of the radiant tower assured that as long as there was breath in its body, death was a distant notion. He perched at the edge, watching as Little Black descended, initially in a state of panic. Once it plunged into the void, Little Black flapped its wings fervently. Although it did not ascend, it landed gently and scathed. Opening its eyes, Little Black was astonished to find itself unharmed. Feeling invigorated, it climbed back up to the tower's pinnacle and leapt once more. This time, it was far more prepared, understanding to flap its wings in advance, gliding several meters before touching down. Gradually gaining confidence, Little Black attempted flight repeatedly, soaring further each time. A crowd gathered below, cheering it on. Xiao Tian called out, "Little Black, fly around the territory, but do not venture outside." With a resounding howl, Little Black leapt down, this time executing the maneuver with remarkable ease. Halfway through its descent, it successfully took flight, gaining stability as it circled the territory. Excellent. The crowd erupted in applause, and Little Black responded with a triumphant howl, completing lap after lap. It had mastered the technique, landing steadily atop the tower, eagerly anticipating praise from its master. This time was different. Xiao Tian beamed brightly, unhesitatingly producing a piece of exceptional raw meat to feed it. Fantastic. Eat well and grow quickly. I await the day I can ride you into the skies. The tale of Little Black's flight concluded, and the crowd resumed their tasks. Xiao Tian glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 a.m., yet everyone remained fervently engaged in their work. Despite the relentless energy of the group, including Xiao Tian, sleep was a distant thought. However, staying awake for 24 hours was unsustainable. The potential for mental fatigue loomed large. A solution for the Radiant Tower's restorative properties was imperative. Otherwise, sleep would become obsolete for all. As Xiao Tian pondered this dilemma, he returned to the shelter, while Little Black made the tower's summit its nest, refusing to descend. Upon entering the shelter, Xiao Qi spoke up, "My lord, I have discovered an intriguing shelter component." Look, curiosity piqued, Xiao Tian took the component, opened it, and gazed at it with an odd expression, contemplating whether his hidden talent was to manifest desires. Shielding Dome, shelter component, capable of negating any positive or negative status effects within the stone house's range, operable manually. Nice. Xiao Tian activated the component. A switch appeared on the inside of the door. Opening it, he felt the inexhaustible energy within him gradually dissipate. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Tian realized this was the correct way to live. He had no desire to emulate a workaholic. Instead, he longed to recline comfortably, ideally all the way to the finals, carried in by his subordinates. Xiao Qi arranged for a team to take the night shift, allowing the others to rest. From now on, aside from the 1-hour switch for meal times, let the shielding dome remain active at all other times. There are matters best left for tomorrow, for now. Let us rest. The restorative powers of the Radiant Tower extend far beyond mere rejuvenation. After being shielded from distractions, Xiao Tian felt a profound sense of relaxation. Upon returning to his room, he lay down and swiftly drifted into slumber, enjoying a deep sleep that lasted until dawn. Despite only 4 hours of rest, he awoke invigorated. Descending the stairs, he encountered the Liver Emperor, who had just begun his meal. Xiao Tian approached and took a seat beside him. "My lord, please sit. Enjoy your meal." The Liver Emperor welcomed him, rising from his seat. noticing the rare occasion of the liver emperor greeting him. Xiao Tian gently urged him to sit back down and poured him a glass of superior quality water. "Did you bring back any animal companions last night?" Xiao Tian inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The liver emperor, however, responded with a grave demeanor. "No, there were no disturbances while mining yesterday. I discovered a damp cave by the riverside and extracted numerous crystals from within." The turtle was quite prudent, retracting its head and leaving me undisturbed. "Impressive." Xiao Tian silently commended him with a thumbs up, choosing not to interrupt the liver emperor's meal further. Xiao Tian collected his own food and joined the warriors at the grand dining table. The farmers and other professions had already finished their meals and returned to their tasks. After breakfast, Xiao Tian glanced at the time. Weather time. Kill zone, year 1, day 7, 7:33 a.m., 27 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 2 to 6 C. Weather, clear. He was surprised to find the temperature had dropped so low. This was the first sunny day he had witnessed in the 7 days since his arrival. Thankfully, he had prepared ample warm clothing, and the lowest quality in his shelter was of fine grade. With his strong constitution, the chill did not affect him in the slightest. "Xiao Qi, please share the findings from yesterday, along with what the liver emperor brought back," Xiao Tian requested as Xiao Qi finished her meal. She walked to the crafting table, retrieved a list, and returned to the dining table. The total value of the currency gathered yesterday amounts to approximately 38 gold coins, with about 5 units of basic materials. We also acquired some fine-grade items. There are few rare items, only 1 vegetable greenhouse and 1 arrow tower. Additionally, we obtained 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. The liver emperor returned with thousands of basic materials, over 30 fire crystals, more than 70 crystal stones, 6 gold crystals, some herbs, and the most precious find, a rare beast spirit fruit, which can enhance animal quality. He also brought back 2 black iron chests and 1 silver chest, but no animal corpses. Xiao Tian had not anticipated the swift acquisition of crystal stones. This would enable the use of many facilities. He had learned from Taisher Xian that the blacksmith workshop also required them, as nearly all structures of superior grade and above depended on crystal stones. Having gathered this information, Xiao Tian immediately sent the elixirs to his father and then initiated a video call. This time, the connection was established swiftly within mere seconds. After 2 days of recuperation, Xiao Xiong appeared much improved, his mood buoyant, and a smile permanently graced his face. Upon answering, he began, "Xiao Tian, so early. Today is the last day. How is your preparation progressing?" "Yes, I am well prepared. However, your communication came too late for me to provide much support. Are you doing well?" Xiao Tian replied with a hint of concern. With a confident wave of his hand, Xiao Xiong declared, "I may not claim to conduct grand business, but I have navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for many years. With the exquisite ginger soup you sent, a unique offering in the entire district, we have only sold fewer than 40 portions thus far. It has already yielded a substantial profit in resources. Not to mention the numerous shelter constructions and components we possess, all of which are of at least superior quality. Furthermore, with the bountiful gains of Shijun and others, we have amassed several dozen pounds of exceptional grade food. Today we have also recruited 3 rare and 2 superior subordinates. One could say we are secure and steadily progressing." Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. "Then I shall rest easy. Ensure you are well prepared with ample warmth and defensive measures. First, consume the elixir. I am eager to observe its effects." "Very well." Xiao Xiong wasted no time and promptly ingested the strengthening bone elixir. Chapter 81. The resurgence of Xiao Xiong upon consuming the elixir. Xiao Xiong let out a piercing scream as 2 waves of heat surged from his abdomen towards his lower limbs. The wounds, which had already begun to heal, ruptured anew, and flesh, muscle, and bone grew at a visible pace. Master, Shijun and his companions, hearing their lord's anguished cries, abandoned their tasks and rushed in. "Do not interfere. My father is in the process of regrowing his severed leg. Stand guard on either side to prevent him from falling," Xiao Tian instructed promptly. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Shijun and the others bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian and complied with his directive, positioning themselves beside Xiao Xiong. For approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Xiong's cries echoed incessantly, the pain akin to having bones scraped and sinews pulled. Even the legendary Guan Yu would have cried out in agony. Gradually, his voice grew hoarse until it became barely audible. Fortunately, the ordeal was nearing its conclusion, with the growth reaching his ankles. As both feet fully materialized, a radiant white light enveloped Xiao Xiong, and black impurities expelled themselves from his pores. There was potential for further advancement, having consumed high-quality sustenance for several days. His physical condition had reached the requisite standard, and with the elixir's potency, he broke through. "Sure, Jun, arrange for hot water," Xiao Tian exclaimed, noticing that the others were still in a daze. Hearing his command, they hurried to make the necessary arrangements, their hearts brimming with joy. Despite their lord's benevolence and the relative weakness of their shelter, the presence of a wealthy young master inspired hope for a more promising future under a whole and capable leader. Once the breakthrough was complete, Xiao Xiong took a moment to recuperate. Having just ascended to a higher tier, his stamina and spirit were revitalized, and he felt quite invigorated. He tenderly examined his newly formed legs, caressing them with a sense of wonder. "Father, is this enough? Have you seen how grimy your lower half is?" Xiao Tian remarked, rolling his eyes. Only then did Xiao Xiong notice the state of his soiled hands, offering an awkward smile as he attempted to rise. However, he wobbled and nearly fell, saved just in time by Shi Jun, prompting him to sit back down. "Your new limbs are still acclimating. You must practice for a few days while they assist you," Xiao Tian said, startled. "I shall share the good news with Mother." Signing off now. After concluding the call, he initiated another video call to Li Wei, and upon connection, he conveyed his father's condition, sharing a specially captured image of the recovering Xiao Xiong. Viewing the image of her husband regaining his leg, Li Wei was unable to contain her tears, covering her mouth in disbelief. After offering her comfort and discussing a few practical matters with her daughter, she concluded the call. It was already 8:30. Preparations needed to be made for the outgoing team to welcome the arriving members. Xiao Tian first opened the chest below silver grade, yielding modest rewards, the best being a single rare summoning token. He subsequently enhanced 2 silver chests, which transformed into 2 golden ones without any surprises. Upon opening them, he obtained 50 pieces of fine iron, 1 blueprint for building upgrades, exquisite, 1 farmland, epic, 2 summoning tokens, rare, 1 summoning token, exquisite, 1 equipment upgrade scroll, epic, and 8 space gems. Counting the summoning tokens in his possession, there were 11 fine-grade tokens, 6 of which were traded from Xiao Qi, along with the newly acquired rare and exquisite tokens for use. He summoned 6 fine-grade farmers, 5 fine-grade warriors, 2 rare-grade warriors, and 1 new class, the adept at caring for animals and training mounts. This individual would oversee the livestock farm, enhancing animal growth by 20. While this may not seem significant, as the farmers could perform these tasks too, they lacked the necessary expertise. They were only capable of feeding the animals. Having a professional was indeed essential. The final exquisite grade warrior bore a name: Lin Feng, exquisite class, 100-man commander affiliation, Xiao Tian level, 0 experience, 0-100 loyalty, 80 combat power, 666, 368-298, stamina, 100-100 skills, spiral thrust, attack power 100, unleashing a lance of energy that pierces the target with rapid rotation, with a range of 30 meters, cooldown time of 30 minutes. Charge, within a 20-meter radius, increases the speed and attack power of allied units by 10, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Traits, charge, leading the charge, boosts morale of allied units. Equipment, rare steel long spear, rare bright armor, rare steel helmet, rare deerskin boots. Evaluation, proficient in skirmishes, suitable for charging into battle. A combat power of 666 is indeed formidable, adding another capable general to his ranks. Xiao Tian noticed that, apart from Guan Yidao, who was exceptionally unique, all summoned exquisite-level talents possessed their own names and exhibited higher potential. After introducing his new subordinate to the situation at the shelter, the fine-grade warriors remained stationed there under the leadership of Bu Yi. He then addressed Guan Yidao, saying, Uncle Guan, Lin Feng, and the newly summoned rare-grade warrior will be assigned to you. Today's mission is to continue searching in the southeast direction. You Lin Feng and Gong, you will ride a rare-grade horned horse together. The remaining warriors will pair with fine-grade ones, focusing on exploration and ensuring the route is thoroughly scouted. Understood, Guan Yidao replied. Xiao Tian then enhanced a fine-grade space ring into a rare-grade one and handed it to Lin Feng. He intended to enhance several fine-grade space rings as long as he had sufficient enhancement opportunities each day. He planned to provide at least 2 space rings to his father, enabling his subordinates to bring back more resources during their hunts. Lord, we are ready to depart. At that moment, Guan Yidao returned from the blacksmiths after equipping the newly recruited warriors, addressing Xiao Tian. The team led by Guan Yidao, along with Lin Feng and Gong Yizhua, boasts 6 rare-grade warriors, all equipped with rare-grade gear. Although their numbers are similar to yesterday, their strength is vastly different. Go, return before nightfall. Receiving Xiao Tian's reply, Guan Yidao mounted his horse and set off at a brisk pace towards the southeast. Master, we can no longer accommodate everyone on the first floor. How shall we arrange it? While watching Guan Yidao's team depart, Xiao Tian heard Xiao Qi's voice from behind. He quickly calculated, excluding the 9 from Guan Yidao's team. There were 8 from Lung Ling's team, 13 elite warriors from Bu Yi's guard, 14 farmers including Nong, 1 chef, 2 blacksmiths, 1 herdsman, 1 physician, Xiao Qi and her 2 assistants, and he nearly forgot the old liver emperor. In just 7 days, he had unknowingly summoned over 50 individuals. Xiao Qi. For the 8 rooms on the upper floor, you and Lung Ling can share one. Xiao Fang can share with Guan Yidao and Shunshan Lin Feng. Nong, Bu Yi, and Gong Yi can share another. Iron Stoneheart can share 1 room, and Xiao Lu can share with Yao Yi. By the way, what name will you give the herdsman? Xiao Tian recalled at last, as he had relinquished the naming rights to Xiao Qi due to his struggles with it. Lin Mu. Xiao Qi replied, very well, he will stay with Xiao Lu and Yao Yi. The remaining 3 rooms will accommodate the 12 rare-grade warriors, with 8 men and 4 women. It fits perfectly with 4 in each room. In the future, if there are newcomers, the exceptional grade will be arranged on the 2nd floor. If space is insufficient, you and Guan Yidao's team will move to the larger room. Having finalized the arrangements, Xiao Tian stepped outside the shelter, ready to summon the team members. Are you all prepared? I'm about to gather everyone, he inquired in the team chat. After receiving responses from a group, he clicked to summon them. Within seconds, beams of white light flashed as 6 team members arrived one after another. Wow, is this the shelter of Brother Xiao? So many buildings. Look at that tower. It's so tall. You all must see the shelter. It dwarfs mine. Upon arrival, the group exclaimed in awe at the unfamiliar structures, while a few individuals remained silent, seemingly engaged in messaging someone. Chapter 82. The reunion of the squad. Coordinates leaked with a gentle clap. Xiao Tian playfully struck the silent figure beside him. Smiling as he spoke, what are you thinking about? You must be Wu Ming, right? The man, approximately 35 years of age, possessed an upright demeanor, reminiscent of a chivalrous character from Water Margin. Seemingly startled, he stammered, hello, Captain. I am indeed Wu Ming. I was just responding to a friend's plea for help and got lost in thought. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, why be so formal? I am hardly a fierce figure. I merely wish to familiarize myself with everyone. Among the group stood the youngest boy, towering at 1.8 meters with a well-proportioned physique. His youthful face bore an innocent gaze, and Xiao Tian approached him. You seem rather shy. At just over 10 years old, you must be Ning Yuanghua. Greetings, young Ning. At this moment, Ning Yuanghua, no longer shy, radiated warmth as he smiled back. Hello, Brother Xiao. It is wonderful to finally meet you. Next, Xiao Tian made his way to 2 young women, both around 20 years old, yet possessing distinct qualities. One exuded youthful exuberance, embodying a vibrant campus spirit, Li Weiwei. The other, however, radiated a captivating allure. Xiao Tian's mind momentarily flickered with a thought. Li Weiwei, Wang Lulu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Hello, Brother Xiao. Your shelter is magnificent, Li Weiwei exclaimed dramatically, to which Wang Lulu added with a smile, hello, Captain. Before falling silent, She conveyed a message with a nod, indicating she had been introduced. Understanding her cue, Xiao Tian awkwardly approached another man, around 30 years of age, whose robust physique and weathered face suggested a life of arduous labor. He threw an arm around the man's shoulder, warmly exclaiming, "Brother Wang Chu, it is a delight to finally meet you. I never imagined Lu Si was a beauty." After greeting Wang Chu, he turned to Lu Si and said, "Hmm?" Instantly, everyone froze, gazing at him in disbelief. Wang Chu shook off Xiao Tian's arm, stepping back to clarify, "Captain, I am Lu Si. She is Wang Chu." "What?" Xiao Tian gasped in astonishment, feeling as if a good friend had returned from abroad, transformed into a beauty. Laughter erupted among the group, and Wang Lulu's exuberant laughter only heightened the hilarity, leaving Wu Ming and Lu Si in wide-eyed shock. It was no surprise that Xiao Tian had been under the impression that Wang Chu was a man, as he rarely participated in the group discussions. While the others were well aware of her true identity, Wang Chu approached Xiao Tian confidently, teasingly gazing at him with a slight smile. "Hello, Brother Xiao." Xiao Tian, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Hello, Sister Wang Chu." "Oh, no longer calling me Brother Wang Chu?" She teased further. In an effort to shift the topic and alleviate the tension, Xiao Tian quickly declared, "Everyone, follow me. I shall give you a tour of my shelter." Xiao Tian first led everyone to the top of the stone wall, circling around the territory. As they observed the geographical location of Xiao Tian's sanctuary, they couldn't help but marvel at their good fortune. Li Weiwei remarked, "My sanctuary is situated at the foot of a mountain, surrounded on 3 sides, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. However, it is rather small, spanning less than 10,000 square meters, while yours boasts a staggering 40,000 square meters. Thus, I have been meticulous in my selections, only opting for structures of rare grade or above. Even the city gate is of exceptional quality." For a moment, silence enveloped the group. It felt less like praise and more like a display of wealth. Wang Lulu lamented, "My sanctuary is also at the foot of a mountain. Yet my flat area is less than 1,000 square meters, surrounded by towering trees that reach several dozen meters high. Wild beasts roam freely, and I rarely dare to venture out. I previously hired an excellent grade farmer to fell some trees, but he was bitten to death after just a short while." One by one, they shared the terrain of their sanctuaries, expressing their envy for Xiao Tian's domain. Ning Yuan, located halfway up a rocky mountain, had limited flat land but enjoyed safety and defensibility, spending most of the time either mining stones or hunting. Wang Chu resided at the edge of swamp, where food and basic materials were relatively abundant, albeit with an abundance of wild beasts, relying on hunting for sustenance. Lu Si and Wu Ming were situated in a dense forest, rich in resources but with limited flat land, necessitating tree felling to expand their territory. Lu Si had the advantage of being near a river, accompanied by a vast bamboo grove. Xiao Tian took the time to explain the many unfamiliar structures to them, aiding their future development. However, he withheld information on certain peculiar structures, such as the blood-sucking thorn, which they failed to notice in its inactive state, and the beacon tower, as its illuminating function was not discernible during the day. They merely felt invigorated and immensely curious. "Have you constructed vegetable greenhouses? They are of utmost importance, as temperatures plummet past noon, making cultivation impossible without them." Everyone had built 1 or 2, except for Wang Lulu, who lacked space for construction. Nevertheless, her farmers were diligently chopping wood, and she hoped to have one ready before nightfall. Upon entering the sanctuary, they learned from Xiao Tian that he had utilized a sanctuary expansion scroll, a concept none of them had encountered before, not even Li Weiwei. The myriad components within Xiao Tian's sanctuary astonished everyone. The living facilities surpassed even those of Blue Star, offering unparalleled comfort. While Li Weiwei possessed a number of components, the others had at most 2 or 3. It was also their first time discovering the function of crystal stones. Xiao Tian produced a handful of fire crystals to present as a greeting gift, and Li Weiwei disdainfully replied, "I don't want them. I already have 5 exceptional grade ones in my space." Meanwhile, Xiao Tailin had established contact with Lin Ming, stating, "I've found the coordinates. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Chapter 83. The abandoned sanctuary. Lin Meng received the news and, with a face twisted in excitement, pushed aside the injured woman before him. Excellent. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a grand endeavor, Lin Meng declared. We will depart promptly at 8 a.m. I cannot bear to wait even a moment longer. Please send me the exact coordinates. Xiao Tian cautioned. There's no need to rush. Zhu Wuning's sanctuary is not far. It will be prudent to first visit him and then proceed discreetly. Are you not concerned that the opponent may possess formidable strength and eliminate you in an instant? Lin Meng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. No one knew the true extent of Xiao Tian's sanctuary, and if they were to teleport directly into his lair, it would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor from which there would be no return. Lin Meng inquired, what information do we have about Xiao Tian's sanctuary? Have we gathered any intelligence? Xiao Tian replied, the adversary provided the coordinates, but has since ceased communication. Hence, I believe it wise to first visit Zhu Wuning's sanctuary. The two engaged in a detailed discussion, deliberating various aspects of their plan. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was merrily attending to his guests, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Gome, taste the rare ingredients freshly harvested in my sanctuary and this exquisite level meat. Xiao Tian warmly invited everyone, while Cold Ling's team had been dispatched nearby to practice horsemanship. Wow, this dish is delightful. Sister Xiao Fong, your culinary skills are remarkable. I must summon a chef of my own. The vivacious Li Wei, having quickly mingled with the women in the sanctuary, exclaimed. With only Xiao Qi keeping her company, the others were engrossed in their tasks. Xiao Tian introduced Xiao Qi to the guests, saying, this is my chief steward, a professional caretaker who assists me in operating various facilities and managing trade channels. If you have never encountered a professional transfer scroll, take heed. She obtained her role through such a scroll. Everyone listened intently to Xiao Tian's words. The insights of a trailblazing figure could potentially propel them further along their journeys. Once satiated, the group reclined on the sofas, indulging in leisurely conversation. I Haven Tea enjoyed a meal this delicious in ages, Ning Yuan remarked, rubbing his belly. For someone of his age, food was paramount. Prior to joining the team, he had traded most of his resources for sustenance. Fortunately, Xiao Tian later provided him with 2 equipment blueprints, allowing him to amass some wealth and gradually acquire resources. No one mocked him, as they too were feeling the effects of their bounteous meal. Captain, why does your sanctuary seem to consist mainly of farmers, with only a single team of elite warriors? The defense seems lacking. I have 2 rare-level warriors. Wu Ming inquired curiously. They were sent out to practice horsemanship when you arrived this morning. Just yesterday, I managed to tame a herd of horses, acquiring quite a number. Horses? Wang Chu's eyes sparkled at the mention. Growing up in a horse farm, she was intimately familiar with these majestic creatures. She stood up and asked, Captain, may I accompany you to see the horses? Xiao Tian smiled, replying, of course. If you wish, I could even gift you one. In the morning, the livestock manager reported that 4 mares were already pregnant, and with the benefits of an exceptional breeding farm, they would likely give birth within a week. As long as Xiao Nu put in the effort, the herd's numbers would surely multiply several times. Soon, Xiao Tian led them to the breeding farm, where they beheld a dozen adult horses and several foals. Sparking curiosity among the group, Li Wei inquired first, Captain, you say these are horses? Are you jesting? Xiao Tian opened the panel to elucidate. Indeed, they are horses, though of a breed native to this world, the Mo Lin Jiao horse. Naturally, they cannot be compared to the horses of Blue Star. Just then, at noon, Lung Ling returned with her team. My lord, the group dismounted and saluted Xiao Tian. I can't believe my eyes. 1 epic level, 1 exceptional level, and the rest all rare level. Wang Lulu whispered to Li Wei from behind. The group was momentarily speechless, though Li Wei was not, as she possessed similar strength. Xiao Tian then introduced Lung Ling and Dunshan to them. Observing their expressions, he felt a swell of pride. If they knew he had another team and a mythic-level subordinate, they would surely be astounded. This is my general, the sharpshooter Lung Ling, and this is my personal bodyguard. Dunshan, once you finish your meal, I shall take you on a tour. First, you may choose a horse to practice with. He then instructed Lung Ling and the others to bring the horses into the farm before heading to dine. Watching the excited commotion, Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Unexpectedly, Wang Chu mounted a horse with grace, performing various complex maneuvers. However, everyone had reached a refined level of skill, and even the seemingly delicate Wang Lulu quickly mastered the techniques, managing to ride competently. After a while, Lung Ling led the team back. Xiao Tian called out to them, "Prepare to set off. I will take you out for a stroll." Upon reaching the city gates, Wang Lulu remarked, "Captain, those thorns on the fence are quite unique, adorned with many large flower buds." Smiling, Xiao Tian replied, "I initially thought the thorns would provide some protective function, so I planted them. Now let us depart." This time, Xiao Tian chose the southern route behind a shelter across the boundless grasslands. Under Lung Ling's guidance, the group galloped majestically across the prairie. The horses moved swiftly, covering several dozen kilometers in just an hour. Along the way, they spotted a few shelters but chose not to disturb them, opting instead to navigate around while discreetly noting their coordinates. The fortunate inhabitants of the grasslands were not faring well, with scarce resources and numerous wild beasts. The few they encountered had not even upgraded to intermediate wooden houses, leaving uncertainty about how many would survive the night. Suddenly, Lung Ling noticed something and signaled for the team to halt. Approaching Xiao Tian, she reported, "My lord, about 10 kilometers ahead, thick smoke is rising. Should we investigate?" Xiao Tian moved to the front of the group and gazed into the distance, where it appeared to be the edge of another forest with several tall mountains, the smoke billowing from their base. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Tian decided to explore further. Soon, the group arrived at a nearby location, which turned out to be the ruins of a shelter, a substantial site featuring an upscale wooden cabin. It appeared that the shelter's owner had once thrived. Alas, it had collapsed. The thick smoke visible in the distance indicated that the wooden structure was ablaze. Xiao Tian and the others dismounted to investigate, only to find bloodstains scattered throughout the territory, yet no bodies in sight. As they approached the ruins of the shelter, a notification suddenly appeared on their wristbands. "Abandoned shelter detected. Would you like to dismantle it?" This was the first time Xiao Tian had encountered such an option and was surprised to learn that a shelter could be dismantled. Dismantle! With that command, beams of white light flickered, and the shelter along with its facilities vanished. Were it not for the bloodstains on the ground, one might have thought it all a mere illusion. They received resources: 115 units of wood, 2 ordinary farmland plots, 1 ordinary well, and 1 superior arrow tower. These were all rather commonplace items. With a look of disdain, Xiao Tian inquired, "Does anyone want these?" Ultimately, it was Wang Lulu who accepted them, as her resources were the scarcest. At that moment, the scout, Lung Ling, returned and addressed Xiao Tian, "My lord, bloodstains have been discovered ahead, extending all the way to the foot of the mountain. There are numerous tracks from unknown creatures." Chapter 84. The Unknown Creature. Let us proceed. Under the lead of Lung Ling, a group of individuals rode their horses, following the peculiar tracks they had discovered. The footprints were distinctly triangular, formed by 2 front toes and a semicircular heel. Xiao Tian's grandfather had once raised sheep, and the prints bore a striking resemblance, albeit considerably larger, more than double the size, and deeply imprinted, indicating a bipedal creature. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where amidst the underbrush, a path had been deliberately cleared, leading to the rear of the mountain. After a brief exploration, Lung Ling returned to Xiao Tian and informed him, "My lord, ahead lies thick vegetation. We must dismount and proceed on foot." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian addressed Li Weiwei and the others behind him. "We are still uncertain of the creature's identity, but I surmise it is undoubtedly an extraterrestrial being and in great numbers. Consider whether you wish to accompany me." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Li Weiwei and Wang Chu displayed eagerness, while Ning Yuan remained calm, seemingly prepared to follow. Wu Ming, with a pat on his chest, declared, "I fear nothing. I will accompany the captain." To Xiao Tian's surprise, Lu Si, despite his imposing stature, shrank back to join Wang Lulu, both exhibiting signs of trepidation. Lu Si stammered, "Is it possible not to go? I rarely engage in combat." It would be easier if my subordinates were present. I would feel more secure. Wang Lulu's fear was understandable for a girl, but Lucy's reaction disappointed Xiao Tian. Suddenly, it dawned on Xiao Tian that the contract team had yet to undergo enhancement, and he wondered if it was possible. He instructed everyone to wait and stepped aside to activate his innate enhancement. The enhancement was successful, and the functions of the contract team transformed. While the name remained unchanged, the content had evolved. Xiao Tian opened the panel to examine the details. Contract team, 1 captain, 12 members team aura. When 2 or more members are together, an aura is triggered, increasing combat power by 10 team chat. Members can chat freely and trade without restrictions. Team hall, hall area of 100 square meters. All members can enter freely, but combat status prohibits entry. Team warehouse, all members may donate supplies for the use of all teammates. Team rescue, any member can issue a distress signal. Others can choose to teleport up to 2 subordinates to their side. Cooldown time, 24 hours, returns unrestricted. Captain's authority, 1, with member consent, can teleport up to 5 subordinates to a sanctuary. Cooldown time, 24 hours, returns unrestricted. 2, with member consent, can summon all members to their side, with each member able to summon up to 2 subordinates. Cooldown time, 24 hours, returns unrestricted. 3, recruit or expel members, appoint a new captain. Note, team members cannot attack one another. Xiao Tian was astonished. The changes were substantial. Not only had several functions been added, but he could now bring along subordinates. And the number of members had increased by 3. As captain, he could transport 5 subordinates, and the team aura was impressive. Glancing at his own attributes, he noted an increase of over 20 points in combat power. If this is the case, could the sanctuary also be enhanced? Xiao Tian pondered, planning to experiment upon his return. Returning joyfully to his team, he addressed them with enthusiasm. I have just upgraded our contract squad. Take a look. Curiosity piqued. The group eagerly opened their panels, gasping in astonishment. Li Weiwei was the most expressive, frequently glancing up at Xiao Tian with eyes that seemed to sprout 2 question marks. All right, we can delve into the details later. Let's first gather our subordinates. The more hands we have, the better. Xiao Tian checked the time and urged the others, prompting everyone to summon their 2 strongest subordinates. Ning Yuangu, Wu Ming, and Lu Si performed admirably, each accompanied by 2 rare-grade warriors. Wang Lulu was slightly less impressive, with 1 rare and 1 excellent warrior. Li Weiwei's companions were particularly remarkable. 1 epic-grade shield-bearer and 1 outstanding-grade archer, both strikingly beautiful women adorned in high-level equipment. Their combat prowess rivaling that of Lung Ling. Lastly, they turned their gaze to Wang Chu, whose subordinates elicited peculiar looks from the group. 1 was outstanding grade and the other rare grade, both towering nearly 2 meters tall with bulging biceps reminiscent of giants, armed with a massive axe and a round shield. Their strength was formidable. What kind of looks are those? The summoned warriors are not under my control, Wang Chu exclaimed, feeling unsettled under their scrutiny. Hey, it's nothing. We're just surprised by how robust your subordinates are, came the response. Don't be angry, Wang Chu. Xiao Tian quickly intervened to ease the tension. The group soon realized their admiration for Wang Chu's subordinates, with Wang Lulu's eyes sparkling as she remarked, if only I could summon 2 like them. The sense of security would be overwhelming. Lulu, I can also do that. Lu Si chimed in, flexing his biceps. The others simply shook their heads, ignoring him. Xiao Tian assigned 1 rare-grade subordinate to remain behind, and with the exception of Li Weiwei, everyone left 1 subordinate to guard the horses. Without further delay, they set off along a narrow path, led by Lung Ling. After winding their way for half an hour, they arrived at a cavern. The cave was vast, approximately 5 meters high and nearly 8 meters wide, its depths obscured from view. A few meters in, they lost their light source, but fortunately, Xiao Tian had stored the kerosene lamp in his spatial pouch. Just as he was about to light it, Li Weiwei interrupted him, producing a fist-sized luminous pearl that emitted a strong yet gentle glow, illuminating a radius of up to 50 meters with clarity. This is an outstanding grade night pearl. I rarely have the chance to use it, only bringing it out occasionally at night for fun. I didn't expect it would come in handy now. Li Weiwei said with a hint of pride. The group had gradually grown accustomed to her demeanor, and no one responded. Wang Chu's towering subordinate held the night pearl aloft, while several shield-bearing warriors marched in formation ahead, led by Li Weiwei's epic-grade companion, Lin Na. 3 rare-grade warriors followed closely behind, wielding kerosene lamps. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had slipped by. Xiao Tian had not anticipated the cave's depth, having traversed at least 1 kilometer. Fortunately, there were no forks in the path. Otherwise, they would have surely lost their way. My lord, look, there's something on the cave wall. Cold Ling, with her keen eyesight, spotted something unusual on the left wall and called out. After the team came to a halt, the members stepped forward to investigate, faintly discerning what appeared to be a painting. Within the artwork, several figures seemed to be engaged in combat with a monstrous entity, though it was uncertain if all were indeed human, as some possessed 4 arms, while others sported wings. As they ventured deeper, the number of figures and battle scenes proliferated, though many details had become obscured by the passage of time. Suddenly, Xiao Tian spotted a silhouette that made his eyebrows arch, his mouth agape, and his pupils dilate in astonishment. How strikingly similar this figure was to the venerable Liver Emperor. What secrets lay hidden here? Xiao Tian pondered to himself. Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Wang Chu, standing beside him, inquired with curiosity upon noticing Xiao Tian's expression. Regaining his composure, Xiao Tian replied, It's nothing. Merely surprised by these paintings. Let's continue onward. Wang Chu regarded Xiao Tian's retreating figure with some confusion, but refrained from probing further. After proceeding a short distance, Cold Ling suddenly spoke, Halt! Put away the luminous pearl. As the pearl was stowed, darkness enveloped them, and the group soon discovered a light source flickering not far away. Motioning for everyone to wait, Cold Ling agilely advanced to investigate. Chapter 85. Confronting the Ant-Man after a considerable interval, Lung Ling returned, her expression grave as she spoke. My lord, just beyond the corner lies a vast cavern, exceeding 5,000 square meters, inhabited by no fewer than 500 unidentified creatures. They exude an aura of epic proportions, with at least a quality of excellence. Xiao Tian was taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength and sheer numbers of the adversary. Though tempted to retreat, he felt a pang of reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Lin Na, lead the way with the oil lamp, and let us cautiously approach to assess our chances. Within a distance of less than 500 meters, the group spent a full 20 minutes navigating to the corner, where visibility was poor and silence was imperative, forcing them to move with utmost caution. Once they extinguished the oil lamp and torches, Xiao Tian stealthily craned his neck to observe. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, and he was fortunate to cover his mouth just in time. Internally cursing, this Lung Ling is truly excessive. How could she fail to mention they are cannibals? It's utterly revolting. Peering into the cavern, he beheld the grotesque sight of those creatures dismembering roasted corpses, devouring them voraciously. At last, he comprehended why not a single body had been found. Extraterrestrial species, demon-scale Ant-Man, exemplary, leader level, 3 combat power, 785 skills, colossal strength, capable of unleashing double its power instantaneously traits. Command, as a leader, possesses the ability to direct subordinates in combat mode. The extraterrestrial demon employs mid-tier species through gaps. They are ferocious, immensely strong, and adept at wielding weapons. Xiao Tian did not spot the leader, but observed a single commander, an Ant-Man towering nearly 2 meters, with elongated limbs, 3 fingers, and 2 antennae protruding from its grotesque visage. Its compound eyes glinted ominously, and curved tusks jutted from its mouth. Its entire form was enveloped in black scales, with a tail extending over 1 meter in length. His gaze fell upon more than 10 exemplary-level creatures and 50 rare-level ones. And Xiao Tian felt a surge of trepidation, contemplating withdrawal. Suddenly, he noticed a narrow passageway where the terrain constricted to less than 5 meters in width and a height of about 3 meters, and an idea sparked within him. Should we engage? He pondered, ultimately deciding to consult his companions. After relaying the situation, Wang Lulu and Lu Si visibly hesitated, yet the others were eager to proceed, resigning themselves to the decision. Fear not, with Lin Na and Shun Shan at the forefront, and Lung Ling reaping the rewards, the danger is minimal. Remember, fortune favors the bold. A gamble here might put us ahead of the rest, Xiao Tian reassured the two. His admiration for Wu Ming grew significantly. This brother was dependable and unflinching in the face of danger. With Wang Chu's subordinates added to the front line, they comprised 6 shield bearers for riflemen behind them, and 9 ranged attackers, including Xiao Tian, while Wang Lulu and Lu Si remained in the rear to keep watch. Lung Ling, you shall lead the charge. Once engaged, illuminate the night pearl and reignite the oil lamp, Xiao Tian commanded. Without hesitation, Lung Ling unleashed a flurry of arrows, a rapid barrage that felled 6 ant-men and severely wounded 4. The hissing of the ant-men echoed like a serpent's hiss, low and grating to the ears. Taken by surprise, the ant swarm descended into chaos, some rushing toward the cave's entrance, while others flailed about erratically. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Tian and his companions launched a relentless assault, systematically eliminating their foes. Before long, Wang Lulu and Lu Si leveled up. Having not engaged in battle previously, their experience was initially at 0, but a single encounter sufficed for them to ascend to level 1, enhancing their combat prowess. Their demeanor stabilized, and they no longer appeared flustered. However, the moment of tranquility was fleeting, as several exceptional grade leaders began to command the swarm of ants, which charged towards the cave entrance, brandishing rudimentary weapons resembling oversized baseball bats, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Clearly, these implements had been simply forged, and such blunt instruments possessed formidable power, perfectly suited for the ants' immense strength skills. After dispatching another dozen ant-men, the swarm finally clashed with the front line. The sound of iron striking against shields rang out, producing a shower of sparks. Fortunately, Lin Na, the shield mountain, along with Wang Chu's exceptional grade subordinates, held their ground firmly, while 3 rare-grade shield bearers provided support, alleviating the pressure significantly. You two engaged the elite-grade ant-men, Xiao Tian instructed Ning Yuan and Wu Ming. Wang Chu, armed with extensive shooting experience and a rare-grade longbow, demonstrated impressive combat capability, while Li Weiwei, wielding an exceptional grade crossbow, swiftly harvested her targets with greater speed than Xiao Tian. Li Weiwei, do you have any skills with that crossbow? Let's use them together, Xiao Tian suggested, noticing the throng of ant-men surging forward, eager to capitalize on the moment. Absolutely. Rapid fire, Li Weiwei responded, unleashing her skill. Instantly, 10 crossbow bolts were shot forth, doubling in size upon release, each one piercing through more than 5 ant-men. Arrow rain. Observing her prowess, Xiao Tian, determined not to lag behind, activated the skill of his Xianjin divine crossbow. In an instant, hundreds of arrows rained down, toppling over 30 ant-men. In a flash, a white light enveloped him. Xiao Tian leveled up, adding several points to his combat power, with the team aura boosting his abilities. Xiao Tian's combat strength successfully surpassed the 1,000-point mark, as the Xianjin divine crossbow finally displayed its true offensive potential, effortlessly dispatching rare-grade ant-men with single shots to their vital spots. Suddenly, the battlefield cleared, leaving only a few exceptional grade and a dozen rare-grade foes. Brother Xiao, there must be more than 500 of them. It's probably over 1,000, Li Weiwei exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she cleared one wave, only to discover countless more ant-men surging from the rear. Stay calm. We can hold our ground. If you level up a few more times here, you'll become even stronger, Xiao Tian reassured them. Before long, they all advanced to level 2, while Li Weiwei and Wang Chu reached level 3, their confidence soaring. After leveling up, Lin Na and Man Zhan demonstrated significantly enhanced combat strength, easing their defensive efforts. The front line had yet to deploy their skills, conserving them for the exceptional grade foes and the elusive epic grade leader yet to appear. The group could only rely on basic attacks, with only Lung Ling showcasing her prowess with her 5-minute cooldown skill, the rapid arrow. Captain, I'm running low on arrows. Wan Chu Sudali et Galim, casting an envious glance at Lung Ling, who seemed to have an endless supply with just 10 arrows. Here, take some of mine. I have plenty to spare. Just don't fall short. Xiao Tian proudly tossed several bundles of arrows his way, numbering in the hundreds, filling his storage space with a variety of items. And if you need more, I've got you covered. He and Li Weiwei were free of worries, automatically generating crossbow bolts, never lacking in ammunition. Wu Ming, you truly possess exceptional prowess. With your superior physique and exquisite bow and arrow, you have nearly manifested rare-level attack power. Upon witnessing Wu Ming's near defeat of a rare-level Ant-Man, Xiao Tian praised him. Wu Ming smiled and replied, "My talent is that of an S-rank weapon master, which enhances my attack power by 50 with all weapons." Impressive. I commend you. Xiao Tian gave a thumbs up. Brother Xiao, should I utilize my talent? Seeing Wu Ming being lauded, Ning Yuan eagerly inquired, "Have you lost your mind? You can only use it 5 times a day. It's a waste to employ it on minor creatures. Save it." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Lucy asked, "Captain, what is your talent?" "It's nothing special, merely a life skill of no use in combat." Xiao Tian did not elaborate, and indeed, he was not deceiving. His skills offered no assistance in battle. Unbeknownst to them, they had been fighting for an hour, having slain nearly 600 Ant-Men, including 3 of the excellent grade. The lowest among them had reached level 3. Many had advanced to level 4, while Xiao Tian required a staggering 10,000 experience points to reach level 7. Having gained less than 2,000, gritting his teeth, he produced several bottles of superior grade water for the front line to replenish their stamina. Xiao Tian shouted loudly, "We're nearly out. Everyone, hold on a little longer." Just as his words faded, a piercing hiss echoed from deep within the cave. Chapter 86. The Emergence of the Magic Scale, Ant Queenum. This bodes ill. Xiao Tian massaged his throbbing temples, a shiver running down his spine. Wang Lulu, Lucy, and Ning Yuan were equally distressed. Their weaker powers left them vulnerable, and they tightly covered their ears. Li Weiwei, unleash another wave of skills to clear the minor foes. Shield Mountain, deploy your shield skill. Understood. Rapid shot. Bone blade spin. Rain of arrows. As the trio activated their skills, over 100 Ant-Men fell, along with 2 unfortunate elite-level leaders. The pressure on the front line eased, revealing only a scattered handful of Ant-Men ahead. Wan Zhu, Li Weiwei, what skills do you and Barbarian Warrior Lin not possess? Xiao Tian inquired, noticing that the opposing leader had not yet arrived. Frenzy, increasing attack power by 100 for 3 minutes, followed by a reduction to half combat effectiveness for 12 hours. Triple Stab, enabling 3 consecutive charges of 20 meters each, with attack power stacking at 30 for each segment, plus absolute defense for 3 seconds of invincibility. Frenzy was undoubtedly from the Barbarian Warrior, while Lin Na's skills were rather formidable, particularly suited for tackling large foes. They would have to reserve their strength for the Ant-Man leaders. Captain, my talent skill is B-grade healing art. Is it useful? It consumes 2 stamina points to restore 5 stamina points to the target and hasten their recovery from injuries and fatigue. Wang Lulu said, lacking confidence. Goodness, ISNT that akin to a healer? Just like the skill of Medicine 1. I was lamenting not bringing Medicine 1 earlier. Your skill is even more effective, Xiao Tian exclaimed. Quickly use it, primarily to assist the front line. This is rare-grade water. Drink freely. Unexpectedly, the seemingly frail Wang Lulu astonished everyone with her talent. Xiao Tian passed her several bottles of rare-grade water for her use. With Wang Lulu's skill, the front line swiftly regained strength. The restoration was incomparable to merely consuming elite-grade water, as numerous fine wounds healed instantly. Lu Si hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his own talent. Xuya, are you utilizing your talent? Your attack is impressively high. Li Weiwei's voice chimed in. Wang Chu, not want to hold back, responded. My talent is long-range output with double attacks, graded S. Xiao Tian had not anticipated that none of his teammates possessed simple talents. Had it not been for his rather unique skill, a B grade would hardly suffice. At that moment, Lu Si came to a realization. Since everyone else was being forthright, if he remained silent, it would be rather indefensible. He wondered how the others might perceive him. Captain, my talent is A-grade puppet, capable of resurrecting corpses. It consumes 1 5, 20, and 40 stamina points for ordinary, exquisite, rare, and elite levels, respectively, while 80 stamina points are required for epic level resurrection. The effect lasts for half an hour. What? Everyone was astonished, not expecting the unassuming Lu Si to possess such an extraordinary talent. Lu Si, go all out, I'll cover you, Xiao Tian declared, handing him 5 bottles of rare-grade water. Revive as many as you can, and when your stamina is depleted, just take a break. One must admit, Lu Si's skill was nothing short of miraculous, especially if stamina were not a concern. It was perfectly suited for standing guard under Xiao Tian's protection, unafraid even against an onslaught of thousands. In a brief moment, 2 exceptional level beings and 2 fine level beings were revived. As they incessantly consumed rare-grade water, their numbers continued to swell until it became overwhelming, on the verge of expulsion. They had already restored 10 fine level beings for rare level beings and 2 exceptional level beings. Captain, I can't take it anymore. If I drink any more, my stomach will burst, Lu Si exclaimed, never having considered the act of consuming rare-grade water to be a painful endeavor, even disregarding the additional 10 points of combat power it provided. Reclining in the rear, with his abdomen swollen like a ball, Lu Si weakly called out, It's all right, just continue resting. If you can't hold it any longer, go to the back and relieve yourself. I'll ensure they won't peak. Xiao Tian jested. Upon hearing this, aside from Wang Lulu, who stifled a giggle, the other women shot him glances filled with lethal intent. Startled, Xiao Tian retracted his neck, feigning intense concentration on the battle. As the swarm of ants dwindled to less than 300, the Ant-Man leader finally made an appearance, prompting Xiao Tian to hastily inspect. Outsider race, Demon Scale Ant Queen, Epic, Leader Level, 5 Combat Power, 1455 Skills, Reproduction, producing 1 fine level Ant-Man every minute, 1 rare level Ant-Man every 5 minutes, and 1 exceptional level Ant-Man every hour, lasting 6 hours with a cooldown of 24 hours. Devour, consuming Ant-Man restores stamina and injuries. Tip, possesses a formidable intellect capable of controlling the entire ant swarm. Xiao Tian gazed at the Ant Queen, resembling a magnified white worm. No, a black worm. Its body adorned with scales, continuously birthing ant-men from its rear. The arrival of the Ant Queen transformed the battlefield. The ant swarm's chaotic assaults became synchronized, with several ant-men converging on a single target, while 7 exceptional level leaders stealthily flanked the area. In no time, Lu Si's revived fine level and rare level beings were entirely annihilated. Shield Mountain summoned the skeletons. Cold Ling prioritized the exceptional level foes. Understood. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, the front line focusing on defense, forsaking the elimination of fine level ant-men, instead preserving their strength to obstruct the enemy. Lu Si, are you ready? I'm coming, Captain. Lu Si climbed to his feet and approached Xiao Tian. He revived only the exceptional level beings, directing them to shield the 2 rare level shield bearers. Xiao Tian quickly commanded, while Lu Si, with a grimace, revived 1 more, leaving him with only a fraction of stamina, needing to rest. Captain, No, I can't recover any longer. I can't drink anymore. Wang Lulu lamented. You should rest as well. Conserve your strength for the final push. This is the last bottle of exceptional level water. I appreciate your effort to drink it, Xiao Tian instructed. And with a forlorn expression, Wang Lulu reluctantly accepted. Who would have imagined that exceptional grade water would ever be met with disdain? Thus, they persevered for another hour. All exceptional level beings had been eliminated, yet the ant swarm had only grown in number, still exceeding 400, with over 50 rare level beings remaining. Lu Si's revived allies had all perished, and the 2 rare level shield warriors were on the brink of collapse. Captain, should we use our skills? Li Weiwei inquired at that moment. Xiao Tian, regaining his composure, pondered for a moment before responding. All right, let us all use our skills and shield mountain. Employ bone blade spin. Wang Lulu, rise swiftly and restore the front lines. Everyone, focus your efforts to eliminate the rare level foes. Then charge in close combat to vanquish the Ant Queen. Xiao Tian contemplated. At worst, he would once again become the formidable sorcerer, unperturbed by the challenge. Before unleashing his skills, He advised Lu Si to expend all remaining stamina to resurrect the elite-level ant warriors, encircling us for ranged assault. Lu Si gritted his teeth, consuming another potion, reducing his stamina to around 10 points. He successfully revived 11 elite-level ant warriors, allowing Xiao Tian to confidently unleash his skills. A barrage of abilities struck down over 30 rare-level ant warriors, while the 8 frontline fighters surged into the swarm, methodically exterminating the foes in their path. Steadily advancing towards the Ant Queen. Sensing Xiao Tian and his allies' intentions, the Ant Queen promptly commanded her minions to obstruct them. Lin Na reacted swiftly, executing her skill, 3 rapid thrusts. The first thrust pierced directly at the Ant Queen, akin to a bolt of lightning, as she dashed forward, barely breaching the armor. The second thrust returned, clearing a path through the throng. The third thrust reversed direction, her spear plunging deep into the Ant Queen-esque form. This all transpired in less than a second, barely giving the Ant Queen time to react. A chilling and furious shriek echoed through the battlefield. Chapter 87. A peculiar hobby. The low-frequency sound waves assaulted their eardrums, causing the skilled players to furrow their brows. While Wang Lulu and Lu Si, exhausted from exertion, rolled on the ground with their hands clasped over their ears. Ling Ling, Li Baiwei. Unleash your full power against the Ant Queen. The rest of you, focus on eliminating the elite ants. Shi Duodierdina. Be ready to activate your skills at any moment. Berserker, engage. Drawing upon over a decade of gaming experience, Xiao Tian commanded with increasing proficiency. This time, Lung Ling relinquished her role as commander, finding it somewhat burdensome as a mere archer. With the aid of range support, the shield warrior led the remaining melee fighters closer to the Ant Queen. Unfortunately, only Lin Na, the shield warrior, and the berserker could penetrate the defenses. The others were relegated to merely absorbing damage. The berserker, surging with power, swelled to nearly 3 meters, his eyes ablaze as he unleashed relentless assaults, his massive axe tearing through the Ant Queen's flesh. Lin Na occasionally punctured the Ant Queen, while the shield warrior, weapon in hand, struggled to break through the defenses. Merely hanging back. Ding! The shield warrior cast a resentful glance backward, exclaiming, "How many times has it been? My lord, perhaps you should refrain from shooting. I've already been struck by your arrows several times." Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Xiao Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I can't help it. The distance is too great. Besides, you keep swaying in front. Not far at all. Look, I didn't even aim." Every shot hit the hole created by Sister Lin Na. Li Weiwei's timely interjection rendered Xiao Tian's defense feeble. "My lord, keep practicing. Your archery has improved significantly." Lung Ling offered encouragement, though Xiao Tian felt it would have been better left unsaid. As Xiao Tian concentrated on aiming at the ants, he glanced at the Ant Queen and noticed something amiss, exclaiming to Wang Chu beside him, "The berserker has this hobby? What is he doing at the back door?" Upon Xiao Tian's alert, the group finally turned their attention to the berserker, who was furiously hacking at the Ant Queen's rear. Not only was he slaying the newly spawned ants, but he was also turning the Ant Queen's rear into a gory mess. The Ant Queen writhed in agony, while the berserker became increasingly fervent, seemingly intent on breaching her defenses, his body smeared with yellow-green substances, all the while shouting boisterously, creating a rather grotesque scene. "I'm at a loss. The longer he activates his skill, the lower his rationality becomes. We need to act quickly. There are only 2 minutes left before the skill expires," Wang Chu lamented. Wow. No sooner had Wang Chu finished speaking than Xiao Tian shouted in alarm, watching as the berserker charged straight for the Ant Queen's rear entrance, vanishing from sight. The Ant Queen received a tremendous blow, thrashing violently. 2 warriors caught off guard were thrown back, crashing against the cave wall, blood spewing from their mouths as they fell unconscious. Shishan, Wang Wei, Wu Ming, and Ning Yuan called out in unison, recognizing their fallen subordinates. In a state of panic, they witnessed their comrades on the brink of death at the hands of the ants. Protect them. Fortunately, Shunzhan timely unleashed his skills to thwart the advance of the ant swarm. Quickly attacked to assist Shunzhan in his predicament. At this moment, the number of ant men had dwindled to less than 100, with Lu Ci's intermittently resurrected puppets barely holding back the onslaught. The Ant Queen suddenly issued a command, ordering all Ant-Men to abandon their assault and return for rescue. Wang Lulu, are you alright? Hurry and save the two warriors. Wang Lulu, resting on the ground, heard Xiao Tian's words and struggled to rise. With her remaining strength, she cast a restoration spell on the two unconscious warriors. Soon, the two warriors awakened, supporting each other as they made their way toward Xiao Tian. Fortuitously, the ant swarm had retreated, gathering around the Ant Queen. The abdomen of the Ant Queen continually morphed, indicating that the barbarian battle was still attacking within. Filth spewed from her rear, and her belly had already flattened by half. Suddenly, the Ant Queen ceased her attacks and desperately began to devour the corpses of the fallen Ant-Men, her visible wounds healing before the eye, her abdomen swelling once more. This is bad. The barbarian battle skill has 10 seconds left. Wang Chu, noticing the delay of the barbarian battle, spoke with urgency. This was her only elite-level unit, and should anything happen, her strength would plummet. Don't panic. Lung Ling, it's time. Xiao Tian reassured Wang Chu, signaling Lung Ling to conclude the battle. Rapid-fire arrows. A fatal shot. Holding her breath and concentrating, Lung Ling first cleared the path with rapid-fire arrows before unleashing a fatal shot. The arrows sped forth, piercing the Ant Queen's compound eyes in a straight line. The Ant Queen, heavily injured and exhausted, could not react at all. In an instant, all arrows embedded themselves in the Ant Queen's mind, rendering her motionless, as if ensnared by a spell. She then began to thrash wildly, her tail lashing out. With a thud, a dark mass erupted from her rear, crashing heavily against the cave wall, embedding itself within, utterly still. Fall back. She is dead. Receiving the experience notification, Xiao Tian understood that the Ant Queen had been defeated. This was merely a reflex action, and they could not afford any injuries at the last moment. The gunner reacted swiftly, immediately retreating, but only Shunzhan and another shield-bearer moved slowly, helplessly watching the colossal body of the Ant Queen come crashing towards them. At this point, skills had been expended, and Shunzhan could do nothing but grit his teeth, sheath his axe, and raise a shield, standing protectively